Seeing that Ma Xiong had stepped out to speak, Guohongjiang did not say anything else. He could understand. Xia Ruofei. After all, Xia Ruofei had never come into contact with horse racing before. It was also his first time seeing such a cruel reality. It was normal for him to be unable to accept it. However, Xia Ruofei did not let Ma Xiong's words make him give up. He looked at Guohongjiang and said seriously, Director Guo, if there's a way to cure the Star of Hong Kong, and even let him return to the field, would you like to try? When Xia Ruofei had stopped them, the veterinarians in Guohongjiang's team were already unhappy that the Star of Hong Kong had met with such a misfortune. They were already in a bad mood. After Ma Xiong's explanation, Xia Ruofei's words were still unreliable. The vet who was about to euthanize the Star of Hong Kong could not hold it in anymore. He spoke in Mandarin with a heavy Cantonese accent. Sir, if you don't know anything about animal medicine, please don't talk nonsense at this time. Xia Ruofei did not get angry. Instead, he asked, how can you be so sure that I'm just speaking without thinking? The vet snorted coldly and said, you don't even know the most basic common sense, and you're still talking nonsense? I advise you to go and look through the information. There had been countless cases of horse leg fractures in history, but there had not been a single case of recovery. There was no point in trying to save him in this situation. It will only increase the pain of the Star of Hong Kong. The vet's assistant also said in dissatisfaction, we've been with the Star of Hong Kong for more than 2 years, and our feelings for him are deeper than anyone else's. If there was another way, we wouldn't have made this choice. Can you stop causing trouble for us at a time like this? Guohongjiang frowned and said, Dr. Li Chung, stop talking. Mr. Xia is my guest. After he finished speaking, Guohongjiang turned to Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, I know you mean well, but there's really no other way in this situation. How about this? It's getting late. For something like this to happen today, please forgive me for my negligence. You can go back with Chairman Ma first. We're going to euthanize the Star of Hong Kong, I think. In this situation, you should, Director Guo. I'm not being emotional. Xia Ruofei said, I know that there have been no cases of successful treatment in the past, but just because others can't, it doesn't mean that I can't. I still hope to try hard. Just treat it as giving the Star of Hong Kong a chance to live. Xia Ruofei immediately added, and I can promise you that I won't bring any extra pain to the Star of Hong Kong. If I really can't help it, it's not too late for you to euthanize it. Guohongjiang could not help but hesitate when he heard this. On the other hand, Ma Xiong's heart skipped a beat as an idea flashed through his mind. When the auction ended, Ma Xiong even jokingly told Guohongjiang that if the horses had health problems, Xia Ruofei might be able to help. Now, he had a rather absurd idea. Xia Ruofei's medical skills were amazing. He might really have a way to save the Star of Hong Kong. If it was a highly skilled Western doctor who said those words, Ma Xiong might not have believed it at all. However, Chinese medicine was different. Chinese medicine did not have such a clear division of domains like Western medicine. Who said that Chinese medicine could only save people and not horses? Furthermore, Chinese medicine had always held a unique position when it came to dealing with injuries. Although it was said that it would take 100 days to recover from a serious injury, even if one went to see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, those were all ordinary Chinese medicine practitioners. Xia Ruofei's medical skills were obviously not ordinary. He could even cure such a serious cerebral hemorrhage without any residual effects. Even the world's medical field had not found an effective treatment for autism, but he had successfully cured it. Moreover, it was said that the special medicine for autism was about to be mass-produced. It didn't seem impossible for such a magical doctor to cure a horse's fracture in a short time. These thoughts flashed through Ma Xiong's mind. He quickly said, "Chairman Gua, why don't you let Xiaoxing try?" He would never say something he wasn't competent in. Since he took the initiative to suggest it, he must have thought of something. Guohanjiang's eyes widened as he looked at his old friend. He did not expect that even Ma Xiong would accept such a ridiculous suggestion. Xia Ruofei looked at the star of Hong Kong and then said to Guohanjiang, "Director Gua, I can't bear to see such an excellent horse race being euthanized because of a fracture, so I decided to give it a try. Of course, the decision is yours. If you insist, I can leave now." If Guohanjiang did not trust Xia Ruofei at all, then Xia Ruofei would definitely not be in a hurry to help him. To be honest, if Xia Ruofei had not seen the star of Hong Kong with tears in his eyes, he would have just mentioned it. If Guohanjiang did not accept it, he would have left immediately. When did the petals of the spirit heart flower become so cheap? Guohanjiang finally made up his mind. He nodded and said, "Mr. Xia, I'm counting on you. I don't dare to hope that the star of Hong Kong can return to the competition. As long as its broken bones can be healed, it'll be fine. If it really works, I'll definitely reward you handsomely, Logo." "Mr. Gua," the vet exclaimed in disbelief. Guohanjiang waved his hand and stopped the vet from speaking further. He said indifferently, "I've already decided. You don't have to say anything more." The vet could only helplessly hand over the syringe that he had prepared earlier to the assistant and then glared at Xia Ruofei in dissatisfaction. In his eyes, Xia Ruofei was just messing around. In the end, he would only increase the star of Hong Kong's pain. He really could not understand why Guohanjiang would agree to such a ridiculous thing. Xia Ruofei did not care about the dissatisfied looks from the veterinarian and the other team members. He smiled faintly and said to Guohanjiang, "Director Gua, my treatment method is a bit special. I hope that we can have a relatively quiet environment. Also, we need a few more Chinese medicines. Please send someone to prepare them as soon as possible." Although Guohanjiang still did not believe that Xia Ruofei could save the star of Hong Kong, he would give his full support, since he had agreed to let Xia Ruofei try. Therefore, Guohanjiang said without hesitation, "No problem. Mr. Xia, please write down the herbs you need. I'll get someone to prepare them immediately." "Sure." Xia Ruofei nodded. Since Guohanjiang had spoken, someone quickly found a pen and paper and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He picked up his pen and wrote down the names and quantities of at least 50 medicinal herbs on the paper. These were all medicinal herbs for treating injuries from falls, and their purpose was naturally to deceive people. Xia Ruofei handed the list of herbs to Guohanjiang and said, "In addition to buying the medicine, we also need to buy a clay pot to boil the medicine. In addition, prepare some charcoal, gauze, tape, and other things for bandaging." "No problem." Guohanjiang handed the list of herbs to the veterinarian and motioned for him to prepare the herbs immediately. Then, he asked, "Mr. Xia, do you need any equipment such as a splint?" "No need for now." Xia Ruofei said, "Let's talk if you need it." The staff rushed out to buy the herbs while Xia Ruofei walked to the star of Hong Kong. The fractured back leg seemed to swell even more. The Star of Hong Kong was getting more and more anxious and kept struggling. Although the staff was very experienced and tied its four hooves to a special frame, they could not completely restrict its hind legs. Under a series of movements, the pain would definitely increase. The ropes used to tie the horses up were stained with blood, and the horses were also covered in wounds. He had only been tied up for a little more than 10 minutes, and he was already covered in wounds. It could be imagined that it would take at least 3 months to fully recover with traditional treatment methods, so it was simply an impossible task. Guohongjiang saw that the Star of Hong Kong was in great pain every minute, and his heart couldn't help but waver. He felt that he might have gone crazy. How could there be any other way in this situation? He should have been more determined, Guohongjiang said in his heart. In such a situation, every second that he lived was torture for the Star of Hong Kong. It was better to just put him down with a needle. However, since he had already promised Xia Ruofei, Guohongjiang would not go back on his word. Just as Guohongjiang was feeling conflicted, Xia Ruofei had already walked to the front of the Star of Hong Kong. He gently patted the head of the anxious and pained Star of Hong Kong, and then seemed to causally rub its head for a while. Then, to Guohongjiang and Ma Xiong's surprise, the Star of Hong Kong seemed to calm down immediately. He even squinted his eyes slightly. His gentle look made them feel like they were dreaming. Logo. The originally noisy scene suddenly quieted down. The horse trainers and veterinarians were even more dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. They had been with the Star of Hong Kong for more than 2 years, so they knew his temperament like the back of their hands. He was not an easy horse to serve, and it was hard to control him normally. This time, he had suffered such a serious injury, and under the severe pain, it was impossible to comfort him. Unexpectedly, this young man who knew nothing about horse racing didn't seem to do anything. He just gently stroked the horse's head a few times, and the Star of Hong Kong calmed down. They felt like they had seen a ghost. Guohongjiang's eyes widened, and he could not help but feel a glimmer of hope. He did not dare to disturb Xia Ruofei, so he pulled Ma Xiong aside and asked in a low voice, "Chairman Ma, is Mr. Xia good at animal taming?" "I'm not too sure," Ma Xiong said with a bitter smile. "However, Xia Sheng has always been good at creating miracles. I won't be surprised, no matter what amazing things he does." Guohongjiang took a deep breath. This was not a low evaluation, especially when it came from Ma Xiong's mouth. It was even more difficult. Guohongjiang looked deeply at Xia Ruofei, who was not far away, and his eyes shone with a strange light. Xia Ruofei didn't know that his small action had already made Guohongjiang and his entire team look at him in a new light. He just couldn't bear to see the Star of Hong Kong struggling in pain, so he released his spirit power to comfort it. Xia Ruofei didn't understand animal language, but his spiritual power didn't require verbal communication. Perhaps he couldn't use his spiritual power to communicate with the Star of Hong Kong in a complicated way, but he could still convey his goodwill and comfort. Now that the Star of Hong Kong had calmed down, Xia Ruofei had to check on his wound. Before the herbs arrived, Xia Ruofei had to have a comprehensive understanding of the Star of Hong Kong's injury. Therefore, while he continued to release his comforting and warm thoughts, he went around to the other side and walked directly behind the Star of Hong Kong. The horse's leg on this side was very swollen, clearly caused by a fracture. Xia Ruofei slowly reached out to the swollen part. Gua. Hongjiang's eyelids twitched when he saw this. He quickly said, Mr. Xia, be careful. He wasn't worried that Xia Ruofei would hurt the star of Hong Kong. Since Wan had decided to let Xia Ruofei deal with her, he wouldn't interfere. It was just that the fracture was in extreme pain and he was worried that the star of Hong Kong would struggle again and hurt Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's all right. I'm just checking its injuries. The medical team has just used a portable X-ray machine for an emergency examination, Guohongjiang said quickly. I'll get someone to bring you the film. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's okay, Director Gua. I believe in my own abilities. Guohongjiang could not help but smile bitterly at Ma Xiong. This was the case for many Chinese doctors. Even though they had the assistance of various sophisticated instruments such as X-rays, CT scans, or even more sophisticated MRI scans, which could clearly show the parts that needed to be checked, many Chinese doctors still insisted on the traditional methods of looking, listening, asking, and feeling. Instrument examinations were only used as a supplement or verification. Mr. Xia, please be careful. The star of Hong Kong is very strong. Guohongjiang said. I see. Thank you for the reminder, Director Gua. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Everyone fixed their eyes on Xia Ruofei, afraid that the star of Hong Kong would suddenly hurt someone. Although her body was fixed on the shelf, her leg, especially her injured leg, could not be completely tied. However, what everyone was worried about did not happen. Xia Ruofei's hand gently touched the swollen wound. The star of Hong Kong only trembled a little and then obediently lay on the shelf without even struggling. Everyone present had a better understanding of horse racing than Xia Ruofei. They could not help but be amazed at the scene. Xia Ruofei's eyes were slightly closed. His movements seemed relaxed and casual, but in fact, he had already sent his spiritual power into the leg of the star of Hong Kong. The condition of the injury quickly appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. He pulled many muscles and ruptured tendons. Of course, the most serious one was a fracture. The star of Hong Kong was not just dislocated. It was smashed on the leg by a horse that weighed almost the same as it. The calf bone in the middle of the three-section spine was broken. The broken bone pierced into the muscle, and there was a lot of bone residue at the fracture. It was the most serious injury. It was no wonder that after the medical team's examination, they did not make any unnecessary attempts at all and directly proposed euthanasia. According to normal zoomonology experience, this was the least painful and most humane solution for the star of Hong Kong. After checking the star of Hong Kong's condition, Xia Ruofei had an idea of what to do. He opened his eyes and looked up at Guohongjiang. Guohongjiang was also looking at Xia Ruofei nervously. He asked, Mr. Xia, how is it? Even though he did not believe that Xia Ruofei could find out the situation just by touching him, he still had a glimmer of hope. After all, Xia Ruofei's way of comforting the star of Hong Kong was not something that even the most experienced trainer could do. Logo. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. He has a fracture in his calf and 2 torn tendons. He also has multiple serious muscle strains. The problem is quite serious. Guohongjiang and the medical team were stunned. The veterinarian, who could not help but question Xia Ruofei, just now looked at his assistant. After a long while, he asked in a low voice, Cheng, did Mr. Xiao watch the film just now? Ah, Cheng, the veterinarian assistant said with a blank face, that's Not possible. After the film was released, only the few of us watched it for a while, then we kept it in our bag. The vet couldn't help but gasp. If the scans had been kept, it meant that it was impossible for Xia Ruofei to have accidentally seen the scans when he came in. In other words, the accurate examination result just now was really the result of Mr. Xia's simple touch of the horse's leg. This was too unbelievable, right? Guohongjiang turned to the vet and asked, Dr. Li? Dr. Li immediately understood what Guohongjiang meant and quickly said, Director Guo, Mr. Xiao's judgment is completely correct. He sounded a little bitter. Just now, he strongly doubted Xia Ruofei, who was an amateur. It had only been a short while, but whether it was to appease the star of Hong Kong or this magical inspection, they had completely subverted their understanding. Dr. Li felt her face burning, and she wanted to find a hole to hide in. He felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, completely unaware of the vastness of the sky. Xia Ruofei did not care about the little episode just now. He had no intention of embarrassing Dr. Li. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Guohongjiang, Director Guo, although the situation is a bit serious, I can still try. Whether or not I succeed, I can at least guarantee that the star of Hong Kong won't suffer any extra pain. Guohongjiang finally revealed a trace of excitement. Xia Ruofei's casual display of her skills had really shocked Guohongjiang. Mr. Xia, I'll leave it to you then. He nodded repeatedly. You're welcome, Xia Ruofei smiled. He had been standing beside the Star of Hong Kong the whole time, patting the horse's head from time to time, constantly comforting it. The Star of Hong Kong no longer struggled as violently as before. Although the pain made its body tremble from time to time, it was still very docile. In the eyes of the trainer, he was even more docile than before he was injured. The staff who were sent out to buy Chinese medicine were also very efficient. In less than half an hour, they had returned with big and small bags of Chinese medicine. At the same time, he also brought back some charcoal, a clay pot for boiling medicine, and a matching charcoal furnace. Xia Ruofei got what he wanted and immediately said, Director Guo, I can't go too far away from the Star of Hong Kong, so I can only stay here to prepare the medicine. The process of brewing the medicine, Guohongjiang immediately understood and quickly said, Mr. Xia, thank you for your trouble. We'll wait outside. After he finished speaking, Guohongjiang immediately called Ma Xiong and the other staff to leave the stables. Naturally, there were 24/7 surveillance cameras in the stables. However, after Guohongjiang and the others left, Xia Ruofei walked over and turned the camera to the corner without hesitation. After that, he set up a charcoal furnace and a clay pot, and started a fire to boil the medicine. Although the stables were breezy on all sides, there was a ready-made faucet here, and the equipment prepared by the staff was very complete, so it was not a big problem to boil the medicine on the spot. Xia Ruofei didn't just randomly prescribe a few Chinese medicines. He had a lot of lost prescriptions, and this time, he was brewing an ointment for injuries caused by falls. Even without the spirit heart flower petal solution, this ointment's effect was much better than those sold in the market. Of course, in the face of such a serious injury, even with the use of this ointment, it would take at least 2 months to recover. Therefore, the petals of the spirit heart flower were still necessary. Xia Ruofei was very experienced in brewing medicine now. He skillfully picked out a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs from a large pile. These were the medicinal herbs needed to decoct the ointment, and the rest were used to deceive people. Xia Ruofei put the herbs into the clay pot, added some water, and started to boil the medicine. It took a long time to brew the medicine. If the patient was a human, Xia Ruofei could use acupuncture to seal the nerves so that the person would not feel pain. However, Xia Ruofei did not know the meridians and acupuncture points of horses, so he could only let the Star of Hong Kong bear with it. After all, he had to do this without arousing suspicion. Xia Ruofei could never be too careful. Time passed by. Guohanjiang and the others did not leave at all. They were waiting anxiously not far from the stables. Guohanjiang couldn't sit still either. He kept pacing back and forth on the field nervously. "Director Gua, let's take a break. It's not that fast to brew Chinese medicine," Ma Xiong said. "It's okay, I can't sit still right now," Guohanjiang said with a bitter smile. "Chairman Ma, how confident do you think Mr. Xia is? I really don't know about this." Ma Xiong said, however, Xiaoxing rarely takes the initiative. "I think he's moved this time out of compassion. No matter what, this is the only chance for you and the Star of Hong Kong. I understand." Guohanjiang sighed and said, "No matter what the result is, I will thank Mr. Xia properly." The staff members on Guohanjiang's team were also whispering to each other. They were also not confident at all. Even though Xia Ruofei had shown off his amazing skills, the staff still could not believe that such a serious injury could be treated with Chinese medicine. Weren't Chinese medicine made from grass roots and tree bark? Especially in the eyes of some of the younger staff members, Chinese medicine and witch doctors didn't seem to be much different. Chinese medicine wasn't even considered a plant medicine. While Guohanjiang was suffering, Xia Ruofei, who was in the stable, was relatively more relaxed. He only had to watch the fire. After more than an hour, almost all the water in the clay pot had evaporated, and a layer of black ointment appeared on the bottom and inner walls. This was the final step. Previously, the medicinal herbs were put into the clay pot in batches. First, the medicinal soup was obtained. Then, the dregs were poured out, and the medicinal soup was poured back into the clay pot to continue heating. At the same time, the last 3 medicinal herbs that were ground into powder were put in, and they were constantly stirred. Finally, they got a little bit of paste-like substance, which was almost enough for one use. Xia Ruofei scraped off all the ointment and carefully checked to make sure that no one was watching. Then, he took out a small porcelain bottle from the spirit map space. This was the solution of the spirit heart flower petals that he had asked Xia Qing to prepare in advance. The flower petal dissolved when it came into contact with water. This flower petal solution was the most concentrated one that Xia Ruofei had ever concocted. Since he obtained the spirit map space, he only used a little bit of the spring water. He opened the porcelain bottle and poured all the solution into the medicine bowl. Then, he mixed it well with the ointment. Because there was very little solution, the ointment only became slightly diluted, and still appeared to be an ointment. After he was done, Xia Ruofei immediately kept the bottle in the medium and heaved a sigh of relief. He comforted the Star of Hong Kong, then walked out of the stable and gestured to Guohanjiang. Guohanjiang and the others quickly walked over. "Director Gua, I've already prepared the medicine," Xia Ruofei said, "in order to ensure that the Star of Hong Kong can cooperate with the treatment. I need to make it unconscious for 2 to 3 hours. Can you do that?" Xia Ruofei was doing this to make the medicine take full effect. Before that, he had to set the star of Hong Kong's bones. The process would be very painful, and Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that nothing would happen. Guohanjiang immediately turned to the vet, Dr. Li. When Dr. Li saw this, he quickly said, "In this case, we can only perform general anesthesia. Under normal circumstances, it'll be fine to just use formaldehyde aqua, but..." When Dr. Li said this, he stopped. Guohanjiang frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong, Logo?" Dr. Li hesitated for a moment, then said, "Director Gua, it's nothing. I can give the Star of Hong Kong general anesthesia without any problem. We can do it immediately." "Dr. Li," said Guohanjiang with a slight frown, "if you have any difficulties, just say it. Why are you hesitating?" It would have been better if Dr. Li had not said it, but he swallowed it back halfway, making Guohanjiang feel even more uncomfortable. "Director Gua, I was just thinking. I was going to say that general anesthesia is not good for a top-tier horse, and it might affect its performance. But, Star of Hong Kong should be fine," Dr. Li said with a bitter smile. After the horse's leg was fractured, they were ready to euthanize it. Even if Guohanjiang asked Xia Ruofei to try it once, it was just a last resort. Even if Xia Ruofei could create a miracle this time, the Star of Hong Kong would probably not be able to return to the competition. He was lucky to be able to retire after such a serious injury. Guohanjiang's face showed a hint of sadness. He nodded and said, "You should get ready as soon as possible. Don't let Mr. Xia wait too long, understood?" Dr. Li said quickly. He nodded to Xia Ruofei and started to prepare the medicine with his assistant. With Xia Ruofei's comforting words, the Star of Hong Kong was very cooperative during the anesthesia. It did not struggle at all. After a while, it slowly closed its eyes and fell into a coma. Dr. Li went up to check and nodded to Xia Ruofei. "Mr. Xia." "That's enough," Xia Ruofei nodded and walked to the Star of Hong Kong. Everyone was standing, not far away, staring at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei calmly pressed on the horse's leg that was obviously twisted after the Star of Hong Kong was injured. Then, he held the upper part of the horse's leg with one hand and the lower part of the leg with the other. He decisively twisted and pushed it back. The whole movement was very fast and clean. There was no sloppiness at all. Xia Ruofei's bone-setting technique shocked everyone. He was so decisive that he could have broken the horse's leg if he was not careful. Especially Ma Xiong. He knew Xia Ruofei's condition very well. He knew that Xia Ruofei only knew Chinese medicine and had never heard of Xia Ruofei being a veterinarian. If he didn't even know the bone structure of a horse's leg, how could he set the bone? To Ma Xiong's relief, the Star of Hong Kong's injured leg was no longer twisted after Xia Ruofei's reckless treatment. Although the swelling was still very serious, it showed that Xia Ruofei had successfully set his leg. Xia Ruofei did not remove his hand immediately after he had set the bone back in place. Instead, he continued to feel around the wound for a while, before he finally heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. "Mr. Xia, have you fixed the Star of Hong Kong's bone?" Dr. Li asked immediately. After the previous incident, Dr. Li did not dare to suspect Xia Ruofei anymore. His tone had also become very polite. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and walked straight to the bowl of ointment that he had spent more than an hour to make. "Mr. Xia, we have a portable X-ray device here. Should we check the effect of reduction?" Dr. Li immediately said. After saying that, Dr. Li immediately realized something and quickly explained, Mr. Xia, please don't misunderstand. I'm not doubting your ability, I just want to be safe. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. No need. I'm confident. No matter how good the X-ray equipment was, it would not be as clear as his mental power. There was no need to check if the bone was reset. Besides, in order to shorten the time for recovery, Xia Ruofei had specially used his essential qi and mental strength to move the small pieces of bones near the broken bone to the original position after he had set the calf bone back in place. Under the investigation of his mental power, he could see the situation of the injury at a glance. Except for the extremely small bone residue, the small pieces of broken bones were basically pieced together to the position of the fracture. As for the tiny bone fragments, they would usually be absorbed during the treatment process and would not be affected. If an X-ray scan was used, all of this would be seen. It was easy to explain why the bone setting technique was so brilliant, but if even such a small piece of broken bone could be recovered at the same time, it was really a little shocking. Hence, Xia Ruofei would definitely not let Dr. Li do the examination now. Dr. Li could not help but show a puzzled expression and subconsciously looked at Guohanjiang. If Mr. Xia says there's no need, then there's no need. Guohanjiang frowned slightly. Yes, Director Gua. Dr. Li didn't dare to say anything more. He could only suppress his doubts and step aside. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything else. He carried the bowl of medicine to the Star of Hong Kong and started to apply the medicine on his wound with a small brush. Once the ingredients from the petals of the spirit heart flower came into contact with the skin, they would be absorbed immediately. Hence, Xia Ruofei was very careful and absolutely avoided touching the ointment with his hands. The black ointment didn't seem to be anything special, except for the strong smell of Chinese medicine. Guohanjiang saw that Xia Ruofei had also used the traditional method of setting the bone first and then applying the medicine. He couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Logo. He did not doubt Xia Ruofei's technique or medical skills. He also believed that the bone should have been connected. However, the recovery period of the bone fracture was the most critical problem that could not be avoided. The effect of the anesthetic would only last for a few hours. When the Star of Hong Kong woke up, he would move around due to the pain. If he was a human, even if he was a child, he could at least comfort him with words. However, the Star of Hong Kong could not understand human language and was so irascible. If he kicked his legs a little, Xia Ruofei's hard work of adjusting his bones would have been in vain. Even if Xia Ruofei had the magical ability to calm the Star of Hong Kong down, it would take 100 days for him to recover from a serious injury. Did Xia Ruofei stay with the Star of Hong Kong for more than 3 months and kept him company without rest? This was obviously not realistic. Xia Ruofei didn't care about what the others thought. He was focused on applying the ointment evenly on the broken part of his calf. In order to maximize the efficacy of the ointment, he even scraped off a little bit of the ointment from the bottom of the bowl and applied as much ointment as possible on the Star of Hong Kong's injured leg. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Guohanjiang and said, Director Gua, I'm done. Let's rest here for a while and wait for the Star of Hong Kong to wake up. Gua Hanjiang nodded slightly and said sincerely, Mr. Xia, thank you for your hard work. Regardless of whether Xia Ruofei would succeed or not, Guohanjiang's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. He could tell that Xia Ruofei was trying His best to treat the star of Hong Kong. Besides, he had witnessed the magical medical skills that Ma Xiong had mentioned. Hence, he was even more determined to befriend Xia Ruofei. "You're welcome," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Guohongjiang beckoned Xia Ruofei to sit on the field outside the stables. After all, the smell there was not particularly pleasant. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. "All right then. Dr. Li, one of you will stay here too. Observe the star of Hong Kong's condition. When he's about to wake up, come out and let me know." "Okay, I'll stay here," Dr. Li quickly said. "That's fine too," Xia Ruofei said. "Remember, do not touch the ointment on the star of Hong Kong's body. Do not use any equipment to check it. Just watch." "I understand. Don't worry," Dr. Li said immediately. Xia Ruofei, Guohongjiang, and Ma Xiong walked out of the stables. The staff had already brought in tables and chairs for the picnic. They had also brought out some pastries, snacks, and of course, the red wine that they had not finished for dinner. Everything was placed on the table. Although it was already winter, the weather in Hong Kong was not too cold. Even if they were outdoors, they would not feel uncomfortable. Xia Ruofei and the other two sat down and chatted with their glasses of red wine. They would occasionally take a sip of wine. Guohongjiang did not continue the topic of the star of Hong Kong because he felt that if he said too much, Xia Ruofei would misunderstand that he did not trust his ability. Besides, the star of Hong Kong was injured and he was in a bad mood. So, he changed the topic and changed his mood. Those who could thrive in the business world and had a net worth of tens of billions would not have low emotional intelligence. Be it Guohongjiang or Ma Xiong, they had their own unique charm, so Xia Ruofei did not feel bored. Xia Ruofei found everything interesting, whether it was about business or the anecdotes of the rich in Hong Kong. An hour passed quickly. When it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, Dr. Li ran over and said, "Director Gua, Director Ma, Mr. Xia, it's about time. The star of Hong Kong will wake up soon." Xia Ruofei, Ma Xiong, and Guohongjiang looked at each other. The three of them stood up at the same time and walked towards the stable. The star of Hong Kong was still lying there quietly. Ma Xiong took a glance and said in surprise, "Eh? The swelling seems to have gone down." Guohongjiang's eyes widened when he heard this. He hurriedly walked over to take a closer look and said in surprise, "It really does seem to have subsided a little." Dr. Li found it a little unbelievable. When a bone was fractured, it would cause great damage to the muscle tissue and capillaries. How could the swelling go down so easily? He couldn't help but walk forward to take a closer look. Then, he seriously recalled the situation of the star of Hong Kong just now. He couldn't help but be a little shaken. It seemed like it had really dissipated a lot. However, it didn't seem to make much of a difference. Dr. Li was also very conflicted. In the past hour, Dr. Li had been staring at the star of Hong Kong. The swelling was a slow process that was not easy to notice. It was just like a child. If the parents saw him every day, they wouldn't feel that he had changed much. However, if others saw him after a period of time, they would immediately realize that the child had grown up a lot. So, as the only person who stayed in the stables, Dr. Li was the last to notice the change. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei knew that the spirit heart flower petals must have taken effect. One had to know that the unremarkable ointment just now was actually a whole petal of the spirit heart flower. It would be strange if there was no effect at all. Xiaosheng, why don't you go over and check? Ma Xiong's voice was filled with excitement. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He walked over to the Star of Hong Kong and glanced at the fracture. The black ointment still had a strong smell of Chinese medicine. However, Xia Ruofei knew that the Star of Hong Kong must have absorbed all the petals of the spirit heart flower. The substance would be absorbed by the skin. At first, Xia Ruofei was worried that the Star of Hong Kong might not be able to absorb the composition of the petals. Now, it seemed like he was overthinking. With just a glance, he could clearly feel that the swelling had subsided a lot. Unlike the others, Xia Ruofei had used his spiritual energy to examine the entire leg. Even the smallest change could not escape his eyes. Moreover, the swelling was quite obvious, otherwise, Ma Xiong would not have noticed it at first sight when he entered the stable. Xia Ruofei put his hand on the Star of Hong Kong's back and released his spiritual power to check. When the situation was reflected in his mind, he could not help but smile. The petals of the spirit heart flower did not disappoint him. During the examination, Xia Ruofei could clearly see that the broken part of the bone had started to join back together, especially the small pieces of broken bone. They had already grown together with the calf bone. If one did not check carefully, they would not even find any traces of the fracture. The recovery of bones was the slowest. As for the strained muscles and even the torn tendons, they had already recovered. The effect of using an entire petal of the spirit heart flower in one go was simply too heaven-defying. What do you think, Mr. Xia? Guohongjiang asked impatiently when he saw Xia Ruofei lift his head after the examination. The situation is similar to what I expected. The effect is very good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Director Guo, I've increased the confidence of the Star of Hong Kong in recovering his power. That's great. Guohongjiang couldn't help but feel a little excited. Mr. Xia, thank you so much. As long as the Star of Hong Kong can survive, I will reward you handsomely. When Guohongjiang heard the good news, he was so excited that he didn't notice that Xia Ruofei had used the word recovered. In fact, Xia Ruofei's initial goal was to restore the Star of Hong Kong to his peak condition so that he could compete directly and even compete for the championship. After a while, the Star of Hong Kong moved slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Logo. When the Star of Hong Kong woke up, Guohongjiang and the others became nervous. The effect of the anesthetic was wearing off. The pain from the broken bones would start to torture the Star of Hong Kong again. If it struggled one or two more times, Xia Ruofei's previous hours of work would be in vain. The broken bones would definitely be dislocated again. Xia Ruofei was calm. He gently stroked the Star of Hong Kong's mane. The Star of Hong Kong also looked up at Xia Ruofei. They didn't know if it was just an illusion, but they all felt that the Star of Hong Kong seemed to have calmed down after seeing Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei wasn't sure if a whole petal of the spirit heart flower would be enough, but at least from the current situation, the result was pretty good. Although the flower petals would be absorbed as soon as they came into contact with the skin, there was still a process for the real medicinal effect to be exerted. In the case of the Star of Hong Kong, most of the petals of the spirit heart flower were used to heal broken bones. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power showed that the broken bones had mostly healed, but he didn't know if the petals of the spirit heart flower had finished taking effect. No matter what, the effect had exceeded Xia Ruofei's expectations. He had originally been prepared to bleed a lot and thought that he would have to use 2 or 3 spirit heart flower petals. Now, it seemed that 1 petal was enough. The medicinal properties of this petal should not have been completely absorbed yet. Even if the injury had not fully recovered by then, the ointment that Xia Ruofei had brewed was not just for decoration. This was an ancient recipe stored in the human-shaped jade talisman, and it was much more effective than the ordinary ointment for bruises and injuries on the market. His injuries were mostly healed, and the pain would definitely be reduced a lot. After using this ointment for a few days, this matter would basically be done. At most, Xia Ruofei would work a little harder for the next 2 days and stay at Guohanjiang's place to take care of the Star of Hong Kong. In comparison, Xia Ruofei felt that it was worth it to use 1 less petal of the spirit heart flower. Moreover, it was unlikely that such a serious fracture would be completely healed in just a few hours. Although it would be shocking enough to be cured in a few days, it was better to reduce the impact as much as possible. Besides, although there were a lot of people today, no one knew the exact effect of the treatment. Xia Ruofei could stay in Hong Kong for a few more days and talk to Guohanjiang to minimize the impact. As these thoughts flashed through Xia Ruofei's mind, Guohanjiang and the others were very nervous. They looked at Xia Ruofei and the Star of Hong Kong without blinking, afraid that the Star of Hong Kong would suddenly start to struggle and fail. When Xia Ruofei realized that everyone was staring at him, a few minutes had already passed. He also felt a little uncomfortable, so he thought for a while and asked, "Director Gua, do you have a place for horse racing? Can the Star of Hong Kong be transferred over?" Guohanjiang hesitated for a moment and said, "There's no problem with the transfer, but I don't know how the Star of Hong Kong is doing right now. I'm worried that something might happen during the transfer." Originally, when such a serious injury occurred, it was euthanized directly at the racecourse. Otherwise, the result would be the same if he was transferred back. It would only increase the pain of the Star of Hong Kong. Therefore, Guohanjiang did not even consider the matter of transferring his luck. "It's okay," said Xia Ruofei. "I'll be with the Star of Hong Kong the whole time. I can't guarantee anything else, but there won't be any problems on the way." "All right then. I'll make the arrangements immediately." Guohanjiang didn't waste time and said directly. At this point, they could only trust Xia Ruofei unconditionally. At least until now, Xia Ruofei's performance had far exceeded their expectations. As for the effect, they did not know. Xia Ruofei also did not let the medical team use any equipment to check. Soon, a cargo truck used to transport horses arrived. Everyone worked together to move the Star of Hong Kong and the fixed frame into the truck. Throughout the entire process, Xia Ruofei followed the Star of Hong Kong closely and comforted him. Perhaps it was because the pain had subsided and Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was kind. The Star of Hong Kong did not show any violent reaction. He was almost at the mercy of others. The staff carefully secured the carriage. Xia Ruofei stood at the back of the car and said to Ma Xiong, "Mr. Ma, I won't be going back to the hotel. I'll be going back with the Star of Hong Kong today. Also, I'll probably be staying with Director Gua for a few days. Please check out my room for me. The presidential suite cost more than 100,000 Hong Kong dollars a day." Xia Ruofei couldn't reject Ma Xiong's warm hospitality. However, he had Not been staying in a hotel for the past few days. Xia Ruofei thought that he shouldn't delay his business. Don't worry about it. Ma Xiong said with a smile. As long as Xiaoxing is in Hong Kong, the presidential suite will be reserved for you. This, ha ha ha. Xiaoxing, Director Gua, it's getting late, and my old bones can't take it anymore. I have to go back and sleep. Ma Xiong greeted the two of them with a smile and said to Guohongjiang, Director Gua, you must believe in Mr. Xia. He'll definitely surprise you, Logo. I understand, Chairman Ma, Guohongjiang said gratefully. Thank you. Ha ha ha. You're too polite. Ma Xiong nodded at Xia Ruofei and walked towards the exit of the horse track with his bodyguards. At this moment, the staff had already secured the carriage. Xia Ruofei immediately jumped into the carriage without hesitation. The container truck had been modified to transport horses. Naturally, the smell inside the truck was not pleasant. However, Xia Ruofei did not care that Yu had experienced environments 10 to 100 times worse than this when she was undergoing her sniper training. She had even been soaked in a cesspit for a few hours. This was nothing to her. Guohongjiang was touched, but he didn't say anything. He just remembered it in his heart. Guohongjiang's car was a Maybach. However, he did not get into that car. Instead, he opened the door of the container truck and sat in the driver's seat. Xia Ruofei was a guest he had invited. It was not the right way to treat a guest if he stayed in the stinky carriage. However, today was a special day. He had no other choice but to do this. However, if Guohongjiang took the Maybach, he would not be able to get over it. Guohongjiang sat in the container truck, which gave the driver a shock. He felt very uncomfortable. Guohongjiang glanced at him indifferently and said, Drive. What are you doing? The container truck driver started the car in a hurry. His legs were shaking. The person sitting next to him was a billionaire. If there was an accident on the way, he wouldn't be able to afford it, even if he sold himself. Guohongjiang looked at him and could not help but smile bitterly. How could he drive like this? He dared to drive, but she didn't dare to sit. Hence, Guohongjiang quickly said, Forget it, you may leave. You can sit in my bodyguard's car. The driver of the container truck nodded repeatedly as if he had been pardoned. Without a word, he unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped out of the car. Then, he stuck his head out of the window and shouted, Ah Biao. You'll drive this car. One of Guohongjiang's bodyguards quickly ran over and replaced the driver of the container truck. Guohongjiang's bodyguards were also worried. They couldn't even guarantee their safety on the road. Now that the driver was one of their own, they felt a little more at ease. After some chaos, the convoy left the horse track. There was a black Mercedes-Benz at the front, back, left, and right of the container truck. Guohongjiang's bodyguards were sitting in the cars. There was also a Maybach at the back. The convoy looked a little strange. Fortunately, the journey was safe and sound. About 20 minutes later, the team arrived at the horse training base that Guohongjiang had specially built near the horse racing field. It covered an area of about 50 mu, with a special training track and a complete set of auxiliary facilities. The team that served the horses was also stationed here all year round. In addition to the Star of Hong Kong, who enjoyed the best treatment, there were 5 other horses in the training base. They were all of good bloodlines and were naturally good for horse racing. They were also undergoing scientific training. On the way, Guohongjiang had informed the training base and had someone specially clear out a large room. Xia Ruofei had said that he would be staying with the Star of Hong Kong for the next few days to treat him. Naturally, he could not let him stay in the stables. As soon as the car stopped, he immediately jumped out of the car and went to the back of the car. After the staff opened the container, he immediately asked, "Mr. Xia, are you all right?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "Director Gua, I'm fine. The Star of Hong Kong is in good condition too. Don't worry." Guohongjiang heaved a sigh of relief. He was naturally concerned about the Star of Hong Kong's condition. However, he could not ask about it under such circumstances. He could only ask about Xia Ruofei's condition first. Otherwise, he would be neglecting his guest. The staff entered the carriage one after another. Everyone worked together to move the Star of Hong Kong into a large room that had been prepared in advance. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Director Gua, please get someone to prepare some more Chinese medicinal herbs according to the list I gave today. It's best if there are more of them. I need them tomorrow." "No problem," Guohongjiang said without hesitation. "The medicinal herbs will be delivered tomorrow morning." Although Guohongjiang could not see what was so special about the black ointment, at least the Star of Hong Kong was in good condition and his emotions were stable. The situation that he was worried about did not happen. This meant that Xia Ruofei's treatment might be effective. The hope in Guohongjiang's heart grew. Xia Ruofei said, "There's nothing else. Just leave this to me. I'll sleep here tonight." Guohongjiang was touched and said, "Mr. Xia, I've really neglected you. I'll definitely thank you properly after this matter is over." "You're welcome, Director Gua. Since I've accepted this task, I'll do my best." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "By the way, there's no need for so many people to gather here. From tomorrow onwards, I need some peace and quiet here. Also, the treatment process has to be kept a secret." "I understand. I understand." Guohongjiang quickly said, "No one will disturb you here, but I will have them wait at the training base. If you need anything, you can just look for them." "All right, Director Gua, it's getting late. You should go back and rest." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll let you know if anything happens here. I'll be staying at the training base tonight." Guohongjiang looked tired and said, "I've handed over the work matters to someone else. If there's nothing particularly urgent, I'll be at the training base these few days." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Guohongjiang was the head of a billion-dollar corporation. He was busy with work every day. Although he could handle some work at the training base, it was enough to show how much Guohongjiang valued the Star of Hong Kong. Of course, Xia Ruofei could be one of the reasons. After all, Xia Ruofei was a guest and had stayed for the Star of Hong Kong. As the host, Guohongjiang could not go back to work. No matter what Guohongjiang was thinking, Xia Ruofei would not try to persuade him. He just smiled and said, "Director Gua, I'll do my best, don't worry." "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Xia." Guohongjiang said sincerely, "I'm staying next door. Mr. Xia, if you need anything, call me anytime." "All right, rest early, Director Gua." Xia Ruofei said. Guohongjiang looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and did not say much to thank him. He just nodded and left the room with his men. The room was spacious and had a large bed. Xia Ruofei could rest on it. After closing the door, he walked to the Star of Hong Kong and checked his injury again with his spirit. Although it had been less than an hour, the fracture seemed to have recovered a lot. Basically, the calf bone had grown back together, with only a small crack at most. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that the wound hadn't fully healed, he would have untied the Star of Hong Kong. After all, if it was tied up for a long time, it wouldn't be good for the blood circulation and would be bad for the body. This was also one of the reasons why a horse could only be euthanized after it suffered a fracture. You couldn't always tie the horse up like this. 1 or 2 days was the limit. Compared to the recovery period of more than 3 months, this was meaningless. Considering that his broken bones had not fully healed, Xia Ruofei eventually gave up on the idea of unsealing the Star of Hong Kong. He kept using his spiritual power to calm the Star of Hong Kong down. The Star of Hong Kong was also very calm, even calmer than usual. He sneezed from time to time and would sometimes turn his head to look at Xia Ruofei with a trace of affection in his eyes. Xia Ruofei hesitated. He was worried that if he went to sleep, the Star of Hong Kong would kick his legs a few times at night in a bad mood. He might touch his wounds. After all, he was still in pain. However, if he didn't sleep and just stayed up all night, it would be better to avoid staying up all night, even though it wasn't a big problem for his physical fitness. At that moment, a strange thought suddenly popped up in his mind: logo. Xia Ruofei quickly checked the room. Although he believed that Guohongjiang would not install a camera in his room to monitor him, it was not wrong to be cautious, especially when it involved the most confidential spirit map and painting. Even if it was at home, Xia Ruofei would be extremely careful. With the power of the will, Xia Ruofei's experience in the military was useless. With the power of the will, even the most advanced pinhole cameras and bugs would be exposed. After checking the room, Xia Ruofei was sure that there was no audio or surveillance equipment in the room. Then, he checked the door and windows. After locking the door and windows and closing the curtains, Xia Ruofei immediately summoned the spirit painting. Then, with a thought, he brought the Star of Hong Kong into the spirit map. Xia Qing was currently drying the cordyceps in the Archean realm. Recently, Xia Qing's focus had been on the cordyceps. When he saw Xia Ruofei enter the medium, he quickly stopped what he was doing and came over to greet him respectfully. "Good day, master." Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "How's the collection of Awido coming along these few days?" Xia Qing said with a bitter tone, "Master, I'm useless. Although I'm already working hard, I've only harvested a very small area. It may take a lot of time to harvest all of them." Xia Ruofei said gently, "Don't worry, slow work makes fine work." He had no other choice. The spirit map space was his top secret. Otherwise, he could have hired a few hundred workers to finish it in a few days. Xia Ruofei looked at the cordyceps that had already been dried on the shelf. There were roughly thousands of them, not including the ones outside. It was clear that Xia Qing had been working very hard these 2 days. "Xia Qing, this horse's hind leg is broken," Xia Ruofei said. "I used a spirit heart flower petal on it and it has recovered by more than half. However, its injuries have not fully recovered. I plan to leave it at the Archean realm. Don't collect the cordyceps for now. Help me look after this horse." "Yes, master," Xia Qing replied respectfully. The Star of Hong Kong was taken aback when he was suddenly brought to a completely unfamiliar environment. However, the spirit chi here was so dense that it had formed a mist in the air. Although the Star of Hong Kong did not know much about this place, he subconsciously liked this environment very much. Therefore, he did not show any anxiety. Instead, he turned his horse around and looked around curiously. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Little guy, I'll untie you now. But you have to promise me that you'll stay here obediently. You can't run around or go crazy. Your leg injury hasn't healed yet." Star of Hong Kong naturally did not understand, so Xia Ruofei just thought that he was talking to himself. If it really went out of control, with Xia Ruofei's current cultivation, he could easily control it alone. So, he decided to try and untie it. After all, it was not a good idea to keep it tied up, and it was harmful to his health. Xia Ruofei started to untie the rope after he finished speaking. However, he thought about it and stopped. He looked around and took 2 boards from the shelf. He modified them with a military dagger and made them into simple splints. Xia Ruofei fixed the 2 splints on the Star of Hong Kong's injured leg and then continued to untie the rope. The Star of Hong Kong subconsciously wanted to run away, but he immediately felt a huge force pressing down on him, and his whole body could not move. In fact, Xia Ruofei had only used one hand to press on the horse's back. He had only used a little vital energy, and the Star of Hong Kong was already unable to struggle. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Little guy, don't run around. Otherwise, I'll tie you up again." Xia Ruofei finally let go of her hand. The Star of Hong Kong was much more obedient now. It tried to take a step forward, and when Xia Ruofei didn't stop it, it followed with its other foot and got off the shelf in 2 steps. It tried to walk a few steps after getting off the bed. Because its leg injury had not fully recovered, and there was a splint, its posture was not very natural, but the pain was already very light. The Star of Hong Kong started to act up after trying it out. However, before it could start running, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Now you can only stand, at most take a few steps. If you don't listen, I'll tie you up again." Although Star of Hong Kong couldn't understand Xia Ruofei's words, he understood the threatening look in Xia Ruofei's eyes. It was also shocked by the scene of Xia Ruofei's hand pressing on it, so it immediately became obedient and stopped. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite smart, kid. You can stay here for now. This place will be good for your recovery." Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Xia Qing and said, "Xia Qing, your task is to take care of it. You must not let it run, and you must pay attention to the injury on its leg." "Yes, master," Xia Qing replied without the slightest hesitation. Although it was only a spiritual puppet used to assist in planting, Xia Qing's strength was still very great. It was not a problem for her to control a horse. However, Xia Ruofei was still worried. He said, "If you can't control it, you can contact me with your spiritual sense at any time. It shouldn't have been here for a long time, probably just a few days. Also, if you need to feed, logo." Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and then said, "You can bring him to the mountain sea realm. Isn't there a large patch of grass there? Just let it eat the grass." "Understood, master. However, I still let it stay at the Archean realm most of the time." Xia Ruofei said, "By the way, you must watch it carefully. Don't let it destroy the things in the space." To put it bluntly, even if the Star of Hong Kong broke his leg again, Xia Ruofei wouldn't be particularly concerned. He could completely cure it. However, everything in the Archean realm was a precious crop. If the spirit heart tree was destroyed, Xia Ruofei's career would be in jeopardy, not to mention the wild ginseng, iron, skin dendrobe, and golden phoebe. That's why he kept nagging at Xia Qing. Xia Ruofei said solemnly, "Master, don't worry. I'll definitely keep my eyes on it." "Good. Then you've worked hard." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll go out first." "Take care, master." Xia Ruofei walked over and touched the star of Hong Kong's mane. He didn't care if it understood him or not. He gave it a few more instructions, and then left the spirit map. Space. It was almost midnight. Xia Ruofei washed up in the bathroom and went to bed. There were still 6 to 7 hours left until dawn, which meant that the Star of Hong Kong could stay in the spirit map for 7 to 8 days. In an environment with such rich spiritual energy, his injuries should have been more or less healed after so many days. Xia Ruofei didn't forget to use a bit of his spiritual power even when he was sleeping. This way, if there was any movement outside or if Xia Qing urgently contacted him in the space, he would be able to respond immediately. After lying on the bed, Xia Ruofei fell asleep in no time. Xia Ruofei woke up on time at around 7 in the morning. He got out of bed and released his spiritual power to explore the area. There was no movement outside. He didn't bother to wash up and took out the spirit map scroll. He entered the space with a thought. Of course, he didn't forget to leave a trace of mental strength in the outside world. This way, if there was any movement, he could quickly detect that Ying was not in his home. It was better to be careful. After entering the space, Xia Ruofei felt a gust of wind and the sound of horse hooves. He took a closer look and saw that it was the Star of Hong Kong running towards him. From the way she ran, it seemed that her leg injury had been completely healed, and even the splint had been taken off by Xia Qing. The Star of Hong Kong ran to Xia Ruofei and immediately lowered his head. He stuck out his tongue and licked Xia Ruofei's hand affectionately. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Little guy, it seems that your injuries have recovered well." Xia Qing also walked over and respectfully said, "Master, I've examined the horse. The injury was basically healed on the 5th day, so I took off the splint." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Well done. Since it's completely healed, there's no point in using a splint." The Star of Hong Kong kept its head down and rubbed against Xia Ruofei's body. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but like it. He stroked its mane and said with a smile, "This time you've saved your life. You're bound to be blessed after surviving a great disaster. I'm still looking forward to your future on the field. Speaking of which, I bet 10,000 Hong Kong dollars on you. Who knew that you wouldn't give me any strength? This time, I really lost all my money. I still hope to win it back from you in the future." Xia Ruofei nagged on and on. The Star of Hong Kong couldn't understand what he was saying, but he could feel the closeness between him and Xia Ruofei. After staying in the spiritual rich space for 8 to 9 days, it seemed to have become more intelligent. It knew that Xia Ruofei had saved it, so it subconsciously became closer to Xia Ruofei. Furthermore, it was a horse's nature to submit to the strong. The process of taming a horse was actually a process of constantly wearing down their wildness. The scene of Xia Ruofei suppressing it with one hand had left a deep impression in its heart. Even if Xia Ruofei was strictly speaking a stranger, if Xia Ruofei wanted to ride it and run a lap, it would definitely not resist. Xia Ruofei didn't waste any time. After a few words, he smiled and said, I'm going to take you out, but I'll have to tie you up first, or Director Gua and the others will be scared. To be able to completely heal such a serious injury as a bone fracture overnight. It would really scare people if this was spread out. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Star of Hong Kong ran to the shelf that was holding him in place. He stepped on the shelf and lay down lazily. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He said to Xia Qing, It understood what I just said? Xia Qing smiled and said, the environment in the spirit map world is too unique. Most of the creatures here have gained sentience. It's just that the horse has only stayed here for a short time, so it's not very obvious. But if it's simple, it should be able to understand. Xia Ruofei mumbled. This is really powerful. This time, Director Gua is really lucky. In the future, the effects of taming and training the Star of Hong Kong will definitely be much better than before. Of course, Xia Ruofei was just saying it. He naturally did not care too much about it. Since they were in Guohongjiang's training base, Xia Ruofei didn't dawdle much. He quickly tied up the Star of Hong Kong with a rope and beckoned to Xia Qing before leaving the spirit map space with the Star of Hong Kong. After returning to the outside world, Xia Ruofei had just finished washing up when Guohongjiang knocked on the door gently. Mr. Xia, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Guohongjiang asked with a smile. Then, he couldn't help but glance at the Star of Hong Kong. He didn't sleep well last night, and he was worried about his personal gains and losses. Of course, he hoped that Xia Ruofei could cure the Star of Hong Kong. However, he was afraid that the more he hoped, the more disappointed he would be. Besides, he was constantly worried about what would happen to the Star of Hong Kong at night, so he tossed and turned in bed and only fell asleep after midnight. Xia Ruofei smiled. No. I've been up for a long time. Xia Sheng, I'll get someone to bring breakfast to the room. Guohongjiang said, I'll have to trouble you with the treatment of the Star of Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You're welcome, Director Gua. After one night, the effects of the ointment that I've made have been fully exerted. Star of Hong Kong is in a good condition now. The swelling has basically disappeared. I think he will be free by tomorrow at the latest. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Guohongjiang subconsciously looked at the injured leg of the Star of Hong Kong. If not for Xia Ruofei's reminder, he might not have noticed it. Now that he had a closer look, he realized that the Star of Hong Kong's hind leg was not swollen at all. If he had not seen the terrible state of the Star of Hong Kong's fracture yesterday, he would have even thought that the Star of Hong Kong was not injured at all. In fact, the Star of Hong Kong was not injured at all. Although it was said that a bone injury was not suitable for strenuous exercise, and his competitive condition would definitely decline, objectively speaking, the fracture had completely healed. Mr. Xia, this, Guohongjiang was so excited that he was incoherent. This is really a miraculous hand that can bring you back to life. You're welcome, Mr. Gua. We're only halfway through our recovery. Xia Ruofei said, after it fully recuperates, it will need to undergo recovery training. It will probably take 1 or 2 months for it to be able to compete again. Guohongjiang was stunned. He said, Mr. Xia, did I hear you wrong? You're saying that the Star of Hong Kong can return to the competition logo? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Didn't I tell you yesterday? I will do my best to restore the Star of Hong Kong." Since he had fully recovered, he had to be able to meet the competition standards, and his level of competition hadn't dropped. "But I wasn't so sure yesterday, but now that I've seen the effect of the treatment, I'm even more confident." Guohongjiang was so excited that he was incoherent. This is really Mr. Xia, to be honest, I didn't even have confidence in its recovery at first. After seeing your medical skills, I thought that it would be fine as long as it could recover. I could keep taking care of it. I didn't even think about it playing in the game. Xia Ruofei laughed. "Director Gua, you can think about it now. I think there's still a good chance." Guohongjiang nodded and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Xia. If it wasn't for your insistence, the Star of Hong Kong would have been euthanized last night." Speaking of this, Guohongjiang couldn't help but look at the Star of Hong Kong again. He was also afraid. Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's not considered a successful treatment yet. The specific results will depend on the treatment effect over the next 2 days. By the way, Director Gua, have you prepared the herbs I need?" "I've prepared everything. I'll get them to buy more if the amount isn't enough," Guohongjiang quickly said. "Mr. Xia, let's have breakfast first. I'll get someone to send the herbs over later." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. It was better to hurry. It's not a good idea to keep the Star of Hong Kong tied up like this. I want to put it down as soon as possible." "Will untying the rope?" Guohongjiang asked worriedly. "Of course, I will only undo it when I'm confident." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Otherwise, wouldn't all the work before be in vain?" Yes. This Mr. Xia must have a well thought out plan. I won't say anything more." Guohongjiang laughed. He stood up and said, "Mr. Xia, please have your breakfast first. I'll have someone send the herbs over later. I still have a few documents to deal with. I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Xia." Although Guohongjiang was at the horse training base, there were many documents coming and going every day for such a large real estate group, many of which needed him to make the final decision, so there was no way to hide here. In fact, he had a lot of other work in addition to dealing with documents. He was the backbone of the entire group. His schedule was almost full. This morning, at least 4 or 5 groups of senior executives of the group had to come to report their work. It was almost the same as going back to work. "Please help yourself, Director Gua." Xia Ruofei stood up and said. The staff quickly sent breakfast over. Not long after Xia Ruofei finished eating, the Chinese medicine he needed was also sent over. Guohongjiang was worried that the quantity would not be enough, so he bought a lot of each medicinal herb and piled them in the corner of the room. After everyone had left, Xia Ruofei locked the door and smiled at the Star of Hong Kong. "All right, I'll untie you now, but you have to be good. You can only stay in the room for the next 2 days." The Star of Hong Kong seemed to understand Xia Ruofei's words and obediently lowered his eyes. Xia Ruofei laughed and quickly untied the rope. The Star of Hong Kong obediently came down from the shelf. Without Xia Ruofei's order, he stood quietly in the room and snorted from time to time. If the trainer of the Star of Hong Kong saw this scene, he would be shocked by the wild nature of the horse. Other than the trainer and the cavalrymen who were with it all the time, it was very difficult for strangers to get close to it. Xia Ruofei picked out the herbs he needed and started to boil the medicine. Although the Star of Hong Kong had almost fully recovered, he still had to apply the medicine every day. Moreover, this ointment could also consolidate the healing effect. After all, the bone injury had just healed, and compared to before, the broken parts were definitely not as strong as before. For the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei stayed in the house with the Star of Hong Kong during the day. At night, after resting, he would send him into the spirit map space at the beginning stage. He would make use of the difference in the flow of time and the rich spiritual qi to further restore his condition. For 3 consecutive nights, the Star of Hong Kong had stayed in the Archean realm for about a month. Other than the fact that his leg injury had completely healed, his spirituality was also much stronger than before. Although it was not as good as Little Black and the others, it could quickly understand some simple instructions. As long as the language was not particularly complicated, it could basically understand it. The Star of Hong Kong was probably the smartest horse in the world. Guohongjiang had probably specifically instructed that no one would come and disturb Xia Ruofei as long as he locked the door, day or night. Hence, from the next day, Xia Ruofei no longer kept the title of Star of Hong Kong on the shelf. Xia Ruofei had also concocted the medicinal herbs that Guohongjiang had sent into ointment for bruises and injuries. Except for a small portion for the Star of Hong Kong, he had kept the rest in his interspace. As for the useless herbs that were used to confuse the judgment, Xia Ruofei also randomly picked some and mixed them with the original dregs. This way, even if someone found the dregs, they would not be able to analyze and restore his prescription. Logo. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xia Ruofei walked out of the room and said to the staff, who was waiting in the corridor, "Please ask Director Gua to come over." "Okay, please wait a moment, Mr. Xia." The staff member quickly said respectfully. After a while, Xia Ruofei heard a knock on the door. "Please enter," Xia Ruofei said loudly. The room door was pushed open and Guohongjiang walked in. "Mr. Xia, you were looking for me." He was stuck in the middle of his sentence, because he saw the Star of Hong Kong standing in the middle of the room. He was not tied to the shelf at all. Guohongjiang could not help but be surprised and happy. At the same time, he was a little worried, so much so that he subconsciously lowered his voice. "Mr. Xia. The Star of Hong Kong can be used in the real world?" Guohongjiang asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. "According to my judgment, the Star of Hong Kong's injuries have basically been cured. As long as he doesn't do any strenuous exercise, it won't be a big problem. In fact, the Star of Hong Kong had not only recovered, but it was even better than before it was injured. The dense spiritual energy in the spirit map space wasn't just for show, not to mention that it had absorbed an entire petal of the spirit heart flower. In addition, it had also used a lot of the ointment for bruises and injuries passed down from the ancient recipe. Xia Ruofei had no doubt that if the Star of Hong Kong were to participate in the race and the opponents were the same as that night, he would beat them without a doubt. He would have an obvious lead. However, in order not to scare Guohongjiang, Xia Ruofei still chose a relatively conservative way of speaking. But even so, Guohongjiang was still deeply shocked. In 3 days, the serious fracture injury was basically healed. For hundreds of years, the problem of treatment for the fracture of a horse's leg in horse racing had not been solved. Even in today's medical era, the treatment for the fracture of a horse's leg could only be euthanized helplessly. However, Xia Ruofei only used Chinese medicine to make some ointment and cured her fracture in 3 days. She was like the reincarnation of the Chinese. Although Bianca and Hua Tuo might not know how to treat horses, Guohanjiang could not think of any other words to describe Xia Ruofei's medical skills. Mr. Xia, I really don't know what to say. The Star of Hong Kong is my favorite horse race. To be honest, tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars is nothing to me, but that kind of feeling is irreplaceable. Xia Ruofei smiled. Director Gua, I understand. I invited you here today to bid you farewell. Guohanjiang was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Mr. Xia is leaving? The Star of Hong Kong hasn't fully recovered, right? Do you have any urgent matters in the mainland? That's not it, then, can you please continue to treat the Star of Hong Kong? Guohanjiang did not wait for Xia Ruofei to finish his sentence and said hurriedly, Mr. Xia, although I know you don't lack money, but I can pay a high fee, as long as you are willing to stay and help the Star of Hong Kong recover. Director Gua, can you let me finish? Xia Ruofei forced a smile. I'm sorry, you say, Guohanjiang also knew that he had lost his composure and quickly said with some embarrassment. Xia Ruofei smiled. Director Gua, I'm leaving not because I want to quit halfway. I just feel that I've completed all my work. I don't have to be here to do the rest. Xia Ruofei took a sip of water and said, the Star of Hong Kong is in good condition now and can undergo some low-intensity recovery training. I'll also keep some of the ointment and apply it every night. But I'm worried that there will be an accident, Guohanjiang said. Xia Ruofei smiled. I've said it before. I won't do anything that I'm not confident in. So don't worry. There won't be any accidents. Guohanjiang hesitated for a long time before he said, all right then. Since Mr. Xia insists on leaving, I can't force you to stay. However, if there's anything that you can't handle here, I hope Mr. Xia won't hesitate to lend a hand. No problem. If anything happens, I'll fly to Hong Kong immediately. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Thank you. Thank you. Guohanjiang expressed his gratitude sincerely. Right, there are a few more things. Xia Ruofei said, regarding the Star of Hong Kong, I hope that Director Gua can keep his knowledge to himself. I believe that Mr. Ma has told you that I'm a person who doesn't like trouble. Don't worry, Mr. Xia. I'll be careful even if you don't tell me. Guohanjiang said with a smile. Well, and for the next step of rehabilitation training, try to minimize the scope of knowledge as much as possible. It's best to arrange for 1 or 2 trustworthy people to be in charge. Xia Ruofei said, the time for the rehabilitation training can be extended as much as possible. This way, the recovery period will not be so shocking. No problem. Guohanjiang said without hesitation. Then, he asked in a low voice, Mr. Xia, so the Star of Hong Kong's recovery is much better than I thought? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Guohanjiang was indeed a powerful figure in the treacherous business world. He had only been a little negligent, but he had immediately grasped the key information. You can say that. Xia Ruofei didn't hide anything and said directly, Director Gua, Star of Hong Kong, is a very good horse. It's born with good conditions, so it's normal for it to recover faster. So, please give an order to not X-ray it for a month, A look of surprise flashed in Gua Hongjiang's eyes. He quickly said, I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, I'll make the necessary arrangements and minimize the impact. That's good. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Gua Hongjiang looked at the quiet star of Hong Kong and felt that this horse seemed to be different from before. There was almost no change in his appearance, but he gave Gua Hongjiang the feeling that he had been reborn. His curiosity grew, and he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Mr. Xia, can you let me see the real state of the Star of Hong Kong? This way, I'll have a better idea of what to do. Xia Ruofei saw Gua Hongjiang's expression and knew that he couldn't refuse. After all, the Star of Hong Kong was Gua Hongjiang's horse. After he left, Gua Hongjiang would definitely try it. At that time even more people might see it. Rather than that, it would be better to tell Gua Hongjiang directly. Even if it was shocking, it was only Gua Hongjiang. Xia Ruofei believed that after Gua Hongjiang had seen his true strength, he would definitely not announce it to the world. Gua Hongjiang would definitely try his best to be on good terms with a miracle doctor like Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was not willing to make it public, so Gua Hongjiang was most likely hoping for it. If the whole world knew about miracle Dr. Xia, it would not be easy to ask him for help with any health problems. These thoughts flashed through Xia Ruofei's mind. He nodded and said, then let's go to the training ground. But, don't worry, Mr. Xia. I'll clear the area now. Gua Hongjiang immediately said, all personnel are to take half a day off and let them leave the training base. Leave a few bodyguards here, to guard the periphery. Don't let them enter the training ground. It was easy to talk to smart people. Xia Ruofei did not even need to finish his sentence. Gua Hongjiang immediately understood his intention. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Gua Hongjiang immediately went to make the arrangements. Half an hour later, Gua Hongjiang was dumbfounded as he stood at the side of the training ground. Xia Ruofei, who was dressed in a knight's uniform, passed the horsewhip to his left hand and jumped off the horse. He led the Star of Hong Kong towards Gua Hongjiang. Gua Hongjiang was still in a petrified state. His mouth was so wide open that an egg could almost be stuffed in. The scene that he had just seen had completely stunned Gua Hongjiang. Now, he only had one thought in his mind, am I dreaming? Logo. Gua Hongjiang really thought that he was in a dream. He couldn't help but secretly pinch his thigh, and he grimaced in pain. It was rare to see a real estate tycoon in Hong Kong lose his composure. Even when Xia Ruofei led Star of Hong Kong to Gua Hongjiang, his mind was still filled with the image of Xia Ruofei riding Star of Hong Kong on the training track. The image of the Star of Hong Kong with his strong figure and speed like the wind was still lingering in Gua Hongjiang's mind. Director Gua. Xia Ruofei smiled as he handed the reins over. Do you want to try? Gua Hongjiang came back to his senses. He waved his hand and said, oh, it's okay. I like horse racing, but I'm not good at it. I can't ride a horse like the Star of Hong Kong. As a billionaire, Gua Hongjiang could at most ride a gentle mare in the club. For a professional race like the Star of Hong Kong, there was naturally a dedicated rider. At that speed, falling off the horse was likely to be the end of their lives. Xia Ruofei smiled. Actually, the Star of Hong Kong is quite gentle. You can try. Gua Hongjiang looked at the Star of Hong Kong who was rubbing his head against Xia Ruofei's body. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Was this still the fierce horse that gave even professional trainers a headache? And didn't Mr. Xia know nothing about horse racing before? The way he rode the horse was even better than professional riders. His coordination with the star of Hong Kong was also quite perfect. It was as if his whole body was stuck to the back of the horse, and he adjusted his posture naturally with the movement of the horse's back. It was almost like he was one with the horse. Shall I try? Guohanjiang was really eager to try. If it was in the past, he would never have done something like this. However, after seeing Xia Ruofei's gallop today, he actually felt a little envious. Don't worry. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, absolutely safe. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Guohanjiang also made up his mind. He laughed and said, with a divine doctor like you here, what do I have to be afraid of? I'll give it a try today. I'm the owner of this star of Hong Kong. It doesn't make sense that I've never ridden it before. After he finished speaking, Guohanjiang took the reins. Xia Ruofei patted the head of the star of Hong Kong and said, little guy, Director Gua is your master, be careful when you run. Don't play any tricks. On purpose. The star of Hong Kong snorted and paced around. Guohanjiang couldn't help but find it funny. Xia Ruofei was so serious. Could it be that the star of Hong Kong could understand? He smiled, put his left foot on the stirrup, and then flipped over to sit on the horse's back. Although he had never ridden a professional horse race like the star of Hong Kong, Guohanjiang's riding skills were still good. Fortunately, Guohanjiang had cleared the entire training base. Even the bodyguards were waiting outside the training ground. Otherwise, those people would be frightened. To see this scene, Guohanjiang gently shook the reins, and the star of Hong Kong immediately understood and ran forward. However, it was different from before. The star of Hong Kong was not running very fast, but it was very stable. Guohanjiang could not even feel much turbulence on the horse's back. Guohanjiang was very surprised. He couldn't help but turn to look at Xia Ruofei. Then, he gently pinched the horse's belly and shouted, faster. The next moment, Guohanjiang immediately felt that the star of Hong Kong had increased its speed, but it was still very stable. In the blink of an eye, he had ridden one round. It felt no different from riding the gentle mares in the equestrian club. When he was in front of Xia Ruofei, Guohanjiang pulled the reins and got off the horse easily. Mr. Xia, I didn't expect that not only are your medical skills brilliant, but your skills in taming horses are also so amazing. Guohanjiang said excitedly, it's really hard to imagine that you've trained the star of Hong Kong to such a level in just 3 days. My team spent 2 years and still couldn't do it. In fact, from a professional point of view, the star of Hong Kong did not even meet the requirements to participate in the competition, because its wild nature had not been completely tamed, and it was also very violent. However, the star of Hong Kong was born with superior conditions, and the existence of some minor flaws did not affect its ability to win in the arena. Now, Guohanjiang could clearly feel that the star of Hong Kong had been reborn. From Xia Ruofei's previous gallop, the star of Hong Kong had fully recovered and was even faster than before. All of this was because of Xia Ruofei. Guohanjiang found it hard to believe. He finally understood why Xia Ruofei had repeatedly told him not to do any X-ray for a month and to apply medicine every day to make it look like the star of Hong Kong was still under treatment. If the real situation of the star of Hong Kong was known to the public, it would cause a sensation. Even Xia Ruofei, the creator of this miracle, would not be able to bear the disturbance. Guohongjiang reminded himself that he had to be careful with the things that Xia Ruofei had told him to do. He couldn't even reveal anything to his most trusted confidant. He had to follow Xia Ruofei's instructions and make it look like he was still in treatment. After a month or two, he would let the star of Hong Kong make a comeback. Logo. Although it was shocking news that Xia Ruofei had recovered from a bone fracture in 1 or 2 months, and had even returned to the field, it was still acceptable compared to the miracle that Xia Ruofei had actually created. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Director Gua, I'm glad I did." The star of Hong Kong's injuries were basically healed. However, you still have to persist in using the ointment I left behind. After all, it's still considered to have just recovered from a major injury, so it's very necessary to consolidate the effect. Understood. Guohongjiang's tone became more respectful. Mr. Xia, I'll definitely do what you've asked me to do. Don't worry, this matter will not be spread. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Don't overdo it in the early stages. Give the star of Hong Kong some time to get used to it. It will definitely surpass its peak state in 1 to 2 months. All right. I'll definitely do as you say. Guohongjiang said. Mr. Xia, are you going to leave today? He asked. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yeah. I'm preparing to book an afternoon flight back to the mainland. You know, I have a small company in Sanshan. Although the business isn't as big as Director Gua's, it's still quite busy. I've been out for too long this time, it's time to go back. Guohongjiang pondered for a while and said, Mr. Xia, what do you think? Stay for another day, I'll treat you and Director Ma to dinner tonight, and I'll send you back on a private jet tomorrow morning. It won't take too much time. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. Director Gua. You're welcome. We'll have plenty of opportunities after dinner. No. Guohongjiang quickly said, Mr. Xia, I had originally planned to invite you over as a guest, but you've worked so hard for so many days for the star of Hong Kong. You even have to live and eat with me. I already feel bad about it. If you don't even have a meal, how will I put my face if this gets out? Even if others don't say it, Chairman Ma will definitely poke at my back. Xia Ruofei hesitated. Guohongjiang said again, I'll just have a simple meal at my own house. Mr. Xia, you've helped me so much this time. Please give me a chance to express my gratitude. Xia Ruofei nodded helplessly and said, all right, I'll stay for 1 more day. But there's no need to send a plane, I'll just take a civil flight back tomorrow. The earliest flight will be at noon. Guohongjiang said, Mr. Xia, you don't have to be so polite. It's very convenient to own your own plane. All you have to do is to apply for the flight route. I haven't been traveling much recently and have spent so much money on the crew. I have to find something for them to do. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. All right. Since you've said so, I won't be polite with you. Soon, Guohongjiang arranged for a confidant to come to the training base to take charge of the overall situation. He repeatedly told this subordinate about the things that Xia Ruofei had told him to take note of. Then, he handed the ointment that Xia Ruofei had left behind to this subordinate. After the job arrangements were made, Guohongjiang wanted to accompany Xia Ruofei on a tour of Hong Kong. However, Xia Ruofei considered that although she had been in Hong Kong for a long time, she had not spent much time with little Huan. Hence, she declined Guohongjiang's good intentions. He asked Guohongjiang to send him back to the Ma family. As Xia Ruofei had called the Ma family in advance, Ma Xiong and Tian Huixin were both at home when Xia Ruofei arrived at the Ma family's villa. Ma Jiming, on the other hand, was at the corporation dealing with public affairs. Ma Xiong had begun to gradually transfer his power to his son, Ma Jiming. And Ma Xiong was not very busy most of the time. Xia Ruofei did not see Huan because the kindergarten was not on holiday yet. It was not the weekend, so Huan had gone to school. However, when Tian Huixin found out that Xia Ruofei had specially come over to accompany Huan, she decided to pick Huan up from the kindergarten in the afternoon and applied for leave in the afternoon. Huan attended an elite kindergarten that was owned by Hengfeng Group. As the princess of the Ma family, it was only a matter of time before she asked for half a day off. Xia Sheng. As soon as Xia Ruofei got out of the car, Ma Xiong welcomed him warmly. Are you done with your business? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, yeah. At least we didn't fail, or else we'd have smashed our signboard. How could Xia Sheng have missed? Ma Xiong laughed. Director Gua called me just now. He was so shocked. Xia Ruofei smiled humbly and said, Chairman Gua, you're overpraising me. By the way, Mr. Ma, Director Gua said he'd treat us to dinner tonight. He told me on the phone. Ma Xiong smiled and said, we'll go together. In the evening. You can play with Huan for the day. The little girl talks about you every day. Tian Huixin smiled. Huan is still in kindergarten, but I'll pick her up at noon. She'll be so happy if she knows that Brother Ruofei has come to accompany her. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, Huan went to school? Then I'll go pick them up with Aunt Tian at noon. Let her be happy too. All right. Tian Huixin said happily. Everyone entered the villa. Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei sat in the garden, making tea and chatting. Although the old man was old, he was still in good spirits, and had a clear mind when it came to business. Xia Ruofei even joked that he had handed over his power too early. In fact, he could still work hard for another 10 years. When it was close to noon, Xia Ruofei and Tian Huixin went to pick up Huan from her kindergarten. The kindergarten that Huan was studying at was a property of Hengfeng Group. It was the kind of elite kindergarten that had a staggering tuition fee. In addition, the Ma family had arranged many people to protect her in secret. The manpower and material resources arranged for this little girl alone were uncountable. When the two of them arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten, the principal, who had been informed in advance, was already waiting there with Huan. When Huan saw Xia Ruofei, she cried out in surprise, Brother Ruofei. Then, she shook off the director's hand and ran towards Xia Ruofei. The director jumped in shock, but soon saw Tian Huixin waving at Xia Ruofei. She heaved a sigh of relief and bowed slightly to Tian Huixin from afar. Xia Ruofei squatted down. When Huan pounced on him, he hugged her and asked with a smile, Huan, have you been a good girl in kindergarten? Huan is so obedient. Huan said proudly, my teacher always praises me. Xia Ruofei had a malicious thought. Could it be that the teacher was trying to flatter the boss? Today, I came here to accompany you. Are you happy? Xia Ruofei asked again. Huan pouted and said, you should have come earlier. Brother Ruofei, you've been in Hong Kong for so many days. And only came to see Huan Huan now, do you not like me anymore? Xia Ruofei's face darkened and he quickly said, Big Brother had something to do at the last minute and couldn't leave, but didn't he come over immediately after? He settled it? He didn't even have time to shower. Can you smell it? Xia Ruofei said as he put his sleeve next to Huan Huan's nose. Huan Huan giggled and covered her nose. Dawn tea. Dawn tea. I don't smell stinky things. Looking at her daughter who was playing around with Xia Ruofei and laughing happily, Tian Huixin couldn't help but feel emotional. Unknowingly, her eyes became a little wet. After he brought Huan Huan home, Xia Ruofei accompanied her for the entire afternoon. Of course, considering that they were going out in the evening, they did not go out in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei stayed in the Ma family villa to play with Huan Huan. He really liked this cute little girl. Whether it was hide and seek, horse riding, or other games, he cooperated unconditionally. Huan Huan was very happy, and her innocent laughter echoed in the whole villa. In the evening, Xia Ruofei bade farewell to Huan Huan, who still wanted more. He left with Ma Xiong in the car and headed to Guohangjiang's mansion at the top of the mountain. Logo. As night fell, Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong arrived at Guohangjiang's villa on the mountain-top road. Although it was called a villa, it was more like a manor. In addition to a 3-story bungalow, there were a few auxiliary buildings, a huge front and back garden, a private swimming pool, and so on. The environment here was quiet and private. At the same time, one could have a view of the Sea of Port Victoria. It was almost the best location in the entire port. Guohangjiang's wealth was evident from the fact that he owned such a vast manor-style villa in the top luxury area. Guohangjiang took Xia Ruofei's visit very seriously. Besides, Ma Xiong, who was of similar status to him, was also in the car, so he had come to the entrance of the villa in advance to wait. As soon as the car stopped, Guohangjiang came up to him with a smile. Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, it's an honor to have you here. Guohangjiang said enthusiastically. Director Gua, if this place is full of pung pung, then my house is just a piece of wild land. Xia Ruofei joked. Mr. Xia is an expert, unlike us ordinary people who pursue material enjoyment. Guohangjiang smiled and said, Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, dinner is ready. Please come in. The two of them followed Guohangjiang to the restaurant. In the villa, the long dining table was already filled with delicious food, and the decanter was filled with red wine that had been decanted in advance. This was a bottle of wine from Bordeaux, France. It was more than 100 years old and had been in Guohangjiang's collection for more than 20 years. There were only 2 bottles of such wine in his large wine cellar, and he opened one bottle without hesitation today. Neatly dressed waiters were lined up in a row, and there was also a foreigner in a white chef's uniform. He was Guohangjiang's family's private chef who specialized in cooking. Although there were only the 3 of them at dinner, and it could be considered a family dinner, Guohangjiang made it very grand. Not only were there a lot of service staff, but they also opened a rare red wine and even enjoyed the top-grade white truffle that they had won from the auction a few days ago. Xia Ruofei watched as the French chef used a knife to slice the fresh white truffle and placed it on the plate. He could not help but have a strange feeling. The white truffle was sold at a high price, but in the end, he still had to enjoy it himself. Although he only ate a small portion of the white truffle, Xia Ruofei still felt strange. Guohangjiang held his wine glass and said, Mr. Xia, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. I won't say much. From now on, Mr. Xia will be my Guahanjiang's most expensive guest. Come, let's have a drink first. Guahanjiang was a smart man. Xia Ruofei had saved the life of this star of Hong Kong, so it was a big favor. Of course, the most important thing was that through this incident, Guahanjiang had keenly discovered that Xia Ruofei was extraordinary. For such a person with extraordinary talents, especially those who were good at medicine, super rich people like Guahanjiang would definitely go after them like ducks. Regardless of whether Guahanjiang had a utilitarian heart. At least his attitude was very sincere. Hence, Xia Ruofei also smiled and raised his glass. You're too kind, Director. Gua. I just did you a small favor. Don't mind me. This is a great favor. Guahanjiang and Xia Ruofei clinked their glasses and said with a smile. After drinking, Guahanjiang gave Ma Xiong another toast and then greeted him warmly, come on. Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, try Bliss's cooking. Thanks to Mr. Xia, this top-grade truffle is not common. Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere of the banquet was very lively. After 3 rounds of drinking, Guahanjiang gestured to the butler behind him. The butler immediately brought over a document that had been prepared. Guahanjiang held the document in his hand and passed it to Xia Ruofei across the dining table. He smiled and said, Mr. Xia, this is a small gift from me. I hope Mr. Xia will not reject it. Xia Ruofei took the document, feeling a little strange. He opened it, took a look, and immediately closed the folder. Director Gua. You can't do that. Absolutely not. Mr. Xia, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Guahanjiang smiled and said, I have my reasons for doing this. Ma Xiong put down his glass and asked with a smile, Yo. It seemed that Director Gua had given him a big gift. Look at how scared Xiaxing is, old mister. Ma, take a look for yourself. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Ma Xiong took the folder and flipped it open. He couldn't help but exclaim, Director Gua is really generous. This was a transfer document. The transfer item was none other than Guahanjiang's beloved horse, the Star of Hong Kong. The transfer price was $1 Hong Kong. In other words, Guahanjiang wanted to give the Star of Hong Kong to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said, Director Gua, I really can't accept this. I know you want to thank me, but I only did you a favor and all I did was heal the Star of Hong Kong. You're giving him to me, this is too, Guahanjiang said sincerely, Mr. Xia, if you didn't stop me that night, the Star of Hong Kong would have been euthanized. If you didn't save him, the Star of Hong Kong would have been severely injured and wouldn't have survived. So, it's not a loss to me. You deserve this horse. And, at this point, Guahanjiang paused and looked at Xia Ruofei deeply before continuing, and I think Mr. Xia has an affinity with the Star of Hong Kong. To be able to tame it in just 2 to 3 days is not something an ordinary person can do. A precious horse gives a hero, so this horse is the most suitable for you, logo. Director Gua, thank you for your kindness, but I really appreciate it, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Guahanjiang opened his mouth, but Xia Ruofei stopped him and continued, Director Gua, I don't know anything about horse racing. If you give me the Star of Hong Kong, that's what I call a pearl casting into the dark. In addition, the horses have to be transported back to the mainland, and all kinds of customs procedures are very troublesome. Moreover, I heard that the daily cost of raising a horse is sky high. I can't afford it. Then, Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, so, you should keep such a good horse for yourself. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Mr. Xia, this is not a difficult thing to do. After the Star of Hong Kong is transferred to you, you can continue to live in my horse training base, and all the expenses will be on me, said Guohanjiang. And it can continue to compete in the future. Such a good horse will definitely earn you a lot of medals. Don T. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, Director Gua, I know that the Star of Hong Kong is your favorite. A gentleman should not take someone else's love. No matter what you say, I will never accept this horse. Ma Xiong admired Guohanjiang's courage. He could guess that Guohanjiang had intentionally befriended Xia Ruofei after witnessing his miraculous skills. Even so, it had to be said that Guohanjiang was quite generous to be able to give away a high-quality horse that was worth at least tens of millions of Hong Kong. Director Gua, Ma Xiong chuckled. Since Xiaoxing has put it this way, I don't think you'll be able to give your horse away today. Guohanjiang looked at Ma Xiong and smiled bitterly. Chairman Ma, why do I feel like you're gloating over my misfortune? Did I? Ma Xiong turned to Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile, is it really that obvious? Xia Ruofei smiled and said nothing, while Guohanjiang said in a bad mood, it's quite obvious. Ma Xiong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei was determined not to accept it, so Guohanjiang had no choice but to take the document back. However, he had already expected this situation, so he had already prepared a backup plan. The butler, who had been waiting on them, immediately came forward and handed over another folder. At the same time, he took back the horse transfer document. Mr. Xia, since you don't want the Star of Hong Kong, you can't reject my gift anymore. Guohanjiang passed the folder to Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, Mr. Xia, you still have to give me a chance to express my gratitude. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. These rich people were really generous. He gave away a high-quality horse that was worth tens of millions without even blinking. Xia Ruofei was shocked when he saw the transfer of ownership. And in all fairness, he did have a moment of impulse. However, he also knew that it was not appropriate for him to accept the Star of Hong Kong. This was like an expensive sports car breaking down, and an experienced mechanic just happened to repair the sports car successfully, and then the owner of the sports car gave the car to the mechanic as a gift of thanks. No matter how you thought about it, it was a bit ridiculous. No matter how great the favor of curing the Star of Hong Kong was, could it be more valuable than the Star of Hong Kong himself? If there was, then there must be something else in the favor, which Xia Ruofei was not willing to accept. Hence, when Xia Ruofei rejected her, his attitude was very firm. Xia Ruofei was curious about Guohanjiang's gift, so he quickly reached out and took the folder. He flipped it open and saw that it was also a transfer agreement. This time, it was no longer the Star of Hong Kong, but a penthouse apartment located on Repulse Bay Road. Xia Ruofei took a quick look at the information and was shocked. It was written that the building area was 1788 square feet. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Director Gua, stop joking. How can I accept such an expensive gift? Ma Xiong's gossiping heart was burning as he asked curiously, Xiaoxing, what did Director Gua give you this time? Quickly tell me. Xia Ruofei said, see for yourself. I really can't accept it, it's too expensive. Ma Xiong opened the document and glanced at it. He laughed and said, "It seems like Director Gua is very sincere today. Mr. Xia, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to thank you for saving the life of the star of Hong Kong. I, Gua Hongjiang, would like to be your friend. I've left this house and used all this time, so giving it to Mr. Xia would be making the best use of it." Xia Ruofei said, "Director Gua, if you really want to thank me, change it to a gift of a reasonable value. How would I dare to accept such a luxurious mansion?" Xia Sheng, I think you should accept it. Ma Xiong chuckled. "Mr. Xia, even Chairman Ma has said so, you should just accept it. This is just a small token of my appreciation, nothing else." Guohongjiang said. "Chairman Ma, you finally said something fair today. You didn't add insult to injury. Not bad." He turned to Ma Xiong. Xia Ruofei ignored the banter between his two old friends. He shook his head at Ma Xiong and said, "Old Mr. Ma, don't join in the jeering. You've seen the document, it's a mansion that's close to 2,000 square meters. A mansion?" Ma Xiong was stunned for a moment. It's definitely considered a mansion for ordinary people, but it's just average for Director Gua's property. Guohongjiang also nodded his head repeatedly, promptly expressing that he did not like this house. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "It's nothing compared to Director Gua's manor, of course. But you've seen the document. It's a house of nearly 2,000 square meters. The house price in Hong Kong was so high, and it was in the Chanshui Bay, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The value of this house was probably enough to buy a few stars of Hong Kong. How can I accept it?" Ma Xiong and Guohongjiang were both stunned. Then, they looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Xia Ruofei was confused and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Both of you are highly respected Hong Kong celebrities, don't keep me in suspense." Ma Xiong chuckled and said, "Xia Sheng, you might have misunderstood. The area of this house is 1,788 square feet. Note that. It's a square foot, not the square meter that you people in the mainland use. There's a big difference." Xia Ruofei was stunned as well. He flipped open the document and saw that it was indeed written in square feet. As the document used traditional Chinese characters and Xia Ruofei lived in the mainland all year round, he subconsciously thought that the unit of measurement for the area was square feet. Then, how many square meters is this? Xia Ruofei asked awkwardly. As a real estate tycoon, Guohongjiang's real estate group had developed many projects in the mainland, so he was quite familiar with the conversion between the two units. "Mr. Xia, it's actually about 167 square meters. It's a very small house." He quickly gave an answer. Xia Ruofei looked at Guohongjiang suspiciously. He felt that Guohongjiang's words might not be reliable, so he took out his mobile phone and searched online. It turned out that it was true. A square foot was just a square foot, and the unit of foot was based on King John's footprints, which was about 30 centimeters. 1 square meter was equivalent to 10.7 square feet. After some conversion, this 1,788 square feet house was about 167 square meters. What was more interesting was that the so-called 1,000-foot mansion often seen in Hong Kong TV series was actually only about 100 square meters, which was a small apartment in the mainland. In Hong Kong, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, housing prices were the most expensive in the world, even higher than in New York, United States. Most people couldn't afford to live in such a 1,000-foot mansion. Guohanjiang was not in a hurry. After Xia Ruofei was done with the investigation, he laughed and asked, "Mr. Xia, I didn't lie to you, did I? It's really just a small house. It's just a little token of my appreciation, please accept it, logo." Xia Ruofei did not fall for Guohanjiang's words. When he was searching on his phone just now, he caught a glimpse of the housing prices in the shallow Bay Area. "Director Gua, I've misunderstood the size of the house. It's indeed smaller than I thought," Xia Ruofei said, "but I've checked the price of the house just now. A penthouse of nearly 2,000 square meters is worth at least 40 million Hong Kong dollars. I can't accept such an expensive gift." Guohanjiang quickly explained, "Mr. Xia, some things really can't be measured with money. You know how much I love the Star of Hong Kong, and you saved its life. It's not something that can be exchanged with money. I just wanted to express my gratitude. You can't reject me for this, right?" After he finished speaking, Guohanjiang quickly gave Ma Xiong a look. He and Ma Xiong had been old friends for many years. Even if they did not share the same thoughts, they at least knew each other very well. Ma Xiong naturally knew what Guohanjiang was thinking. Of course, he was happy to make Guohanjiang and Xia Ruofei become friends. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately revealed some information to Guohanjiang on the day of the auction. Therefore, after Ma Xiong saw the look in Guohanjiang's eyes, he immediately understood and nodded slightly. Ma Xiong then said with a smile, "Xia Xing, since Director Gua is so sincere, why don't you accept it? You've done him such a big favor, so you should at least let him express his gratitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live with himself." "Yes, yes. Yes. Mr. Xia, Chairman Ma has spoken my mind," Guohanjiang also said quickly. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "Old Mr. Ma. It's not that I'm being unreasonable. If it's an ordinary gift, I definitely wouldn't reject it. However, a property worth tens of millions, this amount of money is nothing to Director Gua." Ma Xiong laughed and said, "And you rejected the first gift. He changed it, and you still don't want it. This is a little too. But, Xia Sheng, don't say but." Ma Xiong said with a smile, "I know what you want to say. This amount of money is nothing to Chairman Gua. Besides, this building was originally developed by their family, so the cost isn't as high as you said. You're only talking about the market price." Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, "Ai. Since that's the case, I'll accept it." He knew that if he didn't take over the house, the atmosphere would be tense. He had to give Ma Xiong some face. Now Xia Ruofei also realized that the first gift he took out was just a cover. Guohanjiang liked the Star of Hong Kong so much, why would he give it to someone else? His real purpose should be to give away this house. Xia Ruofei even thought that if he said that he didn't want the house anymore and wanted the Star of Hong Kong instead, he didn't know what Guohanjiang's expression would be like. Of course, Guohanjiang didn't know what Xia Ruofei was thinking. He was happy to see that Xia Ruofei had finally accepted the house. "That's great," Guohanjiang said, "Shashing, I still have a power of attorney here. After you sign it, you don't have to worry about the transfer of property ownership. I'll help you settle everything on my side. It won't delay you from going home tomorrow." "All right then," Xia Ruofei said, "thank you, Director Gua." Mr. Xia, please don't stand on ceremony. Guohanjiang quickly said, I should be the one thanking you. It's just a small gift. I saw that you don't have a place to stay in Hong Kong, and this property has been vacant for a long time, so I thought of giving it to you. This way, when you bring your family and friends to Hong Kong for a trip in the future, you won't have to stay in a hotel. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He knew that since he had accepted such a big gift from Guohanjiang, he would definitely not stand by and do nothing if Guohanjiang really needed his help in the future. However, Xia Ruofei did not reject this. After all, Guohanjiang and Ma Xiong were good friends. From the information found on the internet, Guohanjiang had a good reputation. The key was that he was very patriotic. He had always criticized the bad habits of Hong Kong society with a clear flag. It could be seen from his performance at the last auction that he was indeed a patriotic businessman. Today, Guohanjiang was considered to be full of sincerity. Xia Ruofei did not mind making another friend. Soon, the butler came over and asked Xia Ruofei to sign the transfer agreement and the letter of authorization. Watching the butler leave with the folder, Guohanjiang was very happy. He raised his glass and said, Come on, Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, let's drink. I'm so happy to be able to meet a young man like Mr. Xia. After the drinking session, Xia Ruofei was naturally fine, but the two old men were drunk. However, Xia Ruofei felt a little dizzy when he was on his way back to the residence. He had earned a house just by drinking. Furthermore, it was a penthouse mansion on the Repulse Bay Road. In Hong Kong's prime location? Of course, Xia Ruofei felt that it was not real. In fact, he did not lack money. He knew very well that if his medical skills were to be publicized, those super rich people would probably line up to give him money, just like what Guohanjiang did today. However, Xia Ruofei would not do that. Logo. It was better to do such things occasionally. If he really wanted to make money, he had plenty of ways to do so, since he had the spirit map space in his hands. He would not choose to expose himself in the spotlight and become the center of attention. When they returned to the Ma residence, little Huan still insisted on not going to sleep. Although the little girl was very tired, she refused to go upstairs and insisted on waiting for Xia Ruofei in the living room. After seeing Xia Ruofei, little Huan, whose eyelashes had grown a lot longer, was no longer sleepy. She happily pounced on Xia Ruofei and did not mind the smell of alcohol on him. Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming couldn't help but feel a little jealous when they saw this. Xia Ruofei played with Huan for a while more. In the end, Tian Huixin persuaded the little girl and she finally said good night to Xia Ruofei reluctantly. Xia Ruofei finally got away and went to the guest room that the Ma family had prepared for him. He took a shower and went to sleep. The next morning, Xia Ruofei took the initiative to send Huan to kindergarten after breakfast. He waved goodbye to her at the entrance of the kindergarten. Xia Ruofei did not tell Huan that he was going back to the Three Mountains today. He was afraid that the little girl would be sad. Although he knew that Huan would be sad when she learned that he had left Hong Kong after school in the evening, Xia Ruofei could not bear to tell her the news in person. After sending Huan back to the Ma residence, the people sent by Guohanjiang had already arrived. He had sent his own butler to bring the car over, which was second only to him personally. After all, Xia Ruofei was still a young man in his 20s. If Guohanjiang came here personally, it would definitely attract the attention of some people. He knew that Xia Ruofei did not want to attract attention, so he sent his butler over. The butler was his most trusted aide, and basically represented him. Guohanjiang's career was so big, so he must be very skilled in dealing with people. Uncle Gua, why did you come here personally? You've really worked hard, Xia Ruofei said gently to Gua Shenian, the butler of Guohanjiang. Gua Shenian bowed slightly and said with a humble expression, Mr. Xia, you're too kind. This is my duty. Mr. Xia, Gua Shenian continued, the Ma family has already put your luggage in the car. But there's something I need to report to you. Uncle Gua, speak. Xia Ruofei smiled. I've received news from the Hong Kong airport. Due to the weather, the airport is temporarily closed this morning. Our departure time may be slightly delayed, Gua Shenian said. Oh? The airport is closed? Xia Ruofei asked, is the situation serious? It's not a big problem. The main problem is that the clouds are too low and the forecast said that there might be thunderstorms. It doesn't meet the flight conditions, so the airport is temporarily closed, Gua Shenian said, but according to the satellite cloud image, the visibility will meet the flight standard in about 2 hours. It won't take too long. Oh, that's good. Xia Ruofei nodded and said. Mr. Xia, Gua Shenian said, I've asked Director Gua for your opinion. He has some time this morning, and would like to invite you to the house on Repulse Bay Road so that you can recognize the door. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, okay. I'll follow your arrangements. Shall we set off now? Gua Shenian said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said goodbye to Ma Xiong and his family. Then, he got into the Bentley that Gua Shenian had brought. The car drove smoothly along the mountain road. After passing through a section of the mountain road, they arrived at the seaside. After driving along the seaside road for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the Emerald Home Real Estate. This was the real estate where the house that Guohanjiang had given Xia Ruofei was located. Gua Shenian sat in the front passenger seat and turned to Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia, we'll be there soon. The car drove into the residential area and drove along the beautiful road for a short while before arriving at a high-rise residence. Xia Ruofei looked left and right after he got out of the car. There were only 8 high-rise residential buildings in the entire community. He could vaguely see a corner of the beach in the distance. He estimated that the whole Repulse Bay could be seen from the top floor. The distance between the buildings was also very large. The buildings were scattered among each other, so the view of each building was not blocked. Basically, every household could enjoy the unparalleled sea view. Of course, the view was better on the higher floors, but the price naturally rose as well. In Hong Kong's Chanshui Bay, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the distance between the buildings was so large that it could be seen that the location of the building was quite high-end. Gua Shenian didn't bring Xia Ruofei upstairs immediately. Instead, he registered Xia Ruofei's information as the owner, and applied for an access card to the community, a Bluetooth sensor for the parking lot, and so on. Of course, all of this did not waste much time. Guohanjiang was the big boss here, and the property management of the community was also managed by the property company under Guohanjiang's real estate group. With a phone call from Gua Shenian, the person in charge of the property management office was already waiting for them downstairs before they arrived. The access card and Bluetooth sensor were prepared in advance. Xia Ruofei only helped to enter the facial recognition and fingerprint identification information. It was only then that Xia Ruofei found out that the house that Guo Hongjiang had given him had 4 parking lots for townhouses. After Xia Ruofei entered the information, Guo Shenian and the manager of the property management office accompanied Xia Ruofei and took the elevator to the top floor. Logo. The building had 23 floors. Xia Ruofei's house took up the 22nd and 23rd floors. There were 2 staircases and 2 households in each unit. Only by swiping the owner card could one reach the corresponding floor, so the privacy was quite high. On the 22nd floor, the person in charge of the property management office personally entered the facial recognition and fingerprint identification information for Xia Ruofei. This was recorded for the security control system of the house, and was necessary for Xia Ruofei to enter and leave the house in the future. While Xia Ruofei was recording the information, Guo Shenian explained softly, "Mr. Xia, the residents of the Emerald Garden community are all high-end people. So we have made a lot of efforts in security. Every house has an integrated security system and also uses smart home technology, which is very convenient to control. The security system is directly connected to the police station and fire station, and it has a very high priority. Once it senses the danger of a fire, it will automatically connect to the fire station's alarm system." Xia Ruofei nodded. No matter where it was impossible for the privileged class to disappear. Obviously, the residents of the Emerald home enjoyed a little privilege. Xia Ruofei was not surprised by this. Xia Ruofei walked into the house and took a quick look. Although the building area was only about 160 square meters, it was actually very spacious. Moreover, the living room area of the houses in Hong Kong was very large. Many of the units had a living room that reached 1/3 or even 1/2 of the total area. Therefore, after walking into the living room, it really did look like a luxurious mansion. Of course, this also had to do with the luxurious decorations of the house itself. "Mr. Xia," Guo Shenian said, "this was completed at the beginning of the year. Director Guo said that if you're not satisfied with the style, we can get rid of it and renovate it again. We'll make sure it's according to your wishes." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It's such a pity to destroy such a good decoration. I think this is pretty good." "All right," Guo Shenian said respectfully. Xia Ruofei looked up and down and was very satisfied with the layout of the house. Other than the large living room, there was also a large balcony on the first floor. The kitchen, dining room, bathroom, and other facilities were all on the first floor, as well as 2 guest rooms. The large master bedroom on the second floor was about 30 to 40 square meters, with a bathroom with a jacuzzi and a large cloakroom. Next to the master bedroom was a study facing the sea. There was also a door in the master bedroom that led directly to the study. In addition, there were 3 guest rooms. In addition, since this was already the top floor, it came with an extra large terrace of more than 20 square meters. From 3 sides, one could see the unparalleled sea view. Standing on the terrace and looking out into the distance, it indeed gave a relaxed and happy feeling. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied after looking at it. He knew that this was definitely the best location and the best floor plan in the entire community. He was afraid that the price of 40 million Hong Kong dollars that he had previously mentioned was far from enough. "Uncle Guo, please convey my gratitude to Director Guo when you get back." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This gift is really too dreamy. Mr. Xia, you're too kind. Gua Shunyan bowed slightly and said, I'll definitely inform Director Gua. Mr. Xia, we have just received a call from the flight crew. They said that the wind has changed. According to the current trend, the airport will open again in about 40 minutes. Should we go to the airport now? Then what are we waiting for? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I've long been eager to return home. Let's go, Logo. Gua Hongjiang's private jet was the Gulfstream 550. Although it was a generation older than Ma Xiong's Gulfstream 650, it was still a top-class business jet. Xia Ruofei had been in the Gulfstream series commercial plane many times and was already immune to the luxurious and comfortable cabin. The short 2-hour flight was very stable. Xia Ruofei even went to visit the cockpit on the way. The Gulfstream series aircraft's cockpit was very modern. It was equipped with a visual assistance system, a 3-dimensional weather radar, and other advanced facilities. It was full of a sense of technology. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel tempted. He also specifically asked the captain about the Gulfstream series business jet and found out that the price of the latest Gulfstream G650 was about 430 million Chinese dollars, while the old G550 was about 320 million Chinese dollars. When the farm in Australia starts to generate profits, I'll fly a private jet for fun, Xia Ruofei said to himself. With this thought in mind, Xia Ruofei simply chatted with the two pilots about the Gulfstream plane in the cockpit. He only returned to his seat and fastened his seat belt when the plane entered the approach stage. The plane landed smoothly. Xia Ruofei expressed her gratitude to the flight crew and left the tarmac with her small suitcase. She left the airport through the small terminal exclusive to private planes. Yi Lingyun had already driven the car and was waiting at the entrance. Brother Xia, you've had a long journey, Yi Lingyun said as he took the luggage. You little rascal. Didn't I tell you? In the future, we'll just let the people below do things like picking us up. Xia Ruofei said, you're the head of security and one of the higher-ups in the company. Don't you think it's beneath you to be my driver? I don't think so. Yi Lingyun laughed. Besides, I've wanted to quit my job as the head of security for a long time. Xia Ruofei glanced at Yi Lingyun and said, I know that you've put all your thoughts on the tea leaves, but before the personnel changes, you can't give up on your job. I know. Yi Lingyun quickly replied. Brother Xia, don't worry. Xia Ruofei nodded. Yi Lingyun quickly opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei lowered his head and sat in the car. Yi Lingyun jogged to the driver's side, opened the door, and got in. The car started to move slowly. Xia Ruofei said, Lingyun, I'm sure everyone knows that the company will be moving its headquarters to the city soon. Since you're willing to work in the tea industry, you should make some adjustments during the move. Alright, I'll follow your arrangements. Yi Lingyun replied without hesitation. Before we move, we have to do a good job of security. Xia Ruofei said, I have to remind everyone not to let their guard down. Taoyuan Farm produced a large number of Taoyuan vegetables every day, which inevitably attracted the coveting of others. The factory price of Taoyuan vegetables was mostly tens of yuan per 500 grams. If thieves sneaked in and stole some or destroyed the vegetable fields, the loss would be huge. Moreover, there were also precious pomfrets in the farm. These fish were very timid. If they were startled, it was likely that a large number of them would die, and the loss would be really heavy. Understood. Yi Lingyun said, don't worry, brother Xia. The brothers all knew it in their hearts. With such a high salary, it would be a disgrace to the old army if he made any mistakes. Xia Ruofei nodded. No matter what the arrangements are, he said, you'll still enjoy the company's senior management standards. Hi, I'm fine with it. Yi Lingyun smiled and said, I've never had to worry about food and drink with brother Xia. It doesn't matter how much money I have, bullshit. Xia Ruofei said, don't you want to save up some money to get married? Besides, the housing prices in Sanshan are going crazy. You're not young anymore, so you can buy a house as soon as you have the money. Yi Lingyun chuckled and pretended to be focused on driving. He didn't respond. However, an idea came to Xia Ruofei's mind. As the company expanded, there would be more and more employees, especially in the farm and pharmaceutical factories, which were labor-intensive industries. The number of employees in these two areas was the largest. Besides, the Commerce Department also needed a lot of manpower. Xia Ruofei felt that it was time to adjust the personnel structure. It would be best to follow the hierarchical system of other companies, with different levels corresponding to different wages. In addition, the company's senior executives still needed appropriate incentives. Otherwise, it would be fine for a year or two, but after a long time, the enthusiasm of those senior officials would also decline. No matter how high his annual salary was, he was still a high-ranking employee. However, Xia Ruofei had never considered option incentives, because he had no intention of financing or going public. Paradise Corporation could only be 100% in his hands. In fact, the current situation was the same. Except for Paradise Farm in Australia, which was in a partnership with Tanghe, Xia Ruofei had full shares in the other assets. Not only did Xia Ruofei not have any intention of financing or going public, but the company had not even taken a loan from the bank. In other words, the debt rate was zero. This was very rare in the business world. Most companies were in debt, and many real estate companies had a debt ratio of more than 50%. Of course, this was mainly because Xia Ruofei's company did not need to expand. Besides, his core competitive power was in the spirit map space, so he did not need external help. Logo. Since it was not listed, the option reward was just a castle in the air. It was a pie drawn out of thin air and had no meaning. Since there were no shares or options, he could only consider the bonus reward. However, this was only Xia Ruofei's initial idea. He would have to discuss it with Feng Jing first. When they returned to the farm, it was already past lunchtime. Hence, Xia Ruofei asked Yi Lingyun to come to the small villa with them. After rummaging through the refrigerator for a long time, they finally found some dumplings. Thus, the two of them settled their lunch. However, the dumplings still tasted pretty good. These were not frozen dumplings bought from the supermarket, but made by Huzi's mother. She had specially bought some organic mountain black pork from Sam's Club and made them with Taoyuan vegetables. Huzi's mother made a lot of dumplings at once, then put 15 in each bag and put them in the refrigerator. Xia Ruofei would cook some occasionally, but the dumplings were not finished even after a long time. After lunch, Xia Ruofei asked Yi Lingyun to go back and rest. He also went upstairs to take a shower and then took a short nap. When it was time for work in the afternoon, he got up and changed his clothes, then went straight to the complex. Xia Ruofei arrived at the door of Feng Jing's office and waved his hand to stop her assistant, Lu Qian, who had stood up to greet him. He went straight to the door and knocked lightly. "Please enter," Feng Rao said loudly. Xia Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. Feng Jing was looking down at some documents. Without lifting her head, she asked, "What is it?" She waited for a few seconds, but did not hear any sound. She looked up in confusion and saw Xia Ruofei. Feng Rao quickly stood up and glared at Xia Ruofei. "Chairman, how old are you? Why are you still playing such childish tricks? Besides, why are you walking so quietly? I was almost scared to death." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I was so close to walking in. You're too engrossed in your work." Then, Xia Ruofei glanced at the documents on the table and asked with a smile, "What are you looking at?" Just as Feng Rao was about to speak, she saw Lu Qian walk in with a cup of freshly brewed tea, so she shut her mouth. "Please have some tea, Chairman." Lu Qian placed the teacup on the coffee table in front of Xia Ruofei and bowed slightly before leaving Feng Jing's office. After Lu Qian closed the door, Feng Rao said, "I'm watching, wait. Let me make a guess." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're acting so mysterious as if you're meeting an underground party. I guess it's an agreement with the black group. It's so boring to guess right on the first try." Feng Rao pouted. Xia Ruofei laughed and took a sip of the tea. He then praised, "Good tea. This should be our company's own de Hong Pao, right?" After Ling Yun was done, he gave some to the company's senior executives. Feng Jing said jokingly, "Chairman, we're not encroaching on the company's interests, are we?" "Hey. Which is which?" Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "As long as you don't carry the tea leaves in a gunny sack and transport them home, it's fine. How much tea can our own people drink? These tea leaves are not cheap," Feng Jing said on purpose. "I can afford it no matter how expensive it is." Xia Ruofei said unhappily, "Let's make it a rule in the future. Director and above would enjoy it. Implement the rationing system. The chairman is wise." Feng Rao said with a smile. "Let's talk business." Xia Ruofei asked, "Has the Blake Group made the decision?" We've discussed with them according to your instructions. You've already made the decision in the early stage, so the negotiations went smoothly," Feng Ke said. She knew that Xia Ruofei should be most concerned about the effective period of the agreement, so she immediately said, "I've signed the contract with them for 5 years, and the other terms are basically as you said. I've had the company's legal affairs review the contract, and there are no problems, so I signed it on behalf of the company." Xia Ruofei touched his chin. 5 years isn't a short time, but we won't lose anything. The price is fluctuating anyway. 5 years it is. Feng Rao nodded and smiled. "There's another interesting thing." Then, she stood up and walked back to her desk. She took out a stack of newspapers from the drawer and handed it to Xia Ruofei. "What is it?" Xia Ruofei felt strange. However, he understood after a quick glance that these newspapers all had one thing in common, and that was a joint statement made by the Black Group and the Black family, which terminated all of George Blake's positions in the company and stripped him of his status as the heir of the family. Xia Ruofei quickly looked at the banner and said with a smile, "They're all foreign newspapers." "Yeah." Feng Rao nodded. "The Black family asked someone to send this over yesterday." I think the black group immediately issued this statement. As soon as we signed the contract. Xia Ruofei scratched his head. This bunch of big-nosed people. He said. They won't make up a few fake newspapers to fool me, will they? Feng Rao was stunned for a moment before she said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Chairman, how could that be possible? These newspapers are all electronic, and I went to their official website to take a look at the electronic newspapers. They are all real. And the black group did not play any tricks. Then they're smart. Xia Ruofei said, in that case, I'll prepare some goods for them. Anyway, you'll be in charge of this matter. I won't care so much. Feng Jing said, I was thinking about how to keep it a secret. If it really doesn't work, I'll just go to the bank and rent a safe. If I leave it here and it's accidentally seen by others, we'll be violating the contract. If word gets out. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, leave it to me. I'll keep it safe. That's great, I was just worried about this hot potato. Feng Rao handed the contract and the supplementary agreement to Xia Ruofei without a second word. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was prepared to put them into the spirit map space when he returned. Which bank in the world would have a safe as safe and convenient as the spirit map space? Everything is normal in other aspects, right? Xia Ruofei asked. It's normal. Feng Jing giggled and asked, Chairman, do you feel no sense of accomplishment? You've been away from the company for so many days, but it seems like the company's operation is no different from before. Xia Ruofei glanced at Feng Rao and said, President Feng, if you didn't have such a sharp tongue, we could still be good friends. Feng Rao couldn't help but giggle. After the joke, Feng Jing quickly returned to the main topic. Chairman, there's something I need to report to you. What is it? Yesterday, the boss of Bojun Real Estate, Wang Dongliang, contacted me, Feng Rao said. Bojun Real Estate? Xia Ruofei thought. For a long time before he asked with uncertainty, you mean the owners of the 1st to 9th floors of our headquarters? Yes. The renovation for our new headquarters has already started, and Bojun Real Estate is right below us. This CEO Wang only just found out that the few floors above have changed owners. Feng Ke said. Then, he called you. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and continued, could it be that he wants us to take over the remaining 9 floors? Xia Ruofei vaguely remembered that Feng Jing had mentioned that Bojun Real Estate's capital chain was not very stable when she had recommended this building to him. At that time, Feng Jing had used this as an advantage. After all, if Bojun Real Estate was not doing well, it was very likely that they would sell these properties. At that time, he could put the entire building under the name of the Paradise Company, or even change the name of the building to the Paradise Building, and no one would be able to object. Feng Jing nodded. That's what CEO Wang meant. He beat around the bush for a long time and said a lot of things that were off topic. In the end, he hinted that he wanted to cash out the properties and asked if we were interested in taking them. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, of course I'm interested. Let's take down the 1st and 9th floors logo. Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei and nodded. I agree. It's also a reflection of our strength that our company is able to take down an entire office building in the city center. Moreover, the company is developing so fast now, and the office space will definitely need to be expanded in the future. If we can take down the performance in one go, it will also be beneficial for our future development. Then let's try to touch it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but we don't have to take the initiative. Bojunt's side wants to cash out, so they must be short of funds. They're the ones who are anxious. They can still lower the price if we give them the cold shoulder. This transaction was not a small sum. Not long ago, the Peach Blossom Company bought the assets of the electricity construction group. They had 6 floors in total from 10 to 15 floors, and the transaction price reached 270 million yuan. On the other hand, Bojun Real Estate had 9 floors from 1 to 9, and the market price was close to 400 million yuan. It was a large sum of money even if the price was slightly lowered. I understand, Feng Jing nodded. Chairman, I still have some concerns. Go ahead, since there's a problem with Bojun Real Estate's capital chain. They'll definitely request for the full payment and the payment time to be as soon as possible. I don't think they'll accept the installment payment plan, Feng Ke said. As the company's general manager, Feng Jing was well aware of the company's cash flow. After the sales of the Jade Skin Cream, the money on the account of the Paradise Company increased a lot, but in fact, the expenses were also quite high. Paradise Corporation's employees generally had higher salaries than other companies in similar industries. Recently, they had been frequently recruiting new people, and their current employee team had already exceeded 300 people. Their monthly salary expenditure was in the millions. In addition, he had also paid the down payment of 100 million for the purchase of the building not long ago. Most of the cash flow from the sale of the Jaded Skin Cream had been spent, and the remaining 170 million had to be paid within 3 months. If they didn't consider the 9-story building of Bojun Real Estate, the Paradise Corporation still had plenty of funds. But if they really wanted to buy the remaining floors, even if the Jade Skin Cream was sold 2 more times in such a short period of time, and even if those cooperating channels returned the money as quickly as possible, it would still be impossible to reach 400 million. Xia Ruofei nodded. We won't consider the installment plan. They definitely won't accept it. Otherwise, there's no need to sell such a good location. Understood, Feng Rao said. Chairman, I'll contact the bank in the next few days. Contact the bank? Xia Ruofei asked curiously, why? I'm applying for a loan. Feng Rao said matter of factly, our company has a lot of high-quality assets, especially the pharmaceutical factory. It's like a hen that lays golden eggs. With the pharmaceutical factory as collateral, it's not a problem to take out a loan of 1 or 200 million. With the return from the sales of the Yusher cream, it'll be enough to pay for the Bojun Real Estate project. A loan from the bank? Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, forget it. I can solve the funding problem. Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chairman, don't tell me you're never going to get a loan from the bank? Which business didn't have debts? Our company's debt-to-debt ratio has always been 0. This is simply a miracle in the industry. Even with a loan of 1 or 200 million, our company's debt-to-debt ratio is still very low. Our financial situation is also very healthy, so there's no need to worry at all. If a professional organization was asked to estimate the value of the Paradise Company, the company's market value should not be less than 1 billion with the addition of the Paradise Farm, the Paradise Manufacturing Factory, and half of the shares of Australia's Paradise Farm. The main reason was that the value of Paradise Farm was very high. In addition, the sudden rise of the Jaded Skin Cream would also directly pull up the value of the entire pharmaceutical factory. In this way, the debt rate of a loan of 1 or 200 million was only a little more than 10%, which was already very low. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, CEO Feng, our company's business model has decided that we don't need large-scale expansion or large-scale expansion of stores. Moreover, our core competitiveness is still technology. Therefore, it's normal to operate with zero debt. Of course I know that. That's why I never said anything about taking a loan from the bank. Feng Jing laughed bitterly. Wasn't he lacking funds to buy a building? All the problems would be solved if he took out a loan. With the speed of our company's development and the money-making ability of the jaded skin cream, a debt of 1 or 200 million yuan is not a problem at all. I'll take care of the funding problem. Xia Ruofei smiled. If you really can't gather enough, we'll apply for a loan. We'll prepare 400 million yuan. You can transfer as much money as you can. Give me a figure when the time comes, and I'll think of a way. Xia Ruofei then said jokingly, the interest rate of bank loans is not low. I don't want them to earn this money. Stingy. Feng Rao laughed. How much is the interest? Who knew how many companies would want to take a loan from the bank? They dared to take whatever the bank approved, so who would care about the interest? Sometimes, when you're in trouble with funds, you'll borrow from usury in a short term. I was just joking. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, by the way, I have some ideas about the company's human resource structure. Once Xia Ruofei started talking about business, Feng Jing immediately sat up straight and listened. Logo. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, in 2 or 3 months at most, our company's headquarters will be moved to the city. I feel that the company's human resources structure has not been straightened out. For the long-term development of the company, we need to take this opportunity to adjust it. I agree. Feng Rao agreed. Chairman, do you have any specific ideas? It wasn't that Feng Jing wasn't capable enough in the management of the company, but that the company was developing too quickly. It could be said that Paradise Corporation had been on the fast track from the very beginning, and after the release of the jaded skin cream, it continued to accelerate. In such a rapid development period, the company had many new employees and many complicated matters to handle. Even Feng Jing couldn't make adjustments in time. After all, she was a professional manager and Xia Ruofei had to make the final decision on many things. If Xia Ruofei did not take the initiative to mention the general direction, she could not overstep her boundaries. Xia Ruofei said, my initial idea is a 2-level structure. The company headquarters will be the first level. The pharmaceutical factory and the farm will form their own subsidiary companies. In fact, the pharmaceutical factory and the farm business were independent, so it was more appropriate to operate separately. Not to mention other things, just the finance department alone urgently needed to be independent. Otherwise, all the transactions of funds would have to be reviewed and approved by the headquarters, which would involve a lot of human and material resources. Xia Ruofei continued, also, the e-commerce department is getting more and more powerful. My opinion is to set up an independent e-commerce department from the marketing department. Then, Xia Ruofei explained some of his initial plans for the past 2 days. This included the salary grading system, the division of departments at the headquarters, and functional tasks. Feng Jing listened attentively. She had the same thoughts as Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei finished, Feng Rao said, Chairman, I have a general idea of what you're thinking. I'll sort it out later and try to come up with a plan as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's a lot of work. Just the organizational structure of the two subsidiaries and the personnel adjustment at the headquarters will involve a lot of things. There are many problems that need to be considered. In addition, there will be a huge shortage of manpower. The recruitment can't wait either. It has to be done in advance. I understand, Feng Rao said. I'll personally come up with this plan and put some of your ideas on paper. I'll give you a specific report then. Speaking of recruiting, Feng Rao couldn't help but rub her temples. It's not a big problem for the bottom-level employees. They don't have high requirements for academic qualifications and work experience. Basically, they can do the job after the job training. However, it's more troublesome for the management. People with academic qualifications and ability may not be willing to come, then let's look for a headhunting company. Xia Ruofei said, we're not unknown now, especially after the jaded skin cream became popular. Our company is still quite attractive. As long as the treatment is good enough, I don't believe that we can't recruit talents. All right. Feng Rao nodded. Then let the headhunting company do it. They are professionals. Speaking of the pay, I've been thinking about the incentive system for our company for the past 2 days. For now, I don't have any plans to finance or go public, Xia Ruofei said. Feng Jing couldn't help but smile. She knew that it was not that Xia Ruofei had no plans to go public for now, but that he would never do so in the future. The company's potential was clear. If Feng Jing were the boss, she would not be willing to give away the shares of a company that was destined to appreciate in value. Xia Ruofei continued, I'm not going to consider empty promises like options. In addition, I've been injecting capital into the company during its development. So, I don't have any plans to distribute shares to the executives. I've thought about it and I'm prepared to take out a portion of the dividends to reward the senior executives, temporarily setting it as director and above. Feng Jing's heart skipped a beat. The company's net profit was very high and she was the only one in the entire company who enjoyed a 1% bonus. If Xia Ruofei were to reward the executives with a portion of the bonus, it would be a great boost to everyone's enthusiasm. A 5% bonus. Xia Ruofei said, find some time and come up with a distribution plan. It's almost the end of the year, so I'm going to announce this plan at the company's annual meeting and then cash it in. Understood. Feng Rao replied crisply. A 5% bonus didn't seem like much, but the company's annual net profit was so high, and there weren't many executives at the moment. In fact, everyone could get a considerable bonus. Furthermore, he had spent a lot of money on the building this year. Next year, the bonus would probably be several times higher than this year. After all, the company had been developing rapidly. Even Feng Jing couldn't imagine how much it would expand in a year. She couldn't help but feel happy for those lucky executives. After talking about the bonus, Xia Ruofei turned to look at Feng Jing with a smile. Feng Rao's face heated up under Xia Ruofei's gaze. She lowered her gaze and asked, Chairman, why are you looking at me? Xia Ruofei smiled. The bonus I mentioned just now is for the other executives. I'll give you 2 choices. Feng Rao couldn't help but look up at Xia Ruofei and asked, me? Wasn't it stated clearly in the contract? It's a 1% bonus. You've worked so hard and achieved such remarkable results. How can a 1% reward be enough? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, in order to exploit your labor better, I've decided to increase the intensity of the reward. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass. And you have to eat good grass. I hate you. Feng Rao pouted. You're actually comparing me to a horse. Aren't you concerned about the two choices I'll give you? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, if you're not interested, just pretend I didn't say anything, you wish. Feng Rao immediately said, as a boss, you have to be honest. How can you take back your words? Tell me, what are the two choices? Xia Ruofei stopped, smiling and said seriously, first, a fixed dividend of 3%, Feng Jing couldn't help but gasp. This was equivalent to her bonus being tripled. Chairman, that's too high, she quickly said. I'm not done yet, Xia Ruofei said. Don't you want to hear my second plan? Feng Rao smiled bitterly and said, then tell me. But don't scare me anymore. Your first plan already gave me a heart attack. The second proposal is 2% of the shares. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Jing was completely petrified. Xia Ruofei was actually planning to give her some shares. No one knew better than Feng Jing how much potential Paradise Corporation had and how much money it could make. If Feng Jing were the boss, she would also hold on to all the shares tightly in her hands. And Xia Ruofei was willing to give her his shares? Feng Rao's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. She was shocked, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of sweetness. Xia Ruofei continued, however, this 2% share is limited. It will only take effect after you have worked for the company for 5 years. Moreover, I personally invested in Australia's Paradise Farm, so it is not counted as Paradise Corporation's assets. Also, after the re-signing of the contract, if I invest in the company, you will also have to invest in proportion. Of course, if you don't have enough money, you can deduct it from the dividends. Feng Rao was still in shock and did not know how much she had heard from Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei's requests were reasonable, including the time limit. If there was no such restriction, Feng Jing would immediately cash out the next day after he got the shares. Who would he cry to? Of course, Feng Jing would never do that. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he looked at Feng Jing quietly and asked, Boss Feng, you can think about it carefully and tell me your decision later. Feng Jing came back to her senses and said, no need, Chairman, I've already made my decision, logo. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, oh? You've made a decision so quickly? Then tell me. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and said, Chairman, I don't want to choose any of them. I think the current reward plan is already very generous. There's no need to change it. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. There was money that was sent to the door? President Feng, since I've mentioned it, it means that your job is worthy of this remuneration. Xia Ruofei said seriously, you don't have to decline. This is a proposal that I proposed. I'm not being polite, Chairman, Feng Jing said sincerely. As the company's general manager, I know better than anyone else that whether it's the 3% bonus or the 2% shares, there'll be unimaginable wealth in the future. I don't deserve a reward, nonsense. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but swear. What do you mean by, I don't deserve it? You have the highest position in the entire company other than me. There are a lot of work that you don't need to do personally, but you took the initiative to do it. The company's development in the past year has been obvious to all, and the results are extremely eye-catching. This was still useless? Do you need me to praise you? Feng Rao couldn't help but smile and said, Chairman, I didn't mean that. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, then accept my proposal. I'm telling you. This is the first of the two options. If there is no third option, you are not allowed to refuse. Xia Ruofei's words were a little overbearing, but Feng Jing felt a warm current in her heart. She lowered her head and thought for a moment before saying, then I'll choose the shares. You made the right choice. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, CEO Feng, you're very visionary. When I'm done with this, I'll transfer the shares to you when it's worth it at the company's annual meeting. Although if he chose shares, he would lose 1% of his dividends every year. With the development speed of Paradise Corporation, it was only a matter of time before its market value exceeded 10 billion. By then, 2% of the shares would be hundreds of millions, and years of dividends would not be as valuable as this. Then I'll thank you first, Chairman, Feng Jing said with a smile. Why are you being so polite with me? This is what you deserve. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, but if you want to cash out in 5 years, you have to give me priority. I don't want outsiders to have shares in my company. Feng Jing's heart was filled with sweetness. Even though Xia Ruofei did not mean it to Feng Jing, it meant that Xia Ruofei did not treat her as an outsider. This made her even happier than the 2% shares. In fact, Feng Jing had chosen to take the shares with this mentality. In the future, she would be tied to Xia Ruofei. Even if her shares were pitifully small, she would still be a shareholder. Furthermore, the moment she chose the shares, she had already made up her mind that no matter what happened to Ying Luo in the future, she would never sell the 2% of shares and would keep them in her hands. After they finished their discussion, Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Boss Feng, I'll go back first. You've been busy recently. The personnel structure adjustment plan and the bonus reward plan have to be done as soon as possible. You'll have to work hard. Don't worry. I'll get it out as soon as possible. Feng Rao put away her feelings and stood up. I'll report to you immediately if there's any news from Bojun Real Estate. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, sure. Then go do your work. I'm leaving. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei made a trip to the city. This time, he had been away in Hong Kong for a few days. When he returned, the first thing he wanted to do was to find Ling Qingxue and cuddle with her. They were both at the age where they were full of vigor. Although he had another romantic encounter with Monica in Hong Kong, once he returned to the Three Mountains, Xia Ruofei could not help but miss Ling Qingshue's long and alluring legs. After spending the entire afternoon at the hotel, the two of them went to Ling Ji's private kitchen for dinner. Xia Ruofei drove Ling Qingxue home before driving back to the farm. The business of Ling's private kitchen was very good, and it was full almost every day. Xia Ruofei's Buddha jumps over the wall had also become a golden brand. People who wanted to eat this dish had to make reservations many days in advance. Even though it was expensive, it was still hard to get a jar. Of course, when Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went to eat, there would naturally be a surplus for this dish when they prepared the ingredients every day. After all, the privileged class would never disappear. When the water is clear, there will be no fish. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei resumed his peaceful life. He walked around the farm and added some diluted spirit heart flower petal solution to the water tower in the farm and the pomfret cultivation workshop. Under Chao Tieshu's management, the vegetable greenhouse was also thriving. Now, its production capacity had reached its maximum, and there was a long line of vegetable trucks coming to transport vegetables every morning. The monthly output value had already reached close to 8 million. This was mainly because the price of Taoyuan vegetables was more than 10 times or even dozens of times higher than that of ordinary vegetables. In addition to the labor, the only cost was the daily maintenance of the greenhouse and the money for the seeds. The profit rate was quite high. There was also good news from the pomfrets cultivation workshop. The first batch of pomfrets had basically reached the selling standard. The person in charge of the workshop, Jiang Hua, suggested that they raise the pomfret for another month or so and sell this batch of pomfrets during the peak season before the spring festival. By then, they would have a large income. Logo. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei provided a batch of baby stingers every month. Once the market was opened, there would be a steady stream of baby stingers for sale every month, becoming a stable income. Xia Ruofei had also handed the Taoyuan de Hongpao to Yi Lingyun. With the help of the jade skin cream, the sales of Taoyuan de Hongpao on the internet were also quite good. Especially after the first batch of users of de Hongpao drank it, the evaluation was quite high. In the flagship store of the Heavenly Cat, the Taoyuan de Hongpao always had a good rating of 100%. Moreover, there were many people who followed it. Many people could not help but comment on their feelings after drinking it. These following comments were all words of praise without exception. The internet had amplified the effect of word of mouth, and with the large number of returning customers, the Taoyuan de Hongpao was already in a state of supply falling short. Hence, Xia Ruofei provided another batch of green tea leaves for Yi Lingyun and the rest to speed up the production. Xia Ruofei even took the opportunity to inspect the pharmaceutical factory. Under Shui Jinshan's management, the pharmaceutical factory was also in good order. Now that the new production line had been tested and put into production, the production of jaded skin cream did not need to occupy the production line of the heart, nourishing soup. The pharmaceutical factory had recruited a lot of new workers, and they started working after their post training. Now, the production line of the jade skin cream had not stopped except for the weekly routine maintenance. The workers were in 3 shifts. Shui Jinshan had even adjusted the teams to ensure that every team had experienced veterans. He would bring along the new employees so that they could gain experience as soon as possible. Another thing that made Xia Ruofei very happy was that the heart nourishing soup was finally going into production. The clinical trials had been successfully completed, and after the Wei family planning Commission's review, the heart nourishing soup had been officially listed as a guiding drug for the treatment of autism. Even though it had not been officially listed on the market yet, the manufacturing factory had already received orders from many hospitals. Although not many people in society knew about the great success of the heart nourishing soup's clinical trial, it was no secret in the industry. The treatment of autism was a world-wide problem. It had always been mainly based on behavior correction, so that people with autism could have the basic ability to take care of themselves. There was no medicine that could treat it. Many general hospitals and specialist hospitals in the country were very interested in the heart nourishing soup. In addition, the news of the heart nourishing soup being listed as a guided drug had spread like wildfire, so many hospitals could not help but take the initiative to place orders. This was a miracle in the medical industry. In the past, it was always the sales representatives who went to the hospital every day to curry favor with the superiors. It was not uncommon for them to send cars, houses, and women to the hospital so that the hospital could use their products more. But for the heart-nourishing soup, it was the complete opposite. Originally, Xue Jinshan had suggested not to hold a new product launch with great fanfare. His reason was simple. The Xuanji heart-nourishing soup was already quite famous in the industry, and its production was limited now. Even the orders from the hospitals in the early stage were enough for them to digest for a while. However, Xia Ruofei did not take Xue Jinshan's suggestion. He decided on the spot that he would hold a press conference in the near future. The scale didn't need to be as big as the jaded skin cream press conference, but some heavyweight media must be invited. In addition, there must be a live broadcast online. Xia Ruofei's considerations were naturally higher than Xue Jinshan's. At most, Xue Jinshan was only thinking about the problem from the perspective of the pharmaceutical factory, while Xia Ruofei was thinking about the brand layout of the entire Peach Blossom Company. The heart-nourishing soup was undoubtedly an epic, making medicine. It could also be said to be a medicine with boundless merit. This would be very beneficial in shaping the positive brand image of Paradise Corporation. Now, because of the Jade Skin Cream, Peach Blossom Company was quite popular on the internet. Now that they launched the heart-nourishing soup, the number of people who paid attention to it would definitely be more than before. When everyone understood the effects of the heart-nourishing soup, especially when it was used on children with autism in major hospitals, it would bring a huge reputation to the Paradise Corporation, and it would definitely be a good review. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei also hoped to let more people know the effects of the heart-nourishing soup as soon as possible so that more children with autism could be cured. As for the production capacity, Xia Ruofei did not think too much about it. It was nothing more than increasing the production line, which would not cost much. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately asked Xue Jinshan to start preparing for the press conference. He was going to let Xue Jinshan take charge of the entire press conference and not trouble Feng Jing with everything. The next step was to set up a subsidiary company. Xia Ruofei also had the intention to observe. There was no problem with Xue Jinshan's enthusiasm for work, and he was professional. However, Xia Ruofei still wanted to see how good his management and coordination skills were. The subsidiary would have its own structure and independent financial accounting. Being the boss of the subsidiary and leading the technical team in public relations were two completely different concepts. Whether Xue Jinshan could take up the role was still unknown. Xue Jinshan didn't know that he had stepped into an invisible test field. After taking down a few key points that Xia Ruofei had instructed him to, he immediately threw himself into the preparation of the proposal for the press conference. After 2 to 3 days, Feng Jing called Xia Ruofei. Qianqian and Bojun Real Estate contacted Feng Jing several times. Feng Jing was worried that if they continued to be so reserved, they would give up on the deal with the Paradise Company and look for other buyers. Xia Ruofei agreed after a moment of silence. He asked Feng Jing to contact the other party and they would meet in a day or two. Xia Ruofei sat on the villa's balcony, smoking as he furrowed his brows in deep thought. He also attached great importance to this acquisition. After all, it involved hundreds of millions of funds. Once the acquisition was successful, Paradise Company would have all the property rights of the building, which would be much more convenient in the future. After finishing his cigarette, Xia Ruofei picked up his phone and made a few calls. Uncle Liang, it's me, Ruofei, Brother Liang's performance in Australia is very good. Elder Tang even specifically mentioned it to me. Haha, you're too kind. Oh right, there's something. I need to ask you, are you familiar with the situation at Bojan Real Estate? Lucia, it's Brother Xia. You haven't been messing around recently, have you? Your kidney needs some good nourishment. Haha. Let's talk business. Help me gather some information. Other than the first call to Liang Weiman, the owner of Jianda Group, Xia Ruofei called the other good, for nothing friends that Song Wei had introduced to him last time. Liang Weiman was in the real estate industry, so he naturally knew a lot about the situation of some companies in the industry. As for the young masters like Lu Jia, their other abilities might be average, but their ability to get news was definitely incomparable to ordinary people. Especially Lu Jia. His father was the leader of the provincial SASAC, and the Bojan real estate project was originally a cooperation with the Power Construction Group. He would definitely be able to get some inside information. They did not disappoint Xia Ruofei. The next day, a lot of news came to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei roughly organized his thoughts and had a rough idea of the negotiation with Bojan Real Estate. Bojan Real Estate had arranged to meet in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing took a Mercedes Benz to the city. They did not drive themselves. Instead, they chose a good driver from the security team. Lu Qian followed them and sat in the front passenger seat. They were going to discuss a big project that was worth hundreds of millions. A driver and an assistant were the standard. Otherwise, the other party would look down on them. The meeting place was at the Bojan building in the Bell Tower district. When Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he smiled and said, "Boss Feng, I think this building is not bad. Why don't we save up some money and buy it?" Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Chairman, you're not awake yet, are you?" This was the headquarters of Bojan Real Estate, the company's symbol. Unless he was on the verge of bankruptcy, he would never sell it. If they sell this building, how would the bank dare to loan them money? You don't say. Xia Ruofei shrugged. If it wasn't for the lack of funds, we really could have bought this building, based on what he knew. Bojan Real Estate's financial situation was far more severe than what the outside world had said. However, Xia Ruofei was just making a comment. Their goal today was still the Balance Power building that they had just bought. If everything went well, they could change its name to Paradise Building in the near future. Logo. The entire Bojan building was for the personal use of Bojan Real Estate and was not rented out to the public. Their front desk was set up in the lobby on the first floor. After Xia Ruofei explained his purpose of visit, the front desk of Bojan Real Estate quickly picked up the phone to report. After a while, a young woman in business attire came out of the elevator. When the woman saw Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao, who looked extremely young, she was stunned for a moment before she quickly asked, "Are you President Xia and President Feng from Paradise Corporation?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "Nice to meet you. I'm Xia Ruofei. This is our general manager, Feng Jing." The woman quickly said, "Hello, President Xia. I'm He Xian, the secretary of the board of directors. Boss Su is already waiting for you in the meeting room. This way please." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He followed He Xian to the elevator with Feng Jing and Lu Qian. He found it funny as well. Bojan Real Estate was only a small real estate company in Sanshan, yet it had its own group and even had a board of directors. But on second thought, his company was much smaller than Bojan Real Estate, and it didn't even have a proper board of directors, yet Feng Jing and the others still called him chairman. Don't laugh at the pot, calling the kettle black. The elevator went up very quickly. While Xia Ruofei was still in a daze, he had already reached the 18th floor. Xian did not know that Xia Ruofei had already criticized Bojun real estate in the elevator. She put on a professional smile and said, "This way, please." When they arrived at the meeting room, Xian bowed slightly and said, "Boss Su, Boss Xia and Boss Feng from Paradise Corporation have arrived." Xia Ruofei looked up and saw 4 or 5 people sitting on the side of the long conference table near the wall. In the middle was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing a navy blue suit and a tie. His square face looked resolute and his eyes were very bright. One look and one could tell that he was a successful man. If he was not mistaken, this middle-aged man should be the boss Su that Xian had mentioned. As for the others, they should be the company's negotiation team. As expected, after he heard Xian's introduction, he stood up unhurriedly and said with a faint smile, "President Xia, President Feng, how are you? I'm the senior vice president of Bojun Real Estate, Su Jiahui. Please have a seat." After Xia Ruofei, Feng Jing, and Lu Qian took their seats, Su Jiahui introduced them to the negotiation team from Bojun Real Estate. "President Xia, President Feng, for the sake of the company's strategic development, we are interested in selling the property on the 1st floor and the 9th floor of the Hengli building. Considering that your company has just bought the other half of the property rights held by the Power Construction Group, we will also give priority to your company's cooperation." Su Jiahui was speaking with fervor and assurance. Xia Ruofei also had a polite smile on his face, but he was criticizing in his heart. What? Company development strategy? Wasn't it just because there was a big problem with the capital chain, and he had to sell his assets in exchange for capital? He said it so arrogantly. After Su Jiahui introduced their assets in Hengli building, Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly, and Feng Jing understood. "Chairman Su, since we're here today, we're definitely interested in the property in your hands. Chairman Su, why don't you tell us your conditions?" Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were both young people and didn't like to beat around the bush. On their way here, Xia Ruofei had already decided on today's strategy with Feng Jing, which was to get straight to the point. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's decision to personally handle the negotiations surprised Feng Jing. Su Jiahui smiled and said, "The reason why I considered working with your company first is that it's a win-win situation for us. Our Bojun can get the funds to support the company's development strategy, and your company can integrate the resources of balanced power building. It's a very good choice whether you rent it or keep it for your own use." Su Jiahui said all this to add some weight to the negotiation. However, when he saw Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing frowning at the same time, he shut his mouth. After a moment of silence, he said, "All of our properties in Hengli building will be transferred to your company for a price of 500 million yuan. There is only one condition, that is, within 1 week after the contract is signed, the payment must be." Before Su Jiahui could finish his sentence, Xia Ruofei stood up and said without hesitation, "Boss Su, there's no need to talk about the other conditions. If that's the case, there's no need to continue the discussion today. CEO Feng, Lu Qian, let's go back," Xia Ruofei said. With that, Xia Ruofei strode towards the door of the conference room. Feng Jing and Lu Qian were stunned for a moment. However, Xia Ruofei had already said on the way here that he would be in charge of the entire negotiation, so the two of them did not consider the reason for Xia Ruofei's actions. After they regained their senses, they immediately stood up and followed Xia Ruofei. Su Jiehui and his negotiation team were shocked. What was going on? It was less than 3 minutes from the moment Xia Ruofei entered the room to the moment they left. Other than the initial small talk, Xia Ruofei's first sentence was to end the negotiation. This was completely out of the ordinary. Su Jiehui quickly stood up and said, "President Xia, please wait. If it's a matter of price, we can still negotiate." Wasn't this how negotiations were supposed to be? It's normal for the two sides to have differences, logo. Su Jiehui's offer was indeed much higher, but this was their usual tactic. If they negotiated with such a high price, even if the price was lowered a little, it would definitely exceed their expectations when the final deal was made. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said indifferently, "Of course, it's normal to have differences, but it should be within a reasonable range. Boss Su's offer is too different from what we're expecting. I personally think there's no need to continue the discussion." Su Jiehui smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Xia, shouldn't you at least tell us your offer? To be honest, the reason why we bid this price is not to ask for an exorbitant price. This is a valuation carried out by a professional organization. The area where the Balance Power Building is located is the core area of the city center. Even if we don't take into account the help these industries provide to your company's integration resources, their actual value is still there. Moreover, the planned subway Number 5, Xia Ruofei laughed. Boss Su, Line 5 is still not a thing. Even if it's really planned, from the approval, bidding, exploration, and construction, it'll take at least 5 years, right? What if there were any changes? You've taken into account all the favorable factors that may appear in 5 years. This is really a little unbelievable. Okay, let's not talk about the subway. Su Jiehui smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Xia, can we sit down and talk calmly?" Peace was the most important thing in business. Su Jiehui had rarely met someone like Xia Ruofei, who stood up and left without saying a word. As I said, if Boss Su insists on the 500 million offer, there's really no need to continue the discussion. Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, because that would only waste both parties' time. I think everyone's time is precious. Su Jiehui sighed and said, "All right. I can see that President Xia is a forthright person, so I don't have to hide it. Our board of directors has decided on a price of 450 million yuan. Su Jiehui's face was sincere, as if he was saying, "You see, I really didn't even hide the base price from you. I'm sincere enough, right? It's still outrageously high." Xia Ruofei shook his head. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stood at the door of the conference room and said with a confused look, "Boss Su, if this is the collective decision of your board of directors, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that you're treating me, Xia Ruofei, as a fool who knows nothing. The other possibility is that the members of your company's board of directors are collectively hallucinating." As soon as Xia Ruofei said this, Su Jiehui felt embarrassed. A young man beside him couldn't help but frown and say, "President Xia, don't say such ugly words. Weren't business negotiations all about asking for a sky-high price and paying on the spot? If your company is really not interested, why did you come today? Since we're here, Why don't we just discuss the conditions of both sides? Why do you need to say such strange words? Xia Ruofei looked at the young man indifferently and said, "Did I say something wrong? We're being so enthusiastic about helping Bojun Real Estate solve their problems. Even if we don't offer help in the middle of a snowstorm, we're at least being warm-hearted, right? In the end, I didn't see any sincerity in your offer. It was even full of malice. If it wasn't for the board of directors' collective brain damage, they would really think that I, Xia Ruofei, was a hothead." Xia Ruofei looked at Su Jiahui deeply after he finished speaking. Su Jiahui's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. He looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise and said, "President Xia, you must be joking. This project sale is a win-win situation. I don't think it's a solution, right? Yes or no, Boss Su should be very clear about that," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei didn't waste any more time and said directly, "Boss Su, I won't beat around the bush. We have no problem buying your company's 9th floor, but our offer is 320 million. As soon as Xia Ruofei said this, not only did Su Jiahui and his team members' expressions change drastically, but even Feng Jing and Lu Qian felt that it was unbelievable. The value of Bojun Real Estate's assets should be relatively clear, because not long ago, Tao Yuan Company had just bought the assets on the 10th floor and 15th floor of Hingli Building from the Provincial State Assets Administration for a total of 270 million yuan. If this price was used as a reference, Bojun Real Estate's assets were about 400 million yuan. Xia Ruofei's bid of 320 million was really too low. Unlike the negotiation team, Su Jiahui's first emotion was not anger, but shock. The starting price was 320 million. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not expect the deal to go according to this price. As a veteran in the business world, Su Jiahui could almost predict that Xia Ruofei's psychological price might be 350 million. This price was practically the bottom line of Bojun Real Estate. Of course, this did not mean that Bojun Real Estate was willing to accept such a price. Their ideal price was above 400 million, and at the very least, it could not be lower than 380 million. Of course, if there was really no other way, the minimum must be 350 million, and the cash must be received as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be meaningless if the money from selling the building was not enough to get through this capital chain crisis. Originally, Su Jiahui thought that Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were young, so he was very confident in this negotiation. This could be seen from the 500 million he offered. This was a very good strategy to deal with newbies. However, Xia Ruofei's shrewdness was beyond Su Jiahui's expectation. Xia Ruofei did not play his cards according to common sense. He even stood up and left the table before the negotiation even started. Then, he did not care about how exaggerated Su Jiahui's words were. He immediately threw out the extremely low price of 320 million as if everything was under his control. In addition to Xia Ruofei's profound words, Su Jiahui had a vague feeling that today's negotiations would be very difficult. The opponent might have some hidden cards. He quickly stabilized his emotions and squeezed out a smile. "President Xia, isn't this price a little too outrageous? Your company spent 270 million to acquire the Power Construction Group's assets, and our assets are 3 levels more than the Power Construction Group." Xia Ruofei shrugged. "That's why I've said it from the beginning. Actually, there's no need for us to continue this discussion. It's Because the differences between us are too great. This, Xia Ruofei was at a loss for words. When negotiating with Xia Ruofei, he had a feeling that he had no place to use his strength. It was as if he had punched the air. It was an unspeakable discomfort. However, Xia Ruofei was also well versed in negotiation skills. He knew that he could not show too much urgency at this time. Otherwise, the other party might insist on this price and even fail to negotiate with 350 million in the end. After thinking for a while, Xia Ruofei said helplessly, "President Xia, let's end the negotiation here. But we are very sincere, I will report to the board of directors as soon as I come down. Please consider the price carefully, I hope that we can reach a consensus in the next negotiation." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Okay, Boss Xu. We'll be leaving now. I also hope that your company's next offer will not be as outrageous as today's." Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. He could only nod helplessly. This negotiation was really frustrating. It was also a weird one. From the moment Xia Ruofei came into the moment he stood up and left, it took less than 3 minutes. For the second half of the confrontation, Xia Ruofei and the other two stood directly at the door of the conference room. This was extremely rare in a negotiation. After they walked out of Bojun building, Feng Jing asked, "Chairman, isn't your offer too low?" Bojun won't accept it. Feng Jing had been holding it in for a long time, but she couldn't question the chairman's decision in the Bojun building, so she couldn't wait to ask. Xia Ruofei turned around to look at the Bojun building and said with a smile, "Of course they won't accept 320 million, but it should be enough with an additional 20 to 30 million. 350 million? Feng Jing couldn't believe it. That's impossible, right? Bojun's in the real estate business, so he's very clear on how much this half of the building is worth. Boss Feng, do you want to make a bet with me?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "Logo. I'm not betting with you." Feng Rao laughed. "Who knows what you're up to?" Lu Qian, who was standing at the side, could not help but smile. Xia Ruofei had never put on any airs in the company. In addition, he was close in age to everyone else. Hence, Lu Qian and the other ordinary employees admired Xia Ruofei more than they feared him. They would not keep quiet just because he was the boss of the company. Of course, this was also the corporate culture that Xia Ruofei advocated. Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said, "What crooked ideas could I have?" "Boss Feng, you really don't want to hear what I want to bet on? Then tell me. But don't set me up," Feng Jing said. "I guarantee that it's fair and just. Besides, you might have a good chance of winning." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "We're betting that June Real Estate will lower the price by at least 20 million and will contact us within 2 days. If I don't meet either of the above conditions, I'll lose." Feng Rao's beautiful eyes were filled with wonder as she said, "Chairman, do you have any information that I don't know?" "You're really that sure?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "That's none of your business. I'm just asking you. Do you dare to take the bet?" "Fine, let's bet," Feng Rao said coyly. "But don't make such a big bet. I'm just a bidder." "Girl," Xia Ruofei laughed, Sure. If I lose, I'll treat you to a big meal. How about Ling Ji's private kitchen? Even Lu Qian is included." "Stingy," Feng Rao immediately said. "Who doesn't know that Ling Ji private Kitchen is run by your wife's family? Do you think you can spend money to eat there? If you want to treat us, please treat us to seafood. The seafood restaurant was a chain self-service seafood restaurant. It was located in a very high-end position, and the per capita consumption was at least 588 yuan. Some high-end seafood that was not included in the self-service category had to be ordered separately. It was normal to eat a few thousand yuan for a meal. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You really don't know your stuff. How much does seafood manufacturing cost? Do you know the Lingji private kitchen secret recipe, Buddha jumps over the wall? You have to wait at least a month to make a reservation. Just a small jar of Buddha jumps over the wall is enough for you to eat a few times of seafood." President Feng, President Xia, is right. Lu Qian quickly said, "Recently, Lingji's private kitchen secret recipe, Buddha jumps over the wall, has been very popular on the food forum. It's definitely the most popular online food in recent times. I've wanted to go there for a long time, but I'm short of money and it's too difficult to make a reservation at this point." Lu Qian laughed in embarrassment. Feng Rao glanced at Lu Qian and scolded her with a smile, "Little glutton. You're betraying us." Then, she looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "All right. Then Lingji private kitchen. What if we lose?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't let your wallet bleed. If I win, I won't make things difficult for you. You can just call me Brother Ruofei." Feng Rao blushed and rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. "You're just a little brat. Whose brother do you want to be?" Lu Qian cheered, "This is a good deal." "I agree." Lu Qian and Xia Ruofei were of the same age, so it didn't matter to her. On the other hand, Feng Jing was a few years older than Xia Ruofei. In addition, she already had a slight affection for Xia Ruofei, so she was naturally even more embarrassed. Xia Ruofei laughed, "I didn't ask you to keep calling me that. It's just a call, it's a sure-win deal. Don't you want to consider it?" Actually, Xia Ruofei was just having a bad taste. After all, they always addressed each other formally at work. He just wanted to tease Feng Jing. He was looking forward to the scene where this career woman, who was extremely devoted to her work, would call him brother. Feng Jing saw Xia Ruofei's evil smile and gritted her teeth. "Let's bet then." "All right." Xia Ruofei said, "Lu Qian, be a witness. Otherwise, you won't get a share of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup." Lu Qian quickly nodded her head, like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing that her assistant had been bribed so quickly, Feng Jing was so angry that she gritted her teeth. At this moment, the car had already driven over. She took the lead and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz. Xia Ruofei also laughed and quickly followed. Although the first round of negotiations had failed, in a short time, Xia Ruofei was very relaxed. 2 days later, Xia Ruofei was sitting in his office, leisurely browsing the news. Feng Rao knocked on the door and walked in with a helpless expression on her face. Xia Ruofei raised his head and asked, "Boss Feng, what's going on? Why do you look like you have nothing to live for?" "You won," Feng Rao said listlessly. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His eyes revealed a trace of excitement as he quickly asked, "Did Bojan Real Estate contact you?" Feng Rao nodded helplessly and said, "Although I really want to tell you the news tomorrow, my professional ethics don't allow me to do so. I'm willing to accept my loss." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Then quickly call Lu Qian over." It's time for you to honor your bet. As the boss of the company, shouldn't you be more concerned about Bojunt's price? Feng Jing asked, her eyes wide. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, since you said I won, then the price is within my prediction range. It doesn't matter if it's a little higher or lower, logo. Feng Rao was speechless. Then, she became a little embarrassed and asked, this. The bet, can you forget it? You're not allowed to deny it. Xia Ruofei held it in and rejected her without waiting for Feng Jing to finish her sentence. I'm not denying it. Feng Jing hurriedly said, I'm saying. Can you honor it now? Don't. Let Lu Qian, boss Feng, are you embarrassed? Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He continued to tease, Lu Qian is a witness to our bet. It's not good for her to be absent, right? Feng Rao's face turned red. As she said, how about I double the bet? What do you mean? Xia Ruofei did not understand. Call out. Twice. Feng Rao said with a red face. Xia Ruofei touched his chin and said after a while, 3. Feng Rao gritted her teeth and said, deal. Lu Qian was her subordinate. If she had to call Xia Ruofei brother in front of Lu Qian, she would definitely not accept it. Besides, Xia Ruofei's request was not too much, so she could only grit her teeth and agree. Xia Ruofei crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat on his desk, not caring about his image at all. He had a mischievous smile on his face as he looked at Feng Jing. Feng Rao's face reddened as she mustered up her courage and finally said in a mosquito-like voice, Brother Ruofei. Xia Ruofei picked his ears exaggeratedly and said, Boss Feng, what did you just say? I didn't hear anything. Feng Rao was so angry that she glared at Xia Ruofei. Then, she closed her eyes and shouted, Brother Ruofei. Brother Ruofei. Brother Ruofei. At this moment, a figure rushed into Xia Ruofei's office and said, Chairman, this person was Lu Qian. However, she only managed to finish her sentence because she heard Feng Jing loudly calling Brother Ruofei 3 times. Lu Qian was stunned and stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. Feng Rao felt like killing herself. She glared at Lu Qian with murderous eyes and asked in an unfriendly tone, What are you doing here? Lu Qian was so scared that she trembled and quickly said, I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. President Feng, I didn't ask Lu Qian to come. Isn't this a coincidence? Feng Jing wished there was a hole in the ground for her to crawl into. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said to Lu Qian, I'm asking you, what are you doing here? Oh. That. Bojun Real Estate called again, Lu Qian said hurriedly. They hope to restart the negotiations as soon as possible. I couldn't find you in your office, so alright, I got it. Feng Rao quickly said, you can leave first. Oh. Alright. As if she had been pardoned, Lu Qian turned around and quickly walked out. On one hand, she was a little frightened, but on the other hand, she felt that the scene just now was a little funny. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold it in. Wait. Xia Ruofei said, Lu Qian, I think you also participated in the gambling event the day before yesterday. Right? So, Lu Qian slowly turned around and glanced at Feng Jing. Without hesitation, she shouted, Brother Ruofei. Swish. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, President Feng, look at how good Lu Qian's gambling ethics are. You have to learn more from him in this aspect. Feng Rao covered her face with one hand and said weakly, Chairman, let's talk about Bojan real estate first. He didn't care about a business that was worth hundreds of millions, but he became a brother. This boss was too unreliable. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay. I'll let go of the bet, but I won't let you call me brother for nothing. After the matter with Bojan real estate is settled, I'll still treat you to Ling Ji's private kitchen. And there's definitely a secret Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Lu Qian's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this and said, really? Long live the chairman. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. Lu Qian, you can leave first. Right, tell Bojan real estate that we're busy with work and I'm afraid we don't have the time to rush to the city to negotiate, but if they come to the farm, I'll try my best to find time to talk to them. Lu Qian was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, all right, I'll make the call now. After Lu Qian left, Feng Rao felt her face burning. She was so embarrassed just now. She could not help but glare at Xia Ruofei and said, Chairman, I've lost all my face this time. It's all your fault. It won't be long before everyone in the company knows. Come on. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, don't you know Lu Qian? Don't look at how this little girl is in a rush, she's tight-lipped. After being Feng Jing's assistant for so long and not being replaced, Lu Qian wasn't the type to blabber. This was the biggest taboo for people around the higher-ups. It's all your fault anyway. Feng Rao snapped. This is a little unreasonable. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I was the one who suggested the bet, but I didn't force you to participate. Then, Xia Ruofei continued, all right. I won't let you suffer any losses. How about this? In the future, you can call me by my name in private, and I'll call you Sister Ran. This way, we won't seem too distant. Logo. Feng Rao's face heated up. She looked up at Xia Ruofei and asked, really? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, of course. I'm the boss. One spit, one nail. What about now? Is this considered private? Feng Rao asked. Yes. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Sister Ran. Are you satisfied now? Actually, he had long felt that the way he addressed Feng Jing was too formal. It didn't matter if they addressed each other that way in front of everyone, as it was very necessary. But in private, he kept calling her chairman and CEO Feng, which made them seem distant. In the past, it was nothing. However, as everyone became more familiar with each other and their relationship got closer, it became a little awkward. Besides, Xia Ruofei was going to give shares to Feng Jing soon. Although the share was small, they were still considered partners. Therefore, he might as well take this opportunity to solve this problem. Feng Rao's aggrieved look was instantly swept away as she chuckled. That's more like it. Then I won't be polite either? When no one else is around, I will call you Ruofei? No problem. Xia Ruofei said readily, let's talk about Bojan real estate, then? I've wanted to talk about it for a long time, but you've never talked about serious things. Feng Jing glanced at Xia Ruofei and sat down on the guest sofa. Xia Ruofei chuckled as he poured Feng Jing a cup of tea and sat down. Director Ruofei, aren't you being a little too forceful with regards to the Bojan real estate issue? Feng Rao said worriedly. Feng Jing was still a little unaccustomed to this sudden change in address. Sister Ran, don't you think they're backing off too quickly? Xia Ruofei smiled. Feng Rao thought for a moment and said, indeed. This was a huge taboo in business negotiations. But they seem to be really in a hurry. I've found out some things. Bojan real estate is in a worse state than the rumors say. Xia Ruofei said, it's urgent for them to sell their assets to get back their funds. Of course, there are some specific details that I won't go into detail. This information will be very helpful for our negotiation. Then. So. They will take the initiative to come to us? Feng Rao asked. Xia Ruofei nodded. If nothing goes wrong, I think. So. And it'll be soon. Ruofei, aren't you worried that they'll find other buyers? Feng Jing asked, curiously. The Hengli building is definitely a high-quality industry. They don't have to be so fixated on one tree. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's possible, but it's very unlikely. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to talk to us. Why? Feng Rao was confused. Xia Ruofei revealed an unfathomable expression and said, because the others are even worse than us. The business world is like a battlefield. I'm still relatively merciful. Feng Jing was also deep in thought. At this moment, Lu Qian came to Xia Ruofei's office again. This time, she had learned her lesson. Her footsteps were loud. And she even knocked on the door. Come in. Xia Ruofei asked loudly, Lu Qian, is there any new news from Bojan Real Estate? Lu Qian nodded. Chairman, President Su of Bojan Real Estate called in person and asked me to ask about your work arrangements for the afternoon. They hope to come to the farm in the afternoon to discuss the acquisition with us. Feng Rao couldn't help but look deeply at Xia Ruofei. Logo. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, tell Boss Su that I'm free between 3:30 and 4:30. All right. Lu Qian immediately said and turned around to pass on the message. Feng Rao smiled and said to Xia Ruofei, we're only giving them an hour? Business negotiations like this were usually long and drawn out. Even if Bojan Real Estate was in a hurry to cash out, it was inevitable that there would be a tug of war during a negotiation. An hour was too short a time. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. We're not the ones who are anxious. Now. It's good for us to give them a sense of urgency. Don't go too far, Feng Rao couldn't help but say. If Bojan gives up on the deal with us, it'll be hard to find such a good opportunity in the future. Like I said, the possibility of that is very small. Xia Ruofei said, besides, I didn't make things difficult for them. As soon as they suggested to restart the negotiations, I agreed. All right. It's fine as long as you're confident. Feng Jing stood up and said, then, about the negotiation this afternoon, I'll prepare. Xia Ruofei said confidently, you'll come with me. All right. Feng Jing said, I'll go over first. After Feng Jing left, Xia Ruofei returned to his desk and went through all the information he had gathered. He thought about all the possible problems that might arise during the afternoon's negotiations and finally smiled. Soon, the name of the Balance Power building would be changed. Since it was almost time for lunch, Xia Ruofei did not skip work and continued to watch a movie on his computer. Time passed by slowly, and soon it was time to get off work in the morning. Just as Xia Ruofei was packing his things and was about to head down to the canteen for lunch, his phone on his desk started to vibrate. Xia Ruofei took a look and answered the phone. President Lin. I heard you were promoted? I haven't had the time to congratulate you. It was President Lin from Qiantang Tongren Hall. He had been promoted to the Deputy General Manager of the East China region due to his outstanding performance not long ago. The cooperation between Peach Blossom Company and Tongren Hall was mainly in the charge of President Lin. The tin maple bucket was sent to Qiantang City regularly, and President Lin's promotion was reported back by the company's employees. The reason why Mr. Lin was able to produce such outstanding results was inextricably linked to Xia Ruofei. Whether it was the rare wild ginseng or the scheduled supply of the best iron, skinned maple, they were all things that were difficult to purchase on the market. In the past 6 months, Mr. Lin had brought a continuous supply of high-quality goods to Tongren Hall. It was reasonable for him to be promoted by one rank. Hence, Xia Ruofei could be considered CEO Lin's greatest benefactor. Director Xia, this is all thanks to you, President Lin said very politely. Ha ha ha. It's a win-win situation, Xia Ruofei said. Director Xia, President Lin said, I'm looking for you this time for 2 things. Please take care of me, Director Xia. We're old friends, so there's no need to be so polite. As long as I can help, I'll do my best, Xia Ruofei said. Then I'll thank you in advance, President Xia. President Lin said, the first thing is about the iron-keyed fight. President Xia, can you sign a new supply agreement with us? What's wrong? Do you feel that the previous agreement was inappropriate, President Lin? Xia Ruofei asked, frowning. He thought to himself, did Mr. Lin think that the price he had signed before was too high? Back then, President Lin had personally come to Taoyuan Farm to discuss the iron-hide keyed bucket. Feng Jing had personally negotiated the price, and it was indeed higher. After the agreement was signed, President Lin had even jokingly complained to Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei felt that it was impossible. Although the supply price was relatively high, Tongren Hall still had a large profit space. Moreover, there was only one shop that could supply a large amount of iron, hide, maple dipper of that grade. Tongren Hall basically monopolized the business and made a lot of money every month. Sure enough, President Lin quickly said, President Xia, don't misunderstand. All conditions remain the same. I mainly want to change the main purchasing party to the East China region of Tongren Hall. Xia Ruofei understood immediately and couldn't help but laugh. President Lin, you're taking drastic measures the moment you leave. Aren't you afraid that your old subordinates will curse you? Mr. Lin smiled awkwardly. In fact, after our Qiantang shop purchased the goods, we also distributed them to the major stores in the country. However, I was the one who negotiated the contract, so it was not convenient for the leader to take them away at that time. In fact, the bulk of the purchases were made in the major regions, and it was easier to coordinate the distribution of resources in all aspects. All right, we'll do as you say, Xia Ruofei said. I'll talk to the legal department. He wasn't interested in listening to President Lin's ramble about those things. In any case, there was no loss for the Paradise Company. It was just a re-signing of the agreement, so why not do him a favor at no cost? Thank you, Director Xia, President Lin quickly said. I'll send someone to contact your company tomorrow. Then, with a trace of anticipation, President Lin asked, President Xia, there's one more thing. Do you have the cordyceps that you bought last time? Previously, Xia Ruofei had used the time flow of 30 times in the Archean realm to test the cultivation of cordyceps. He had harvested about 500 grams. Although it was a small amount, it was all bought by CEO Lin. Logo. That batch of wormgrass was of extremely high quality, and Mr. Lin had been eyeing it since then. This time, when he called to talk about changing the contract, he finally couldn't help but ask about a widow. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said, I do have some, but not much, Xia. Qing had already worked overtime to harvest the widow in the spirit map space, but there were too many of them, so the efficiency had not been very high. A conservative estimate was that it would take at least more than a month to harvest all the wormgrass, and now it was estimated that not even half was harvested. As for President Lin, once he heard that there was stock, why would he care about how much? He was overjoyed and said, Director Xia, no matter how many there are, Tongren Hall will take care of them all. The purchase price will definitely satisfy you, and it will not be lower than any other price. You've got to keep it well. For me. No problem. I've already told you. Xia Ruofei said, don't worry. No one's going to fight with you. Hee hee. That's good, that's good. President Lin smiled and said, President Xia, I'll come to Sanshan as soon as possible. I'll check if there are any more flights to Sanshan today. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. President Lin, there's no hurry. I didn't even have time to prepare when you rushed over. He had been busy discussing the acquisition with Bojun Real Estate for the next 2 days. How could he have the time to entertain President Lin? Moreover, Xia Qing could also harvest more widow a few days later. Since he was going to sell it to Tongren Hall, the more the better. When the time came to acquire the assets of Bojun Real Estate, he would need funds as well, and Mr. Lin's arrival was timely. Then, President Lin's heart was like a cat's claw. President Xia, when will you be ready? 2 or 3 days. Xia Ruofei said, Chief Lin, I'll call you as soon as I'm ready. All right, President Xia, you must remember to save it for us. President Lin said worriedly, no matter how much other people buy it for, we promise to be 10% more expensive than their price. All right, all right. All right. Xia Ruofei found it funny. Let's talk about the price when we meet. You have an experienced appraiser, so you can just give an objective price. All right, all right, all right. Thank you in advance, President Xia. President Lin said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch. He realized that it was already past the time to get off work. Hence, he picked up his bag and tucked it under his arm. He went straight to the staff canteen on the first floor for lunch. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei did not go to work on time. He went back to the small villa to take a nap after lunch. Of course, he didn't deliberately make things difficult for Bojun Real Estate. At around 3:15 a.m., he leisurely walked to the general office building. What surprised Xia Ruofei was that there were already a few cars parked by the side of the building. Needless to say, the people from Bojun Real Estate must have arrived. You're early enough, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. As expected, once Xia Ruofei went upstairs, he saw Lu Qian waiting at the door of his office. They're here? Xia Ruofei asked. Yes, I am. Lu Qian said, I have already arranged for them to rest in the guest room. President Feng is accompanying them. Xia Ruofei opened the office door and said, all right, I got it. Get the administration department too. Prepare the meeting room in advance. I'll be there at 3:30 sharp. Although Xia Ruofei did not plan to make things difficult for Bojun Real Estate, he did not plan to start the negotiations early. Since they had agreed to start at 3:30, they would start at 3:30 sharp. The other party would not be able to argue with them. All right, Lu Qian replied. After Xia Ruofei entered the office, he began to wash the teacup unhurriedly. Then, he took out the Dahong Pao produced by Paradise Corporation and leisurely drank some tea. Then, he used a floating cup that could filter tea leaves to make a large cup of Dahongpo tea. Seeing that it was almost time, he picked up the teacup and left the office. In the meeting room, everyone had already taken their seats on both sides. As for Bojun Real Estate, Vice President Su Jiahui was still the leader. They were basically the same people from a few days ago. On the Paradise Corporation side, in addition to Feng Jing and Lu Qian, who was in charge of records, the company's marketing director, Xiao Chang, and finance director, Peng Hao, were also present. I'm sorry, Boss Su, Xia Ruofei apologized as soon as he entered the room. I've been too busy at the company. I've really neglected you. On the other side, Feng Rao and the others were having a hard time holding it in and almost burst out laughing. Su Jiahui didn't doubt him and quickly said politely, Boss Li, you're too kind. We're the ones who've disturbed you. Xia Ruofei quickly walked to the middle seat and sat down. As Xia Ruofei had not arrived, Su Jiahui had already thought of what to say. However, after Xia Ruofei sat down, he turned to Lu Qian and said before Su Jiahui could say anything, Lu Qian, why are we serving Tiguanyin to President Su and the others? Didn't our company's top grade Dahong Pao receive great reviews? Go get some and soak it. Let Boss Su and the others give their opinions. Oh right, I'll get some for Boss Su and the rest. Later, yes, Chairman. Lu Qian quickly got up and went to make arrangements. President Xia, you don't have to be so polite, Su Jiahui said quickly. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. It's just some tea leaves. They're all family property. They're not worth much, then. Thank you, President Xia, Su Jiahui said. In fact, he didn't want to talk so much nonsense and wanted to get to the main topic as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Xia Ruofei immediately said, Boss Su, this is your first time at our farm, right? How do you feel? Su Jiahui was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly, very good. It was a thriving place. And the environment is really good, boss. Su, you think the environment is good too? Xia Ruofei said excitedly, when I was planning the farm, I specifically emphasized that we must have a good internal environment, even if it means sacrificing some production space. Su Jiahui looked awkwardly at Xia Ruofei, who was talking non-stop. He did not know how to interrupt him. Feng Jing had already guessed Xia Ruofei's intention. She couldn't help but turn to look at Xia Ruofei with a smile in her eyes. This guy was really bad. Su Jiahui finally found an opportunity for Xia Ruofei to drink some tea when he was thirsty. He quickly said, President Xia, let's talk about the Hengli building first. He felt bitter in his heart. The boss of the Paradise Corporation never played by the rules. The last time they had a negotiation at the Bojun building, he had gone straight to the point. The entire negotiation had lasted less than 10 minutes before it broke down. This time, they were only given an hour. Not only that, Xia Ruofei came in on time and started to ramble as soon as he entered. He did not say anything about the serious matter and Almost 10 minutes had passed. There was even less time left for negotiations. Su Jiahui had more or less understood Xia Ruofei's style. He knew that at 4:30, this guy would definitely get up and leave without hesitation. He even suspected that Xia Ruofei was just wasting his time. If it was in the past, Su Jiahui would definitely not be willing to deal with such a difficult opponent. However, the company's situation was not optimistic. He knew that he would be cut, but he could only bite the bullet. Xia Ruofei put down his teacup slowly and said, "Boss Su. The matter about Hingli building is not complicated at all. The price I gave you last time was actually very sincere." Su Jiahui forced a smile and said, "We have no doubt about the sincerity of the Peach Blossom Company's cooperation. That's why we took the initiative to come and discuss this. However, President Xia, 320 million is really too little. The value of our assets is right there. Even if we give you a certain discount, it can't be so ridiculously low. But I think the price you guys quoted before coming here was too high," Xia Ruofei said. Indifferently, 380 million. "Boss Su, you can go out and ask around. Who would be willing to take over at such a high price at this time?" As soon as Xia Ruofei said this, Su Jiahui's heart suddenly sank. Logo. Su Jiahui forced a smile and said, "You must be joking, President Xia. The price of 380 million is definitely a very low price. Companies with the ability to take over will definitely be tempted." Xia Ruofei looked at Su Jiahui and smiled without saying anything. Su Jiahui felt his hair stand on end under Xia Ruofei's gaze. He was also mumbling to himself. There was no doubt that Xia Ruofei was very familiar with their company's current situation. However, Su Jiahui did not know how much Xia Ruofei knew. In other words, he did not know the opponent's trump card at all, and he was almost forced into a corner. It did not matter if Xia Ruofei had said that without thinking, but that was the current situation of Bojan Real Estate. After the company's higher-ups decided to cash out the assets in the Hingli building, Bojan contacted many real estate companies to discuss the sale. After all, it was the property of a whole 9 floors and more than half a building. The most likely company to take over was the real estate company. However, Bojan Real Estate's financial problems were not a secret in the industry. It was only a matter of how much they knew about it. Even if it was a groundless rumor. The news that Bojan was selling a building in a prime location was confirmed. The real estate industry was a cruel one. The 9-story building of Bojan was worth at least 400 million yuan according to the market price. However, once they found out that Bojan had a serious cash flow problem, the value would immediately shrink. Those real estate businessmen who usually called each other brothers at industry conferences or other occasions would never be polite at this time. In the end, after looking around, none of the bids exceeded 300 million. It was obvious that they were taking advantage of the situation. As for other powerful companies, if they didn't have such needs, they wouldn't have much interest in this kind of investment type real estate. After all, the transaction involved hundreds of millions of dollars, and Bojan had a very tight deadline for the payment. It would be time-consuming and laborious to buy it and then resell it or rent it. In the end, Bojan Real Estate finally thought of Paradise Corporation, which had just bought the other half of the building. The explosive jade skin cream had made Paradise Corporation famous, especially in Sanshan City. In just a few minutes, the sales of 1 to 200 million yuan was almost Like a legend. Bojan Real Estate's decision, makers felt that Paradise Corporation should not be lacking in cash flow. Furthermore, they had just bought the other half of the building. If they bought the other half, it would be quite beneficial for the integration of resources. After much thought, the Peach Blossom Company became the main focus of Bojan Real Estate's negotiations. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was unmoved, Su Jiahui sighed and said, "President Xia, we came here with great sincerity to negotiate, so the 380 million offer is not the final offer. It's not impossible to reduce it a little, but the 320 million that your company offered is too low. The higher-ups of the group can't accept such a price." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course, we can feel your company's sincerity. Moreover, you're a guest. I can't not give you some face. How about this? 330 million is a lucky number that both sides can accept. How about it?" The number 8 was different in Sanshan from many places in China. In local customs, the number 3 was an auspicious number. Whether it was giving red packets, giving betrothal gifts, or choosing a date, they all liked to have the number 3 in their hand. Seeing Xia Ruofei talking to himself, Su Jiahui could not help but smile bitterly. How could both sides accept it? 330 million wasn't even the company's bottom line, okay? You erased the difference of tens of millions with just an auspicious number. Is there such a good thing in the world? However, Su Jiahui knew very well that Bojan Real Estate was at a disadvantage in this negotiation. Since Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative to give in, he could not show his emotions on his face. Su Jiahui tried hard to adjust himself. He then squeezed out a smile and said, "President Xia, this price is too low. We can give you another 10 million. 370 million is the lowest we can go. This is already a huge loss." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Isn't the loss too exaggerated?" The Hengli building had been developed for several years. The cost of building materials and labor was also much lower than now. I forgot that you guys got this land through a trade, so the cost will be even lower. I don't think it'll exceed 200 million. Su Jiahui almost vomited blood. Can debts be calculated like this? In the past few years, property prices in Sanshan had soared. Just this year alone, it had risen by a few thousand yuan. How could it be calculated using the cost of that year? If that was the case, then all real estate businessmen would switch to doing charity. Mr. Xia, this, Su Jiahui could only smile bitterly at Xia Ruofei's unreasonable calculation. He was speechless. CEO Feng, Xia Ruofei turned to ask Feng Jing, "Have you calculated the office space we need after the headquarters move?" Chairman Feng Jing said, "We've done some detailed calculations. The 6-story building we've taken down is enough for the company's future development needs. There's also quite a bit of redundancy." Xia Ruofei then looked at Su Jiahui, shrugged, and said, "Boss Su, you heard it? Actually, our company doesn't have an urgent need for the remaining 9 floors. To be honest, I have so much cash, where can I not make money by investing it? I'm only thinking of how Bojan Real Estate is a local company, so I wanted to help you when you're in trouble." Logo. Su Jiahui criticized in his heart, no one can say that they're looting a burning house in such a fresh and refined way, but on second thought, he realized that Xia Ruofei was kind compared to those greedy people in the real estate industry. At least, he offered a higher price. "President Xia, I admit that the group is facing some difficulties in the operation of funds. Xia Ruofei said sincerely, however, this difficulty is temporary. In addition to the cash out of the Hengli building, we also have many means to raise funds. If the price does not meet the expectations of the group's senior management, we would rather not sell it. At this point, it was meaningless to hide the cash flow problem. Xia Ruofei simply changed his strategy. Didn't you keep saying that we have problems with funds? I admit it, but we're not forced to a dead end. We're selling the assets of the balance power building for cash, but it's not our only way. This set of words seemed to be open and honest, but in fact, it was also a hint to Xia Ruofei to not overdo it so that the cooked duck would not fly away. Xia Ruofei just smiled and said, I know. Your company's director Zhou found a sum of money in Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei broke out in a cold sweat again. President Zhou had gone to Hong Kong in person to raise 200 million Hong Kong dollars, which had relieved the financial pressure to a certain extent. At present, the gap in funds was about 500 million. If another sum of money could be successfully transferred to the account, it was basically about 350 million less. This was the reason why the group's high-level meeting set the bottom line for the assets of Hengli building at 350 million. If everything went well, the 9 floors of the balance power building must be sold for more than 350 million yuan to solve the crisis this time. General Manager Zhou had already succeeded and raised about 20 million yuan more than expected. The other vice president had led a team to Beijing to seek help and now had some progress. Only the sale of the Hengli building had not made any progress. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, Boss Su, as far as I know, one of your loans in the construction bank is already overdue. Xia Ruofei's mind buzzed and he looked at Xia Ruofei in shock. Seeing Xia Ruofei's smiling face, Xia Ruofei's expression changed quickly. He quickly pretended to be calm and said, President Xia, you know our group's situation very well. However, the cooperation between real estate companies and banks is very close. Occasionally, the loans are overdue, and the banks are more understanding. This time, the construction bank also trusts us very much and did not give us too much pressure. Xia Ruofei remained calm and said, President Wu is the one who understands you better, right? However, from what I know, President Wu will be reaching his retirement age next month. Xia Ruofei's expression changed. This was the core secret of Bogen Real Estate. Even among their peers, very few people knew that Bogen Real Estate's biggest backer in the construction industry was Deputy President Wu. This was because the Deputy President rarely dealt with Bogen Real Estate, but in reality, he secretly took great care of Bogen Real Estate when it came to loans. The crisis of Bogen Real Estate started 2 months ago. Like many local companies, Bogen Real Estate had been trying to expand. Their first step was a little too big, and they directly chose the international metropolis, Shenzhen. He spent a huge price to buy a piece of land in Shenzhen City, and then quickly developed it. This was also the future strategic center of Bogen Real Estate. Then, there was a problem with the land. First, there were 2 consecutive accidents at the construction site, and even a construction worker was killed. Then, a series of problems occurred. They had invested a large amount of money, but they had not been able to get a pre-sale certificate. If this was Sanshan, these problems could be easily solved. However, in Shenzhen, as an outsider, Bogen Real Estate had a shallow foundation. To put it bluntly, they could not even pray to Buddha. These problems were the result of a few real estate companies in Xinjiang ganging up on Bojan real estate. Coupled with some official relations, Bojan real estate had gone through several changes, but they still could not get the pre-sale certificate. The opening was far away, which meant that the 2 to 3 billion yuan invested in the early stage could never be recovered. In addition, there were 2 other real estate developments in Sanshan, which required a large amount of money to be invested every day. The debt rate of real estate companies was extremely high to begin with. After a period of time, Bojan real estate's capital chain had serious problems. If they couldn't solve it in a short time, several construction sites would face the danger of stopping work. Once the work was stopped, the chain reaction caused would be serious. The construction party would start to recover the construction funds, the bank would go to the house to recover the loan, and the owners who had bought the house would also go to the house to demand an explanation. The brand that he had worked so hard to build for so many years could be destroyed. In addition, a 300 million loan from Jianheng had already matured. Vice President Wu could help delay it for a while, but after he retired, many things would be beyond his reach. Moreover, Vice President Wu had also hinted that his successor was parachuted from the head office. Such gilded officials cherished their feathers the most and were mostly impervious to anything. Moreover, the new official was quick to act. If the money was not returned in time, Bojan real estate was likely to become the sacrifice for his flag logo. The current situation of Bojan real estate was a reflection of its internal and external difficulties. Seeing Xu Jiahui's dejected look, Xia Ruofei patted his forehead and said, "Boss Xu, it's all my fault for digressing. Let's not care about that. Bojan real estate is such a big corporation, I don't have to worry about its funding. Let's get back to the main topic of the negotiation." Xu Jiahui forced a smile and said, "Okay. President Xia, I won't beat around the bush. Before I left, I specifically called President Zhou to ask for instructions. 370 million is really our bottom line. If you are still not satisfied, I have another plan on my side." "Oh? Please speak." "Boss Xu," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "The cash payment can be adjusted to 350 million. Xu Jiahui said, "For the remaining 20 million, we hope that your company will use shares to pay for it. Just 2% of the shares of Paradise Corporation will do." 20 million yuan for 2% of the shares was the valuation of Paradise Corporation. At 1 billion yuan. Xu Jiahui thought that Xia Ruofei would most likely accept this proposal. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to say, "This is impossible. I can't sell the company's shares now and at any time in the future." Xia Ruofei would not sell his shares even if it was 100 million, let alone 20 million. Besides, it was not that Xia Ruofei could not pay with 370 million in cash. It was just that he would be letting himself down if he did not lower the price as much as possible at this time. So, how could he accept the plan to transfer the shares? This, Xu Jiahui frowned slightly and said with embarrassment. Xia Ruofei said straightforwardly, "Boss Xu, I don't want to beat around the bush. In short, 350 million in cash is my final offer. Boss Xu can think about it, and you can also ask your boss Zhou for further instructions. If it's acceptable, we can sign the agreement today. If not, then there's no need to continue the discussion, because no matter how many rounds of discussion, I won't be able to offer a single cent more." Xia Ruofei immediately blocked the way out. He stood up and said, "Boss Su, I'm sorry. I still have a lot of things to deal with. I'll take my leave first. You can take your time to think about it." With that, Xia Ruofei strode out of the conference room. "Wait." Su Jiahui hesitated for a while and then quickly said, "Director Xia, we want to receive the transaction payment within a week after the agreement is signed." Feng Rao, Xiao Chang, Peng Hao, and the others quickly looked at each other, revealing an extremely surprised expression. It was an unbelievable surprise to get it at a low price of 350 million. Xia Ruofei seemed to have expected it. He reached out his hand to Su Jiahui across the conference table and said with a smile, "Happy cooperation." The legal work of both parties was very efficient. In a short time, the transfer contract was drafted. After both parties confirmed that there were no mistakes, they signed their names. Su Jiahui came prepared and even brought the company seal. The seal of Paradise Corporation was naturally more convenient. The contract would come into effect after the signature and stamp. From now on, the Balance Power Building could be changed to the Paradise Building at any time. When everyone shook hands, Su Jiahui said with a bitter smile, "I hope that I will never meet a negotiator like President Xia again in my life." Director Zhou had already authorized him to accept 350 million yuan. However, this was his bottom line. In fact, the market value of this asset was definitely more than 400 million. Before coming, Su Jiahui's bottom line was 360 or 370 million. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. In the end, he made the deal with General Manager Zhou's bottom line. In other words, in this negotiation, his KPI was almost below the passing line, and he might even leave the impression that he was not capable enough. If that was the case, it would be too unjust. No matter who was in charge of the negotiation, Su Jiahui felt that the result would not be any better than this. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Boss Su, you're too serious. I've already asked the canteen to prepare some food and wine. After signing the agreement, I'll invite everyone to try our Taoyuan vegetables." Then, Xia Ruofei turned around and asked, "Lu Qian, have you prepared the tea leaves for Boss Su and the rest? Don't forget to put it in the car." "Yes, Chairman," Lu Qian quickly replied. Su Jiahui saw Xia Ruofei's enthusiasm after signing the contract and could not help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, he had completed his task successfully and he was slightly relieved. The dinner was less hostile than the negotiation table, and the guests and the host were happy. After sending Su Jiahui and the others to the car and leaving, Feng Jing asked, "Chairman, it's 350 million. And you'll have to pay in a week. Have you thought about where to find the money, Logo?" Xia Ruofei did not answer Feng Jing's question. Instead, he asked, "Under the condition of ensuring normal operation funds, how much money can the company raise in a week at most?" Feng Jing was more familiar with the financial situation of Paradise Corporation, so she said without much thought, "If we don't consider the 170 million from the SASAC, we can probably take out another 150 million, mainly from the cash flow from the 2 purchases of Yusher cream." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Don't worry about the 170 million from the State-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. 3 months is enough for us to raise funds. By the way, when's the next release of the Jaded Skin Cream?" 2 days later. Feng Jing said, "If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to buy all of them in a short period of time. If the quantity is the same as before, we should be able to get around 100 million yuan after deducting the channel fees. However, we might not be able to get the payment in time. Contact our cooperation channel. We'll try to get back the 100 million within 5 days. Xia Ruofei said, the sales of the jaded skin cream are so hot. I think the distributors will give us face. Alright, I'll arrange for people to contact them separately tonight. Feng Jing said, I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Xia Ruofei laughed, that's 250 million. There's still a gap of 100 million yuan, you're going to transfer the overseas funds back? Feng Rao asked. With interest. She knew that Xia Ruofei had an offshore company overseas. For example, the more than 15 million US dollars he had earned from the truffle auction in Hong Kong had been transferred to the offshore company's account. If the money were to be sent back to China, it would be enough to pay for the acquisition. Although Xia Ruofei had transferred some of the money to his overseas account, Feng Jing did not have any complaints. This was because, strictly speaking, this money was all Xia Ruofei's own earnings. The company had only sent people to cooperate with him. If she still hoped that this money would go into Paradise Corporation's account and be counted as year-end dividends, that would be insatiable greed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I don't have such plans for now. Let's just wait and see, maybe there are other ways to make money? I don't want to transfer the money back unless it's absolutely necessary. That's the best. Feng Jing chuckled. If you're investing in the company, wouldn't my shares be diluted? Again? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, yeah. Be careful or I'll kick you out and won't play with you. It doesn't matter. Feng Rao said nonchalantly. I'll be able to earn a large sum of money from the transfer, enough for me to travel around the world. You're really willing to leave the company? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Feng Rao smiled but did not say anything. However, she quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and thought to herself, if I really leave, it's not just the company that I can't bear to leave. The two of them were just joking and did not continue the topic. After chatting for a while downstairs, the two of them bade each other farewell. Xia Ruofei strolled back to the villa. A 100 million gap in a week's time was not a small problem for Xia Ruofei. If Mr. Lin of Tongren Hall had not called him today to talk about a widow, he might have had to use overseas funds or borrow from his friends for a short time. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to owe anyone, so it was more likely that he would transfer the money directly from his overseas account. But now, he was thinking about the widow in the space. He didn't know how much a widow Xia Qing had harvested, and he didn't know how much more Mr. Lin could buy. But considering that Mr. Lin had been promoted to the deputy director of the region, his authority should have been much greater. Besides, those a widow were of the highest quality. No matter how much it would cost, Tongren Hall wouldn't be willing to miss it. With these questions in mind, Xia Ruofei went straight upstairs, locked the doors and windows, and took out the spirit map. With a thought, he entered the spirit map space. Xia Qing. Xia Ruofei didn't see Xia Qing when he was at the Archean realm. He immediately used his spiritual will to transmit his voice. Come over. At the next moment, Xia Qing's figure appeared at the Archean realm. Master. He greeted Xia Ruofei with a bow. Xia Qing's clothes were still stained with quite a bit of dirt, and so were his hands. It was clear that he had definitely been busy harvesting a widow in the mountain and sea realm. You've worked hard these past few days. Xia Ruofei asked gently, how many cordyceps sinensis have you harvested so far? Xia Qing immediately said without hesitation, there are about 140,000 of them that have been processed. The other 10,000 can be processed very quickly. The most time-consuming part of harvesting the cordyceps was the excavation. The other processing work was done in the Archean realm, which had a time flow rate of 30 times. In addition, Xia Qing didn't need to sleep or rest, so the time cost was very low. Then let's take 150,000. Xia Qing, you're pretty fast. Xia Ruofei said happily. The total harvest is less than a third, Xia Qing said with some shame. This is beyond my imagination. Xia Ruofei calculated quickly. Our wormgrass is of average size. About 1,100 wormgrass is 1,000 grams in weight. That means 150,000 wormgrass can weigh about 136 kilograms. Yes, master. Xia Qing had obviously weighed it before, so she immediately nodded and said, Logo. Xia Ruofei did some calculations in his heart. According to the price that Mr. Lin had set last time, 500 grams would be 350,000 yuan. 136 kilograms of cordyceps sinensis would bring in more than 95 million yuan of income. Not to mention that the quality of the wormgrass this time was higher than the wormgrass planted in the experiment. Last time, the 500 grams of wormgrass was almost 1,200 wormgrass per kilogram. This batch of wormgrass could reach 1,100 wormgrass per kilogram. Zhang Tai estimated that the purchase price would be higher. In that case, the 100 million yuan gap was no longer a problem. Xia Ruofei was instantly overjoyed. He patted Xia Qing's shoulder heavily and said, well done. Xia Qing, after you're done processing the remaining 10,000 cordyceps, weigh them accurately and then pack them all in a sealed bag. I'll need them soon. Understood. Xia Qing replied calmly. After processing this batch of wormgrass, harvest the remaining wormgrass. Xia Ruofei said, then, you'll have to work a little harder. Use the difference in time flow between the two spaces to divide the cordyceps sinensis garden into a few parts after expansion. It's best to split it into 12 parts and stagger the harvesting time. This way, the workload every month can be reduced and there will be a steady stream of output. Yes, master. Xia Qing said. This matter was a bit complicated to operate, but it wasn't too difficult for Xia Qing. It was just a little bit of effort. Xia Ruofei wanted to contact Mr. Lin immediately, so he left the spirit map space after a simple tour of the space. After he returned to his room, he immediately took out his phone and dialed President Lin's number. President Xia. Mr. Lin's voice sounded a little excited. Is the wormgrass ready? Mr. Lin, are you that eager? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Little brother. It's fine if you didn't mention it. I only have this thought every day. Now that I know you've got the wormgrass, I've been thinking about it all day. President Lin said exaggeratedly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it seems like it's all my fault. Mr. Lin, I want to ask. What's the maximum amount of goods you can purchase? With your current authority? President Lin was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. Xia Ruofei's question meant that there might be more goods this time. As for the products of the Peach Blossom Company, whether it was the wild ginseng from before, or the long-term cooperation with the iron-skinned Fengdo, or the small amount of cordyceps, all of them were the best of the best. Such good things, the more the better for Tongren Hall. President Lin said hurriedly, President Xia, no matter how much stock there is, we can take it all. Even if I don't have the authority, I can ask headquarters for the transfer immediately. The Paradise Corporation's brand is a guarantee of quality. This has already been agreed upon at our headquarters. Xia Ruofei jokingly asked, is it that exaggerated? Then if I take out a few $100 million worth of goods at once, can you buy them all at once? President Lin felt that he was having difficulty breathing. He asked in shock, a few $100 million? Then, he gritted his teeth and said, even if it's a few $100 million, we'll take it all. However, the process might be a little more complicated. The quality of Paradise Corporation's products was simply too high. Even if they bought it in large quantities in one go, it would be better than having their competitors buy it. President Lin believed that the headquarters would definitely have the same considerations. Xia Ruofei laughed. Don't be nervous, President Lin. I'm just making an analogy. Although it's not a few $100 million, it's possible for it to be tens of millions, or even more than $100 million. No problem. President Lin immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, our East China District's authority can reach up to $100 million. If it's a little more, we'll just have to call and ask for instructions. There's definitely no problem. That's good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, CEO Lin, if it's convenient, please come to Taoyuan Farm tomorrow. It's best to bring a few more people. Good. I'll book the earliest ticket for tomorrow. President Lin said in a hurry. Alright, send me your flight number after you've made the reservation. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Xia Ruofei said. Then I'll have to trouble President Xia. President Lin said politely. You don't have to be so formal, you're here to give me money. Xia Ruofei joked. Hee, it's a win-win situation for both of us. President Lin laughed. Xia Ruofei also smiled and said, yes, it's a win-win situation. A win-win situation. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei felt relaxed. 350 million sounded like a lot of money, but after some calculation, it would be gathered in no time. From another perspective, this also showed that the current development speed of the Paradise Pharmaceutical Company was simply astonishing, especially the emergence of the Jadeshire ointment, which turned the Paradise Pharmaceutical factory into a huge cash cow. If it wasn't for the fact that Bojan Real Estate was in a hurry to get the money, Xia Ruofei wouldn't even need to use the funds from the sale of the wormgrass. It would be enough to do a few more concentrated sales of the Jadeshire ointment. The jaded skin cream had become an absolutely popular product this year. Its price-performance ratio could be said to be unprecedented. Moreover, this kind of consumable was not a one-time deal. He believed that more than half of the users who had used the jaded skin cream would choose to continue to buy and use it. In other words, the production of jaded skin ointment was far from reaching its peak, and the supply in short supply might continue for some time. After a while, Xia Ruofei received a WeChat message from CEO Lin. The six of them were taking a flight at 8 a.m. the next day and would arrive at Sanshan Airport at around 10 a.m. Xia Ruofei immediately gave Yi Lingyun a call and asked him to send someone to rent a Toyota Coaster tomorrow. He would then head to the airport to pick them up in the morning. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei was thinking that it was time to buy more cars for the company, such as commercial vehicles and bus-based coaster. In the future, after the company's headquarters moved, some employees might still live on the farm for a period of time until they found a place to live in the city. By then, there would still be a need for commuting. However, the acquisition had almost emptied the company's foundation, so the plan to buy a car could only be pushed back and considered when the cash flow was more abundant. With the money problem solved, Xia Ruofei had a good night's sleep. The next day, he began to slack off again. After getting up and practicing as usual, he went back to sleep. It was not until nearly 9 in the morning that he got up and washed up. Then, he went downstairs to make a simple breakfast. It was almost 10 when they finished eating. Xia Ruofei then walked to the general office building. Chairman, the colleague who picked us up said that the plane is late. Feng Jing knocked on the door and entered. President Lin and the others might be half an hour late. Xia Ruofei nodded and agreed. Oh right, ask the canteen to prepare a table of food and wine. We're going to entertain President Lin this afternoon. I've already given the order this morning. Feng Jing asked, curiously, Chairman, why is CEO Lin here? Isn't the deal with Quito normal? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, him? They're here to give us money. Don't we still have a 100 million gap in funds to buy the building? Whether or not this gap can be filled will depend on today. 100 million? Feng Rao was shocked. Did we get something good? Again? That was Feng Jing's first reaction. Of course, her first reaction was rather accurate. Xia Ruofei kept her in suspense and said, you don't have to worry about that. Just get the finance department to be ready to collect the money. He added, by the way, I've settled the 100 million here very quickly. You can't drop the ball for the remaining 250 million. Especially the distributors, you have to communicate well with them. If they stand us up, we might breach the contract with Bojan Real Estate. Understood. Feng Jing said, I'll contact them again, to confirm. All right. Xia Ruofei said. After Feng Jing left, Xia Ruofei locked the door and started to contact the Spirit Map Space logo. At around 11 a.m., a light yellow Toyota coaster slowly pulled up in front of the complex of Paradise Farm. With a beep, the automatic door slowly opened. CEO Lin was the first to step out of the car. Because he saw the chairman of Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei, and the general manager, Feng Jing, standing in front of the building, waiting for him. Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao also stepped forward. This time, Xia Ruofei was counting on this deal to pay for the 350 million from Bojan Real Estate, so he was paying a lot of attention to it. President Lin's attendants also came out of the car. Xia Ruofei even saw the old Chinese medical doctor Huang, whom he had interacted with a few times before, among them. Brother Xia. President Lin enthusiastically quickened his steps and walked in front of Xia Ruofei. President Lin, you've had a long journey. Xia Ruofei smiled and extended his hand. President Lin shook hands with Xia Ruofei enthusiastically and asked impatiently, Brother Xia, where's the thing? Let's go to my office. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Just like that, without any small talk, the group of people went straight to Xia Ruofei's office. Xia Ruofei knew that CEO Lin was in a hurry, so he did not keep him in suspense. He walked to the corner of the office, opened the safe, took out a sealed bag, and placed it on the coffee table. There were 2 kilograms of Awito inside. Xia Ruofei did not take out all the cordyceps. 100 kilograms of cordyceps was not small. He could not possibly pile them all in the office. President Lin didn't say anything and personally opened the sealed plastic bag. He reached out and grabbed a handful of cordyceps. Hiss. Everyone in Tongren Hall, from President Lin to Dr. Huang, and even the retinues, took a deep breath at the same time. Then, they widened their eyes and stared at the Awido in President Lin's hand. President Lin's hands were even trembling. The 6 or 7 wormgrass that he had casually caught was simply perfect. It was even better than the 500 grams he had bought last time. He put his hand to his nose and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt a strong smell of butter. Combined with the shape and color of the wormgrass, it was, without a doubt, the most authentic wormgrass of Nagku. However, the quantity of the top-quality cordyceps was extremely low. How could Xia Ruofei produce so much? CEO Lin's heart was also filled with doubts. However, this was not his first time doing business with Xia Ruofei. Wasn't it the same with the premium iron, skin maple? No matter how one looked at it, it was a pure wild top-grade iron, skin keyed. After professional laboratory tests, the nutritional content was even better than the best wild iron, skin keyed on the market. However, Xia Ruofei had the ability to supply in bulk, which made people unconvinced. Mr. Lin gave the Awido to Dr. Huang, who was standing next to him. Then, he asked his other subordinates to grab some from the sealed bag. To identify. Xia Ruofei smiled as he sat in his office chair. He was very sure that the business today would be successful. President Lin and the others were getting more and more excited because the quality of this batch of cordyceps was too even. They simply grabbed a handful from the bag and saw that they were almost all the same size and of the same high quality. Feng Jing didn't know much about Awido, but when she saw how excited President Lin and the others were, she couldn't help but pick one up from the bag out of curiosity. The caterpillar fungus was actually a strong worm with a blade of grass on its head. Although Feng Jing knew it was a nourishing herb, she still couldn't help but shiver and quickly threw it back into the bag. She looked at the expressions on President Lin and the others' faces as if they had seen the most beautiful women in the world, and she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Finally, President Lin recovered from his excitement and asked anxiously, "President Xia, we're taking all these wormgrass. We can offer you 750,000 Chinese dollars per kilogram." 750,000. Feng Rao was also excited when she heard the price. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Mr. Lin, there's no hurry. You guys should take a look at the quality of the wormgrass first. This isn't the only amount of goods I have." President Lin was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately understood what Xia Ruofei said on the phone. He said that he had a business deal of tens of millions. The cordyceps here was at most 2 kilograms. Even if he sold it at 750,000 per unit, it would only be a little more than $1 million. If the transaction amount really reached tens of millions, then CEO Lin did some quick calculations in his mind and came to the conclusion that he needed at least 100 kilograms of such high-quality wormgrass. He felt like he was having difficulty breathing. Hundreds of kilograms of high-quality cordyceps for the entire Tongren Hall could be said to be a big purchase. This kind of top-grade nourishing herb could only be found by luck, not by searching for it. Tongren Hall had always been willing to pay any price to acquire it, because it was really important for building a brand image. Moreover, even if such a Awido was purchased at the price of 750,000, Tongren Hall would still make a lot of profit. More than 100 kilograms seemed like a lot. But China was so big, and Tongrenhal had stores in almost all the prefecture-level cities and above. After they spread it all over the country, this little amount of goods was nothing. There were so many rich people nowadays, and they were very willing to spend money for health. It was easy to sell hundreds of kilograms of wormgrass. Logo. To President Lin, this was another dazzling achievement. Even the leaders at the headquarters would be shocked. No need to look. The more President Lin thought about it, the more excited he became. Brother Xia, as long as the quality of this batch of Cordyceps sinensis can reach the standard of these samples, we will buy as many as you have. The price will be 750,000 yuan per kilogram. Feng Rao's heart started to waver. She had no idea where Xia Ruofei had gotten such an impressive cordyceps that could be sold at a sky-high price of 750,000 yuan per kilogram. She also had no idea how many of these cordyceps that Xia Ruofei had. Thinking back to how Xia Ruofei had confidently said that the 100 million he was in charge of had been settled, Feng Jing had a feeling that it was probably because of this deal. She looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly. Xia Ruofei didn't beat around the bush and said directly, President Lin, don't worry. This time, there are at least 100 kilograms of wormgrass of the same quality. But can your Tongrenhal really eat all of them? I've left all of them to you, and I didn't sell a single one. Director Lin and Feng Rao felt their mouths go dry and they had difficulty breathing. It was really over 100 kilograms. President Lin seemed to see a bright future waving at him. On the other hand, Feng Jing's eyes were filled with the dancing red cash. The gap of 100 million yuan was no longer a problem. Of course, Dr. Huang and the others were not doing any better. The two young men even felt their legs go weak. This was the first time they had seen this kind of cordyceps that was usually the best of the best, which was rarely seen, actually being sold in the units of 100 kilograms. They felt that they were really ignorant and ill-informed in the past. Xia Ruofei seemed to think that the news was not shocking enough. He continued, if you're willing to acquire it, we can even maintain a relatively long-term partnership with Tongrenhal. We can continue to provide such a widow in the future. Oh my God! President Lin's heart was in a state of shock. This wasn't even a one-off deal, and they could even have a long-term cooperation in the future. Wasn't this a replica of the iron-skinned keyed fight from before? The value of an iron-keyed bucket and this grade of a widow could not be mentioned in the same breath. President Lin was already in his 40s and was a senior executive at the regional manager level, but at this moment, he was standing there like a clay sculpture. He had lost his composure. President Lin, Xia Ruofei tried to call out. Ah? President Lin came back to his senses and saw Xia Ruofei looking at him with an inquiring gaze. He quickly said, Brother Xia, no problem. No problem. We'll take as many as you have. As long as the quality can meet the standards of these samples, nothing else is a problem. He spoke very quickly as if he was worried that Xia Ruofei would change his mind if he was too slow. Didn't you say on the phone that you'd have to apply to the headquarters if you exceeded your authority? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. There's definitely no problem. President Lin said. Brother Xia, I swear on my honor. If they were to reject such a deal, the leaders at the headquarters must be crazy. No. It was impossible for someone with water in their brain to make such a decision, unless they had shit in their brain. President Lin said in his heart. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, how about this? It's getting late, so we've prepared lunch in the cafeteria. Let's go eat first, then, Brother Xia. I'm not in the mood to eat. President Lin quickly said, you should take me to see the goods first. I'm not in the mood to do anything before this deal is settled. Don't worry. It's not the first time we've made a deal. Xia Ruofei said, the things are in my villa. Let's go over and take a look after dinner. You can check them one by one without any problems. The reason why he had asked President Lin to bring a few more people over was actually because he had this intention in mind, in case there was a lack of manpower for the test later. Brother Xia, it's not that exaggerated. Do you think we can't trust you? President Lin said, I just want to quickly settle everything. It's okay to eat a little later. Even if you're not hungry, Elder Huang and the others can't fight with you. Besides, I'm also hungry. Xia Ruofei said, Mr. Lin, if you want this deal to go smoothly, you have to listen to me. Nothing is more important than eating now. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had already put it this way, President Lin could only helplessly say, all right then. But Brother Xia, after we finish eating, come to my house after dinner. It's only 200 to 300 meters away from this building. We'll reach it soon if we walk. Xia Ruofei said. All right. President Lin said, then let's have some work lunch for lunch. Don't drink anymore. After all, we still have work to do. If it was President Lin's own idea, with a business worth hundreds of millions in front of him, what was the point of eating? However, Xia Ruofei's attitude was firm, so he could only go along with the host. All right. Xia Ruofei said, I'm not drinking at noon. Let's have a few more drinks tonight. The group of people arrived at the canteen downstairs. It had already been prepared. When everyone arrived, Chao Tieshu's wife took care of the arrangements and brought out the dishes. Initially, Xia Ruofei had prepared some of Drunken Eight Immortals white wine. However, since President Lin was in such a hurry, he cleared the wine. The Taoyuan vegetables were the main ingredient, and there were also some special dishes from the Three Mountains. Chao Tieshu's wife's cooking skills were quite good, and the table of dishes could be said to be full of color, smell, and taste. Logo. However, President Lin and the others didn't have the mood to taste the delicious food. They filled a large bowl of rice and quickly put the rice into their mouths along with the dishes. The 6 of them looked like they were gobbling down food. Even Feng Rao couldn't wait to eat. Although she didn't eat in an ugly manner, she was obviously eating faster. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only speed up a little. He couldn't wait for everyone to finish eating and then watch him eat alone, right? After a simple lunch, Xia Ruofei brought President Lin and the rest back to his villa. Feng Jing followed them. Everyone, feel free to take a seat in the living room. After Xia Ruofei led everyone in, he smiled and said, I'll go upstairs and bring the things down. Brother Xia, I'll get someone to go up and help you. President Lin quickly said. 100 kilograms of weight was not light. He was afraid that Xia Ruofei would not be able to carry it. If he accidentally damaged the wormgrass inside, it would not be worth it. No need. You guys just wait. Xia Ruofei said. After he finished speaking, he quickly went upstairs and returned to his room. After he locked the door and windows. He took out all the cordyceps that Xia Qing had prepared in advance from the spirit map space. More than 130 kilograms of cordyceps were packed into many sealed bags and then placed into 3 large cardboard boxes. Each layer was filled with foam and sponges to prevent the bottom layer from being squeezed. Each box was more than 40 kilograms in weight. Xia Ruofei easily stacked the 2 boxes together and carried them out. When Xia Ruofei carried the 2 boxes, they were already taller than his head. From afar, they could only see the 2 boxes moving forward. President Lin saw Xia Ruofei carrying the cardboard box down the stairs in such a dangerous position and was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He quickly called for his subordinates to pick it up. Xia Ruofei replied easily, "No need. Just wait below." After saying that, he walked down the stairs with light steps, then gently put the box on the ground and said, "There's another box upstairs. Please wait a moment." After that, Xia Ruofei turned around and went upstairs to get the last box. President Lin saw how relaxed Xia Ruofei was and couldn't help but try to move the cardboard box out of curiosity. The cardboard box was about 80 to 90 pounds, but he didn't move it at all. He couldn't help but be shocked. Xia Ruofei looked so white and clean, but his arm strength was so strong. Xia Ruofei quickly moved the last box downstairs and said, "Everything is here, including the samples you saw this morning. It's about 136 kilograms in total. Chief Lin, let everyone inspect the goods." "All right." Mr. Lin's voice trembled as he asked Dr. Huang and the others to open the boxes and check the Awito inside. He also opened a paper box. Bags of Awito packed in plastic were taken out and placed in a row in the living room. Feng Jing's heart started to race when she saw the scene and thought of the sky high price of 750,000 yuan per kilogram. The living room was very quiet. Everyone was focused on the examination and appraisal. It was impossible to look at all the Awito in the bag. However, it was a huge deal. Even though CEO Lin was familiar with Xia Ruofei, he did not dare to take it lightly. Therefore, they would open each bag and then repeatedly randomly pick samples for inspection. Xia Ruofei sat on the sofa leisurely and did not urge her at all. Everyone had been watching for more than half an hour. Mr. Lin felt that he had seen more top-quality wormgrass in his previous life than he had seen today. In the end, he was even a little numb. He opened a random bag and grabbed a handful. They were all top-quality wormgrass that were rare. Finally, President Lin said very excitedly, "Brother Xia, this batch of wormgrass was of extremely high quality. The headquarters will definitely agree to the acquisition. I'll call to apply for permission immediately, logo." President Lin excitedly took his phone to the village yard to make a call, while Dr. Huang and President Lin's other subordinates tidied up and packed all the cordyceps. After a while, President Lin walked back to the living room with a depressed expression. Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked, "President Lin, what's wrong? Things aren't going well?" President Lin quickly forced a smile and said, "No, no. However, Brother Xia, our deal may have to be delayed for another day. The headquarters will send someone to follow up in person." President Lin was also quite depressed. The headquarters said that they had to show that they valued such a big deal, so they had specially appointed a manager to fly to the 3 mountains today. In fact, President Lin knew that they might be trying to take the fruits of their labor. This deal was made completely based on his own connections. If he didn't have a good personal relationship with Xia Ruofei, he wouldn't have to worry about not having a market for such high-quality cordyceps. This performance was too eye-catching, so much so that it made people envious. Even with President Lin's current foundation, he was still a little reluctant. What's the situation? Xia Ruofei frowned. President Lin sighed and said, Brother Xia, the headquarters also values this deal, so they sent people over. President Lin was embarrassed to mention the company's internal affairs in front of Xia Ruofei. After all, dirty laundry should not be aired in public. However, Xia Ruofei was no longer a greenhorn. His ability to read people's expressions had improved greatly in the past year. When he saw that President Lin was like a frosted eggplant, how could he not guess the secret behind this? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and smiled. President Lin, then you can rest at ease here for a day. We're old friends, so just treat this is your home. He then turned to Feng Rao and said, Director Feng, get the administration department to prepare the guest house rooms. Director Lin and the others will be staying over at the farm today. Brother Xia, there's no need to go through so much trouble, President Lin quickly said. We can just go to the city and stay in a hotel. It's an hour's drive back and forth. What's the point of this? Xia Ruofei said, let's live on the farm. The environment here is much better than the city. President Lin's heart also felt a little warm as he said, all right, I'll listen to you, then you guys should go and rest in the afternoon. The flight was already tiring, and then they rushed to the farm to work, they must be exhausted. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. All right, thank you, Brother Xia. President Lin said, then you should rest for a while. We won't disturb you any longer. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Mr. Lin looked at the 3 big boxes of quality cordyceps on the coffee table unwillingly, then turned around and walked out of the villa. Xia Ruofei personally sent them to the courtyard entrance. After President Lin and the rest had left, he turned around and walked back to the villa. Xia Ruofei kept the Awito back into the spirit map space and shook his head with a helpless smile. This could be considered as a good thing with many setbacks. However, Xia Ruofei was not worried. He did not have to worry about not being able to sell such good wormgrass. Even if there were no buyers who could buy all of them, they could still sell them slowly. If he really couldn't gather enough money for the acquisition, he could just transfer the money from his overseas account. As long as he did it 1 day in advance, the money would be transferred to his account very quickly. Xia Ruofei did not go to the office in the afternoon. After taking a short nap, he got up and went downstairs. He sat on the recliner in the yard, held a book, made a pot of tea, and leisurely spent time under the winter sun. Blackie and the rest were also playing happily by Xia Ruofei's feet. The scene was very harmonious and warm. When it was almost 5 p.m., Xia Ruofei received a call from Lu Qian. As Xia Ruofei did not work in the company often, he rejected the administrative team's offers to assign him an assistant. Usually, Lu Qian would be in charge of ensuring that everything went well. It was equivalent to him sharing an assistant with Feng Jing. Chairman, the people from Tongren Hall's headquarters have arrived. Lu Qian said. They came straight to the farm after they got off the plane. Xia Ruofei was not familiar with the people in the headquarters of Tongren Hall. He was also a little unhappy that a good deal was suspended. Xia Ruofei would not believe the so-called valued excuse. So, he pretended to be confused and did Not arrange for anyone to pick him up. Xia Ruofei thought, he's quite impatient. He asked indifferently, what are they doing here so late at night? It's almost time to get off work, right? They want to talk to you about the acquisition of Ofuito as soon as possible, Lu Qian said. Just tell them that I'm not at the farm. Besides, the company is closing soon. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Xia Ruofei said with a frown. All right. Lu Qian hesitated again and asked, then, about the food and accommodation of these two people, are there any empty rooms in the company's guest house? Xia Ruofei asked. No more. Lu Qian said, President Lin, there are 6 people here this time. Our guest house doesn't have many rooms to begin with, then isn't it settled? Xia Ruofei said, you don't have to take the initiative to arrange for them. Tongren Hall is such a big family business. Can't they afford a few travel expenses? Understood. Lu Qian quickly said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei didn't pay much attention to it. He placed his phone on the stone table and picked up his book. Logo. Chen Shun, the purchasing manager of the Tongren Tang chain headquarters, was in a bad mood. At noon, Vice President Lin of the East China District called the vice president of the chain store in the East China District to report that there was a batch of high-quality Cordyceps sinensis to be purchased and he wanted to apply for permission. This vice president was Chen Shun's second uncle, Chen Weinan. He had a deep impression of this Vice President Lin from the East China region. He was originally just a store manager, but he was lucky enough to continuously purchase very old wild ginseng. Later, he opened up his own channels and could purchase high-quality iron, skinned maple leaves for Tongren Hall every month. This was why he was discovered by the chain headquarters leader and was promoted smoothly. When Chen Weinan heard that this Vice President Lin had found the best quality Owedo, which was more valuable and had better sales, he was slightly moved and asked about the source. Just as he had guessed, it was still from the Paradise Corporation in Sanshan. Chen Weinan immediately had an idea. This was a performance that would make people jealous. His nephew, Chen Shun, had been in the position of purchasing manager for a long time. This time, the position of the vice president of the purchasing department was vacant, and there were 6 or 7 managers of the purchasing department who met the promotion conditions. If Chen Shun could get such a big order, with the help of Zhang Ziyan, Chen Shun's promotion would be reasonable. Therefore, Chen Weinan immediately called a halt to the transaction. He said that with such a large purchase and such a large transaction amount, the chain headquarters needed to send someone to preside over the purchase in the name of the chain headquarters. Then, the batch of goods would be distributed to the various regions. In other words, they could not let the East China region eat all the food. Just like that, Chen Shun was urgently dispatched to the 3 mountains. Before leaving, Chen Weinan had specifically given Chen Shun face-to-face instructions and emphasized the importance of this purchase many times. This was because his nephew was really not presentable. His ability level was average, but he was good at eating, drinking, and playing. If it were not for his protection, he might not even be an ordinary purchasing commissioner, let alone a purchasing manager. He might even be kicked out of the company after a few days. Chen Shun was also overjoyed after hearing this, as if he could see the vice president of the procurement department waving at him. He didn't understand those profound questions, and he didn't want to understand them. Anyway, he just remembered his uncle's words and tried his best to get this big order. With such a sense of urgency, Chen Shun boarded the flight to Sanshan City with an experienced purchasing specialist. When the plane landed on Sanshan, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He hailed a cab at the airport and headed straight for Taoyuan Farm. He didn't expect that when he came to the farm, a female assistant in her 20s would receive him. After a few phone calls, she told him that the chairman of Paradise Company had gone out and couldn't talk today. He originally thought that even if the deal didn't go through today, the Paradise Company would at least arrange for accommodation and food, right? Unexpectedly, after she finished speaking, the female assistant shut her mouth and did not mention this matter again. Chen Shun was extremely depressed. He felt that this Paradise Company didn't know how to treat their guests. He was here to buy the company. He was the god of fortune. Even if he didn't treat him as a guest, he still needed basic protection, right? However, since the other party was feigning ignorance, Chen Shun, as a man of the capital, could not shamelessly take the initiative to mention it. He could only leave the farm with his people. Gloomily. When he arrived at the farm's entrance, Chen Shun realized that something was wrong. The farm was located on the outskirts, and it took a long time to walk from the entrance of the farm to the national highway. And it was difficult to get a taxi on the national highway. Seeing the sky getting darker and darker, Chen Shun's mood was also extremely bad. He pulled out his phone with a dark face, found President Lin's number, and dialed. The phone rang a few times before President Lin picked it up. He said indifferently, "Manager Chen, do you have any instructions?" "Vice President Lin, we're at the entrance of Taoyuan Farm right now. We can't get a taxi to the city right now, so can you get someone to call a taxi to pick us up?" Chen Shun said in a commanding tone. President Lin could hear Chen Shun's resentment, but he almost laughed out loud. It seemed that Manager Chen from Beijing had already been to Taoyuan Farm, but he had been refused. Brother Xia is really a good friend, President Lin said in his heart. President Lin controlled his emotions and said coldly, "Manager Chen, I'm sorry. We don't live in the city. Where are you staying?" Chen Shun asked. President Lin said in a matter of fact tone, "Of course I'm staying at Taoyuan Farm." Chen Shun didn't expect Boss Lin to be at Peach Blossom Farm. He said hatefully in his heart, "This is preposterous. The few of them treated me with good food and drinks, but I didn't even have a cup of hot tea when I came over. It's getting dark, and they're not even arranging accommodation. Is there anything else, Manager Chen? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Director Xia is looking for me for dinner," President Lin said. Then, without waiting for Chen Shun to speak, he hung up the phone. Chen Shun was so angry that he almost threw his phone away. The purchasing commissioner who came with him stood to the side, trembling in fear, not daring to touch his bad luck. "What are you waiting for?" Chen Shun said unhappily. "Let's walk out and stop a taxi on the national highway." After that, he strode forward, and the purchasing commissioner could only drag their suitcases and quickly follow. The two of them walked for a long time and only came to the national highway when it was completely dark. Then, they stopped a taxi for a full half an hour in the cold wind before they were lucky enough to find an empty taxi returning to the city. They then got on the car and returned to the city. After getting a room in Sanshan City, Chen Shun's resentment had not dissipated. He decided that when they discussed the specific terms of the acquisition tomorrow, he would make a good decision on this Paradise Company. If the tiger doesn't show its Might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Chen Shun said in his heart. At this time, he had already forgotten his uncle Chen Weinan's advice. The next morning, after a few twists and turns, Chen Shun finally met the chairman of the Peach Blossom Company, Xia Ruofei. At the same time, he also saw CEO Lin and the others. Chen Shun didn't give President Lin a good look, and President Lin didn't want to pretend to be polite with this person who was obviously here to pick up the peach, so the air in the meeting room seemed to have a trace of gunpowder. It was not until the late Xia Ruofei entered the meeting room that the frozen air seemed to start flowing again. Feng Jing had felt the atmosphere in the meeting room was very depressing. When Xia Ruofei entered, she quickly introduced him, Chairman, this is Manager Chen Shun, from the purchasing chain of Tongren Tang. Manager Chen, this is our chairman, Mr. Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Hello, Manager Chen. Chen Shun nodded at Xia Ruofei with a fake smile, then said, President Xia, I'm here on behalf of the Tongren Tang chain to discuss the acquisition of Awedo. According to Vice President Lin's report from the East China region, your company has a batch of wormgrass that has a good color. We are quite interested in high-end Chinese medicinal herbs, but before we talk about the purchase, I would like to check the goods first. Xia Ruofei sat down and frowned. Director Lin has already brought a professional appraiser to inspect this batch of wormgrass yesterday. Vice President Lin has seen it, but I haven't. Chen Shun said, our Tongren Tang chain has a very strict set of procedures for such a large amount of money involved in the acquisition. I hope you can understand. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and nodded. All right then. Although Chen Shun looked like he was asking for a beating, Xia Ruofei still wanted to cash out this batch of wormgrass as soon as possible. Since he wanted to see it, he would let him. It would not waste much time anyway. Xia Ruofei beckoned to Lu Qian, who quickly put down her pen and walked over. Xia Ruofei took out his office key and handed it to Lu Qian. Go to the administrative office and find a few young and strong guys to carry the 3 large boxes behind my desk over. Tell them to be careful and not to bump into them. Yes. Lu Qian said, then took the key and left quickly. In a short while, 3 boxes of Awedo were carried into the meeting room. Logo. Manager Chen, the things are here, feel free to take a look. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Chen Shun didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately called the purchasing specialist he brought to check the cordyceps. As for President Lin and the others, they sat there without getting up. Chen Shun clearly didn't believe their test results, so why ask for trouble? The purchasing specialist Chen Shun brought was very experienced, and had a lot of experience in identifying Awedo. This was specially assigned by Chen Weinan to his ignorant and incompetent nephew, to protect him. When the purchasing commissioner saw the Awedo, he was as shocked as CEO Lin and the rest. In fact, he was even more shocked than CEO Lin. After all, CEO Lin had seen Xia Ruofei create miracles more than once, while the purchasing commissioner had no idea about it before. Chen Shun didn't know anything, but he also pretended to take out some wormgrass too. Look at it. The purchasing specialist opened every bag of Awedo and took samples for inspection. It took him more than half an hour to finish looking through all of them. Then, he leaned close to Chen Shun's ear and whispered, Manager, the quality of this batch of wormgrass is very high. The price of 750,000 yuan per kilogram from the East China region is more appropriate. Chen Shun nodded expressionlessly, then put the cordyceps in his hand back. He patted the non-existent dust off his hands and sat back in his seat. President Xia, we've seen the items. The quality is indeed passable. Qin Shan said casually, Tongren Hall wants this batch of wormgrass. The purchase price is 500,000 yuan per kilogram. That's a lot more expensive than the price we pay for special grade grass. The purchasing commissioner's face changed slightly when he heard this. He quickly turned to look at Qin Shan, but after Qin Shan gave him a dark look, he quickly lowered his head and did not dare to say another word. President Lin's and Dr. Huang's expressions changed drastically. President Lin even glared at Qin Shan. Qin Shan's words were a little harsh. When Chief Lin reported to the chain headquarters, he had proposed the purchase price of 750,000 yuan per kilogram. Now, he cut it to 500,000 yuan. Wasn't this clearly saying that he, surnamed Lin, had deliberately set a high price to provide benefits to the Peach Blossom Company? Moreover, President Lin more or less understood Xia Ruofei's temper. With Qin Shan's insincere offer, it was very likely that Xia Ruofei would leave in a huff and this business would no longer be related to Tongren Hall. Xia Ruofei might even stop the supply of the iron-skinned fengdao. President Lin knew that Peach Blossom Company's iron-skin maples were also very popular on the internet, and the price was lower than that of Tongren Hall. Even if they didn't cooperate with Tongren Hall, they didn't have to worry about sales. On the other hand, Tongren Hall had lost their partner, Xia Ruofei, who could provide them with an endless supply of top-quality Chinese medicinal herbs. It was a huge loss. Manager Chen, are you joking with me? Xia Ruofei's face darkened. The purchasing commissioner had whispered to Qin Shan. Although his voice was soft, it could not escape Xia Ruofei's sensitive ears. President Xia, I don't quite understand, Qin Shan said unhurriedly. Then I'll make it clearer. Xia Ruofei said coldly, President Lin's team offered me 75,000 yuan, but Manager Chen cut it by 250,000 yuan. What's the meaning of this? President Xia, Qin Shan said with a fake smile, now it's our Tongren Tang chain headquarters that are acquiring the company. Vice President Lin can only represent East China at most. His offer doesn't count. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to call for instructions, right? Besides, our offer is not low. 500,000 per unit is already the highest price we can offer. Xia Ruofei stood up and said to Feng Jing, in the future, don't call me for such a waste of time. After that, Xia Ruofei turned around and left the meeting room without even saying goodbye. Qin Shan was dumbfounded. He only came back to his senses after Xia Ruofei's figure disappeared from the conference room. By then, Xia Ruofei had already left the meeting room. Qin Shan could only shout at Feng Jing, President Feng, what does President Xia mean by this? Is this the attitude of cooperation? Feng Jing was furious. Even though she knew that Xia Ruofei wasn't angry at her, Qin Shan's actions still made her upset, especially when the 100 million yuan that was already in place seemed to have changed again. Hence, Feng Jing didn't give Qin Shan a good look. She said, what other meaning could there be? We're not doing this business anymore. Manager Chen, please leave. Qin Shan's face turned red and white, and the anger in his heart grew. He had his uncle's protection in the Tongren Tang chain headquarters, so he had always been very high profile. Moreover, the people in Beijing more or less had a sense of superiority, which was the kind of feeling that came from the roots of the imperial city. This time, he came to Sanshan with this sense of superiority. Tang was a well-known Chinese medicine company. In the past, Chen Shun had always had an absolute advantage in purchasing. He thought that it would be the same this time. In addition, after yesterday's cold reception, he wanted to take advantage of it. He didn't expect that he would fail to show off. The other party didn't take him seriously at all. Chen Shun felt embarrassed. He said in exasperation, "President Feng, it seems that Tongren Hall is nothing in your eyes. If I remember correctly, we're still acquiring your company's iron keyed in the long term. Is this how you treat your customers? If this is your attitude, I think we should just call it a day, logo." Feng Rao's tone turned cold. She snorted and said, "The Peach Blossom Company and the Qian Tang store of Tongren Tang have signed a long-term supply agreement. The party that breached the contract had to bear the responsibility for compensation. However, as long as Manager Chen is willing to bear the consequences, we don't mind. We can stop the supply from next month. As for the penalty, we won't ask for it for the sake of President Lin." Chen Shun was stunned. Shouldn't the other party soften his attitude and plead for mercy immediately? A business that was worth more than 10 million a month, and he was going to give it up just like that? The development of the situation had always been beyond his expectations. CEO Lin, who had been silent from the beginning, now even had the thought of killing Chen Shun. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. He was already going crazy from the failure of Awito's business. At the same time, he was worried that Chen Shun would not be able to continue his business if he angered Xia Ruofei. He didn't expect that before Xia Ruofei could make the decision to terminate the cooperation, Chen Shun, this idiot, would take the initiative to bring it up. He thought that this would be enough to make Paradise Corporation suffer. Did this guy's brain get stuck in a door when he was young? President Lin cursed in his heart. He didn't even know the most basic situation and dared to represent the headquarters to come and negotiate. In this iron-hide keyed fight business, the Paradise Company was the one who took the initiative. It was Tongren Hall who was begging the Paradise Company to cooperate, okay? Feng Rao looked at Chen Shun coldly and said, "Manager Chen, I'm busy with work here. Since both parties have irreconcilable differences, we won't keep you. Please." Chen Shun snorted coldly and stood up abruptly. "This is the first time I've seen such an overbearing company. Tongren Hall has tens of thousands of business partners, and it's useless without your company. You don't have the channels of Tongren Hall, so I'd like to see who you can sell your medicinal herbs to. We're not kids anymore. So don't say such boring words." Feng Rao stood up and said, "I have a meeting to attend to. I'll be leaving now." She was extremely disgusted with the purchasing manager sent by the headquarters of Tongren Tang chain. She really didn't know what the HR department of Tongren Tang did for a living. How could such a person be a manager and be assigned to such an important task? If they were all like this, then there was no need for this cooperation. Feng Jing and Lu Qian also left. CEO Lin gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Shun. He stood up without a word and left the meeting room with his people. After a while, only Chen Shun and the purchasing agent he brought were left in the meeting room. There was also an administrative girl who was in charge of tea security. She stood at the side with a vigilant look, as if she was guarding against a thief. Chen Shun's expression was extremely ugly. He snorted coldly and said, "Let's go." Chen Shun and the purchasing commissioner went downstairs. This time, he had learned his lesson. He rented a car from the city. He didn't want to walk a long way and then hail a taxi on the national highway. Chen Shun's phone rang just as he got into the rented car. It was his second uncle, Chen Weinan. Second uncle. Chen Shun picked up the phone unhappily. Chen Shun, how's the negotiation going with the Paradise Company? Chen Weinan asked sternly. In his opinion, this was a ripened fruit. President Lin had even negotiated the price. Chen Shun only needed to go over and pick the fruit gently. However, his nephew was unreliable, so Chen Weinan was a little worried and called to ask about the situation. Second uncle, we didn't reach an agreement, Chen Shun said. What's going on? Chen Weinan frowned and asked, did you work hard or not? Didn't I tell you that this order is very important to the Tongren Tang chain and to you? Chen Shun then remembered Chen Weinan's serious words before he left the capital, and he panicked. Although he was good at ruining things, he still had a lot of bad ideas. So, he rolled his eyes and immediately said, Second uncle, you can't blame me for this. The Peach Blossom Company doesn't have any sincerity to cooperate at all, and their attitude is very arrogant. The attitude of Paradise Corporation is arrogant? Chen Weinan said doubtfully, could it be that you didn't pay attention to your words and angered him? How is that possible? Chen Shun immediately complained, Second uncle, you don't know this. I rushed here as soon as I got off the plane yesterday, but I didn't even see a person in charge. They didn't even receive me. What's more, this company is in the middle of nowhere. Yesterday, I walked for more than half an hour and stopped a car by the roadside for another half an hour before I finally returned to the city. There's actually such a thing? Chen Weinan started to believe it. Second uncle, that's not all. Chen Shun immediately said. They treated Lin Zhongming and his group as guests, but they were indifferent to us. There was obviously something fishy. So, I was smart and suggested to check the goods again, and they immediately turned on me. Chen Shun continued, we've seen this batch of wormgrass. Although the quality is not bad, Lin Zhongming's price of 750,000 yuan is obviously too high. If we buy it at this price, we will lose our profit margin. So, I followed the principle of purchasing and offered a price of 500,000 yuan. I'm also deliberately offering a lower price to leave some room for bargaining. Chen Weinan secretly nodded and felt that his nephew had done a good job, so he asked, and then? How did you guys fall out, Logo? Chen Shun said gloomily, we didn't even talk about it. When the chairman of this company heard my offer, he immediately got up and left. Then, their general manager's attitude was very tough and his tone was very aggressive. We couldn't talk about it anymore. They didn't even discuss the price and just left? Chen Weinan also found it unbelievable. Isn't that so? Chen Shun said, Second uncle, I suspect that there's something fishy about this. Lin Zhongming has a close relationship with this company, and it was all thanks to this company that he was able to get to his position. Now that he has more power, he's in charge of the procurement of the entire East China district. I think there's something strange about this deal. Could it be that there's some benefit transfer between him and this company? Chen Weinan pondered for a while and said, I know. Since that's the case, you can retreat first. All right, second uncle, Chen Shun said. Then, he couldn't help but ask, then, what about Lin Zhongming? You don't need to care. Chen Weinan said, I'll ask the comrades of the discipline inspection team to investigate it in secret. Chen Shun was overjoyed. And said, okay. We have to investigate this guy thoroughly. There's definitely something wrong with him. This time, Chen Shun even hated President Lin, so he fanned the flames here, hoping that President Lin would be in trouble. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shun glanced at the purchasing commissioner, who had a strange expression on his face, and said, "You don't need me to teach you what to say when you get back, do you?" The purchasing commissioner trembled slightly and quickly said, "Manager Chen, I understand. Don't worry." He didn't have any background in the company. Although he knew that Chen Shun was lying, he didn't dare to say a word. Otherwise, with Chen Shun's power in the chain headquarters, he would be fired in 3 days if he wanted to. Chen Shun nodded in satisfaction and said, "Smart people should know how to judge the situation. After this incident, I will find a way to find you a deputy manager position." The purchasing commissioner smiled bitterly in his heart and pretended to be grateful. He said, "Thank you, Manager Chen." "Thank you, Manager Chen." Taoyuan Farm. President Lin walked into Xia Ruofei's office with an apologetic look on his face. "Brother Xia, I'm really sorry," he said as soon as he entered the door. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "Mr. Lin, this has nothing to do with you. I'm not an unreasonable person. Don't worry. This Chen Shun is a shit stirrer." President Lin said angrily, "Such a good thing was ruined by him. Let's not talk about him." Xia Ruofei said, "This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson." "Brother Xia, how about this?" President Lin hesitated for a moment and said, "As the Vice President of East China, I can make decisions for transactions below 80 million yuan. I just need to report it to the headquarters for record. Why don't we reduce the transaction volume this time?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Forget it. President Lin, it's not that I don't want to work with you. But the main thing is that I've just driven away your people from the headquarters. Now that you're representing the East China region to sign a contract with us, I'm worried that it will have a bad impact on you." After all, Tongren Hall was a state-owned enterprise, and the rules of the officialdom were also applicable here. If President Lin signed a contract with Paradise Corporation under such circumstances, not only would he not be appreciated by the leader, but he would also be labeled as insensible, and it would be difficult for him to improve in the future. President Lin knew this as well, but he felt sorry for Xia Ruofei, so he proposed this solution. He sighed and said, "AI. Why is it so difficult to do something wholeheartedly?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "CEO Lin. Forget it. There's no need to be angry. We'll have more opportunities to work together in the future. By the way, you might as well stay for a few more days and take it as a distraction. There's still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with at home." President Lin said with a bitter smile. "Brother Xia, I've already asked my men to book an evening ticket. This time, it's my fault, please forgive me. I don't blame you for this, so don't apologize anymore." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The business is not done, but it doesn't affect our personal relationship." "Okay, I won't disturb you any longer," President Lin said with a little disinterest. "I'll have to trouble you to send a car to take us to the airport in the afternoon." "No problem." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "President Lin, you should go and rest for a while. I'll have a few drinks with you this afternoon." After CEO Lin left, Xia Ruofei could not help but slam the table, feeling all sorts of dissatisfaction. Looks like I can't count on a widow for this 100 million, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Although such good wormgrass wouldn't have a problem selling, it wasn't easy to find a partner who could buy so many goods in one go and pay quickly. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and was about to take out his phone to make an appointment with a bank overseas. Just then, his phone rang first. Logo. Xia Ruofei looked at the caller ID. It was Zhao Yongjun, from the capital. He let out a long breath and temporarily removed the accumulated negative emotions. Big brother Zhao. Xia Ruofei said. Are you Fei? Zhao Yongjun's tone was as forthright and enthusiastic as ever. I haven't contacted you for a while. How have you been? It's all right. He's busy. All day. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Zhao, what's the matter? Zhao Yongjun didn't answer Xia Ruofei. Instead, he asked, Ruofei. Why do I feel that you're a little down? What happened? Although Xia Ruofei had tried to control his emotions, he felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly today. His tone was more or less low. Zhao Yongjun was also a person with rich social experience, so he could tell. Oh. It's nothing. Xia Ruofei replied, it's just a small problem in the business. Brother Zhao, don't worry about it. I can handle it myself. Zhao Yongjun immediately said unhappily, Ruofei, are you treating me like an outsider? If you encounter any problems, just tell me. Let's not talk about whether I can help you or not. At least I have more experience than you, so I can at least give you some ideas, right? Hey. I'm really fine. Xia Ruofei said, Brother Zhao, if you're willing to listen. I'll tell you, Xia Ruofei happened to have a stomach full of anger as well. Since Zhao Yongjun was so insistent on getting to the bottom of it, he might as well not hide it and told him the whole story. After he finished, Xia Ruofei said gloomily, Brother Zhao, don't you think this matter is quite infuriating? You've gotten such a bug from munching on melon seeds. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but be speechless after hearing this. He said, who's this grandson? It was so awesome. He had never heard of such a person in the capital. Ruofei, big brother. We'll help you vent your anger later. He's just a small manager of a state-owned enterprise, but he's already so good. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that he was the chairman of Tongren Hall. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it doesn't matter if I vent my anger or not. To be honest, I don't have to worry about sales at all. It's just that it's a little slow to get back the money if I sell it myself. At that time, Tongren Hall was willing to buy in bulk, and I wanted to save time. So I gave them a chance to make money and become famous. I didn't expect this to happen. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm on good terms with the regional vice president of Tongren Hall, and that I'm in urgent need of money recently, I'd have completely terminated the cooperation. You're in need of money? Zhao asked. I still have some money on hand, so I'll give you some first. No need, big brother Zhao. Xia Ruofei said. Then he briefly told Zhao Yongjun about buying the building. When Zhao Yongjun heard that Xia Ruofei's capital gap had reached 100 million, he couldn't help but click his tongue. He said, I'm so far off. Then I really don't have. Although Zhao Yongjun had some assets, it was impossible for him to take out 100 million in cash. He continued, Ruofei. I have a few friends in the bank. How about I help you contact them? Your company's current valuation should not be low, especially after the sale of the jaded skin cream. The bank should be more optimistic. By the way, your company doesn't have a lot of loans, right? Xia Ruofei said, Brother Zhao, I appreciate your kindness. I can solve this problem. I still have a place to make money. Don't you worry. Zhao Yongjun laughed, all right then. Then I won't bother about the money. But about the Tongren Hall, you don't have to worry about this. Xia Ruofei quickly replied, it's normal to have some hiccups in business, I understand, Zhao Yongjun said noncommittally. Oh. Right, Brother Zhao, Xia Ruofei asked again, we've been talking for a long time. You still haven't told me what you need from me. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, it's not a big deal. We've been quite free recently, so we thought of going to the southeast to play for a few days. We haven't been to your farm either, have we? Everyone wants to see you too. Take a look around, you're familiar with the people here, just Lu Jian, Liangzi, and a few others. Xia Ruofei said happily, welcome. You guys can come over anytime. I'll welcome you with open arms. And accompany you for the entire journey, including food and lodging. Ha ha ha. We won't stand on ceremony with a big tycoon like you. Zhao Yongjun laughed heartily. I'm just saying hello to you first. If there's nothing else, we'll fly over to find you in the next 2 days. If you have any work in the near future, arrange it in advance. Don't be too busy. No problem. Xia Ruofei replied, I'm free anytime. All right. Then we'll meet at the 3 mountains. Zhao Yongjun said. Xia Ruofei said, sure. I'll be waiting for you guys. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei thought about how Zhao Yongjun and Therist would arrange their visit. In terms of accommodation, it was quite good at Taoyuan Farm. In any case, what kind of luxury hotel had these second and third generations not stayed in? On the other hand, Taoyuan Farm had a beautiful environment and was by the sea, so it was easy to arrange food. The authentic Sanshan specialty dishes, with Taoyuan vegetables as ingredients, were definitely of high quality. As for whether they would stay in the 3 mountains for the entire trip or go to some other places around, including the famous tourist city Heron Island, it was up to Zhao Yongjun and the others. Logo. However, he had to rent a high-class car in advance. The Toyota Coaster should be good. Xia Ruofei scribbled on a piece of paper as he thought about it. For a moment, he forgot to make a call to an overseas bank to make an appointment for a transfer. By the time he remembered it, he realized that the bank over there should have closed due to the time difference. Therefore, this matter could only be discussed tomorrow. Fortunately, the time limit given by Bojun Real Estate was a week. There were still a few days left. So he was not in a hurry. In the capital, Zhao Yongjun's face darkened after he finished his call with Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei had mentioned the incident with Chen Shun at Tongren Hall, he had been suppressing his anger and scolding this bastard. He was obviously there to find trouble. Xia Ruofei was Zhao Yongjun's brother. Since when could a mere purchasing manager bully him? Zhao Yongjun sat in his chair, deep in thought. It was fine if he didn't know about this, but since he did, he would definitely help Xia Ruofei vent his anger, and he would do it to his heart's content. Zhao Yongjun grew up in the capital. Other than serving in the army for a few years, he spent most of his time in the capital. In terms of connections, he was even stronger than Song Rui. Moreover, he was well known in the circle, and with his forthright personality, he had many friends. Zhao Yongjun also needed to think about who he should find to do this with the least effort and complete it beautifully. Names and their backgrounds flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and tried to recall. Then, Zhao Yongjun took out his phone and called Ho Liang. Ho Liang's father was the leader of the SARFT. Even though the SARFT was not an influential department, Ho Liang was a decent person. That was why Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun were willing to bring him along. Previously, when Xia Ruofei flew to Beijing, she had hired a small-time celebrity to represent her in jade skin ointment. However, when she changed her mind at the last minute, it was Ho Liang who had helped her settle it without saying a word. Now, that small-time celebrity was still in the cold storage, and her future as a star was basically ruined. After the phone rang twice, Ho Liang picked it up. His voice was very enthusiastic. "Brother Jun. You're looking for me?" "Yeah," Zhao Yongjun said. "Liangzi, when we went bowling at Juanhao last month, did you bring a guy with the last name Wei?" Ho Liang was stunned for a moment, then he immediately said, "Oh. Brother Jun, you're talking about Wei Jun, right? The one with a small split, the one who's not very tall. Yes, it's him." Zhao Yongjun immediately said. "What's wrong, Brother Jun?" Ho Liang asked uneasily. "Did this kid make you angry? I'll help you teach him a lesson." Other than this reason, Ho Liang couldn't think of another reason why someone like Zhao Yongjun would suddenly care about Wei Jun. This was because there was a huge gap between Wei Jun's social circle and Zhao Yongjun's. His father was only the president of a city-owned state-owned enterprise, and he was transferred from outside of Beijing. Wei Jun's father, Wei Jianming, was so unremarkable even in Beijing, where there were many high officials, let alone Wei Jun. He had just entered Beijing with his father and had no foundation at all. Wei Jianming had worked with Ho Liang's father before and was even his leader for a short period of time. However, Ho Liang's father's career was much smoother than Wei Jianming's. He quickly became Wei Jianming's leader and was then transferred to the ministry. That was why Wei Jianming brought his wife and child to visit Ho Liang's house as soon as he was transferred to Beijing. Ho Liang's father was quite a nostalgic person and took care of Wei Jianming. He also told Ho Liang to take care of Wei Jun more often. Wei Jun had long yearned for the circle of the second generation in Beijing, so he was very respectful to Ho Liang. He had revealed many times that he wanted to get to know the big shots in the circle, and Ho Liang would only occasionally bring Wei Jun to some gathering activities with great difficulty. In Ho Liang's memory, Wei Jun had probably met Zhao Yongjun when they were bowling at Juanhao. For such an insignificant person to suddenly call Zhao Yongjun in such a serious manner, Ho Liang felt that Wei Jun must have been insensible and offended Zhao Yongjun, so he was also quite scared. Zhao Yongjun snorted and said, "Liangzi, you're always teaching this and that, you're from the underground society, aren't you?" "I'm just asking." "Hee, Brother Jun, I was wrong," Ho Liang quickly said with a cheeky smile. "This Wei Jun, his family?" Zhao Yongjun asked indifferently. Last time at Juanhao, Ho Liang had introduced him, but Zhao Yongjun didn't have a deep impression of him. Every day, there were so many young children like Wei Jun who wanted to squeeze into their circle, so how could Zhao Yongjun remember to come? Zhao Yongjun vaguely remembered that Wei Jun's family seemed to have some connections with Tongren Hall, so he called Ho Liang to ask about the Situation. Big brother June, Wei Jun's father was transferred to the capital a few months ago. He's now the chairman of the Tongren group, Ho Liang quickly said. Zhao Yongjun's eyes brightened. It seemed that his memory was not bad. Although this kid's background was not that great, he was the most suitable person to do this. Thinking of this, he immediately said, Liangzi, give this Wei Jun a call and tell him I'll treat him to tea. See you at the front gate of Xiangfu Tea House in half an hour, logo. Ho Liang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Brother Jun is treating Wei Jun to tea? What did this kid do? Big brother Jun, just tell us if there's anything you need, Wei Jun wouldn't dare to be slow. Or I can ask him to come to you immediately. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhao Yongjun laughed. It's settled then. By the way, you should come along too. All right. I'll inform him immediately. Ho Liang could only say helplessly. After ending the call with Zhao Yongjun, Ho Liang didn't dare to delay and quickly called Wei Jun, Liang bro. Wei Jun called out respectfully. In fact, Ho Liang was younger than Wei Jun by a year, but Wei Jun could call him Brother Liang quite smoothly, without any psychological burden at all. It was because Ho Liang's father was more awesome. Moreover, Ho Liang had a reputation in the circle and was 1,000 times better than an outsider like him. He was also very willing to call him brother. Wei Jun, where are you? Ho Liang asked. Liang bro, I'm just about to go play go-kart in the western suburbs. Wei Jun quickly said, there's a new car park there. The conditions are quite good. Liang bro, do you want to come over and play? Don't go, turn back immediately. Yes. Ho Liang said, I have an important matter here. All right. Wei Jun said without hesitation, then carefully asked, Liang bro, can you tell me what it is? Ho Liang was also somewhat puzzled. He said, I can't explain it clearly over the phone, but it should be a good thing for you. Come back soon. It shouldn't be a problem to get to auspicious fortune store in front of the gate within half an hour, right? No problem, no problem. Wei Jun quickly said, I haven't left the city yet. There's no traffic jam now. All right, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Ho Liang said. Half an hour later, Wei Jun arrived at auspicious fortune store in a hurry. Seeing that Ho Liang was already standing at the door, he hastened his steps and said, Liang bro, I'm so sorry. I even asked you to wait for me here. Ho Liang waved his hand nonchalantly and said, come in with me. All right. Wei Jun followed closely behind him and asked carefully, Liang bro, what are your orders? Tell me about it first. To be honest, I don't know what's going on either. It's brother Jun who's looking for you today, so be careful of what you say later. Ho Liang said. Wei Jun trembled in fear and said in a trembling voice, Jun bro? It's Zhao Yongjun, brother Jun? He really couldn't believe it, so he couldn't help but ask. Other than him, who else can make me call him brother Jun? Ho Liang looked at Wei Jun and said, but you don't have to worry. It shouldn't be a bad thing. If Jun bro has something for you to do, you have to do your best. This is a good opportunity for you. Understood? Wei Jun quickly replied. Understood. Thanks for the reminder, Liang bro. He was just worried that he wouldn't have the chance to enter Zhao Yongjun's circle. Today, Zhao Yongjun took the initiative to ask him to do something. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Thus, Wei Jun couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, he also secretly made up his mind. No matter how difficult the task Zhao Yongjun asked him to do, he would do everything he could to complete it, and he would do it beautifully. Very quickly, Ho Liang brought Wei Jun, who was unable to suppress his excitement, to a small room. Ho Liang gently knocked on the door and called out, "Big brother Jun." Wei Jun's heart thumped. He heard a steady voice coming from the room, "Come in, Logo." Wei Jun was both excited and nervous as he followed Ho Liang into the private room. This private room was not big, but the environment was very elegant. The faint sound of guzheng music lingered in the private room. Wei Jun saw a middle-aged man sitting behind a simple tea table. There was a chessboard and an incense burner on the table. The air was filled with the faint smell of sandalwood and tea. In the smoke, the middle-aged man's face was not very clear. "Big brother Jun." "Wei Jun." Ho Liang called out respectfully. Then, he frowned slightly and lightly tugged on Wei Jun's sleeve. Wei Jun came back to his senses and quickly greeted Zhao Yongjun respectfully. Zhao Yongjun was focused on making tea. He looked up with a gentle smile on his face. "Liang, Wei, you're here. Sit down." "Thank you, Jun bro," Ho Liang quickly said. Then, he pulled Wei Jun to the seat opposite Zhao Yongjun and sat down. "Big brother Jun, I've already spoken to Wei Jun. If you have any orders, you can just tell Wei Jun directly. He'll definitely do his best." "That's right, brother Jun," Wei Jun quickly said. "It's my honor that you need my help. Wei, I heard from Liang that your father is the chairman of the Tongren Tang Group. Do you know a purchasing manager called Chen Shun?" Zhao Yongjun asked. Wei Jun's face revealed a trace of shame as he said, "Big brother Jun, I don't know many of the internal staff of Tongren Hall. This Chen Shun you're talking about, I've never heard of his name. But I can go and ask around after I get back. It's more convenient for me to do things in Tongren Hall," he added. "Big brother Jun, if there's anything you need, just tell me," Ho Liang said. "No matter how difficult it is, as long as it's related to Tongren Hall, Wei Jun will definitely be able to help you settle it properly." Zhao Yongjun slightly widened his eyes and said, "Do I look like the kind of person who would make things difficult for others?" Ho Liang quickly smiled apologetically and said, "What are you saying? Who in the industry didn't know that brother Jun was the most loyal to his own brother? There's nothing to say." Zhao Yongjun glanced at Ho Liang, then turned to Wei Jun and said, "Little Wei, I'm looking for you this time for something. It's related to Tongren Hall. It's a matter of a good brother of mine. I'll tell you what it is first. If you think you can do it, then please help me. If you have any difficulties, don't be embarrassed. Just tell me. I won't blame you." "I know, Jun bro," Wei Jun quickly said. Zhao Yongjun pondered for a moment, then said, "This friend of mine has a batch of quality cordyceps. I'm not very familiar with this area, but I'm sure that it's definitely better than the so-called special herbs sold in the market." He had already reached an agreement with Tongren Hall's East China region to purchase it. Zhao Yongjun briefly explained the situation. When Ho Liang heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt, "Fuck. You're not talking about Ruofei's company, are you, Jun bro?" Zhao Yongjun nodded and said, "Congratulations, you're right. I called Ruofei today to tell him that we're going to the Three Mountains in 2 days, and only then did I find out that something like this had happened." As a brother, how can I not do anything about it? Who cares? He had to. This is too fucked up. Ho Liang said. Then, he immediately said to Wei Jun, Wei Jun, you have to help me with this no matter what. Ruofei's identity is a little special, and he's on very good terms with us. He's even a life and death friend of brother Jun. If you do this well, I, Ho Liang, will owe you a favor. Zhao Yongjun nodded. What Liangzi said is also what I wanted to say. Little Wei, if you're confident, I hope you can help us with this. After this, I, Zhao Yongjun, will owe you a favor. Wei Jun quickly stood up and said, Brother Jun, Brother Liang, you're too polite. What's with the favor? Don't worry, brothers, leave this to me. Just tell me to what extent you're going to do it. I'll definitely implement it to the letter. Zhao Yongjun pondered for a while and said, that Chen Shun will definitely be taught an unforgettable lesson. However, the most important thing now was to help Ruofei solve the problem of funds. Tongren Hall was being too mean. I've already made an appointment with Old Wang of the Year of the Crane Hall to see if they can buy this batch of goods. You can decide what to do. After I've talked to Old Wang, Wei Jun almost panicked when he heard this. He quickly said, Brother Jun, aren't you slapping my face? This matter was caused by the people under Tongren Hall, so the aftermath would definitely be handled by Tongren Hall. Isn't it just a batch of a Weedo? Plus, Jun Bro said that the quality of this batch is so good, how can we let an outsider have it? The year of the Crane Hall was also a large medicine hall in the capital. It had a long history, dating back to the Ming dynasty. It could be said to be as famous as Tongren Hall in China. It was just that its development in recent years was slightly inferior to Tongren Hall, and its reputation was not as great as Tongren Hall. However, it was still very powerful. Moreover, the two companies were absolute competitors in the field of Chinese medicine sales. Wei Jun's father was the chairman of Tongren Hall, so he naturally knew more about the industry. So when he heard that Zhao Yongjun was going to hand the business to Henian Hall, he immediately became anxious. Logo. Wei Jun continued, Big Brother Jun, give me a day. No. I'll get this done in half a day's time. I'll definitely give your friend an explanation, but I hope that Tongren Hall can continue with this business. The competition in the high-end Chinese medicinal herb market is too fierce. Zhao Yongjun said that on purpose. Although he had contacted the year of the Crane Hall, they were still a bit weaker than Tongren Hall. It was not easy to buy over 100 million worth of goods in one go. The best choice would naturally be to continue cooperating with Tongren Hall. So when Wei Jun said this, Zhao Yongjun went with the flow and said, all right then. Little Wei, I'll leave this matter to you. You're too kind, Brother Jun. Wei Jun was a little flattered. Brother Jun, since time is so tight, I'll go back and take care of things. I'll take my leave now. All right. Go do your work. Zhao Yongjun smiled gently. Liangzi, stay and have some tea with me. Good, Big Brother Ing. Jun. Ho Liang stood up and said, wait a moment. I'll send Wei Jun out. Zhao Yongjun nodded slightly. Thus, Ho Liang brought Wei Jun out of the private room. Once they reached the door, Ho Liang said solemnly, Wei Jun, you must treat this matter as your top priority. You can never imagine how important Xia Ruofei is. Let me put it this way. He's a few levels higher than me and Jun Bro. Wei Jun couldn't help but taken a cold breath as he looked at Ho Liang with a hesitant expression. In his eyes, Zhao Yongjun and the others were already the top second generation. This Xia Ruofei was even a few levels higher than Zhao Yongjun. Was there such an amazing person in the circle of second generation in China? Even Zhao Yongjun's father's status wasn't that high, right? Ho Liang was well aware of Wei Jun's thoughts. He patted Wei Jun's shoulder and said, "It's not convenient for me to explain it to you. It's fine as long as you know it in your heart." Wei Jun's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, "I understand, don't worry Liang bro. I know what to do." Ho Liang nodded and said, "All right, go. Hurry up. If there's any news, give me a call immediately. I'll be with June bro the whole day." Understood. Wei Jun hurriedly left the tea house. He didn't look for anyone and drove directly to the headquarters of the Tongren Tang Group. When he went to the chairman's office to ask, his secretary told him that his father, Wei Jianming, was in a meeting, and the meeting was expected to be long. Wei Jun became even more anxious when he heard this. He was like an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth in front of Wei Jianming's office a few times before he finally made up his mind to take out his phone and call Wei Jianming. In the group's meeting room, Wei Jianming was hosting a rather important meeting, mainly to discuss the group's next strategy. He was listening to a report from a middle-rank manager when his phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Wei Jianming glanced at it and saw that it was his son, Wei Jun's number. He frowned slightly and hung up. After a while, his phone vibrated again. This time it was a text message. Wei Jianming frowned slightly. He opened the message and saw that it was also from Wei Jun Dad. "I have a very urgent and important matter to talk to you about. I'm at the door of your office right now. It's very important. Can you come out for a moment?" Wei Jianming thought, what could Wei Jun be looking for me for? Although his son's ability was not very outstanding, he was generally reliable. He was much better than some second-generation rich kids who spent their days drinking and playing. The two vary in the message seemed to be quite urgent. Wei Jianming put down his phone without a change in expression. He still looked like he was listening attentively, and he even wrote and drew in his notebook from time to time. After a few minutes, the middle-level officer finally finished his report. Wei Jianming put down his pen and said with a pleasant expression, "Comrade Jianzhong's speech was very comprehensive, and the points of view are also very high, giving me a lot of inspiration. Comrades, we've been in a long meeting, so let's take a break now. We'll continue in 15 minutes. As the head of the company and the host of the meeting, Wei Jianming could naturally control the pace of the meeting. Moreover, the meeting had been going on for a long time, and everyone was getting drowsy, especially those who smoked heavily. They had long been looking forward to the break so that they could go out for a smoke. After Wei Jianming finished speaking, everyone relaxed. Some sat in their seats and closed their eyes to rest, while others walked out in groups of 2 or 3, distributing cigarettes to each other on the way. After Wei Jianming closed his notebook, he stood up unhurriedly and walked out of the conference room. Only when he turned the corner did he pick up his pace. In reality, he was also a little anxious, worried that Wei Jun would cause trouble outside, but he could not show it in front of his subordinates. When he arrived at the door of his office, Wei Jianming saw Wei Jun waiting there like an ant on a hot pan. "Dad," Wei Jun quickly called out when he saw Wei Jianming. Let's talk in my office. Wei Jianming interrupted Wei Jun and said. The father and son walked into the office. Wei Jianming turned around and said to his secretary, I have something important to do here. No one is allowed to disturb me. Okay, President Wei. The secretary quickly replied. Wei Jianming closed the office door and glanced at his son. He asked, Speak. What happened? Dad. Wei Jun quickly said. There's an urgent matter that you might need to personally ask. Wei Jun didn't try to hide anything and told him everything that happened in the morning at Peach Blossom Company. Of course, he didn't forget to emphasize that Zhao Yongjun and Ho Liang personally asked him to do this. He even told him everything that Ho Liang said to him at the door of the teahouse's private room without holding back. Wei Jianming's expression changed slightly after he heard that. He said, The Zhao Yongjun you're talking about, he is the son of General Zhao. Wei Jun quickly said. Wei Jianming's expression became even more cautious. Although he had never heard of Xia Ruofei's name, Ho Liang's father was his old leader and was now in a high position. Zhaocheng was also famous in the capital. The sons of these two had come together to ask Wei Jun for this matter. Moreover, Ho Liang had even emphasized those words to Wei Jun in private. It could be seen how important Xia Ruofei was. Who handled this matter before? Wei Jianming asked. Brother Jun said it's a purchasing manager called Chen Shun, but I'm not sure which department he's from. Wei Jun said. Wei Jianming thought for a moment and said, I've never heard of this person. He's probably from the chain company. Wei Jianming pondered for a moment, then walked to the desk and picked up the landline to dial a number. He said, Comrade Wei Ran, please come to my office. Wei Jun immediately knew that his father was calling Tang Wei Ran, the vice president of the Tongren Tang Group, who was in charge of the chain companies. He immediately felt a lot more at ease. He knew that his father had decided to take care of this matter and attached great importance to it. Wei Jianming put down the phone and said to Wei Jun, President Tang will be here soon. Please go to my lounge and wait for a while. All right. Wei Jun said. The chairman's office was a large suite, and one of them was a bedroom specially used for resting. Wei Jun walked into the resting room with familiarity and closed the door. Then, Wei Jianming used the internal line to inform his secretary to bring him in as soon as Tang Wei Ran arrived. After a short while, there was a knock on the office door. Please enter. Wei Jianming sat up straight behind his desk and said in a clear voice. The office door was pushed open, and a slightly fat balding man walked in and said, President Wei, you're looking for me? Tang Wei Ran was the first senior executive of the group to lean towards Wei Jianming after he took office. So, Wei Jianming, who had just arrived, could only control the chain companies. He was secretly glad that this incident happened in the chain companies. If it had happened in the other subsidiaries, even if he was the chairman, things might not have gone so smoothly. Wei Jianming smiled kindly and said, Wei Ran is here. Please take a seat. There's an urgent matter that might require you to personally handle. Tang Wei Ran sat opposite Wei Jianming and smiled. What are your instructions, President Wei? I'll definitely carry it out. Haha. Wei Jianming laughed and said, I might need you to go on a business trip. Also, it's time to reorganize the chain company's logo. Tang Wei Ran's eyes flashed and her expression became serious. Could it be that something bad had happened to The chain companies? Normally, the chain companies were under Wei Jianming's control, and they were under Tang Weiran's charge. If he really wanted to burn his past 3 fires, he wouldn't do it to the chain companies. Wei Jianming saw Tang Weiran's expression and immediately knew what he was thinking. Wei Jianming smiled kindly and said, "Wei Ran, don't be nervous. It's like this." Then, Wei Jianming repeated what he had learned to Tang Weiran, and then said with a serious expression, "Wei Ran, this Mr. Xia is not an ordinary person. His background is far beyond our imagination. So, if this matter is not handled well, it may even bring a lot of trouble to the whole group. Also, putting aside Mr. Xiao's identity, he said seriously, in our chain company's business strategy, high-end Chinese medicinal herbs that represent our brand image are very important. Under normal circumstances, even if we have to pay a certain premium, we must get this high-quality cordyceps." Wei Jianming took a sip of water and continued to speak with a dark expression. What is this purchasing manager called Qin Shun doing? Was he not capable enough, not sensitive enough, or was he deliberately going against the company's strategy? What is his intention? Wei Jianming's tone had already turned cold when he said the last few words. These words were already a little harsh. Tang Weiran's forehead was covered in sweat. He said carefully, "President Wei, this matter is indeed very serious, but we still don't know enough about the situation. Should we investigate it in detail?" Wei Jianming didn't know Qin Shun well, but as the head of the chain company, Tang Weiran knew him. After all, Qin Shun's uncle, Qin Weinan, was the vice president of the chain company. He was a member of the chain company's leadership team, so he had a lot of opportunities to deal with Tang Weiran directly. However, Tang Weiran didn't have a good relationship with Qin Weinan. On the contrary, Qin Weinan was close to another vice president of the group. In many businesses of the chain company, he had caused a lot of constraints to Tang Weiran. If she could use this incident to get rid of Qin Weinan, Tang Weiran would be more than happy to do so. At the very least, he could knock on the mountain to scare the tiger. Therefore, Tang Weiran didn't shirk her responsibility, nor did she plead for Qin Shun. Instead, she suggested a detailed investigation of the matter. This was the rhythm of a serious investigation. Wei Jianming was very satisfied with Tang Weiran's attitude. He gently nodded and said, "An investigation will definitely be carried out, and those that need to be dealt with must be dealt with seriously. However, the most important thing now is not to find out who is responsible." Wei Jianming paused and continued, "Right now, the Paradise Corporation is ready to completely terminate their cooperation with our Tongren Tang. Wei Ran was also shocked and said, "It's that serious? If I remember correctly, the quality of this company's iron Skintfingdo is very good, and the supply is very stable. In the internal rating of the chain company, this company has a very high weight. It's just that they have been working with the Qiantang store before, so not many people in the group know about it." Tang Weiran swallowed her saliva and continued, "We've already formed a certain brand effect by selling Paradise Brand's Ironhide keyed fight on our behalf. We've gathered many high-end customers with strong spending power. If we stop all cooperation, we'll suffer a huge loss." Wei Jianming's face darkened. "That's not all. According to a reliable source, the other party might turn to seek cooperation with the Year of the Crane Hall. Wei Ran, if this matter really comes to this, it will be a heavy blow to the chain companies, and even the entire group." "Yeah." Tang Weiran's face slightly changed. President Wei, we must try our best to keep this business partner. Wei Jianming nodded and said, Wei Ran, this is also the reason why I asked you to come here today. You don't have to worry too much. I've also negotiated with some people on my side. The other party will not contact the year of the Crane Hall for the time being. As long as we lower our stance and show our sincerity in cooperating, it is very likely that Paradise Corporation will stay as a business partner. President Wei, I got it. I'll handle it myself. Tang Wei Ran nodded. That's what I meant, Wei Jianming nodded. Go to the Chinese Medicine Research Institute and ask for an experienced researcher to accompany you. Book an afternoon flight to Sanshan City immediately. I don't think I need to teach you the specifics, do I? Understood. Tang Wei Ran nodded. As long as the quality of the other party's Awido is above the standard, we will buy it at a premium. Don't worry, President Wei, I'll definitely humble myself and apologize sincerely. Wei Jianming nodded in satisfaction and said, that's what I meant. In addition, investigate Chen Shun at the same time. Arrange for someone you trust to do it. It's best if you can come up with a preliminary solution when you're negotiating with the Paradise Corporation at San Shan. All right. Tang Wei Ran nodded. Wei Ran, when you're dealing with Mr. Xia, you must be polite. We can't afford to offend him, Wei Jianming couldn't help but remind her again. Logo. President Wei, don't worry. I know my limits. Tang Weiran said, as long as he doesn't mess up this time. I'll even worship him like a little ancestor. Wei Jianming couldn't help but laugh as well. Then you go. Although this matter is a crisis, it might not be a bad thing. It might be a chance for us. Okay, President Wei. I'll go and prepare now. Tang Weiran got up and said goodbye to Wei Jianming. Wei Jianming smiled and nodded. He stood up and walked Tang Weiran to the door. Then he closed the office door. At this time, Wei Jun also walked out from the resting room. Did you all hear that? Wei Jianming took out a cigarette and asked. Wei Jun's face had a trace of excitement as he said, Dad. You're too awesome. Wei Jianming patted Wei Jun's shoulder and said, Little Jun, you handled this matter very well. You should immediately reply to Ho Liang and Zhao Yongjun. All right. Wei Jun said happily, Dad, then I'll be leaving first. Although the matter wasn't settled yet, Wei Jun knew that it shouldn't be a big problem since Wei Jianming placed so much importance on it, so he was prepared to inform Zhao Yongjun and Ho Liang first. It had only been about an hour, and he had already done this much. No matter what, he was a man who attached great importance to this matter, and his attitude was quite correct. The water in the capital is very deep. You need to speak less and see more. If you don't understand, you can ask Ho Liang. Wei Jianming said. I know, Dad. Wei Jun said obediently. After Wei Jun left, Wei Jianming sat there for a while, deep in thought. Then, he snuffed out his cigarette, stood up, and returned to the conference room. Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei returned to the small villa after lunch. Then, he entered the spirit map space in his room. Although there were some problems with the sales of the cordyceps, he still placed great importance on the harvest. He stayed in the space for a while and watched Xia Qing excavate the wormgrass skillfully. He couldn't help but be eager to join her in excavating the wormgrass. After More than an hour of hard work, Xia Ruofei finally left the cordyceps cultivation garden. He wasn't tired, but he wanted to take a nap in the afternoon. After all, he couldn't work continuously without sleep like Xia Qing. After Xia Ruofei returned to the bedroom outside, she went straight to the bathroom to wash off the mud on her body. After changing into her coral fleece home clothes, she slipped into her cotton slippers and entered the bedroom. After he lay on the bed, he picked up his phone from the bedside table and saw that there were 2 missed calls. Both calls were made by Zhao Yongjun, and there was about 10 minutes between the 2 calls. It seemed that he had called while he was in the spirit map space. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately called back. "Ruofei, you finally picked up the phone," Zhao Yongjun said. Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, "Brother Zhao, what's the situation? What's the matter?" "It's still about a widow," Zhao Yongjun said. "I've helped you find someone and passed a message to the higher UPS of the Tongrantang group." The other party attached great importance to it and immediately sent a vice president to Sanshan in person to deal with this matter. "I think he'll contact you this afternoon." Xia Ruofei was a little surprised, but at the same time, he felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He said, "Brother Zhao, why would I trouble you to use your favor for this? This is not appropriate. What kind of bullshit is this?" Zhao Yongjun said, "Do we have to be so distant between us brothers? Then you helped my father, so I won't be able to repay you in this lifetime, right? Fine, I was wrong." Xia Ruofei readily accepted his advice and immediately said, "Brother Zhao, I won't stand on ceremony with you, that's the way." Zhao Yongjun said, "Ruofei, there. Vice President Tang is in charge of the chain company. His words are very effective. When the time comes, you don't have to be so polite with him. If they still want to cooperate, well, just state the price. Also, if you're not satisfied with Qin Shan's way of handling things, don't give up so easily." "All right. I got it," Xia Ruofei said and continued to ask, "By the way, why is the situation at Tongren Hall so complicated? How much higher is this vice president compared to manager Qin Shan?" Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh. "Ruofei, have you not done a basic understanding of your business partners? Hey, I'll just sell things to them and then collect the money. Anyway, if my things are good, they're also rushing to buy them. Why would I know their situation?" Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, "I like the food of a restaurant. I don't need to know the capital structure of the restaurant or the resume of the chef, right?" "That's true." Zhao Yongjun laughed. "The person who came today is the vice president of the Tongrantang group. Strictly speaking, the one you dealt with before is a subsidiary of the Tongrantang group, which is the Tongrantang chain. It's mainly a chain of pharmacies in various regions and cities. In addition to this chain company, the Tongrantang group has more than 10 subsidiaries, including the Research Institute and Chinese Medicine Hospital. There are 2 listed companies under its banner, which are very large in scale. He is the vice president of a big group and is in charge of the chain company. How much older do you think he is than that bullshit purchasing manager logo? It's fine as long as the official is high enough. Otherwise, you'll be wasting my precious time." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Brother Zhao, when are you coming to the 3 mountains? I've already swept this side of the bed 3 times, Zhao Yongjun laughed. "Soon, Lu Jian still has some things to deal with. In 2 or 3 days. At most, we'll be here." "All right." Xia Ruofei said, then I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to take an afternoon nap. Then just turn off your phone and go to sleep. Zhao Yongjun said, in case the people from Tongren Hall come over and disturb your sleep. Ha ha ha. That makes sense. Xia Ruofei said. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and called Mr. Lin, who was staying in the temporary accommodation on the farm. He asked him to refund the return ticket and stay for one more day. As for his retinue, they could go back first. Although President Lin did not understand Xia Ruofei's intentions, he agreed readily because he trusted Xia Ruofei and did not want to face a lot of things when he returned to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. After the call with CEO Lin, Xia Ruofei really turned off his phone and went to bed to sleep. Xia Ruofei woke up naturally at around 4 in the afternoon. He got up from his bed, put on his clothes slowly, washed his face, and then went back to his bedroom to turn on his phone. As soon as he turned it on, he received several text notifications for missed calls. An unfamiliar number from Beijing, as well as Feng Jing and Lu Qian's, had called him. A smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. After some thought, he used his phone to call Feng Jing back. Chairman. Feng Jing immediately asked, can you come to the office for a while? Tongren Hall, Tongren Tang. Group sent a vice president over to discuss the acquisition of a widow, right? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Feng Rao was stunned and said, you're really good at reading, have they arrived? Xia Ruofei laughed. They arrived at our farm half an hour ago. Feng Jing said, this is President Tang. He wants to restart the negotiations for the acquisition of the cordyceps and wants to personally appraise the quality of the cordyceps. Since I couldn't contact you, I didn't dare to make a decision on my own. I told them to rest in the reception room. Okay, I got it. Xia Ruofei replied calmly, I just woke up and am a little hungry. I'll make a bowl of noodles and come over after I'm done. Chairman, isn't it a bit inappropriate to keep them waiting? Feng Jing couldn't help but ask. She was just short of saying that the god of fortune had taken the initiative to come and visit, and he still had the mood to eat instant noodles? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I haven't settled the score with them yet. What's the big deal with making them wait for a few minutes? Boss Feng, don't worry about it, I know what I'm doing. All right then. Feng Rao could only say helplessly. She felt that Xia Ruofei had his reasons for doing so. As she did not know how long Xia Ruofei would take to eat instant noodles, Feng Rao could only reply ambiguously when she returned to the waiting room, President Tang, I'm really sorry. Our President Xia has some matters to attend to. He said that you can wait for a while. He will rush over as soon as he is done with his matters. Feng Rao didn't know if Tang Weiran would feel neglected by her words. That was why she was a little nervous. However, to her surprise, Tang Weiran immediately stood up and said, in that case, let's go downstairs to welcome President Xia. Otherwise, it would be too rude, this. Feng Jing was dumbfounded. President Tang, you're a guest, so there's no need to welcome you. You can just rest here. If our President Xia comes, I'll invite him here immediately. It's necessary, it's necessary. Tang Weiran said, President Feng, please lead the way. I'll go downstairs now, Logo. Feng Jing felt a little dizzy. She was not like Xia Ruofei, who did nothing. As a business partner of Paradise Corporation, she had a detailed understanding of the situation of Tongren Tang Corporation. Tang Weiran was the vice president of the group. Although it was a business, she was still a deputy director. Moreover, there were so many subsidiaries, research institutes, hospitals, and 2 listed companies with billions of assets. Feng Jing felt it was unbelievable that the vice president of such a big group would be so humble. However, she saw that Tang Weiran was very sincere and didn't seem to be faking it, so she could only nod helplessly and go downstairs with Tang Weiran and his retinue. Tang Weiran's follower was a senior researcher from the Research Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine under the Tongren Tang Group. His name was Jingsu, and he was in his 40s. He was also an expert in the research and identification of traditional Chinese medicine and had a lot of experience. Feng Jing secretly sent a WeChat message to Xia Ruofei. Chairman, President Tang of Tongren Hall is already waiting for you downstairs. Please hurry up. After a while, Feng Jing felt her phone vibrate. She swiped the screen open and saw Xia Ruofei's message. He knew. Feng Rao was speechless. She had already given Xia Ruofei a reminder. She could only support Xia Ruofei unconditionally in whatever he wanted to do. Feng Jing accompanied Tang Weiran and waited for more than 10 minutes. It was quite cold on the 3 mountains in December, and the wind by the seaside was quite strong. Tang Weiran and Jingsu, who were used to the dry environment in Beijing, felt that the wind was going to penetrate their bones. Even if they covered their clothes tightly, it was no use. It was only when she saw Xia Ruofei walking over unhurriedly from a distance that Feng Jing heaved a sigh of relief. She was worried that if she waited any longer, the 2 of them would catch a cold before they could even start the negotiation. Compared to Tang Weiran and the others' bulky clothes, Xia Ruofei was much more casual. He wore a pair of blue jeans with a pair of white casual shoes and a white long-sleeved T-shirt with a dark green pilot jacket. He looked like a young man on the street. If someone said that Xia Ruofei was a college student, people would definitely believe it. Tang Weiran came in a hurry, so she only contacted Wei Jun through Wei Jianming. Wei Jun then got Xia Ruofei's phone number from Zhao Yongjun. He didn't know much about Xia Ruofei's situation. That was why he didn't notice Xia Ruofei, who was walking over. He thought that she was just an ordinary employee of Paradise Corporation. Feng Rao reminded him in a low voice, President Tang, our President Xia, is here. Tang Weiran suddenly realized that the young man in casual clothes was the Mr. Xia with an unfathomable background that Wei Jianming had mentioned. He quickly put on a warm smile and walked up to her. President Xia, hello. I'm Tang Weiran from Tongren Hall. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks. With a calm smile on his face, he said, hello, President Tang. I've made you wait. I wouldn't dare. Tang Weiran quickly said, President Xia, we're the ones who disturbed you. Previously, the employees of the chain companies under our group were not familiar with the business. I'm sorry to have offended you, you're just not familiar with the business? Xia Ruofei asked. Tang Weiran's smile suddenly became a little awkward. He said, this. Before I came, I already instructed the group's discipline inspection department to investigate this matter. The results should be out soon. Xia Ruofei nodded noncommittally and said, President Tang, let's go upstairs and sit down before we talk. All right, President Xia. Please go first. Tang Weiran said. Xia Ruofei did not stand on ceremony. He nodded and took the lead. When they passed by Feng Jing, Xia Ruofei said, inform President Lin to come to the meeting room. All right. Yes, Feng Jing replied. Then, she gestured to Lu Qian and slowed down her pace. She and Tang Weiran followed Xia Ruofei into the complex. Lu Qian took out her phone and informed President Lin. After entering the building, Tang Weiran felt a little warm. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hoped that Xia Ruofei would feel his sincerity. He was the vice president of a big corporation. It was indeed a little hard for him to be so humble. When they arrived at the conference room, CEO Lin, who had received Lu Qian's call, came down from the guest suite. Upstairs, he met Xia Ruofei and the others at the entrance of the conference room. President Lin was stunned when he saw Tang Weiran, who was half a step behind Xia Ruofei and had a warm smile on her face. Tang Weiran didn't know President Lin, but President Lin was familiar with her, because Tang Weiran was the group leader in charge of the chain company. Although President Lin had never met Tang Weiran, he was very familiar with her from the news on the company's website and the frequent video conference calls. Good day, President Tang. President Lin quickly greeted him respectfully. Tang Weiran looked at President Lin with some doubts. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Big Brother Lin is coming down. President Tang, let me introduce you. He's an elite soldier from Tongren Hall, he said to Tang Weiran. He's Lin Zhongming, the vice president of your chain company's East China district. Logo. Tang Weiran suddenly understood. At the same time, he paid more attention to Xia Ruofei's brother Lin. A kind smile appeared on Tang Weiran's face. She took the initiative to reach out to Lin Zhongming and said, Your comrade. Zhongming. I've heard of your name a few times in the capital. You were an expert in business at the Qiantang shop. You were the one who facilitated the cooperation with the Paradise Corporation on the Tin Can Maple, am I right? Lin Zhongming quickly extended his hands and shook Tang Weiran's hand. Then, he said humbly, You're too kind, President Tang. That's my job. Lin Zhongming looked at Xia Ruofei gratefully. He could tell that Xia Ruofei was trying to save his face. President Tang, Big Brother Lin, let's go in and talk. Xia Ruofei laughed. The group then walked into the conference room and took their seats. After Tang Weiran sat down, she immediately said with a sincere expression, President Xia, first of all, I would like to apologize to you and your company. Because of a few employees, there was a misunderstanding between the two sides, and even the cooperation was put on hold. This is the negligence of the group's leaders. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, President Tang, you're being too serious. It's just business. It's normal for there to be disagreements in negotiations. The more Tang Weiran heard, the more she felt that something was wrong. Xia Ruofei was being so generous. Was he not going to pursue the matter? However, Xia Ruofei did not have such an attitude before he entered the room. Just as Tang Weiran was worried, Xia Ruofei suddenly said, It's not necessarily a bad thing that we didn't come to an agreement with Tongren Hall. I'm still confident in the competitiveness of our company's products. I believe that the traditional time-honored brands such as Henian Hall, Chongqing Hall, and Huichun Hall will be very interested in our company's ironhide maples and cordyceps. We've also been actively contacting these potential partner pharmacies in the past 2 days. In fact, we didn't lose much in business, so President Tang doesn't have to apologize. Tang Weiran broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. He quickly said, President Xia, our Tongren Hall still places great importance on our business partner, Taoyuan Company. After the group's chairman, Comrade Wei Jianming, heard about this matter, he personally instructed the Discipline Inspection Department to start an investigation and sent me to represent the group to continue discussing the cooperation with your company. President Xia, please consider continuing to cooperate with our Tongren Hall. Xia Ruofei had already gotten the information from Zhao Yongjun and knew the purpose of Tang Weiran's trip. He smiled and said, President Tang, it doesn't matter which company we work with. In addition to benefits, we value long-term cooperation more. In the past, Brother Lin and I worked together quite happily on the sales of Iron Dukedom. Tang Weiran smiled bitterly in her heart. Xia Ruofei's words were already very obvious. His previous cooperation with Lin Zhongming had always been very pleasant. This time, the cooperation with Awido was basically just lacking a signature. If it wasn't for the issue of authority, Lin Zhongming would have already returned to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province with a bright performance. Now, the situation had completely changed, and it was only because of Qin Shun alone. It seemed that if he didn't show his sincerity and deal with Qin Shun seriously, this negotiation wouldn't be able to continue. And this matter couldn't be delayed. Didn't Xia Ruofei just say it? They had already gotten in touch with the strong competitors of Tongren Hall, such as the Year of the Crane Hall. The longer they dragged on, the more likely it would be for changes to happen. Tang Weiran didn't think that Xia Ruofei was bluffing, because he had gotten the exact news from Wei Jianming that Xia Ruofei might turn to work with the Year of the Crane Hall. After a moment of silence, he said, President Xia, please wait for a moment. I'll go out and make a call, Xia. Ruofei smiled and gestured for her to go ahead. Please go ahead, President Tang. Tang Weiran walked out of the meeting room and immediately made a phone call to the capital to ask about the results of the secret investigation. In fact, this matter was very simple, and it could be found out without much effort. The results of the investigation showed that Qin Shun was sent by Qin Weinan, the vice president of the chain company. He was sent very urgently without going through the company's collective meeting. The family relationship between Qin Shun and Qin Weinan was no secret at all. After Tang Weiran understood the situation, she called Lin Zhongming out and asked kindly, Comrade Zhongming, there's something I'd like to know from you. Can you tell me the details of Qin Shun's involvement in the negotiation? Lin Zhongming had been angry with Qin Shun for a long time. Although he was not clear about the current situation, he had seen Tang Weiran's attitude towards Xia Ruofei. Therefore, Lin Zhongming didn't have any scruples. He directly appointed Qin Shun to take over the negotiations, and then deliberately put on airs during the negotiations. He even offered a price that was far lower than the actual value of the purchase, and so on. He told him everything in detail. Tang Weiran's face became uglier and uglier after she heard it. Naturally, he could easily analyze that Qin Weinan had sent his nephew to pick the peaches. If the negotiation was successful, this cooperation would definitely be signed in the name of a chain company with Paradise Corporation. At that time, Lin Zhongming would have nothing to do with it, and all the performance would belong to Qin Shun. However, what Tang Weiran didn't understand was why Qin Shun did such a simple task. Was this guy an idiot? However, Tang Weiran didn't want to know why. He gently said to Lin Zhongming, Comrade Zhongming, I understand the situation. I'm sorry for making you suffer this time. Don't worry, the group won't let this kind of evil spread. We'll definitely deal with those with ulterior motives seriously. Thank you, President Tang. Lin Zhongming said with some excitement. Tang Weiran asked Lin Zhongming to return to the meeting room first. He called Wei Jiaming immediately and reported his initial contact with Xia Ruofei as well as Chen Shun's situation. After Wei Jiaming heard this, he couldn't help but slam the table and say, "You're simply a disgrace to Tongren Hall. If all the business managers below are of such quality, no matter how well we do our development strategy, it will all be a castle in the air. President Wei, I'm responsible for this matter as the leader of the branch. I would like to reflect on my actions," Tang Weiran said. "What responsibility do you have?" Wei Jiaming interrupted Tang Weiran and said, "It's obvious that a middle-level leader is ignoring the group's interests for his own benefit." His words were equivalent to a conclusion. Not only would Chen Shun be dealt with seriously, but even Chen Weinan would not be able to get away with it. "President Wei, Mr. Xia probably wants to see our sincerity. Otherwise, the negotiation can't go on," Tang Weiran said. "Yes," Wei Jiaming said without hesitation, "Chen Shun will be fired. Chen Weinan has an unshirkable leadership responsibility. We'll deal with him seriously after the group studies it. Let's follow this tone and talk to Mr. Xia first. I'll talk to the discipline inspection team and speed up the progress." "Understood." Tang Wei Ran said, "President Wei, I'll go in first. I'll report to you as soon as I make any progress." Thank you for your hard work, Wei Ran," Wei Jianming said. No, it's my duty." Tang Wei Ran was flattered and quickly said. After hanging up the phone, Tang Wei Ran returned to the meeting room and said to Xia Ruofei, "President Xia, I've just contacted the group's discipline inspection department and found Comrade Zhoming to understand the situation. The truth is basically clear. The chain company's individual leaders were trying to seek benefits for their relatives, which led to the whole incident. Our group's chairman, Comrade Wei Jianming, has personally instructed that Chen Shun's punishment should be severe. The initial decision is to punish and dismiss him. In addition, the chain company's deputy general manager, Chen Weinan, who is responsible for the leadership, should also be investigated immediately. The corporation will deal with it seriously after the research logo." After Tang Weiran finished speaking, she couldn't help but secretly observe Xia Ruofei's expression. He was a senior executive of a large state-owned enterprise, but he felt uneasy in front of a young man like Xia Ruofei. Wei Jianming's words had a great impact on him. In addition, Xia Ruofei always had a calm temperament. This temperament could not be faked, and it could not be cultivated by money. Tang Weiran was familiar with this temperament. He was lucky enough to attend a high-level dinner party in the past, and at the dinner party, a second-generation child with a very powerful father gave him the same feeling. To Tang Weiran's relief, Xia Ruofei finally showed a faint smile after hearing his words. "President Tang, it seems that the leadership of your Tongren Tang group is quite competent," said Xia Ruofei. "Especially the courage to cut the knife into the inside. It's admirable." "You're too kind, President Xia." Tang Weiran said humbly, "I apologize to your company again on behalf of the group. President Tang, let's talk about our cooperation," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Lu Qian, who was taking notes, "Lu Qian, there's a bag of Awedo samples in the first right drawer of my desk. Go get it for President Tang and researcher Zheng to identify." "Yes, Chairman." Lu Qian immediately put down her pen and stood up. Tang Weiran quickly said, "President Xia, didn't Comrade Zhoming already do a full test? I don't think it's necessary." Xia Ruofei glanced at Jingsu, the researcher that Tang Weiran had brought with her, and said, Brother Lin has appraised it, but it's better to take a look at President Tang's site again. Tang Weiran didn't bring a senior Chinese medicine researcher here just for show, right? This was a sales contract worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Even if Tang Weiran came with the mission to repair their relationship, it was impossible for her to sign it without even looking at it. If there were any problems in the middle, the lightest punishment would be losing one's position, and the heaviest punishment might even be imprisonment for a few years. Causing the loss of state-owned assets was not a light crime. Therefore, Xia Ruofei didn't take Tang Weiran's polite words to heart. Tang Weiran awkwardly smiled and said, then let's also take a look at the products of the Paradise Company. Xia Ruofei nodded and motioned for Liu Qian to get the bag of cordyceps that he had left in the office as a sample. Soon, Liu Qian brought it over. It was a small sealed bag with about 300 or 400 cordyceps. Through the transparent sealed bag, Jingsu could vaguely see the cordyceps inside, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. These cordyceps were too big. The strength of Tongrenhal's Chinese Medicine Research Institute was still very strong. Some of the precious Chinese medicine that was difficult to buy on the market could be obtained in their research institute. After all, they were only doing research and didn't use much. As a senior researcher, Jingsu had come into contact with many precious Chinese herbs. He had naturally seen many top-quality wormgrass, but it was rare to see one as big as this. Such a weedo, not to mention selling in bulk, even if a few occasionally appeared, it would be regarded as a treasure. Jingsu opened the sealed bag and began the appraisal with such excitement. Tang Weiran wasn't very good at this. He didn't put on a show like Qin Shen and didn't participate in the appraisal at all. It was a necessary skill for a leader to leave professional things to professionals. Xia Ruofei sat on the chair, calmly. Jingsu's shocked expression was within his expectations. To be honest, this batch of Awedo had been appraised by Dr. Huang, who was brought by Lin Zhongming, the purchasing specialist, by Qin Shen, and Jingsu, the researcher, by Tang Weiran. Xia Ruofei was almost tired of seeing such a shocked expression. Tang Weiran was very concerned. Although he didn't look at the Awedo, he saw Jingsu's expression. When Jingsu reluctantly put down the wormgrass in his hand, Tang Weiran immediately asked, Elder Jing, how is it? President Tang, it's definitely the pure cordyceps. Jingsu exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, the quality of the Peter grade is much higher. It's simply a top-quality item that can only be encountered by luck. Tang Weiran heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as there was no problem. And now, not only was there no problem, but it had far exceeded his expectations. In fact, Wei Jianming had also said that as long as the quality of this batch of wormgrass was above the standard, they could buy it at a premium. Now it seemed that their quality was not only above the standard, but also beyond the standard. This was simply a pleasant surprise. Jingsu, on the other hand, asked with a strange expression, President Lin, how did you guys negotiate? Why aren't we taking down these wormgrass? Are the people Qin Shen brought blind? Jingsu was a typical technical talent. He was even a bit of a bookworm, and he spoke without any scruples. Researcher Zheng, I'm offering 750,000 yuan per kilogram for this batch of cordyceps, Lin Zhongming said with a bitter smile. Yes. Jingsu immediately nodded and said, in terms of the quality of the wormgrass, this price is quite reasonable. Who said? I wasn't he? Lin Zhoming smiled bitterly. We've already agreed on the conditions and only needed to sign the contract. Because our East China district doesn't have enough authority, I reported to the leader of the chain company as usual. To apply for authority. I didn't expect the chain company to immediately send a purchasing manager over, logo. Lin Zhoming paused and said with resentment, Manager Chen left us as soon as he came. After seeing this batch of wormgrass, he offered President Xia a purchase price of 500,000 yuan. As you can see, the negotiation couldn't go on. Xing Su slapped the table and said, 500,000? Wasn't this nonsense? Does he even understand the business? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, CEO Tang, researcher Zheng, I'm not sure if Qin Shun is familiar with this business. However, the purchasing specialist he brought with him personally appraised this batch of wormgrass and agreed with Brother Lin's initial offer. Although he spoke very softly, I happened to have sharp ears and accidentally heard it. However, Qin Shun still gave such an outrageous price after listening to the purchasing specialist's opinion. It's a little confusing, although Tang Weiran had a rough idea of what had happened, she had only heard about it. Now that Jing Su had personally identified this batch of wormgrass and agreed with the price set by Lin Zhongming, and Qin Shun's price was lower by 250000 yuan, which was equivalent to cutting it by 1/3, Tang Weiran felt more intuitively. Moreover, the details that Xia Ruofei had mentioned were even more thought-provoking now that he thought about it. Tang Weiran's face darkened and she said, You're treating work like a game. This time, it must be dealt with seriously. No matter who was involved, they would be punished and dismissed. It's time to clean up the chain company's atmosphere. Tang Weiran's words had basically confirmed Qin Shun's fate. Unsurprisingly, Chen Weinan would also be affected. He was a big fish, enough to stir up the chain companies. Xia Ruofei ignored Tang Weiran's flattery and said with a smile, President Tang, if you have no doubts about the quality of a widow, then we can talk about our cooperation, no doubt. Tang Weiran quickly said. Although Xia Ruofei had only taken out a sample, he knew that Xia Ruofei would not play any tricks. After all, everything had to be checked before the agreement was signed. There was no point in playing any tricks now. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Brother Lin gave us a price. It's 750000 yuan per kilogram, our Tongren Hall is very interested in this batch of wormgrass. I can make the decision to increase the unit price by 30,000 yuan and buy them at 780,000 yuan. Tang Weiran didn't wait for Xia Ruofei to finish and said hurriedly. Xia Ruofei was also speechless. In fact, he just wanted to continue the transaction at this price, but Tang Weiran raised the purchase price himself. Xia Ruofei couldn't refuse the money that came to his door. He nodded and said, I have no objections to this price, but, I understand, President Xia. Tang Weiran interrupted Xia Ruofei again and said, We will deal with Qin Shun and Chen Weinan quickly and seriously. I will report to Chairman Wei immediately and we will have the preliminary opinions by today. We can sign the contract tomorrow. Xia Ruofei's face was full of black lines. When did I want to talk about Qin Shun? In fact, Xia Ruofei wanted to propose two conditions, but Tang Weiran thought that he understood Xia Ruofei's mind, so he successfully interrupted him again. After all, in Tang Weiran's heart, Xia Ruofei was already a second generation and was probably a very powerful person among the second generation. In his opinion, such a person might not care much about money, but he would definitely care a lot. About face. Tang Weiran looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly. He felt that Xia Ruofei was sincere enough. Not only did she raise the price, but it was already evening. It was definitely unprecedented for a state-owned enterprise to settle the deal today. Xia Ruofei could only follow Tang Weiran's words helplessly. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll talk about the contract tomorrow. But I have 2 more conditions that I hope President Tang can agree to." "Please speak." President Xia. Tang Weiran said nervously. He was worried that Xia Ruofei was still not satisfied. If she came up with more difficult conditions, he would be in a dilemma again. Speaking of which, as a department-level leader of a state-owned enterprise, this trip was also quite sullen. However, Tang Weiran was the group leader, in charge of the chain company. He was not responsible for the chain company's problems. Moreover, he was Wei Jianming's confidant. This kind of thankless job was ordered by Wei Jianming, so he had to do it. Xia Ruofei smiled. "First, we hope that we can pay the bulk of the goods as soon as possible after the agreement is signed. To be specific, we hope that we can pay at least 100 million in 4 days." Tang Weiran was slightly relieved. Tongren Tang had branches all over the country, so its cash flow was quite abundant. Even if they paid in full, there would be no problem. 4 days would be enough. "That's not a problem, I can agree to it right now," He immediately replied. "Then, thank you, President Tang." Xia Ruofei said, "As for the second point, I hope that the main body of the contract with us is not the chain company or the Tongren Tang Group, but the East China region. To be exact, I hope to sign with Brother Lin logo." Lin Zhongming looked at Xia Ruofei with a grateful and excited expression. Xia Ruofei was giving him a golden achievement. It was definitely a big gift. Even if the purchase price was 780,000 yuan, with Tongren Hall's powerful channels and a large number of high-end consumers, this batch of goods would still be profitable. Even if the Peach Blossom Company earned the majority of the profits, the invisible boost to the brand's popularity would still be invaluable. Such an achievement was enough for Lin Zhongming to quickly gain a firm foothold in the East China region and establish his prestige. In the future, his foundation would be even more solid. Tang Weiran had long noticed that Xia Ruofei took care of Lin Zhongming. Even if they did not sign the contract under the name of East China District, he decided to promote Lin Zhongming at the appropriate time to show his goodwill to Xia Ruofei. Moreover, for a leader like Tang Weiran, he didn't need to compete with Lin Zhongming for this performance. Therefore, he said without hesitation, "Yes. This is a job that Comrade Zhongming personally came down to do." "Then there's no problem." Xia Ruofei stood up and extended his hand to Tang Weiran across the conference table. He smiled and said, "President Tang, I wish us a happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Tang Weiran stood up and shook hands with Xia Ruofei. He even felt that his palms were sweating. It was rare for a department-level state-owned enterprise leader to be so nervous in front of a young boss in his 20s. "We've prepared some wine in the canteen. Please come with us." "President Tang." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You can have a few more drinks tonight and then rest at our farm. The conditions are limited, I hope you don't mind." Xia Ruofei still gave the necessary respect to this child of fortune. "No, no, no." Tang Weiran quickly said, "We can't ask for more. People like us who have been living In a forest of reinforced concrete all year round, have a lot of yearning for such a rural life. Then, President Tang, you can stay for a few more days. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll provide you with food and accommodation. Everyone burst into laughter. They had reached a consensus on the most important part, so everyone was more relaxed. It was almost time to get off work in the evening, so Xia Ruofei took Tang Weiran and the others to the cafeteria directly. Although Xia Ruofei didn't give any special instructions, Feng Jing had already arranged for the cafeteria to prepare dinner after confirming Tang Weiran's identity. When everyone arrived at the cafeteria, Taoyuan specialty dishes were served. Tang Weiran was naturally full of praise for the delicious peach garden vegetables and the mellow drunken eight immortals liquor. Moreover, this was not a false boast. At least 80% to 90% of it came from the bottom of her heart. Even the leaders of the companies who were tested on alcohol could not remain calm when faced with the double taste of peach garden vegetables and drunken eight immortals liquor. Lin Zhoming was the most excited. He repeatedly toasted to Xia Ruofei to express his gratitude. At the same time, he didn't forget to toast to Tang Weiran, the boss of his boss's boss. Lin Zhoming wanted to leave a deep impression in the leader's mind, and Tang Weiran was also willing to treat Lin Zhoming differently to be on good terms with Xia Ruofei. Therefore, his attitude was very kind, and he even chatted with Lin Zhoming for a long time. Lin Zhoming couldn't help but feel flattered and grateful to Xia Ruofei. The dinner was a happy one. Xia Ruofei had solved the capital problem and didn't need to use overseas funds. Tang Weiran had completed the task that Wei Jianming had given her. Moreover, things were developing in the best direction of turning bad things into good things, so they were both in a good mood. In comparison, some people in the capital were in a terrible mood. When Chen Weinan finally got the news, it was already too late. His mood at that time was like the 39th day had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. Logo. Chen Weinan was sulking in his office when he received the call. He didn't know if he was angry at his nephew for being so disappointing or that Lin Zhongming was unreliable. Chen Weinan was very clear about his incompetent nephew. He could only believe 30 to 40% of what he said. As for what the real situation was, he would only know after he had a detailed understanding. Just as Chen Weinan was smoking in his office, his phone rang. The person who called was an old classmate of his. He worked at the group's headquarters and had a similar rank as him. However, his authority was not comparable to that of a leader of a subsidiary company. So Chen Weinan immediately got rid of the negative emotions, adjusted his mood, and answered the phone. Old Ma. Chen Weinan laughed heartily and said, How come a busy man like you has the time to look for me today? Don't tell me you're thinking about the 2 bottles of Maotai at home? On the other end of the phone, Old Ma was not in the mood to joke. He lowered his voice and said solemnly, Our discipline inspection team is currently investigating Qin Shun's matter. President Tang has already personally gone to Sanshan to repair the relationship with the Peach Blossom Company. You might also have some trouble on your side, so quickly think of a solution. Old Ma finished his words quickly and hung up the phone without waiting for Chen Weinan to reply. Chen Weinan heard the busy tone from the phone and was dumbfounded. He still held the phone in his hand, but his brain was in a mess. Old Ma's phone call made Chen Weinan feel that a disaster was imminent. Although he was working in a company, it was still within the system, and he could even reach a division-level position. Chen Weinan's sensitivity was no less than that of people in the government. Old Ma's phone call gave him a very dangerous signal. First of all, Old Ma was very careful. He hung up the phone after he finished speaking. In a hurry. It could be seen that the matter was very serious. Old Ma had taken the risk to tip him off. No matter how this matter was handled, he owed him a big favor. In addition, although Old Ma's words were short, the information was quite rich. The first reason was that the group's discipline inspection had directly intervened, and so quickly. He hadn't heard anything about it in advance and had been investigating in secret. Secondly, President Tang of the corporation actually went to Sanshan to carry out crisis public relations in person, explaining the seriousness of the situation. At the same time, it also reflected the deep background of this company. In addition, Old Ma also said that even he, Chen Weinan, was in trouble, which explained the problem even more. Chen Weinan knew that this disappointing nephew of his had probably poked a hole in the sky this time. Moreover, when he called Chen Shun in the morning, Chen Shun definitely did not tell the truth. The matter was definitely not as simple as Lin Zhoming being a traitor and colluding with the Peach Blossom Company to cheat funds. Chen Weinan almost fainted. This time, he was really screwed. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. There was no use in losing his mind now. The most important thing was to get through the crisis. Chen Weinan quickly made a decision. He didn't immediately look for his close superior. At this time, unless they were very close, most people would definitely choose to protect themselves and avoid him. Chen Weinan's first call was to Chen Shun. This was because Chen Weinan had already realized that the key to solving the problem was Paradise Corporation. As long as he could obtain the forgiveness of the Paradise Corporation, the possibility of him getting through this safely would increase greatly. Otherwise, no matter how much he begged, he would probably not be able to escape the fate of being severely punished. Chen Weinan found Chen Shun's phone and dialed it, while praying that Chen Shun was not on the plane back to the capital. In fact, Chen Shun was not in such a hurry to return to the capital. It was not easy for him to come to the south. Although he did not succeed and was still angry, he did not want to make a wasted trip. After all, this was a public business trip. The return tickets, city transportation, accommodation, meals, and so on, could be reimbursed. Moreover, there was a 200 to 300 yuan travel allowance every day. Where else could he find such a good deal? So, he had long forgotten about the unpleasant things in the morning. In the afternoon, he went to visit the scenic spots in Sanshan with the purchasing commissioner. He was also planning to rent a car to Zhonggang tomorrow, to eat seafood and play by the beach. It would be a worthwhile trip. The reason why he brought the purchasing specialist along was that, on one hand, they were going on a business trip together, and he couldn't go back first. On the other hand, he wanted to give him some benefits to gamble on his mouth. After all, Chen Shun and the purchasing specialist were well aware of the quality of the batch of cordyceps. When they went back, they would make the purchasing specialist insist that the quality was average, so they would have to give him some small favors to win him over. When he received Chen Weinan's call, Chen Shun was still playing in the most famous Sanfeng Qi Street in the Sanshan city. He was walking in the antique alleys and enjoying the night view of the alleys. He was in a very good mood. Seeing that it was Chen Weinan's call, Chen Shun picked up the phone indifferently, even though it was noisy. With people around him, second uncle, what's the matter? Chen Weinan was almost roaring as he asked, what are you doing? You can't even handle such a small matter, and you've caused me so much trouble. Are you trying to get me killed? Chen Shun was dumbfounded. He asked, second uncle, I didn't cause any trouble. I'm still at the 3 mountains. You're not mistaken, are you? No trouble? Chen Weinan coldly said. You didn't cause the trouble at Paradise Corporation? Don't tell me it's me, Logo. Paradise Corporation? Chen Shun felt guilty and pretended to be confused. What's wrong with the Paradise Company? The deal didn't go through, but you can't blame me for that, right? If you want to blame someone, blame their appetite for being too big, and they even colluded with Lin Zhongming. Don't give me that. Chen Weinan rudely interrupted Chen Shun's words. Do you know that disaster is imminent? Tell me the truth, what's going on? Second uncle, Chen Shun said stubbornly. I really don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by disaster is imminent? You still don't admit it? Chen Weinan said, I'm telling you. Now the group's discipline inspection department is already investigating your matter, and President Tang has even personally rushed to the 3 mountains. You're only satisfied after you've pierced the sky. What? This, Chen Shun was dumbfounded. How is this possible? I don't have time for your nonsense. Chen Weinan said, tell me honestly, how much is that batch of cordyceps worth? Why would you provoke this company? Chen Shun's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't dare to hide anything anymore and told them everything that had happened. Then, he immediately explained, second uncle, this. Even if I set a low price, at most, it's just that you're not familiar with the business, right? Besides, weren't business negotiations all like this? I'm also considering the company's interests. How is that? Illegal? You can explain this to the discipline inspection team. Chen Weinan said coldly. As soon as Chen Shun finished speaking, Chen Weinan understood everything. Who would believe that it was for the company's interests? It was nothing more than this damn person who felt that other people didn't pay attention to him, and the reception was not warm. He also thought that he was the purchaser and the representative of a big company, so he was making things difficult for others. If the other party was a slightly weaker company, it would be fine even if the business deal didn't go through. However, the Peach Blossom Company was obviously not a company that could be manipulated by others. Otherwise, President Tang would not have rushed to the 3 mountains to put out the fire. Chen Shun panicked and said, second uncle, what? What should we do? You have to save me. Chen Shun's job was enviable in Beijing. It paid well and had a lot of extra income. It was easy to have Chen Weinan's protection. Most importantly, he had no education or ability. It was hard to be hired anywhere. At most, he could only do some manual work. But because of Chen Weinan, he not only entered the Tongren Tang Chain Company, but also solved the establishment problem. It could be said that he had an iron job. If he lost his job, it would be worse than killing him. Now you know to be afraid? Chen Weinan coldly snorted. Why didn't you think of the consequences when you caused trouble? I'm telling you, it's too late. I can't even protect myself now. How do you expect me to save you, second uncle? I didn't know that the other party had such a deep background. Please help me, Chen Shun said with a crying face. Chen Shun was in his 20s, but he actually cried in the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. The purchasing commissioner, who had been shopping with Chen Shun, had already understood what had happened. He looked at Chen Shun with pity, but at the same time, he felt a sense of pleasure for some reason. Chen Weinan saw that Chen Shun was on the verge of a mental breakdown, so he said, "What are you howling for? Would crying solve the problem? As a man, don't you feel ashamed?" Chen Shun wiped his tears and asked, "Second uncle, what should I do?" Chen Weinan's tone softened a little and said, "The only way out now is to get the understanding of Paradise Corporation. As long as they give in, the group will be able to deal with it lightly." "I'll go," Chen Shun quickly said. "I'll go. I'll go immediately." "President Tang is probably there too," Chen Weinan said coldly. "Your attitude must be sincere and yourself. Criticism must be deep. It's best if you can give yourself a few slaps in pain. Anyway, I'll do whatever it takes to embarrass myself." When Chen Shun heard this, he could not help but hesitate. As a man of the capital, his face was bigger than the sky. If he were to humiliate himself according to Chen Weinan's words, it would be worse than killing him. "If you still want to keep your job, you'd better do as I say," Chen Weinan said coldly. When Chen Weinan talked about work, Chen Shun immediately quivered and said bitterly, "I understand. Second uncle, I'll go now." After hanging up the phone, Chen Shun quickly walked out of the street. In the entire 3rd Workshop and 7th Street, no motor vehicles could enter. Even if he wanted to take a taxi, he had to go to the main street outside. The purchasing commissioner thought for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and quickly followed. He was relaxed when he was strolling, and he had unknowingly walked deep into the alley. Now, Chen Shun was burning with anxiety, but he felt that the alley was so long. He ran all the way and was panting, but he still had not reached the outside. Finally seeing the lights on the other side, Chen Shun sped up and stopped a taxi on the side of the street. He jumped into the car and said hurriedly, "Sir, to Taoyuan Farm." The taxi driver saw Chen Shun's ferocious face, and Taoyuan Farm was in the remote suburbs. He couldn't help but feel nervous. This couldn't be a robbery, right? Logo. Chen Shun saw that the driver didn't move and couldn't help but say anxiously, "Hurry up and drive. I have something urgent to attend to, sir, you. Why don't you change to another car?" The taxi driver said hesitantly, "Taoyuan Farm is too remote. I don't usually go out of the city at night. You want to refuse?" Chen Shun glared at the driver. "I'll file a complaint against you." Chen Shun's impolite attitude also made the taxi driver a little angry. Moreover, this was a busy street, so the driver was not afraid of Chen Shun. He turned off the engine and leaned back in the seat, saying, "I'm sorry, the car suddenly broke down, so I can't leave even if I wanted to. If you want to file a complaint, go ahead. Don't forget to record the car number." Chen Shun was already in a bad mood, and after hearing the driver's words, he wanted to fight him even more. However, he was in a hurry at the moment and didn't have the mood to create more trouble. He could only glare at the driver and said, "I'll definitely file a complaint against you." With that, he opened the door and got out of the car, then slammed the door shut. The driver started the engine again and said, "Go complain if you want. Who knows if you're a robber or not? Taking a taxi to the wilderness in the middle of the night." With that, he stepped on the gas and the car drove away. Chen Shun was stomping his feet in anger. This was truly a case of a leaking house meeting a rainy night, and A ship meeting a headwind again. Previously, Chen Shun had run so fast that the purchasing commissioner could not catch up with him. He only ran out of the alley now. When Chen Shun saw him, he said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop a car. Remember to pay up first." He didn't want to be misunderstood as a car bandit again. Finally, they managed to hail a taxi. Chen Shun and the purchasing commissioner got in the car and hurried to Taoyuan farm. On the farm, Xia Ruofei, Tang Weiran, and the others had drunk just right. They were a little tipsy, but not too much. Tang Weiran was in a good mood. After dinner, she wanted to visit the farm. Actually, it was late at night and it was winter. Xia Ruofei really couldn't figure out what was there to see. However, for the sake of the 100 million yuan order, Xia Ruofei agreed. He asked Ji Lingyun to find an electric patrol car. In addition to the driver, there were 2 rows of seats facing each other at the back, which could seat 6 people if squeezed. Xia Ruofei and Lin Zhongming were sitting opposite Tang Weiran and Jingsu. As for Feng Jing, she was a girl. Xia Ruofei didn't want her to be exposed to the wind, so he asked her to go back and rest. Xia Ruofei asked the veteran to drive around the farm and try to turn to places other than the orchard. Along the way, he gave a brief introduction to the situation on his farm. The car wasn't going very fast and he was still wrapped in a coat. Moreover, his body was hot after drinking, so Tang Weiran didn't curl up into a ball. He listened to Xia Ruofei's explanation with great interest and even praised her from time to time. Of course, it was mostly flattery. In such a short time and in the middle of the night, how could she really see anything different? The electric car drove along the extended greenhouse and cold storage, which was basically the route that the veterans usually patrolled. After going around this area, he would be near the gate of the farm. Next, he would enter the area where the first phase of the farm had been built. It also included neat vegetable greenhouses, pomfret breeding workshop, tea studio, Tiandifundo production studio, and employee apartments. However, when the car arrived at the gate, everyone saw 2 bright car lights. They could vaguely see a small car parked outside the cordon at the gate. Who would be here in the middle of the night? Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart. The veteran who was on duty at the entrance today quickly walked over and said, "Chairman, 2 people who claimed to be Tongren Hall staff just came to the door and said they want to see you, logo." Xia Ruofei didn't expect it to be Chen Shun. He thought that Chen Shun was already in the capital. After all, Tang Weiran had already rushed to the 3 mountains from the capital. He did not expect Chen Shun to be so ambitious. He did not complete anything on his business trip to the 3 mountains and caused a big mess, but he was still in the mood to travel on public expense. So, Xia Ruofei looked at Tang Weiran, who was sitting opposite him in surprise. He smiled and said, "President Tang, you brought people with you? Why is he with you?" Tang Weiran was also confused and said, "No, I didn't. I came in a hurry this time, so I only brought Jingsu with me." Xia Ruofei was stunned. He jumped out of the car and walked to the door. He couldn't see very clearly under the light of the car opposite him. He could only see 2 dark figures. Chen Shun could see clearly with the help of the light. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he quickly called out, President Xia, it's me. Chen Shun. I'm here to apologize to you." Hearing Chen Shun's voice, Xia Ruofei turned around and walked back without thinking. There was really nothing to talk about with this person. President Xia, please hold on. Chen Shun said anxiously. I've realized my mistake. Please give me another chance. When Chen Shun saw Xia Ruofei leave without looking back, he was so anxious that he rushed into the house. Chen Weinan had already explained the seriousness of the matter clearly. If he couldn't get the forgiveness of the Paradise Company this time, then his hard-won formal establishment would probably be ruined. However, the well-trained veteran soldiers wouldn't let him charge in just like that. The two veterans who were on shift duty at the gate took a step forward at the same time with great tacit understanding. Chen Shun suddenly felt as if he had hit a wall, and his whole body was bounced back a few steps. Let me in. Chen Shun shouted, I'm not causing trouble. I'm just here to apologize to President Xia. The two seasoned soldiers, however, stood in place expressionlessly. They opened their arms and blocked Chen Shun's way. No matter how hard Chen Shun tried, the two were as firm as mountains. Even 8 of him added up would not be a match for one veteran. Enough. Just as Chen Shun was trying to get in, Tang Weiran finally got out of the car and shouted, Chen Shun, what are you doing here? Tang Weiran glared at Chen Shun in disgust and asked coldly. Chen Shun was stunned for a moment before he reacted. This was President Tang of the corporation. He was in charge of chain companies. His legs went soft and he almost couldn't stand. He had to put his hand on the veteran's body to prevent himself from falling down. President Tang. Chen Shun stuttered, I know you're Chen Shun, the purchasing manager of the chain company. Tang Weiran interrupted Chen Shun impatiently, I'm asking you, what are you doing at the Peach Blossom Company? To be honest, if Chen Shun didn't introduce himself to Xia Ruofei, Tang Weiran wouldn't have known who Chen Shun was. He was the vice president of the group. How could he know a small manager of a chain company? Even if they had seen each other once or twice, they would definitely not have any impression. President Tang, I made a mistake during the negotiation this morning. It was caused by my ineptitude. I've realized my mistake. I want to apologize to President Xia. Chen Shun quickly said. Tang Weiran's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Chen Shun's words proved that he was still hoping for a fluke. He didn't have the attitude that he should have when he realized his mistake. President Xia doesn't need your apology, Tang Weiran said in disgust. The company will find out what's wrong with you. Go back, Tang Weiran said and walked towards Xia Ruofei. After taking 2 steps, Tang Weiran stopped and turned around. She said in disgust, also, don't disturb the normal work order of others. What a scandal it was to make a scene at the door at night. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. After that, Tang Weiran ignored Chen Shun and chased after Xia Ruofei. Lin Zhoming sat in the electric car and didn't get out. He kept staring at Chen Shun under the light. Seeing Chen Shun's desperate look, he didn't feel any pity at all. As long as he thought of Chen Shun's face during the day, he couldn't help but feel happy. Xia Ruofei and Tang Weiran got into the car one after another. Xia Ruofei said calmly, drive. Let's continue the tour. Tang Weiran looked guilty and said, President Xia, I'm sorry. Our group's employees are disturbing you. Tang Weiran even used honorifics. It could be seen how nervous he was at this time. In fact, Tang Weiran hated Qin Shun to the core. Not only did he cause a lot of trouble, but he had also tried his best to appease Xia Ruofei. They had a good chat, but Qin Shun suddenly came up with a humble apology, which ruined everyone's mood. Xia Ruofei didn't really mind. In fact, a nobody like Qin Shun was not even worth Xia Ruofei's attention. It was even more difficult for him to be moved. However, it was not Xia Ruofei's style to be bullied by others. He was like this in the army. Who in the army did not have guts? Xia Ruofei could still clearly remember what old Luo had said to him when he was given the first opportunity to take leave after the lower company logo. Squad leader old Luo's original words were, "We must abide by discipline when we go out. We can't cause trouble for no reason. However, we don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. Even if it's a fight. As long as you're in the right, I'll take the blame for you. But there's one thing, if you lose in a fight, don't blame me for punishing you." Therefore, even though Xia Ruofei was usually kind to everyone, he was never a kind person. If no one provoked him, he would naturally be humble. However, Xia Ruofei would never be polite to anyone who was stupid enough to walk right into his trap. Xia Ruofei had only stepped on Qin Shun in passing, but he had already caused Qin Shun to be in trouble. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's just a small incident. It's not that serious. Besides, isn't this guy no longer an employee of your company? Soon?" Tang Weiran nodded with a smile and said, "We must get rid of these black sheep." After Chairman Wei took office, he has been working hard to build up the internal atmosphere, hoping to create an internal atmosphere of peace and harmony. I think this incident can be used as a negative example and let the whole company take it as a warning. Unconsciously, Tang Weiran's impression of Qin Shun had become more serious. If Qin Shun knew about this, she wondered how he would feel. However, based on the principle that the more lice there were, the less itchy it would be, it probably wouldn't cause a greater psychological impact on Qin Shun. At this moment, Qin Shun was like a dead man. He stood at the door and looked at the electric car that Xia Ruofei and Tang Weiran were on. The car drove further and further away until even the red tail lights disappeared. The purchasing agent he brought with him stood to the side with some pity and did not say anything. However, the taxi driver was a little impatient. He poked his head out of the car and asked in Mandarin with a heavy Sanchon accent, "Are you guys still going?" They had already agreed to use his car to go back and forth, and he would not stop the clock. Qin Shun turned a deaf ear, as if external stimulation had no effect on him. The purchasing commissioner quickly said a few good words to the taxi driver and handed him a cigarette. Then he walked to Qin Shun and whispered, "Manager Chen." The purchasing commissioner called him a few times, but Qin Shun didn't respond. In the end, he patted him a few times before he came back to his senses. "Manager Chen, it's useless for us to waste our time here," the purchasing commissioner said in a low voice. "I think we should go back to Beijing as soon as possible and find President Chen to think of a way." It was like Qin Shun had seen a ray of light in the dark night. He immediately regained his strength and said, "Yes. Yes, yes. Let's go back to the capital. Return to the capital immediately. Go online and check if there are any more flights to Beijing tonight. Book the tickets first and we'll go to the airport directly. Manager Chen, our luggage is still in the city," the purchasing commissioner said. "Then book me a ticket first." Chen Shun said impatiently. After you send me to the airport, you can go back to the city. You can go back by yourself. Tomorrow morning. All right. The purchasing commissioner didn't dare to say anything more and quickly agreed. The two of them got into the taxi again. When the driver heard that they were going to the airport first before returning to the city, he didn't say anything and started the car. Anyway, they had to watch the entire journey, so they could go to as many places as they wanted. Besides, the airport was not far from here, so it was just a matter of taking a detour. Chen Shun took the red-eye flight with his last trace of hope, and finally set foot on the land of Beijing at 9 o'clock in the morning. The nightmare-like business trip experience was unbearable for him. Although it was already very late, Chen Shun couldn't wait to call Chen Weinan. As soon as he got off the plane, Chen Weinan also had a hard time sleeping. After he called Chen Shun, he immediately began to contact all the leaders, classmates, and friends who might be able to help. However, the more he called, the colder his heart became. Everyone avoided him like a snake or scorpion. After a phone call, he didn't get anything. Then, Chen Weinan, who was like an ant on a hot pan, called Chen Shun. In Chen Weinan's heart, this was the last straw to save his life, although the hope was very slim. However, Chen Shun had just boarded the plane and his phone was turned off. Just like that, Chen Weinan finally got a call from Chen Shun. He couldn't wait to answer the phone. Chen Shun, how's the situation? Chen Weinan asked urgently. Second uncle, they won't even let us in. Chen Shun said with a crying face. Chen Weinan suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, and his hands and feet were a little stiff. Can't you think of a way? What did I tell you before? Chen Weinan said in anger and anxiety. I've already begged my grandfather and grandmother, Chen Weinan said with a sobbing tone. I'm just short of kneeling down to him, but it's useless. Second uncle, President Tang is with the boss of the Paradise Corporation. President Tang scolded me and asked me to leave immediately and not disturb them. Chen Weinan felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, and he finally asked weakly, then why did you call me? Second uncle, I'm already in Beijing, let's think of a way together, said Chen Weinan. Chen Weinan was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. What's the use of you coming back? I can't even protect myself now. What can I use to help you? Chen Weinan was completely speechless towards his stupid nephew. If it was him, he would have stayed at the door no matter what Tang Weiran said. If he really couldn't do it, he could just kneel at the door for a night and throw away his face. What if the other party was moved by compassion? Of the 3 brothers, 2 of them had daughters. Chen Shun was the only male in the next generation, so they doted on him very much. However, most children who grew up in this environment were useless. Now Chen Weinan regretted not helping his brother to discipline Chen Shun. As a result, he had grown up to be such a scammer. No. It was a scammer. Second uncle, you can't just leave me alone. If I lose my job, I won't be able to find a wife anymore, Chen Shun cried out. Chen Weinan was annoyed and said, I also have to manage it. All right, you can go back first. We'll talk about it tomorrow, then, about my work, I'll think of another way tomorrow. Chen Weinan interrupted Chen Shun and hung up the phone. In fact, even Chen Weinan himself did not believe this, but Chen Shun did. He felt a little more at ease. He took a taxi home from the airport, washed his hair, and went to sleep. Chen Weinan, on the other hand, had a sleepless night. The next day, as soon as he arrived at the company, two middle-aged men in black jackets were already waiting at the door of his office. "Are you Comrade Chen Weinan?" one of them said expressionlessly. "We're from the group's discipline inspection team. We need to find you to understand the situation. Please come with us." Chen Weinan's heart was like dead ashes. He had already had a bad feeling about the situation, but he didn't expect this moment to come so soon. Yesterday, Chen Shun had only been at the Three Mountains for half a day and one night, but the discipline inspection had already taken measures against him. Chen Weinan didn't know that. It was because he had incited Chen Shun to go to Taoyuan Farm to remedy the situation. This made Tang Weiran realize that someone in the group had leaked the news. So, after he accompanied Xia Ruofei to visit the farm, he called Wei Jianming overnight to report, which led to the sudden attack of the discipline inspection team. Today, Chen Shun also arrived at the company on time. He rushed to Chen Weinan's office as soon as he got to work. He didn't expect to run into the discipline inspection team and see Chen Weinan being held on both sides. Chen Shun was almost scared out of his wits. He subconsciously turned around and walked back. However, they had already been discovered by a sharp-eyed disciplinary officer. One of them shouted in a dignified manner, "You must be Chen Shun. Don't go. Come back with us to be investigated." Under everyone's gazes, Chen Shun stopped. He slowly turned his head back with a pale face, his heart filled with despair. Logo. Just as Chen Shun and Chen Weinan were being taken away by the discipline inspection team in despair, a contract signing event involving hundreds of millions of dollars was going on at the Three Mountains Paradise Farm thousands of miles away. There was no grand ceremony, nor was there a lot of media support. Only less than 10 people from both sides were present. The scene of the signing ceremony was a little low-key compared to its actual value. It must be known that this contract involved a total of 136.6 kilograms of top-quality cordyceps, and the purchase price for this cordyceps was 780,000 Chinese dollars per kilogram, which was equivalent to a total transaction amount of 106 million yuan. And this was not a one-time deal. The contract also stated that for the next 3 years, Peach Blossom Company would provide no less than 200 kilograms of Cordyceps sinensis of the same quality every year, and the purchase price would increase by 5% every year. According to the total contract amount, it had already reached 500 to 600 million Chinese dollars. Lin Zhoming signed the contract on behalf of Tongren Tang. Under Xia Ruofei's insistence, the main body of the contract was signed by Tongren Tang Chain Company in the East China region. As the representative of the group's leadership, Tang Weiran witnessed the entire signing ceremony. When Lin Zhoming signed his name, his whole body trembled. This contract was like a golden step, and he seemed to see a bright future. Xia Ruofei was also in a good mood. After signing the contract, not only would the 100 million fund gap be solved, but he would not need to use the overseas funds, and it would bring more than 6 million in cash flow for the company. In the next 3 years, the company would have an additional revenue of 100 to 200 million each year. There was nothing better than this result. After the negotiations with Chen Shun fell through, Xia Ruofei did think about cooperating with other Chinese medicine companies. Although the process might be a little complicated, the quality of this batch of wormgrass was there. He didn't have to worry about not being able to sell it. Of course, after the Tongren Tang group showed their sincerity, the Vice President Tang Weiran came to apologize personally and even took the initiative to raise the purchase price. Xia Ruofei went with the flow and continued to cooperate with Tongren Tang. After all, he had already gained some face, so there was no need to be too pretentious. Moreover, objectively speaking, Tongren Hall's channels were very powerful. At least, among the Chinese medicine companies in the country, they were one of the best. With Xia Ruofei's lazy personality, he would try to avoid as much trouble as possible. He was happy to see this result. Both parties signed the contract and exchanged it before they both signed it and shook hands. The assistant, Lu Qian, pressed the shutter in time and took a photo for the information. Happy cooperation, President Xia, Lin Zhongming said with some excitement. Big brother Lin, it's a pleasure working with you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. President Xia, I will personally follow up on the funds. I promise that the transaction will be completed within 2 days, Tang Weiran said happily. Because the transaction amount was beyond the authority of the East China region. It had to be approved by the Tongren Tang Chain Company in Beijing. The East China region also needed time to mobilize the liquid funds. However, Tang Weiran had personally guaranteed that there would be no problem with the funds. Even if it was an ordinary acquisition contract, Tongren Tang rarely delayed or even reneged on the debt. After all, the reputation of a century-old company was still very important. However, the accounting period might be longer. In this era where channels were king, Tongren Tang, who had such a huge sales channel, was the strong party in most of the transactions. Then I'll leave it to you, President Tang. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we are indeed in a hurry to use this money. We've really troubled you. No. Tang Weiran said, we'll hand over the money and the goods at the same time. This is a natural thing to do. President Xia is already very supportive of us by giving us 3 days to raise the funds. Tang Weiran was just saying nice things. They weren't buying vegetables on the street. How could they hand over the money and the goods? This was for pharmaceutical companies. If it was a supermarket or other retail channels, they would transfer the goods in advance. After the goods were sold, there would be a 3 to 6 months accounting period. From time to time, they would even ask the suppliers to participate in various promotions to reduce their profits and transfer the cost of their promotions. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, President Tang, Brother Lin, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's have a few more drinks this afternoon. Also, I have something good for you to try. Oh? Tang Weiran's eyes lit up. The peach garden vegetables he had tasted last night had already left a deep impression on him. The drunken eight immortals wine was even more so. Tang Weiran couldn't help but ask, President Xia, could it be that your company has a new product? Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know when the time comes. It can be considered our new product. Please give us your valuable opinions after you've tried it. Then we have to have a good taste. Tang Weiran said with great interest, President Xia is really capable. Your company hasn't been established for a long time, but it's doing well in the field of agricultural products, traditional Chinese medicine, and even in the field of cosmetics. Every product is eye-catching. Tang Weiran had been working in a company for so many years, so she had a very unique vision. In the 2 days he had been at the Paradise Company, he had naturally collected some information about the company. She didn't know if she didn't look, but she was shocked when she did. Logo. Whether it was the growing influence of Taoyuan vegetables, the popular Jusher cream, the top-grade abalone, or the ironhide maple and cordyceps that Tongren Hall was cooperating with, almost every product was of the highest quality and was at the peak of their field. It was just that some of them had a smaller audience, while some faced a wider range of people, so society's reactions were different. Tang Weiran realized that this young company had great potential in the future. Xia Ruofei was not just a young man with a strong background. He was definitely capable. "You're too kind, President Tang," Xia Ruofei said humbly. "Compared to a giant company like Tongren Tang, we are just a small company." Tang Weiran couldn't help but feel that Xia Ruofei was actually a very gentle young man. Most of the time, it was very comfortable to be with him. Of course, the premise was that they didn't become his enemies. Thinking of Qin Shun and Qin Weinan, Tang Weiran couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. This young man in front of her seemed harmless, but he was absolutely cold and ruthless to his enemies. Even if they couldn't be friends, they should never go against such a person. Of course, it would be even better if they could become friends. Just look at the current Lin Zhongming. Tang Weiran even envied Lin Zhongming, who was much lower in rank than him in the group. It was really a stroke of luck for him to be favored and taken care of by Xia Ruofei. Just as everyone was chatting, Tang Weiran's phone vibrated. Tang Weiran apologized to Xia Ruofei and walked out of the conference room to answer the call. After a while, Tang Weiran returned to the meeting room. He said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, I just received a call from the company. We've basically confirmed that Qin Shun was negligent in his duties during the negotiation. In addition, he also confessed that in the past 2 years, he had asked for commissions from the suppliers and accepted commercial bribes. Our initial punishment is to fire him. According to the follow-up investigation, we will decide whether to report this to the Economic Investigation Department." Tang Weiran paused and continued. "Qin Shun's uncle, Qin Weinan, also has to take the main responsibility as the leader in this incident. He also used his position to benefit his relatives and broke the rules to solve Qin Shun's staff problem. We've basically confirmed this, but his punishment will still need to be further investigated before the group will decide. President Tang, your discipline inspection department is very efficient." Xia Ruofei smiled. "President Xia, it's just a matter of making up for it. No matter how well we do it, it can't cover up the problem of poor internal management in our group," said Tang Weiran. "I still have to represent the corporation here, yes, President Tang. It's not a big deal. You don't have to keep apologizing." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Tang Weiran. "We're partners now. In the future, we'll still need everyone to work together and cooperate sincerely." "Yes, yes, yes. Let's work together," Tang Weiran quickly said. A huge weight had finally been lifted off his chest. It was obvious that Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with this result. Moreover, the collaboration between Tongren Hall and Peach Blossom Company was not affected. He even established some personal relationships with Xia Ruofei. He had exceeded the task that Wei Jianming had given him. In this happy atmosphere, everyone naturally chatted very enthusiastically. It was almost lunchtime when Lu Qian walked to Xia Ruofei's side and whispered a few words into his ear. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He stood up and said, "President Tang, Big Brother Lin, the cafeteria is ready. Let's go over and continue our chat." Oh? I've been itching for President Xia's new product for a long time. Tang Weiran laughed and stood up. President Xia, you're still keeping us in suspense. Everyone laughed in cooperation. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Appropriate suspense is good for increasing curiosity. The facts have shown that I have been very successful. I believe that everyone will taste it more carefully and give us better suggestions. After a while, Xia Ruofei and the others entered the staff canteen on the first floor. Xia Ruofei didn't like to put on airs. Besides, he didn't have to do things like welcoming and sending people off. Hence, there weren't any private rooms in the staff cafeteria. Customers would eat in the main hall as usual, but there would be a round table in the corner of the cafeteria. The other employees would also eat in the main hall. Everyone was used to this way and didn't interfere with each other. In fact, Xia Ruofei was also excited. Because the suspense he had prepared for everyone today was the wild Chinese perch. The breeding of pomfrets had been going on for a long time, and the first batch of pomfrets could be sold. Before this, Xia Ruofei had never tasted Chinese perch. He had only learned about this legendary food that was on the verge of extinction and its history of being praised by scholars and poets through literature. Pure wild species breeding, simulated wild environment breeding, precious spirit heart flower petal. Solution cultivation. Under these conditions, could the Changjiangkuan fish be as delicious as described in the literature? Xia Ruofei was not confident. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to give it a try before it went on sale. Coincidentally, Tang Weiran, Lin Zhongming, and the others were also there. Xia Ruofei had made arrangements yesterday to let everyone have a taste today. Moreover, he had specially called Ling Xiaotian and invited Su Yu, the executive head chef of the Lingji Food and Beverage Group, early in the morning to personally cook this king of fish. Su Yu was Ling Xiaotian's old buddy. He had been employed when the Lingji F&B Group was still a small restaurant. Now, he was also a senior executive of the Lingji F&B Group and had even been given a small number of the group's shares. He basically no longer participated in the front line of work. However, he was from Sunan and had his own unique experience in cooking anchovy and pomfrets. Moreover, he had tasted the taste of wild Chinese perch when he was young and had learned how to deal with it from an old local chef. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to cook the Chinese perch. Xia Ruofei invited everyone to take a seat. Tang Weiran noticed that there were lots on the table and everyone was seated according to their names. He was arranged to sit on Xia Ruofei's right, while the seat on Xia Ruofei's left was empty. Lin Zhongming, Feng Jing, Zheng Su, and the others were seated behind him. Although Tang Weiran felt a little strange that there was a space left, he didn't say anything. After everyone had taken their seats, Chao Tieshu's wife led the restaurant's service staff to serve the cold and hot dishes. The drunken Eight Immortals wine was also opened and poured into the wine divider. Everyone had a small pot in front of them. To everyone's surprise, Xia Ruofei did not ask them to pour him wine or raise his glass. Instead, he sat in his seat and chatted. Even Feng Jing didn't know what Xia Ruofei was up to. When Xia Ruofei arranged for Su Yu to come over, he had directly informed the cafeteria and asked them to fully cooperate. As for Feng Jing, she had put almost all her energy into signing the contract with Tongren Hall, so she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask about the matters in the cafeteria. Hence, Feng Jing shot Xia Ruofei a look, signaling for him to start the conversation. After all, Xia Ruofei was the host. If he didn't say anything, no one would be able to move their chopsticks. Wouldn't it be awkward if they continued to sit like this? Xia Ruofei just smiled and talked to everyone. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon, they heard footsteps. Xia Ruofei turned around and immediately smiled. Uncle Su, come here. You've worked hard today. Su. Yu was wearing a white chef's uniform and a tall chef's hat. He was personally carrying a large oval plate and walking over with a smile. Su Yu said, "Little Xia, you're still being polite with me. Besides, it's a great surprise for me to be able to make the Chinese perch again in my lifetime. There's no such thing as hard work," Su Yu said as he placed the plate on the empty space reserved in the middle of the turntable on the table. Everyone's eyes fell on the steaming hot plate at the same time. Logo. Su Yu and Ling Xiaotian had a good personal relationship, and Xia Ruofei was more familiar with him. They had had a few meals together. Su Yu knew about Xia Ruofei's relationship with Ling Qingxue, so he treated Xia Ruofei as his nephew from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he was a corporate executive with a net worth of at least tens of millions, and Ran Ran's executive head chef was almost no longer engaged in specific cooking work, so she would not have agreed to come over and cook for others. After putting down the Chinese perch, Xia Ruofei warmly invited Su Yu to sit beside him. President Tang, Big Brother Lin, Researcher Zheng, let me introduce you. Uncle Su is the executive head chef of the Ling F&B group. I've specially invited him to make this dish, he said to everyone. At first, Tang Weiran saw Su Yu wearing a chef's uniform and thought that he was a chef from Taoyuan Farm. It was not until she heard Xia Ruofei call him Uncle Su and introduce him as the executive head chef of the Ling F&B group that she realized. Although he wasn't clear about the situation of Ling F&B, he knew that a group was usually not small. Although he couldn't rule out the possibility that some small companies would also boast about calling themselves groups and even have several subsidiaries under them, in most cases, a group company was still quite large. Moreover, this was someone who had a good relationship with Xia Ruofei. Therefore, Tang Weiran did not dare to neglect and quickly said to Su Yu through Xia Ruofei, "So it's President Su, thank you for your hard work." Su Yu took off his tall chef's hat and carefully put it aside, then said with a smile, "You're welcome. I heard that there's a wild Chinese perch today, so I'm here to try it." Seeing that Su Yu had already revealed the answer, Xia Ruofei no longer kept him in suspense. He smiled and said, "Everyone, this is the new dish I'm going to introduce to you today. Steamed Kuan fish. This is Taoyuan Farm's imitation of the wild environment, and the young ones are cultivated from the wild Yangtze River pomfrets. If I remember correctly, it should be the only one in the country, and even in the world." Then, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Shu's cooking skills are superb, and he's especially good at cooking pomfrets. That's why I specially invited him over to cook today. Everyone is in for a treat. Uncle Su, could you please introduce this dish to everyone?" "All right." Su Yu laughed heartily and said, "I grew up by the Yangtze River. When I was a child, I had tasted the pure taste of the wild Chinese perch. Later, I entered the line of cooking and was lucky to have a master who taught me a few skills of cooking Chinese perch. Later, because of environmental reasons and over-harvesting, the wild Chinese perch was basically extinct, and I have never tasted the taste of the Chinese perch as a child again. However, there are still some United States raise on the market, so my cooking skills haven't declined since I started cooking. You can all give your comments on this steamed ray later. Then, Xu pointed to the steamed kuan fish and said, steamed Chinese perch is a famous traditional dish in my hometown, Sunan. Remove the gills and internal organs of the Chinese perch and then put it in boiling water to remove the fishy smell. Then, put ham slices, mushroom slices, bamboo shoots and other auxiliary materials on the fish. Then, add cooking lard, white sugar, salt, shrimp, cooking wine, chicken soup, and other seasonings. After steaming it on a high fire for about 20 minutes, it can be taken out of the cage. Feng Rao sniffled and said with a smile, President Xu, just the smell alone is enough to make me drool. Then what are we waiting for? Let's dig in. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei picked up the serving chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish. He had some understanding of Chinese perch, so he smiled as he picked it up. Look, everyone, the scales on the surface are deliberately preserved because the pomfret is different from other fish. Its scales are rich in high-quality fat and colloid protein. After cooking, they will turn into a semi-melted colloid and have a very unique taste. If you remove the scales while cooking the pomfrets, it'll be old-fashioned. After listening, Xu also smiled and nodded, very much in agreement. Xia Ruofei picked up the fish and said, Uncle Xu, you've worked hard today. Please taste the first piece of fish. Xu waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm here today to freeload food and drink. How can I overshadow the host? It's not suitable. Xia Ruofei put the fish on Xuyu's plate and said, it's all thanks to you that we're able to taste the almost extinct Chinese perch today. It's only natural that you're the first to taste it. Xuyu could only smile and nod, all right then. I'll be arrogant. Then, Xia Ruofei picked up another piece. When he was about to give it to Tang Weiran immediately refused. President Xia, you can tea. No one had any objections to giving the first piece to President Xu, but you'll have to eat this one yourself. Otherwise, it'll really be overpowering the host. Xia Ruofei saw that Tang Weiran was determined, so he turned to Feng Jing. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Feng Jing immediately covered her plate and said with a smile, I don't dare to ask my leader to serve me. Xia Ruofei looked around and his eyes fell on the person in charge of the pomfrets, Jiang Hua. The pomfrets were all raised under Jiang Hua's careful care. Hence, Xia Ruofei had invited him to the first harvest of his hard work today. Jiang Hua. It's been hard on you these days. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this piece of fish is your reward, logo. Jiang Hua also waved his hand in fear and said, President Xia, I'm flattered. I can pick it up myself. Xia Ruofei didn't allow any explanation. He reached out and picked up the plate in front of Jiang Hua. He placed the piece of fish on the plate and then passed the plate back. He said, you're the main reason why the pomfret breeding business is progressing so smoothly. What's the big deal with giving you some food? Thank you, Director Xia. Jiang Hua said with excitement. Taking care of pomfrets was a very tiring task, mainly because they were too timid. A slight movement could cause all the pomfrets in the pond to turn white. Therefore, Jiang Hua had been very careful and devoted to this work. Now that his achievements had been recognized by the company's leaders, Jiang Hua felt a strong sense of achievement. Of course, the only question now was how the taste of the Yangtze River pomfret which was cultivated in an imitation of the wild environment, would be like. Could it be compared to the real wild Chinese perch? What was the difference between the taste and the United States Kuan fish? All these mysteries would be revealed today. Thinking of this, Jianghua looked at the sparkling white fish on the small plate in front of him, feeling both excited and nervous. Xia Ruofei smiled. Since everyone is so humble, I won't serve you one by one. Everyone can take what you need. This is good, this is good. Tang Weiran smiled and said, President Xia, first. After so much preparation, Tang Weiran was also full of expectations for the taste of the steamed Kuan fish. Xia Ruofei didn't decline. He took the responsibility and picked up a piece of fish near the tail. The scales on this part were finer and the meat was more tender. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony. Xia Ruofei said as he picked up the food, do it yourself. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had already started eating, everyone also reached out their chopsticks. There's a plate of ginger vinegar in front of everyone, it tastes better when dipped in it. Suyu smiled and reminded them. Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at the small plate in front of him. The meat of the small piece of fish was very delicate. The silver scales on it were very dazzling under the light. He picked up the fish and dipped it in the ginger vinegar on the seasoning plate. Then, he put the fish in his mouth with anticipation. The first thing he bit was the gelatinous fish scales. They had completely softened and had a jelly-like texture. His teeth sank in easily. After going through the scales, he came to the meat. Xia Ruofei felt that the meat of the pomfret seemed to be fatter than ordinary fish, but it was not greasy at all. Instead, it had a refreshing feeling. Xia Ruofei chewed on it instinctively. It was as tender as tofu, but there was an indescribable fragrance. All the taste buds seemed to be cheering at the same time. Fat but not greasy, fragrant in the mouth, these two adjectives were no longer the jack of all trades in food shows, but instead very appropriately expressed the true taste of the pomfrets. Delicious. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mumble. Everyone had already started to taste the delicious Chinese perch. For a moment, no one at the table spoke, only the sound of chewing could be heard. Suyu's face seemed to have an expression of pilgrimage, savoring the taste of the pomfrets bit by bit, and his eyes actually became a little moist. After eating this piece of fish, Suyu let out a long sigh. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat and he asked, Uncle Su, does it taste wrong? Is there a difference with the wild Chinese perch? He felt that this shouldn't be possible. His taste had been spoiled by the Taoyuan vegetables, but after tasting the steamed Chinese perch today, he was still shocked. Such a taste should not be worse than the authentic Yangtze River Chinese perch, right? With a hint of excitement, Suyu said, Little Xia, this is the taste of my childhood. It's been so many years. I can't believe I can taste this familiar delicacy again. No. I feel that today's steamed Chinese perch is even more delicious than the wild Chinese perch I've eaten before. The dish that Suyu praised was made by himself, but no one felt anything strange after listening to it, because this steamed Kuan fish was really too delicious. Feng Rao, Jianghua, and the others almost swallowed their own tongues. Tang Weiran and the others from Tongren Hall didn't have a good reaction either. The temptation of good food was fixed in human genes. This primitive desire was simply uncontrollable when one encountered a truly delicious food. As Jianghua ate, he heaved a sigh of relief. His last trace of worry had disappeared. Xia Ruofei smiled. Perhaps it's because you haven't had the Chinese perch for many years. Your anticipation is too strong. That's why you think it's especially good this time. So you couldn't wait to pick up another piece of Chinese perch, dip it in ginger vinegar, and put it in his mouth. Then, he nodded and said, maybe. However, I haven't tasted this in a long time, Uncle Su. How does it compare to the United States? Perch? Xia Ruofei asked, curiously. Su ate the fish in big mouthfuls, then spat out the fishbone, and said impatiently, little Xia, I'll put it this way. There was simply no comparison between the two. Compared to this authentic Chong Jiang Chinese perch, the United States Chinese perch is simply a lump of. Speaking of this, Su closed his mouth in time. It was mealtime, so if he said everything without any restraint, it would really affect everyone's appetite. After Tang Wei-ran heard this, she didn't agree with him. As a senior executive of a state-owned enterprise, there were very few delicacies that he had not tasted. He had eaten a lot of strange game. And it was naturally not the first time he had eaten pomfrets. However, just as Su said before, because of the environment and over-fishing, wild Chinese perch had almost become extinct. The Chinese perch that Tang Wei-ran had eaten was actually an artificially cultivated United States Chinese perch. The price of this Chinese perch was also quite high, and ordinary people couldn't afford to eat it. Tang Wei-ran felt that although the taste of the steamed Chinese perch was obviously better this time, it wasn't as exaggerated as Su said. Perhaps this was caused by feelings? Tang Wei-ran thought to herself. However, she didn't slow down and quickly put the second piece of Kuan fish into her mouth. Although Xia Ruofei felt that Su's words were a little heavy, he still grinned happily. The taste was so good, and the taste was obviously better than the United States pomfrets sold at high prices in the market. It could be confirmed that the breeding of this batch of Yangtze River pomfrets was a great success. What did this mean? Cash. A huge amount of cash. Moreover, it was a steady stream of money. The beluga in the anglerfish cultivation workshop was delivered in batches. In the future, there would be beluga on the market almost every month. Xia Ruofei still remembered clearly that Ling Xiaotian had obtained 2 wild Chinese perch. It was these 2 Chinese perch that had reproduced in the medium space, allowing Xia Ruofei to have an endless supply of Chinese perch. Ling Xiaotian had bought these 2 Chinese perch for 3,000 yuan per 500 grams. With the current scale of the pomfrets cultivation workshop, it was easy to produce 1,000 pomfrets a month. Based on 2,000 caddies, the pomfrets were generally small. And 1 caddy per fish was more common. Because of the petal solution of the spirit heart flower, the pomfrets in Taoyuan farm could basically reach 2 caddies, which could earn them at least 6 million a month, which was tens of millions a year. Moreover, the consumption of pomfrets was getting hotter and hotter. The pomfrets cultivated by Taoyuan farm tasted even better than the wild Yangtze River pomfrets. If Su's memory was correct, the price of the pomfrets might be more than 3,000 yuan, and the income would be even higher. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei's mood became even better. He frequently invited everyone to drink and eat. The small pomfrets were quickly divided and eaten, and everyone had a feeling that they had not had enough. Logo. After the host and the guest had their fill, Xia Ruofei personally sent Su out. The Mercedes Benz from Paradise Corporation was already waiting in front of the complex. Xia Ruofei gestured to Jiang Hua, and the Latter immediately understood and walked away quickly. Xia Ruofei said some words of thanks to Suyu, while Tang Wei ran. And the others also accompanied him and chatted. Soon, Jiang Hua came over with 2 plastic boxes carefully. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Su, there are 2 Chinese perch here. Please keep one for Auntie to try. Please pass the other one to Uncle Ling. This is a small token of my appreciation. Suyu looked at the plastic box in Jiang Hua's hand, and a hint of love appeared in his eyes. However, he still politely said, How can I accept this? It's too valuable. He had personally handled the Chinese perch in the kitchen today. He knew that the Chinese perch in Taoyuan farm was generally about 2 caddies. What was amazing was that the meat quality of the Chinese perch should have aged a little at this weight. This was also what he had been worried about before cooking, but the results showed that he had worried too much. This Chinese perch was obviously larger than ordinary wild Chinese perch, and the taste was even better. Moreover, the tenderness of the meat was also greater than ordinary wild Chinese perch. This kind of rare and precious Chinese perch was worth at least a few thousand yuan per 500 grams. It was indeed quite expensive as a gift. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, They're all raised on my farm. They're not worth much. It's just a little token of my appreciation. Please don't reject it. Suyu hesitated for a moment and then said, All right. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Thank you, little Xia. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, You already said that you're welcome. Why are you still saying thank you? It's just a small token of my appreciation. Suyu couldn't help but laugh and said, All right, I'll accept it then. Then, Suyu said goodbye to Xia Ruofei and the others, got in the car, and left. After watching the Mercedes-Benz leave, Tang Weiran said with emotion, President Xia, your life here is still better. The beach, the white clouds, the farmy, every day. We eat delicious food that we rarely get to see. It's like living like a god. Why don't you stay for a few more days, President Tang? Xia Ruofei joked. I'll take it as a vacation. I also want to rest. Tang Weiran smiled bitterly. It's a pity that I've been working my ass off. I've only been out for 2 days, and there's already a bunch of things waiting to be settled at the group. Tang Weiran didn't pretend to be busy. He had a lot of work to do. This time, because of Xia Ruofei, a vice president of the chain company he was directly in charge of had fallen. He had to go back to clean up the mess and stabilize the morale of the army. Of course, Tang Weiran didn't dare to blame Xia Ruofei. Besides, Chen Weinan and Chen Shun had brought this upon themselves. If they were strong enough, this incident wouldn't have ended up like this. To put it bluntly, it was because they had a lot of bad debts in the past. This time, they were all exposed. Xia Ruofei laughed. You can't not let me rest even if I'm working. He said. I really haven't had a vacation in years, Tang Weiran said. After I finished my business here, the company is urging me to go back. I asked the administrative office to book an afternoon flight back to Beijing for me. All right, since President Tang is busy, I won't keep you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You're welcome to visit the 3 mountains more often in the future. Definitely. Tang Weiran said. Our chairman has repeatedly urged me to tell President Xia that if you go to Beijing, please contact me and give Tongren Hall a chance to be the host. Definitely. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He even bought a big 3-story courtyard house in the capital. Moreover, with the further growth of the Paradise Corporation, he would probably have more time to go to Beijing. Xia Ruofei personally arranged a car for Tang Weiran and Jingsu in the afternoon, and then sent them upstairs to rest. After sending Tang Weiran back to her room, Lin Zhongming said to Xia Ruofei gratefully, "Brother Xia, this time, forget it. I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. Let's see how I perform in the future." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Big brother Lin, it's not as serious as you say. It's just something that happened in passing. We're old friends, and I hope to have a long-term cooperation with you. If it's someone else, we'll have to get to know each other again, right?" Lin Zhongming said sincerely, "To you, it might be a small matter. But to me, it's the grace of rebirth. Brother Xia, you're really nice to your friends." Xia Ruofei smiled and patted Lin Zhongming's shoulder, saying, "We're partners. It's a win-win situation." "Yes, yes, yes. Brother Xia, don't worry, as long as I'm in the East China region, the cooperation between our two families will be solid." Lin Zhongming said seriously, "Even if I'm transferred one day, I'll definitely make arrangements in advance and not let the cooperation be affected." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. On the second day after Tang Weiran returned to Beijing, the people arranged by Lin Zhongming from the East China region of Jiangsu and Zhejiang province also arrived at the Three Mountains Paradise Farm. This time, the transaction amount exceeded 100 million, so Lin Zhongming also attached great importance to the escort of this batch of Awito. Not only did he inform the company's security department to send out elite forces, but he also hired the best escort company in Qiantang to drive a modified van to Sanshan. Logo. All the work had been arranged yesterday afternoon. This group of people set off from Qiantang early in the morning and drove for 7 to 8 hours to Sanshan. Xia Ruofei personally led a few core members of Paradise Corporation to retrieve all the cordyceps from the villa. Then, with both parties present, they weighed the cordyceps again and sealed it. He and Lin Zhongming signed and confirmed the transfer of ownership. Then, the people from the escort company took over the batch of expensive medicinal herbs and loaded them into the modified bulletproof small truck. This transaction was considered complete, and the payment of more than 100 million yuan would be transferred to the public account of the Peach Blossom Company by tomorrow at the latest. The entire process of the transfer was recorded by the people from both companies. After all, it was a transaction that involved hundreds of millions of dollars, so everyone was very cautious. As for the subsequent transactions involved in the contract, because the amount would be equally large, Tongrenhal would still contact the escort company to complete the transfer of the goods. Of course, when all Awito was being packaged, it was necessary to have Paradise Corporation's logo in an eye-catching position to reflect the huge profit. Xia Ruofei even placed more emphasis on the increase of brand awareness. Lin Zhongming attached great importance to this deal. He was also worried and gave up on taking the plane. He chose to take the escort company's car back and personally escort the car. Therefore, after the goods were loaded, Lin Zhongming said goodbye to Xia Ruofei and left the Paradise Company in the small truck. Xia Ruofei watched as the truck carrying the cordyceps that was worth hundreds of millions of yuan left Taoyuan Farm. Then, he said to Feng Jing, "Boss Feng, please let me know when the funds from Tongrenhal have been transferred to your account." "All right." Feng Jing nodded. "By the way, will the other funds Arrive on time? Xia Ruofei asked. It's not a big problem. Feng Jing smiled and said, a few major online sales platforms have agreed to pay the sales funds in advance. After this sum of money comes back, other than paying for the building, we should still have a balance of 20 to 30 million on our books. We have enough cash flow, and our cash flow structure is very healthy. Feng Jing was already immune to Xia Ruofei's ability to close a business deal worth more than 100 million yuan with a flip of his hand and fill up a seemingly impossible financial gap in an instant. Not only her, but the entire Paradise Corporation seemed to have a blind trust in Xia Ruofei. It was as if there was nothing that Xia Ruofei couldn't handle. The company's development was getting better and better, and the morale of the employees was high. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Then, after the sales funds have been transferred to my account, I'll pay for the purchase of the building as soon as possible. There's no need to delay it for a few more days. In addition, transfer the property rights as soon as possible so that we can make overall arrangements. Understood. Feng Rao said, Bojan Real Estate will do their best to cooperate with us. They also hope to settle the payment as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He thought for a moment and said, we'll have a meeting tomorrow. Everyone will talk about the recent work and the main direction of the next step. In addition, everyone will discuss the sales of pamphlets. You can also understand the market situation in advance. Okay, I'll inform the sales department to prepare the information. Feng Ke said. Xia Ruofei nodded and yawned. It's finally settled. I'm going back to rest. I'll leave the company to you all. Feng Rao was already used to Xia Ruofei's nonchalance. She said helplessly, I know. You can go back. I'm not counting on you for these trivial matters. Anyway, Xia Ruofei chuckled and cupped his hands at Feng Jing. After thanking her for her hard work, he walked towards the small villa. Feng Rao smiled bitterly and shook her head. She also turned around and walked into the complex. She urged Xia Ruofei to call for a meeting tomorrow. She still had a lot of things to prepare and could not afford to be idle. After Xia Ruofei returned to the small villa, he did not immediately take his afternoon nap. He lit a cigarette and walked to the balcony. He sat on the recliner and planned Zhao Yongjun and the others' arrangements for their visit to the Three Mountains. Xia Ruofei wasn't close to Ho Liang and the others, but he was good friends with Zhao Yongjun. Moreover, Zhao Yongjun and Ho Liang had put in a lot of effort for the Tongren Hall incident. In addition, the people who came to the Three Mountains were close to Song Rui, so he had to treat them well. However, Xia Ruofei couldn't figure out why the second and third generation of the Xia family would come to Three Mountains in the middle of winter. Although the Three Mountains was located in the southeast of China and had been upgraded to one of the new furnace cities of China, it was very cold in winter. It was silly to go to the beach in such weather. However, apart from the seaside, the Three Mountains did not have a lot of tourist resources. He could not bring a bunch of second-generation and third-generation children to play on the farm, right? Xia Ruofei was also having a headache. Of course, with the size of the southeast province, there were many places to visit. For example, Egret Island, which was often more famous than Sanshan and was often mistaken for the southeast province's capital by foreigners, was a famous tourist city. It was not far from Sanshan. It was a 3 to 4 hour drive and only 1 or 2 hours by high-speed rail. If it doesn't work, I'll bring them to live on The farm for a day or two. Then, we'll kill our way to Egret Island. At the same time, I can also visit Lin Xiao, Xia Ruofei said in his heart. Just as Xia Ruofei was racking his brain to find a way to deal with Zhao Yongjun and his men, his phone rang. Xia Ruofei looked at the caller ID and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He immediately picked up. Qingxue, did you miss me? On the other end of the phone, Ling Qingxue pouted and said, I miss you. The Yangtze River beluga, in the farm. He. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he still asked, you and Uncle Ling tried it. How's the taste? It's pretty good. Ling Qingxue said, my dad is full of praise, but I think it's mainly because Uncle Shu's cooking skills are good. TSK. You're not sincere. Xia Ruofei said, no matter how good Uncle Shu's cooking skills are, without the high-quality ingredients from our farm, how could he make such delicious food? Even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. You're good, all right? Ling Qingxue said with a smile, then muttered, aren't they all raised by your men? You probably don't even go there once a month, do you? That was also the result of my wise leadership. Xia Ruofei said proudly, besides, without my high-tech means, do you think you can easily raise the Yangtze River beluga? Do you know how delicate this fish is? You'll be scared to death if your footsteps are a little heavier. Is it that exaggerated? Ling Qingxue didn't believe him. Then wouldn't you have to put the Chinese perch deep in the mountains and forests? I'm doing some soundproofing. Xia Ruofei said, back then, it was almost made to the standard of a recording room. Even if there was lightning and thunder outside, no movement could be heard in the breeding workshop. Then, Xia Ruofei asked again, by the way, did our dad give any advice? I'm going to start selling the Chinese perch soon. Ling Qingxue giggled. I don't have any opinions. However, I do have an order for you to pass on. An order? Xia Ruofei was confused. What orders does Dad have? I'll definitely carry it out. Ling Qingxue was embarrassed and annoyed. You keep calling me Dad, are you addicted to it? That's my dad. It's not related to you. Xia Ruofei was thick-skinned and chuckled. Isn't that something that will happen sooner or later? I'll start practicing now, so that I won't be unable to say it when I change my name in the future. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. I've never seen such a thick-skinned person like you. She then continued, I'm not going to joke with you anymore. Let's get down to business. My dad said that when this kind of Yangtze River pomfret is on the market, our Lingji restaurant will have to sell at least 300 caddies a month. Logo. Swish. Xia Ruofei almost jumped in shock. Aren't you guys too greedy? The farm probably produces less than 2,000 caddies of pomfrets a month. Each batch of baby fishes was about 1,000. Although Taoyuan Farm's pomfrets were larger than normal, reaching about 2 caddies on average, there were still some that were less than 2 caddies. Even if all kinds of measures were taken to the extreme, losses were inevitable during the breeding process, so the monthly output was about 2,000 caddies. Xia Ruofei continued, moreover, this is a high-end ingredient. It doesn't match your user profile, right? Ling Qingxue retorted, who said that we can only be in the middle to low consumer group? Don't you know how popular the private kitchen is? Xia Ruofei face-bombed. He had not thought about the private restaurant. As far as he knew, Ling's F&B group had branches all over the province. These branches were for ordinary consumers, but the money-making ability after being conglomerate was quite amazing. If it was a private restaurant, it would definitely be a high-end place for consumption. The design of the dishes was very exquisite, and of course, the price was quite touching. Putting everything else aside, the signature Buddha jumps over the wall dish that Xia Ruofei had provided with the secret recipe was definitely not something that ordinary working-class people could afford. Xia Ruofei chuckled. The problem is, there's only one private restaurant. Do you think it's worth 300 caddies of fish? Why can't it be used up? Ling Qingxue said, 300 caddies is only about 150 fish. That's an average of only 5 per day. If you ask me, I'd say that it won't be enough to sell in the end. That's a few thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. 5 fish a day? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be a little speechless. There are a lot of rich people these days, Ling Qingxue said. And with the help of your Buddha jumps over the wall, many gluttons have come to our restaurant to spend money. Many of these people don't care about money at all. As long as they can eat delicious food, they don't care how much money they spend. It seems like I've underestimated the spending power of the people of the Three Mountains, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said, sure. Since his father-in-law had spoken, he had to agree. Even if there were difficulties. 300 caddies a month, huh? I guarantee that I'll be the first to supply. That's the way. Ling Qingxue smiled. You're quite enlightened. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. If I don't have a high level of awareness, what if I'm single for the rest of my life? Wouldn't I be in trouble then? Ling Qingxue couldn't stop laughing. Xia Ruofei continued, oh right, Qingxue, is Uncle Ling free? I have some questions about the sales of pomfrets that I want to ask him. He went home for an afternoon nap. Ling Qingxue complained out of habit, he doesn't care about the company's affairs as much as he can now. He often leaves them to me, don't be too tired. Xia Ruofei said with heartache, if we really can't do it, I'll talk to Uncle Ling. In reality, with Xia Ruofei's ability to earn money, there was no need for Ling Qingxue to work so hard. However, Ling Qingxue was not only his girlfriend but also the only daughter of Ling Xiaotian. She would inherit the family business in the future. Besides, Xia Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue did not want to be idle all day. She had her own career. She had been exposed to the gastronomic industry since she was young. Furthermore, it had been passed down from her father. It was a matter of great accomplishment for her to be able to bring it to greater heights. Ling Qingxue was an independent person and not Xia Ruofei's subordinate. No need, Ling Qingxue said. I'm actually not that tired. I just don't have much time to spend with you. After we're done with this, we'll find some time to go on a vacation abroad. Xia Ruofei said, I have a big farm in Australia and 2 wineries. We can stay there for a while. Ling Qingxue felt a sweetness in her heart. Then you should tell me in advance so that I can arrange the work at hand, she said. No problem. Xia Ruofei said, Qingxue, I'll call Uncle Ling later. You should rest in the office for a while. All right. Ling Qingxue said happily. Xia Ruofei's suggestion to go on a vacation abroad had lifted her mood and filled her with anticipation. After chatting with Ling Qingxue for a while more, Xia Ruofei hung up the phone and went back to his bedroom to rest. When he woke up, it was already around 3 in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei estimated that Ling Xiaotian should not be taking a nap at this time, so he simply washed his face and picked up his phone to call Ling Xiaotian. Are you Fei? Ling Xiaotian said straightforwardly, Qing Xue said you were looking for me? Uncle Ling, I'd like to ask you about the sales off pomfrets. Xia Ruofei said respectfully. This was his future father-in-law, and he couldn't be neglected. That Chinese perch is really good. Suyu's evaluation is very high. Ling Xiaotian seemed to still be reminiscing about the deliciousness of the pomfrets. He paused for a moment before saying, oh right, our Ling Ji private kitchen is selling 300 caddies of it every month. Did Qing Xue tell you? I said it. Xia Ruofei quickly replied, 300 caddies is no problem. We will definitely prioritize the supply. Ha ha ha. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Ling Xiaotian said happily, that's right, you were talking about the sales of pomfrets. Is there a problem? Xia Ruofei said, there are two main aspects. The first is the price. Since authentic Chinese perch is very rare, there is no standard for reference logo. That's true, Ling Xiaotian muttered to himself, but the artificially cultivated United States rays on the market are already selling for hundreds of yuan per caddy. The taste is not even close to the quality of your Yangtze River rays. Therefore, the price cannot be too low. Do you have any suggestions? Xia Ruofei asked. Between 3,500 to 5,000. Ling Xiaotian thought for a moment and said, the two Chinese perch I bought last time were 3,000 yuan per 500 grams. Now the price has risen again. According to Old Su, the Chinese perch you cultivate is more delicious than the wild Chinese perch. So if it's less than 3,000 yuan, it's a bit of a loss, and it's also a drop in grade. I'm just worried that if it's too expensive, the consumer's enthusiasm to buy will decrease. Xia Ruofei voiced out his concerns. After all, we're selling it in bulk. It's different from the special case where you bought the pomfrets. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh. How can 1,000 or 2,000 caddies a month be considered a batch sale? Besides, there's no shortage of rich people in China today. Not to mention big cities like Beijing and Shenzhen. Even in the Three Mountains, the 300 caddies you gave us will definitely be in short supply. As expected of father and daughter, their judgment was surprisingly consistent. After hearing Ling Xiaotian's words, Xia Ruofei made up his mind. He nodded and said, all right, then I'll consider it according to the range of 3,500 to 5,000. I've already asked the sales department to collect information. We'll decide on the price in the meeting tomorrow. Then, Xia Ruofei suddenly thought of something and immediately said, Uncle Ling, I'll give you the 300 caddies of Kuan fish from the Lingji private kitchen at the price of 2,000 yuan. However, Ling Xiaotian said, there's no need for special treatment. Business matters should be done as they should be. I'm already very satisfied that I can get a quota of 300 caddies through your back door. That won't do. How can I sell it to you at the market price? Xia Ruofei said, besides, even if we follow the price of 2,000 yuan per 500 grams, our profit is still very big. Profit is profit, selling price, Uncle Ling, this matter is settled. Xia Ruofei immediately interrupted Ling Xiaotian and said, if you want to buy the paradise mandarin fish, then pay me the price I set. Otherwise, I will not give you a single one. You child, Ling Xiaotian could not help but smile bitterly and said, all right. Then we'll do as you say. Xia Ruofei was his future son-in-law. He would not be so unreasonable as to reject Xia Ruofei's offer even if he offered a better price. You mentioned 2 problems. Other than the selling price, what else do you have? Ling Xiaotian asked. Xia Ruofei said, the other problem is the transportation problem. You know that Chinese perch are very timid. If there's a slight bump during transportation, or even a little bit of noise, they might turn white. If we don't solve this problem, we won't be able to sell it. This is a little troublesome. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a little troubled. Uncle Ling, you have a lot of experience in the food and beverage industry. If there is a similar situation, how do other companies usually deal with it? Xia Ruofei asked humbly. Ling Xiaotian said, I'll provide 2 ways to solve this. The first is to sell it locally, which means that you're mainly doing it in Sanshan City and its surrounding markets. This way, the transportation distance is short, and if protective measures are taken, it should not be a big problem. However, the drawback is that the range of influence is too small, and the market is a little small. 2,000 caddies a month can barely be digested by the market, but it's not easy to create a situation where the supply is short of supply. Maybe the price will not be so firm. Xia Ruofei nodded. If it's not a last resort, I'm sure I want to do more than just Sanshan market. What Xia Ruofei valued more was the brand's value. If it could only be sold in the Sanshan region, the added value of the brand would be next to nothing to the Paradise Corporation. The Peach Blossom Company's 3 Mountains was already very famous, and the launch of pomfrets would only be the icing on the cake. However, if it could be sold to other parts of the country, or even overseas, it would be a different scene. Then there's probably only one option, which is the quick freeze. Ling Xiaotian said. Frozen? Xia Ruofei was stunned. Right. The pomfret is quickly frozen in a professional cold storage to maintain the taste and nutrients of the fish to the maximum. Ling Xiaotian said, as long as there is no problem with the transportation, the journey from the cold storage to the dining table will take at most 1 or 2 days. It should not affect the taste. Xia Ruofei thought for a while. Our farm is adjacent to Sanshan Airport. It's very convenient to transport it to all parts of the country by air express. At this point, Xia Ruofei paused and said with some concern, what I'm worried about is whether the consumers will accept it. Frozen pomfrets and fresh pomfrets were 2 completely different concepts. When eating seafood outside, the prices of frozen and fresh pomfrets were completely different. And the Chinese perch was a high-end food, and high-end consumers were very picky about the quality of ingredients. Would they not like the frozen Chinese perch? Xia Ruofei had to consider this possibility. I can't think of a way to have the best of both worlds at the moment, Ling Xiaotian replied. However, as far as the pomfret itself was concerned, if it was frozen quickly and used within 3 days, the taste would basically not be affected. However, for the consumers, at this point, Ling Xiaotian could not help but fall into deep thought. He slowly said, we can only rely on public opinion to guide the consumers. After all, we can't control other people's thoughts. If we publicize the special characteristics of the pomfrets and let more people know about the freezing technology that locked the taste and nutrition content of the pomfrets, the impact will be minimal. Ling Xiaotian's idea had opened Xia Ruofei's mind. He thought about it and felt that it was a feasible idea. Xia Ruofei's thoughts were scattered as he said, I think this is a good idea. Uncle Ling, we can still cooperate with e-commerce in the early stage. Now, Ali, Jingbei, and other big e-commerce companies have formed a complete ecosystem and have a great influence on the internet. In addition, we can also consider asking the Internet Water Army to write some soft articles and the like. To spread knowledge to everyone, Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei both laughed with a tacit understanding. Ling Xiaotian continued, oh. That's right. Even if it's the goods from the Three Mountain region, you can use the quick freeze method. There's no exception even if it's for our Lingji private kitchen. All frozen? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but hesitate. In fact, if it was sold in the Sanshan area, it was possible to transport fresh and live fish. As long as they were a little careful during the transportation process, it would not be a big problem. It could obviously be kept fresh, but was there a need to freeze it and sell it? Xia Ruofei thought. Ling Xiaotian explained, didn't you just say that we should form everyone's mindset? Even if it's sold at our doorstep, it's all frozen. Isn't that the most convincing? Xia Ruofei was suddenly enlightened and said, that makes sense. Uncle Ling, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Xia Ruofei then asked hesitantly, but will the taste really not be affected after being frozen? If you say you want tea, then you naturally want tea. Ling Xiaotian said, who has ever really eaten fresh pomfret? But don't worry, even if there's an impact, it'll be very small and won't ruin your Taoyuan signboard. Understood. Xia Ruofei said in his heart. But if you're bringing it to show your respect to me, it's best if it's still a live fish. Ling Xiaotian continued. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and quickly said, no problem. Uncle Ling, I'll get someone to send another one over later. It'll be just right for you and Qingxua to steam it for dinner. You don't have to be so polite, right? Ling Xiaotian said, then immediately added, I'll be at home around 5 o'clock. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'll have it delivered on time, logo. In the conference room of Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei sat in the middle. The management of Paradise Corporation, from Feng Jing to the directors and managers of various departments, as well as the people in charge of the farm and the pharmaceutical factory, were all present. Feng Jing and the others were in a very good mood. Recently, there had been a lot of good news about Paradise Corporation. The jaded skin cream had become popular all over the country, the top-grade abalone and truffles had become famous in Hong Kong, and the sales of Paradise Red Robe had been rising steadily. 2 days ago, they had made another business deal worth 100 million yuan. Soon, the expensive Chinese perch would be listed on the market for sale. In addition, the company had also bought an entire office building in the city center, and soon, their headquarters would be moving to the city. All of this was good news. The meeting was hosted by Feng Jing, and the leaders of each department first reported on their work in their respective fields. The peach garden vegetable production that Chow Tai-shu was in charge of was basically full. Every month, the sales reached more than 10 million yuan. Under Chow Tai-shu's management, the modern greenhouse was in good order and became a very stable source of income for the farm. Similar agricultural products enterprises, even if the scale was 10 times that of Taoyuan Farm, it was not easy to generate a monthly revenue of more than 10 million. In vegetable sellers, Taoyuan Farm's vegetable greenhouse could achieve this result mainly because of the high unit price. The price of the vegetables in paradise was generally 10 times or even dozens of times that of ordinary vegetables. Furthermore, even with such an expensive price, the supply would always be in a state where the demand exceeded the supply. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. As the income level of the people increased, they would naturally not be satisfied with just surviving. The pursuit of a better quality of life had become the lifestyle of more and more people. Of course, Xia Ruofei had no intention of expanding the scale of vegetable cultivation. On the one hand, compared to his other industries, the profit of vegetables was still relatively low. Moreover, if he expanded the scale, the demand for seeds would increase sharply, which was not worth it. On the other hand, the farms in Australia were larger in scale, and their profits were obviously higher. In contrast, domestic farms might be a good choice in the early stages of development, but now it was not the case. Of course, the current scale would continue to be maintained, and it was necessary for the Paradise Corporation to maintain the diversity of its products. Other than the routine maintenance, the production line of the jade skin cream at the pharmaceutical factory was basically running at full capacity, with 3 shifts of production. Coupled with the purchase restriction policy, the production capacity of the jade skin cream was basically enough to meet the demand. In terms of revenue, it actually depended on the purchase policy and production capacity. If the production capacity could keep up and they could buy it freely, the revenue of the jaded skin cream alone from the manufacturing factory would be amazing. The current situation was that it was open to purchase about twice a month, which had reached a revenue of more than 200 million yuan. In Paradise Corporation's product line, it was definitely a celebrity product. There was still good news from the manufacturing factory. The preparations for the heart, nourishing soup to be launched on the market were basically completed. This was the first drug produced by the Paradise Company, in the truest sense of the word. It had also gone through strict approval and clinical trials before it was launched. Moreover, it had quite an important social significance. To the majority of children with autism, it was no doubt a great blessing. Xia Ruofei also attached great importance to this. He instructed Shui Jinshan to do a good job at the news conference of the heart, nourishing soup and increase the production in the follow-up production. Even if he had to temporarily sacrifice some production of the Jusher ointment, he had to do his best to ensure an adequate supply of the heart, nourishing soup. In order to allow more children with autism to be able to afford the medicine, the pricing strategy had been lowered as much as possible. Therefore, in terms of profit, the jaded skin cream was more than 100 times more expensive than the heart-nourishing soup. However, Xia Ruofei did not care about the temporary loss of money. This was a good thing to do. Even if it did not earn him any money, Xia Ruofei would still prioritize the production of the heart, nourishing soup. The sales of the other stores, including the Peach Blossom de Hong Pao, were also rising steadily. Xia Ruofei was supplying tea leaves regularly, and this area was gradually on the right track. As for projects with huge profits like Iron Dukedom and Owedo, needless to say, the situation was definitely good. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he expressed his approval of everyone's work and continued, "Everyone has worked hard in the past period of time, especially those present here. They are the backbone of our company and have made great contributions. I've discussed it with Director Feng a few days ago, and we're preparing to give everyone some benefits during the relocation of the company's headquarters." When Xia Ruofei mentioned the welfare, everyone was overjoyed. They knew how generous their boss was. If he said it personally, it must be a big deal. Xia Ruofei smiled and continued, as I don't have any plans to go public in the near future, I won't be giving you empty promises like the options. I'm prepared to give you a portion of the profits as dividends. As for the specific amount and restrictions, CEO Feng is currently working on it, but it will be linked to your contribution in general. Xia Ruofei's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone's heart could not help but surge with emotions. The chief financial officer, Peng Hao, had just reported the company's financial situation. Now, because of the jade skin cream, the company's monthly revenue was almost over 300 million yuan, and the profit margin was very high. If they were to take out a portion of the profits as dividends, even if it was only 1 point, it would still be a huge amount of wealth. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I hope that everyone here will continue to work hard and continue to contribute to the company's development. I'm also looking forward to the day when we can be like Ali and have dozens of billionaires. I believe that as long as we work together, this day will not be far away. Do you have the confidence, Logo? Xia Ruofei was so excited that he unknowingly used the same tactic used in the army to boost morale. However, the effect was really good. Everyone shouted in unison, there are. The sound was so loud that even the staff, passing by outside the meeting room, could hear it. They couldn't help but wonder, what were these executives doing inside? Why? Does it look like a legendary marketing company? Xia Ruofei gestured with his hands. I'm just informing everyone about the dividends. We still need to plan how to implement it. Let's talk about the sales of the beluga first. The company had invested a lot of money to build the pomfrey cultivation workshop, and it had always been a big eater. It was a waste of money to serve these delicate pomfrets well. Now that the day had finally come, the person in charge of pomfrets breeding, Jiang Hua, was very excited. When Xia Ruofei talked about this, he looked at Jiang Hua and laughed. Jiang Hua, you're the most familiar with the pomfrets. Tell me. Chief Xia, Chief Feng, and the other leaders. Jiang Hua nodded and said, the success of the pomfrets will bring a large and stable cash flow to the company. The United States pomfrets on the market are several grades lower than our Yangtze River pomfrets, but the customers are still flocking to them, and the price is a few hundred per caddy. So once our pomfrets are put on the market, it will definitely bring a wave. Jiang Hua paused for a moment before he continued, however. There's a problem that I don't know how to solve. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you want to talk about the transportation problem, right? I've already thought about this, so let's not talk about it now. I'll tell you later. Jiang Hua was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded and said, okay, President Xia. If we don't consider the transportation problem, there are 2 things that need to be confirmed. The first is the price, and the second is the sales channel. Let's talk about the price first. Xia Ruofei turned to the marketing director, Xiao Chang, and asked, Director Xiao, do you have any suggestions from the marketing department? Xiao Chang had received Feng Rao's notice yesterday, so he was prepared. After being called by Xia Ruofei, he cleared his throat and said, Mr. Xia, we've done a preliminary survey on the market situation, mainly on the sales of United States perch. According to public information, the price of American Chinese perch ranges from 300 to 800 yuan. The quality and taste of our company's Yangtze River Chinese perch are several grades higher. I don't think we can be too conservative in terms of pricing. Do you have any information on the market sales of the Chinese perch? Feng Rao asked. The Chinese perch went extinct 30 years ago, said Xiao Chang with a bitter smile. The prices in the 1970s and 1980s have long since lost their value as reference. We've looked up some news. 2 years ago, there was a Chinese perch in Nan. At that time, a Chinese perch of about 1 catty was sold for 8,000 yuan. However, there's not much reference value in this case. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, 8,000 is indeed too high. After all, we're selling it in bulk. It's not good to have a high threshold. Let me say my opinion. I know there was a deal a year ago for 2 Chinese perch, and the unit price was 3,000 yuan per 500 grams. I think we can refer to this price and set it between 3,500 and 5,000 yuan. In fact, this was the analysis that Ling Xiaotian had told Xia Ruofei. He felt that it was very reasonable. However, the price was in line with everyone's expectations, including Jiang Hua. After a short discussion, Feng Jing smiled and said, why don't we set it at 3,888? Give me an auspicious number. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, sure. We'll do as President Feng says. However, you have to remember that you have to provide 300 caddies of pomfrets to the Ling's private restaurant every month. This portion of the fish will be settled at the price of 2,000 yuan per caddy. Jiang Hua and Xiao Chang nodded in unison and said, all right. Everyone knew about the relationship between Xia Ruofei and Ling Ji restaurant, so they were not surprised and would not object to it. Feng Rao felt a strange sourness in her heart, but she concealed her disappointment and said, there's also the problem of the sales channel that Jiang Hua just mentioned. Of course, the chairman hasn't said how to solve the transportation problem yet. Director Xiao, what do you guys think? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei didn't want to make all the decisions by himself. At this time, he still had to listen to everyone's opinions because he knew that Xiao Chang and the others must have worked overtime yesterday to prepare. If he made a decision by himself, it would inevitably hurt their enthusiasm. Sure enough, Xiao Chang said, we had a meeting last night to study it. We feel that the channels of online e-commerce are very strong now, and we have good cooperation with them. For example, the Cat Supermarket and Jingbei Supermarket have fresh food sales business, and even the sales volume has exceeded many traditional channels. If we can solve the transportation problem, it is a better choice to cooperate with them. At this point, Xiao Chang felt that he was being too absolute. So he added, of course, it's necessary to set aside a portion of the Chinese perch for local sales. After all, the Paradise Corporation's headquarters is in the Three Mountains, and we have a great influence in the Three Mountains area. Xia Ruofei nodded and listened to Jiang Hua, Feng Rao, and the others' opinions. Then, he said, in principle, I agree with Director Zhao's opinion. The marketing department can start contacting a few e-commerce companies. If there are any e-commerce companies that are interested in working with us, we welcome them to come to the company for an inspection. All right. Xiao Chang saw that Xia Ruofei had accepted his suggestion and was very excited. He quickly wrote it down in his notebook. Xia Ruofei continued. I hope that our cooperation will not be limited to low-level cooperation like that of a sales agent. I hope that our e-commerce partners can provide us with some resources and establish a concept for everyone. Is this the high-end concept of our Taoyuan brand's Yangtze River pomfrets? Feng Rao asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and continued, yes, but it's not comprehensive. we keep emphasizing our high end, that's for sure. There's another concept. I hope that through the powerful e-commerce channels, we can be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. This will involve the transportation problem that I didn't mention earlier. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. Xia Ruofei said, I thought about it yesterday. I also asked for some opinions. I feel that the only way for us to solve the transportation problem is to freeze the pommes frites. Frozen? Jiang Hua cried out. He was somewhat disappointed. Xia Ruofei told him what Ling Xiaotian had analyzed for him yesterday. Then he added, our cold storage is ready. The equipment is also very advanced. We can conduct an experiment first to verify if freezing and then thawing will have an obvious impact on the taste of the pommes frites. Alright, I'll organize the experiment immediately, Jiang Hua nodded. Xia Ruofei said, if the quick freezing method is feasible, then we have to solve the issue of transportation time limit. If we cooperate with e-commerce companies, we can coordinate air resources through them. I don't think it will be a big problem. I understand. I'll contact several major e-commerce companies at the same time, said Xiao Chong. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes, it's what I said just now. Other than establishing a high-end image, we also have to promote it through e-commerce so that everyone can accept the concept of frozen transportation of pommes frites. Just like the bluefin tuna, it must be transported in frozen conditions, but the price is still extremely high. As long as everyone forms this mindset, it will not be a problem. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, Director Xiao, if necessary, we can also contact some internet trolls to create a batch of soft articles, including content about the frozen pommes frites. After we start selling them, we have to create a wave of public opinion on the internet without leaving any traces. Then, it'll basically be done, logo. Under the stimulation of the bonus rewards, the originally very efficient team of Paradise Corporation started to operate quickly. Everyone performed their own duties and invested in the marketing of pommes frites. Jiang Hua was in charge of the quick freeze experiment, while Xiao Chong personally led the marketing team to start contact with e-commerce. The design team also began to prepare the information in an orderly manner. This information about the pommes frites could be used for the e-commerce flagship store's product information, and at the same time, it could be used when they asked the Internet Water Army to write a soft article in the future. Feng Jing, on the other hand, focused on the personnel structure adjustment, the distribution plan, and the preparatory work for the relocation of the headquarters. In addition to maintaining the production of the jaded skin cream, Shui Jinshan also began to shift his focus to the production of the heart-nourishing soup and the release of new products. After receiving the money from Tongren Hall, Feng Jing immediately arranged for the finance department to settle the payment for the building with Bojun Real Estate. She also sent professionals to complete the transfer and acceptance of the property. Then, he contacted the company in charge of the renovation of the new headquarters and planned the entire building. All of Bojun's properties were rented out, and they would remain in their original state before the lease expired. Of course, the rent would be collected by the Paradise Corporation after the property was transferred. The Paradise Corporation had also specially gathered the tenants for a meeting and expressed that they would not renew the lease after it expired. This was to give them a heads up and let them find an office in advance. Of course, if one wanted to terminate their contract in advance, the Paradise Corporation could handle it immediately. According to Xia Ruofei's plan, the functions of the new headquarters of the Peach Blossom Company would remain unchanged for the time being. The original floors of Bojun real estate would be temporarily idle after renovation, and would no longer be rented out. This was because the future development of the Paradise Corporation would definitely not be slow. With more and more manpower, the demand for office space would also increase. At that time, these idle floors could slowly be used. Now that Paradise Corporation's financial situation was very healthy, they didn't need to earn this rent. Although the office building in the city center was also very expensive, Xia Ruofei was more concerned about the convenience of the company's future use. Everyone in Paradise Corporation was full of energy and busy with their own work. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei himself was the usual hands-off boss when he delegated the work. Zhao Yongjin's group of 6 or 7 people were scheduled to fly to the Three Mountains the day after tomorrow. Xia Ruofei instructed the logistics staff to prepare the reception room in the mixed-use complex first. Then, he called Ling Qingxue and told her that a few friends from Beijing would be coming over in a few days. He asked her to find time to meet everyone. At the same time, he reserved a large private room at Ling Ji private kitchen and prepared the secret Buddha jumps over the wall and other signature dishes in advance. The first result was the frozen pomfrets experiment. The Peach Blossom Company had a ready-made cold storage with very new equipment, which was usually used to store peach blossom vegetables. The company had decided on an expensive price of 3,888 RMB at a meeting. Jianghua did not want to waste it, so he only used 2 pomfrets. The pomfrets were frozen for 2 days before they were unfrozen. This was the fastest speed in the current logistics conditions. If it was refrigerated transportation, under the premise that the air resources were guaranteed, it could theoretically reach most parts of the country in 2 days. The defrosted Chinese perch was immediately sent to the cafeteria of Paradise Corporation. The cooking method of steamed pomfret was not complicated. After Suyu made it once that day, Chao Tieshu's wife had basically learned it. Although the heat control might not be as good as Suyu's, it was still no problem. To test the quality of the pomfret, Jianghua invited Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao to the canteen. Everyone had tried the steamed Kuan fish cooked with fresh Kuan fish a few days ago. Today, they compared it and felt that it was the most intuitive feeling. The result was gratifying. The pomfret's meat was fresh and tender, and the taste was excellent. Even the jelly-like scales were basically the same as when the pomfrets were cooked. Basically, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference just by tasting it with one's tongue. This was the only thing that Xia Ruofei was worried about. After the experiment, he was finally able to relax. It seemed that as long as the low temperature during the transportation process was guaranteed, the quick freezing sales plan of the beluga was completely feasible. Xia Ruofei praised Jianghua's work and asked him to keep the beluga farm running, especially the latest batch of beluga that was about to be sold on the market. He had to take good care of them and be ready to ship them out after freezing them. If there was a problem with this batch of pomfrets, the next batch of pomfrets would have to wait until at least the next month, and the marketing team's overtime work would be wasted. Jianghua also knew how important it was to make the first shot, so he solemnly agreed. He didn't even bother to taste the delicious pomfrets and directly returned to the breeding workshop. The remaining half of the pomfrets were naturally devoured by Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao. Basically, no one, regardless of gender or age, could resist the temptation of the pomfrets, a delicacy that came from the most primitive memory in their genes. Besides, the belly fish had very little fat content. Even the girls who loved to look pretty did not have to worry about getting fat if they ate too much. Hence, Feng Jing did not hold back when she snatched the fish from Xia Ruofei. The marketing team's progress was also smooth. Because of the popular product, the Jade Skin Cream, the major e-commerce companies attached more importance to the Paradise Company. Xiaochang's main contacts were the two e-commerce companies, Skycat Supermarket and Kyokoboku Shopping Center. Logo. The main reason was that these two companies combined monopolized at least 80% of the country's e-commerce market. They were the two most powerful channels, and the production of pamphlets was not high to begin with, so there was no need to distribute the goods all over the internet. When the two e-commerce seafood managers heard that Paradise Corporation was about to launch the almost extinct Yangtze River pamphlets, their interest was also very strong. They happily accepted the inspection invitation sent by Paradise Corporation and would fly to Sanshan in the next few days to personally inspect this project. Of course, Xiaochang would be the one to receive them. At most, Feng Jing would show her face at an appropriate time. Xia Ruofei did not need to show up in person. After all, although the size of the other company far exceeded that of Paradise Corporation, they were only the category manager of the Level 2 business department. Xiaochang's appearance was absolutely in line with the principle of reciprocity. Hence, Xia Ruofei's main focus was on receiving Zhao Yongjun and the others. In the blink of an eye, it was the day that Zhao Yongjun and his group came to the Three Mountains. Other than Zhao Yongjun, Xia Ruofei had also returned to the Three Mountains. However, what made him regret was that even though his progress with Shui had gone quite smoothly, it wasn't enough to trick her into coming to the Three Mountains to play. Therefore, his wish to take the opportunity of traveling to improve himself and even go straight to third base had come to nothing. The rest were Lu Jian, Ho Liang, and a group of people. Xia Ruofei had drunk with them before, so they were familiar with each other. Before boarding, Zhao Yongjun gave Xia Ruofei a call. Xia Ruofei stood on the balcony of the small villa and laughed. Brother Zhao, I've already prepared everything. When everyone arrives, we'll go straight to the city for dinner and stay at my farm for the night. I'm telling you, we've cleaned the reception room several times. Zhao Yongjun snorted and said, You really welcome me with open arms. Isn't this a little too grand? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, It's rare for you guys to come here. It's necessary to be fully prepared. I must make you feel at home. Hee, then I'll have to trouble you. Zhao Yongjun said, Will it affect your work? My most important task now is to welcome the arrival of our brothers. Xia Ruofei joked. I really don't deserve that. Zhao Yongjun said, Ruofei, we're just wandering around the world when we have nothing to do. If you have time, you can accompany us. If you don't have time, you don't have to care about us. You know that no matter where we go, we'll always have someone to welcome us. I know what I'm doing, don't worry. It won't affect my money-making. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, Your flight will land at 4:30 p.m., right? I'll go to the airport in advance to wait. There's no need to pick us up, Zhao Yongjun said immediately. Xia Ruofei has already arranged a car for us. How can I do that? No matter what, this is your first time coming to the Three Mountains. As the host, I have to show some enthusiasm. Xia Ruofei said. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, Ruofei, we're brothers. Why do we care about these red tape? Just do whatever is convenient. Why did he have to go to the airport on such a cold day? Besides, didn't you say that we would have dinner together? You can just wait. At the dining area. Xia Ruofei thought for a while. It was good that he went to Lingji private kitchen in advance. He could meet up with Ling Qingxue there and check out the situation in the private room. He had also ordered a few dishes in advance, including the secret Buddha jumps over the wall soup, steamed kuan, fish, and so on. He would only be at ease after seeing them for himself. Moreover, he had to personally deliver the pomfrets to the Lingji private kitchen. He had specially invited Suyu to cook just to make this pomfrets. If he went to pick them up, he would not be able to make it. Besides, the Song family's power was deeply rooted in the southeast province. Song Ruwei had personally arranged for the pick-up, so there was nothing to worry about. In fact, any tour group brought by Zhao Yongjun would be welcomed by a large group of people when they arrived in the southeast province. He didn't have to worry so much. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei said, "All right, I'll go and prepare for dinner. I'll treat you to 2 dishes. I guarantee that you won't be able to eat anything in the capital. Ha ha ha. Then I'll be looking forward to the surprise you'll give us," Zhao Yongjun said. "All right. I'll send you the location in a bit." Xia Ruofei said, "Come here immediately. After you get off the plane." "All right. See you tonight." "See you tonight." After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he called Jiang Hua and asked him to prepare 3 Chinese perch. With Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, there would be more than 10 people eating tonight. 2 caddies of Chinese perch might not be enough, so Xia Ruofei decided to prepare 3 at once. At around 3:30 a.m., Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 to the beluga breeding workshop to get the beluga that Jiang Hua had prepared. Then, he drove straight to the Lingji private restaurant. At around 4:00, before Zhao Yongjun's plane reached the 3 mountains, Xia Ruofei had already arrived at the Lingji private kitchen. After he met up with Ling Qingxue, he first brought the Chinese perch to the kitchen and handed it to Suyu. He also expressed his gratitude to Suyu for being the executive head chef of the Lingji food and beverage group. If it were not for Xia Ruofei's relationship with the Ling family, it would be impossible to get him to cook personally, no matter how much money he offered. Then, he asked the head chef of Lingji's private kitchen about the preparation of the Buddha jumps over the wall. The head chef was Ling Xiaoyin's first disciple. He knew that this was his junior sister's future husband. He also knew that the secret recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall was actually provided by Xia Ruofei. Hence, he was very enthusiastic towards Xia Ruofei. The preparatory work for the Buddha jumps over the wall soup was very cumbersome. Many ingredients had to be processed a few days in advance. The Ling's private kitchen Buddha jumps over the wall was the best-selling dish, and the reservation number was a month away. Only someone like Xia Ruofei, who had an internal relationship, could have it whenever he wanted. After walking around the kitchen, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went to the private room to make tea and wait. Although it was called a private room, it was actually a small courtyard reserved for the Lingji private kitchen. It was basically not open to the public. Last time, Xia Ruofei had used this private room to receive Song Qiming and his family. Xia Qing's space red robe. After the tea was brewed, the fragrance of the tea spread. Behind the screen, there was a woman in a cheongsam playing the guzheng. Beautiful music, a quiet courtyard, the alluring fragrance of tea, and a beautiful girlfriend. Xia Ruofei felt that this was simply the ideal life. He even had the urge to bring Ling Qingxue to a place with a beautiful environment, build a small courtyard, and live a carefree life, no matter what kind of business or career he had. Of course, this kind of wish was not too realistic at the moment. Ling Qingxue still had Ling Xiaoyan's career to rely on, and Xia Ruofei's Paradise Corporation was not just his own Paradise Corporation. With an ever-expanding employee team, it was not easy to just abandon them. Ling Qingxue stood behind Xia Ruofei and gently massaged his shoulders. Xia Ruofei was so comfortable that his eyes were half closed, enjoying his girlfriend's gentle service. The two of them chatted casually, and the atmosphere was very warm and pleasant. Xia Ruofei felt that it was about time, so he opened his eyes and opened the Feichong Quasi app to check on Zhao Yongjun and the other's flight status. After confirming that the plane had just landed, he sent the location of Ling Ji's private kitchen to Zhao Yongjun. Xia Ruofei guessed that they were getting ready to get off the plane and would have to take their luggage later. It would take more than 10 minutes for them to come out, and Zhao Yongjun might not even have turned on his phone. So he didn't rush to call Zhao Yongjun. After sending the location, he put his phone aside. After a few minutes, Xia Ruofei's phone vibrated. As he picked up his phone, he turned around and smiled at Ling Qingxue. They should be on their way here. Tell the kitchen to prepare the free-range chickens and ducks in advance. It'll take a lot of time. Ling Qingxue responded and was about to go to the kitchen when she heard Xia Ruofei's, "Huh?" She turned around and saw that Xia Ruofei was slightly surprised. However, Xia Ruofei quickly picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Luja, why are you suddenly looking for me today, Logo?" It was not Zhao Yongjun who had called, but Luja. Luja could be considered a second-generation child and was quite popular in Sanshan City. His father was the leader of the provincial state-owned Assets Control Commission. Last time, when the Paradise Corporation bought half of the property rights of the Hengli building, they encountered trouble from a small section chief in charge of the matter from the state-owned Assets Control Commission. It was Luja who came forward to help settle it. In addition, Xia Ruofei liked Luja's personality, so he kept in touch with him. They would even get together for drinks occasionally. They had a good personal relationship. On the other end of the phone, Luja seemed to be hesitating. He asked, "Brother Xia, are you free today? I have something to discuss with you." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then said, "Today, I'm afraid I don't have much time. A few friends came to the Three Mountains, and I need to receive them, then." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Luja, what's up? Isn't it convenient to talk over the phone?" "Oh. Then, brother Xia, please wait a moment," Luja said. There was a Qinghe tea house not far from Lingji private kitchen, and Luja was in a private room at the tea house. Other than him, there were 3 other young men around his age. One of them was slightly older, but he was only in his early 30s. The other man and woman were around 25 or 26 years old. The man was wearing a black motorcycle jacket, his hair was dyed yellow, and he had silver earrings. The woman also had yellow hair, and her makeup was very thick, especially her big red lips, which gave people the feeling of a bloody mouth. She clearly looked delicate and pretty, but with this makeup, it was obvious that she looked out of place. After Lu Jia heard Xia Ruofei's words, he covered the microphone and said to the only man in his early 30s who was dressed normally among the 3 of them, "Chief Tian, Brother Xia said he has a business meeting today, so I'm Afraid he won't have time, Lu Zhi was a little annoyed, but he had no choice but to pretend to be a snake with these three people. All three of them came from Beijing. The man in his early 30s, who was called Director Tian by Lu Zhi, was called Tian Xiaojun. He was a deputy director of the Huaxia Sasak. Although the capital's officials had a natural authority when they came to their local areas, Tian Xiaojun was only a deputy division leader. There was still a large gap between him and Lu Zhi's father. Besides, a deputy director in his early 30s might be a very prominent political star in the local area, but in the ministry, it was actually not that big of a deal. There were many people faster than this, especially in the regiment system, where there were too many department-level cadres in their 30s to count. However, Tian Xiaojun was different. Not only was he a deputy department-level cadre of the State-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the Southeast Province, but his father was also a secretary of the Ministry of Housing and Construction, and he was promoted from the Southeast Province. He was once the superior of Lu Zhi's father. Therefore, when Tian Xiaojun came to the Three Mountains and found Lu Zhi, he had no choice but to help. As for the remaining man and woman, they were not from the system. The man was from the same family as Xia Ruofei. His name was Xia Ling, and he was only 24 years old. The girl with heavy makeup was called Zhong Zixin. The two of them were in a similar situation as Tian Xiaojun. Their fathers were both department-level cadres. Although they didn't explain it to Lu Zhi in detail, Lu Zhi had already guessed that the three of them should be heading to Paradise Corporation. That was why Tian Xiaojun came to find out about Taoyuan Company's situation. Especially Xia Ruofei's. When Lu Zhi accidentally let it slip and they found out that he had a good relationship with Xia Ruofei, Tian Xiaojun immediately asked Lu Zhi to ask Xia Ruofei out. Lu Zhi was quite well informed in Sanshan. Xia Ruofei's Paradise Corporation had emerged as a new force. The emergence of the jaded skin cream had made Paradise Corporation's name known throughout the country. In the eyes of many, this was undoubtedly a piece of fat meat. In the Sanshan area, there were not many people who dared to set their eyes on the Peach Blossom Company, because those who had the ability knew that Xia Ruofei was under Song Wei's protection. As for those who were not qualified to know about this matter, they basically could not cause much trouble. However, the local tyrant did not dare to act rashly, while the dragon crossing the river rushed in fearlessly. When Tian Xiaojun heard that Xia Ruofei had rejected the meeting, he could not help but frown and said, "Ask him where he is. Let's go and join in the fun. It's only interesting to drink with many people." This, Lu Zhi was in a difficult position. "What's wrong?" Tian Xiaojun frowned and asked. "Is there a problem?" "I'll ask," Lu Zhi said helplessly. He did not want to offend Tian Xiaojun. At the same time, Xia Ruofei was still waiting on the other end of the phone, so he could not delay too long. After Lu Zhi took his hand off the microphone, he pretended to be relaxed and smiled. He asked, "Brother Xia, where are you going to socialize tonight?" "I'm here to give a toast too." Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. His rejection was obvious. Lu Zhi did not seem like such an insensible person. He thought for a moment and felt that Lu Zhi might have something that he could not tell him. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "I'm inviting some important guests to Lingji private kitchen tonight. If you're not in a hurry, can we talk about it in 2 days?" It would be rude to reject him directly, so Xia Ruofei told Lu Zhi where he was treating him to tonight. At the same time, he told him that the guests were more important. This was actually a polite rejection. Logo. I understand, Lucia said with a smile. Thanks, brother Xia. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei saw that Zhao Yongjun had already sent an OK emoji back. Ling Qingxue stood at the door and asked, Ruofei, do you have something on tonight? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's nothing. A friend is looking for me. I'll tell him to talk to me in 2 days. Go to the kitchen and tell him. Big brother Zhao and the others are already on their way. Alright, I'll head over first. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei, then turned around and walked out of the private room. In the Qinghe tea house, Tian Xiaojun saw that Lucia had hung up the phone and immediately asked, did he say the place? Chief Tian, brother Xia said that he's hosting an important guest today. I'm afraid, Lucia said after some hesitation. Just tell me the location. Tian Xiaojun said impatiently, how many important guests can there be in a small place like the Three Mountains? Zhong Zixin was also touching up her makeup with a small mirror as she sneered and said, he's just a small boss of a small company. I'm afraid that even a section chief is an important guest to him. Xiao Ling also laughed without restraint. Lucia was a little annoyed. Putting aside the two idiots Zhong Zixin and Xiao Ling, what did Tian Xiaojun have to look down on the Three Mountains? You left after finishing high school in Sanshan. If you didn't have a good father, how could you be the deputy division chief of the ministry at such a young age? Besides, if you look down on a small place like the Three Mountains, then why did you guys come here like cats that smelled blood after the jaded skin ointment became popular? Pretentious. Lucia naturally did not dare to show his complaints. He could only helplessly say, Brother Xia said he'll have Ling Ji's private kitchen tonight, bring us there. Tian Xiaojun immediately stood up and grabbed the handbag on the table. Tian Xiaojun was very decisive, and Lucia had already given up trying to persuade him. He had already told Tian Xiaojun that Xia Ruofei had a good relationship with Song Wei, but Tian Xiaojun did not take it to heart. If Xia Ruofei was close to Song Qiming, Tian Xiaojun might still have some reservations. However, Song Wei was Song Qiming's daughter. She could definitely use her influence to her advantage. However, it was not certain if it was Xia Ruofei. At the very least, Tian Xiaojun, who thought of himself as a superior official of the capital, did not care about these things. Hence, Lucia could only let him be. He was thinking about whether he could secretly inform Xia Ruofei of the situation so that he could be prepared. He could also explain his difficulties so that Xia Ruofei would not hate him. Hence, Lucia, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, had been fiddling with his phone ever since he got into the car. Tian Xiaojun only looked on coldly from the side and did not interfere. He knew that Lucia would inform Xia Ruofei, but he did not care. In his opinion, it would be better for Xia Ruofei to know their identities in advance for the negotiation. When it came to things like status, it didn't seem as intimidating as when others said it. Not only did Tian Xiaojun not interfere with Lucia's business, but he also directly talked about the Paradise Company in the car. He sat alone in the most comfortable seat in the middle of the car, while Zhong Zixin and Xiao Ling sat in the back seats obediently. Tian Xiaojun said, after we meet later, Xiao Ling will be the leader. After all, I'm part of the organization, so it's not convenient for me to make an appearance. Xiao Ling laughed and said, understood. Young Master Tian, this kind of rich man probably hasn't seen much of the world. Don't be scared silly later. Haha. Zhong Zixin also said in a sweet voice, didn't young Master Tian say it? In terms of momentum, we have to gain the upper hand. Although this rich man doesn't have much power, the things he has made are still not bad. If we didn't come, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Zixin's right. Tian Xiaojun nodded. As long as everything goes well this time, we'll distribute some of our shares after we return to the capital, and then we'll sit at home and make a lot of money. Why do you want to give it away? Xia Ling asked. Tian Xiaojun turned around and gave him a knock on the head, saying, nonsense, do you think the few of us can keep the shares? Don't you know how deep the water is in the capital? We're lucky this time. The few people in the upper class circle didn't notice this small company. When the time comes, we'll take the initiative to get close to it and get a share of the profits. Not only can we keep our way to wealth, but we might even be able to get into that circle. At this point, Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but reveal a look of fascination. Xia Tian and Zhong Zixin were also the same, their faces full of anticipation. In the eyes of these mediocre second-generation children, the circle of the top rich and powerful was like a holy land that they yearned for. Tian Xiaojun and the others did not know that the rich man they were about to negotiate with was someone who could call the big shots in the top rich and powerful circle his brothers. One could not blame Tian Xiaojun and the others for not having access to information. The social circle in Beijing was like this. If you were in this circle, you would naturally know some news. However, people like Tian Xiaojun, who were not qualified to be in this circle, had no way of grasping this information at all. Even if it was just a topic of conversation between Xia Ruofei and the others after a meal, it was very high-end news that was worth bragging about to Tian Xiaojun and the others. Qinghe Tea House was not far from the Lingji private kitchen, so Tian Xiaojun and the others arrived in a short while. This place is not bad. Tian Xiaojun entered the room and looked around. Zhong Zixin also said with a smile, I didn't expect this rich man to know how to pick a place. It seems like the three mountains aren't as backward as we thought. Lu Zhi couldn't help but curse silently, behind your sister. The three mountains was the frontier of reform and opening up, okay? Welcome. The hostess bowed slightly and asked, do you have a reservation? Tian Xiaojun turned his body slightly and looked at Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi could only smile bitterly. He stepped forward and said, we're here to look for Xia Ruofei, President Xia. I called him and found out that he's having a banquet here tonight. By the way, I'm Lu Zhi. Okay, please wait a moment, the receptionist immediately replied. Then, she went to the front desk to pick up the walkie-talkie and reported the situation to the waiter in the private room so that he could ask Xia Ruofei for instructions. Zhong Zixin couldn't help but mutter, the rules are quite big. Tian Xiaojun looked at Zhong Zixin sternly and said, don't say such strange things. Remember, we're here to talk about business today. Although we need to be imposing, it'll be even better if we can make money in harmony. I know, young Master Tian. Zhong Zixin said, unconcerned. The receptionist finished her conversation very quickly and walked over. I've already confirmed with Director Xia. Please follow me. Xia Ruofei received Lu Zhi's message on WeChat. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, in order to not put Lu Zhi in a difficult position, he decided to meet the 3 hot-headed men who had flown over from the capital city in a hurry to eat the meat of the Chinese monk. He understood the way these guys did things. Once they saw benefits, they would gather around like sharks that smelled blood. Even if they avoided him today, they would still cling on to him like sticky candy. It was better to deal with them all at once. Otherwise, these people might not be able to accomplish anything, but they would definitely do something bad. Xia Ruofei smiled at Ling Qingxue, who was making tea, and said, "My friend will bring a few people over for a discussion. You don't have to say anything, I'll handle it." An evil guest? Ling Qingxue was stunned. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Not really. They're just a few hot-headed youths, let them stumble a few times, and they'll know the immensity of the heavens and earth." "All right, I'll just watch the show then." Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. The 2 of them chatted for a while. Xia Ruofei heard footsteps coming from the courtyard outside. Soon, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Just as he was about to call out for them to come in, the door of the private room was pushed open. Tian Xiaojun walked in first, with Zhong Zixin and Xia Ling on either side, like loyal lackeys. On the other hand, Lu Zhou was half a step behind. He threw an apologetic look at Xia Ruofei the moment he entered the room. Logo. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and looked at the confident Tian Xiaojun. He did not say anything and continued to brew tea. Tian Xiaojun's face flashed with anger as he laughed. "This must be President Xia. We're Lu Zhou's friends. And we've come uninvited today. We're sorry to disturb." Xia Ruofei poured the tea from the sea of tea into a cup and took a sip unhurriedly. Then, he said indifferently, "Since you know you're disturbing me, why did you come over?" Tian Xiaojun's face immediately darkened. Xiao Ling couldn't help but snort and say, "Young Master Tian gave you face, and was only polite to you. Who do you think you are?" Although Zhong Zixin didn't say anything, she also sneered. Tian Xiaojun said with a fake smile, "President Xia, please don't take offense. My brother is straightforward and can't hide things in his heart." Xia Ruofei put down his teacup and glanced at Tian Xiaojun and the other 2. He asked, "What do you want from me? My time is limited." Tian Xiaojun pretended to be forthright and laughed, "President Xia, this is not how you treat your guests. Since we're already here, we can at least sit down and ask for a cup of tea, right?" Xia Ruofei immediately said, "Forget about tea. I'm used to being straightforward. I only drink tea when I'm chatting with my friends. If you have anything to say, just get straight to the point." Tian Xiaojun's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. However, when he thought about the sales of the jaded skin ointment online, he suppressed his emotions and even waved his hand to stop Xia Ling, who was about to flip out. "I can see that President Xia is a straightforward person, so let's not beat around the bush," Tian Xiaojun said with a smile. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Tian Xiaojun, and I work for..." Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "I'm clear about your background. Let's get straight to the point." Tian Xiaojun stared at Xia Ruofei with burning eyes and said, "President Xia, are you sure about our background?" Xia Ruofei's mouth twitched and he said, "If you're talking about the leaders of your fathers, then I'm sure." Tian Xiaojun's eyelids twitched. It seemed like Xia Ruofei had gotten the details from Lu Zhou. However, since he knew the background of the 3 of them, Xia Ruofei could still remain so calm. Moreover, his attitude was neither warm nor cold. This made Tian Xiaojun feel a little uneasy. However, on second thought, he realized that Paradise Corporation was just a small company in the outskirts of Sanshan City. They were only lucky to have developed a popular product like the jaded skin cream, which caused their net worth to double. Even if Xia Ruofei had some background, it couldn't be in the capital. Didn't Luja say that Xia Ruofei was close to Song Qiming's daughter, Song Wei? Perhaps this was what Xia Ruofei was relying on? Tian Xiaojun, quickly, analyzed the situation in his mind. If that was the case, then this local boss was too naive. Tian Xiaojun sneered to himself. If it was Song Wei's own company, Tian Xiaojun would have to weigh the pros and cons. After all, Song Qiming was a powerful deputy director. However, what was Xia Ruofei? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the Three Mountains just because he had a relationship with Song Wei? Just a little of their connections would be enough to cause trouble for the Paradise Corporation. Thinking of this, Tian Xiaojun became more confident. Of course, this was also because of money. With a monthly revenue of 200 to 300 million, and it was the extremely profitable cosmetics industry, such a huge profit was in front of him, and it had already made Tian Xiaojun's judgment irrational. A confident smile appeared on his face again as he said, "Since you're already clear about it, I won't waste any more time. Today, I'm mainly acting as a middleman. My younger brother wants to discuss business with President Xia. Speaking of which, he's from President Xia's main family." Seeing that Tian Xiaojun was talking about her, Xiao Ling also cooperated and laughed, revealing her yellow teeth. However, her smile was not friendly, and coupled with the faint threat, it looked a little sinister. Xia Ruofei calmly leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. He asked with interest, "Business with me? What business do we have to talk about?" Tian Xiaojun smiled and gestured too. Xiao Ling immediately stepped forward and stared into Xia Ruofei's eyes. She said loudly, "President Xia, I'm running an investment company, and I feel that your Paradise Corporation has a good future. That's why I'm here to give you some money." Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud. The corner of his mouth twitched as he asked, "Give me money? How? Do you want me to send you off?" "Our lucky capital is preparing to invest in the Peach Blossom Company," Xiao Ling said confidently. "I think a start-up company like yours needs development funds the most, so I'm here to give you money." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, CEO Xia. However, our Paradise Corporation has sufficient cash flow. We don't have any plans to finance our company for the time being." Xiao Ling's face suddenly darkened, and she said gloomily, "President Xia, you mean you're not giving me face?" Xia Ruofei's eyes widened, and he asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Wasn't doing business all about mutual consent? We don't need any financing for the time being, and I've also expressed my gratitude for your good intentions. How can you say that I'm not giving you face, logo?" Xiao Ling snorted coldly and was about to flare up on the spot. At this moment, Tian Xiaojun patted Xiao Ling's shoulder lightly and put on a fake smile as he looked at Xia Ruofei. "President Xia, don't be so cold to me. Business people all paid attention to amiability to make money. Besides, we're not here to get something for nothing, we're here to invest in it." Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, "Of course, we have to make money in peace when doing business. That's why I've always opposed forcing people to buy and sell." Seeing that Tian Xiaojun had shamelessly said that they did not gain anything for nothing, Xia Ruofei was almost speechless at their shamelessness. Tian Xiaojun's patience was almost wearing thin. His expression gradually turned cold as he turned to Lu Xia and said, "Lu Xia, it seems like your friend isn't very good." Lu Xia was complaining in his heart. After he entered the room, he wished that he was invisible and that his presence was as low as possible. After all, he did not want to offend either of them. He was just like Zhu Beiji looking into the mirror and looking at himself in disdain. He wanted to protect himself, but Tian Xiaojun didn't give him the chance and directly called his name. Lu Xia had no choice but to step forward and say, "Tian Chu, Brother Xia didn't say that he wasn't willing to cooperate. You guys should have a good chat. It's normal to have differences in opinions, besides." Even if Lu Xia's voice became softer and softer as he spoke, he did not dare to say things like even if the deal doesn't work out, there will still be benevolence. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that Tian Xiaojun would not fall out with him on the spot. Tian Xiaojun coldly snorted and asked, "President Xia, the few of us came all the way from Beijing. Are you really not going to leave us any room for negotiation? The most important thing in doing business is to be down to earth. Don't overestimate yourself and don't underestimate others." The threat in his words was obvious. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then tell me, how do you want to invest?" Since he had nothing to do anyway, he would just take it as a way to tease the boring people by listening to what kind of plans these hot-headed young men could come up with. Tian Xiaojun was secretly happy. When he heard this, he thought that his threat had worked. After all, it was the nature of businessmen to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. They were usually more afraid of young masters with deep backgrounds like him. As for Xia Ruofei's nonchalant tone, Tian Xiaojun only thought that the young man was concerned about his reputation and did not want to admit defeat. Hence, he gave Xiao Ling a look. Xiao Ling immediately understood and said, "President Xia, before we came, we did some evaluation of the situation of Paradise Corporation. You have a farm and a pharmaceutical factory. The hardware facilities are still passable. We are prepared to invest 1 million HXB, accounting for 51% of the shares." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but widen his eyes. He could guess that these second-generation heirs had a large appetite, but he still didn't expect them to eat in such an ugly manner. After the jaded skin cream became popular, the investment community had also evaluated the value of Paradise Corporation. The results varied, but basically, they were all going for more than 1 billion. After all, the jaded skin cream's super money-making ability was there for all to see. These few wild hot-headed young men really took their director-level father as a dish. They only gave him a valuation of about 2 million, and they wanted to eat up 51% of the shares at once. He wanted absolute control of the company. As for what happened after that, it was basically obvious. He wanted to kick Xia Ruofei out of the company. They weren't the first to do this, and they certainly wouldn't be the last. As long as they had the controlling shares, it would be too easy to kick Xia Ruofei out. The most direct way was to pass a series of development plans on the board of directors with a number of votes and then propose a capital increase. With their connections, it was easy for them to borrow a large sum of money in the short term. If Xia Ruofei was really a local boss with no background, he would definitely not be able to fork out the money for such a huge capital increase plan. There could only be one result, and that was that Xia Ruofei's shares were being diluted. In the end, the Peach Blossom Company, the hen that laid the golden egg, would be devoured alive by this group of people. If Tian Xiaojun and the others We're only here to freeload. Xia Ruofei would still have the mentality of teasing them. However, when Xiao Ling mentioned this extremely outrageous so-called financing plan, Xia Ruofei's face turned cold. Are you joking with me? He asked. His eyes narrowed. Xiao Ling said casually, how could I be joking? Investment is a very serious matter. We have hired a professional company to evaluate it. The investment of Peach Blossom Company may be slightly more than 2 million, but the machinery, equipment and your vegetable greenhouse have been depreciating, so we are offering 1 million for 51% of the shares, which is a very fair price. Xia Ruofei pouted and asked, do you know how much Shanshan Capital values us? 1.3 billion. The 2 million you said is not even a fraction of the amount they gave. I'm not even interested in financing this. Xiao Ling said disdainfully, those capital institutions are just hyping up the concept. This kind of valuation is almost as high as outer space. You actually believe it? Xia Ruofei was so angry that he almost laughed. He didn't believe in the valuation of a professional investment bank, but believed in a few rascals who wanted to swallow a rising star company with their empty words. Ling Qingxue had been sitting quietly beside Xia Ruofei. She didn't want to say anything at first, but after hearing Xiao Ling and the others' shameless remarks, she couldn't hold it in. She stood up and said, the Paradise Corporation has just acquired the Balance Power building in the center of Sanshan City with cash. The assets of this building alone are worth hundreds of millions. You're a little too whimsical to offer 1 million to take 51% of the shares. Tian Xiaojun had noticed Ling Qingxue a long time ago. After all, she was a beautiful woman with a pair of long legs. It was hard for any man to ignore her existence. Perhaps he wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman, but at the same time, he didn't want to continue discussing the issue of assets. It was obvious that they were getting something for nothing, and that excuse wouldn't stand up to scrutiny at all. Therefore, Tian Xiaojun cleared his throat and said, President Xia, this beautiful lady, I think your understanding of assets might be a little off. Oh? Then, can Deputy Director Tian give me some advice? Xia Ruofei said sarcastically. Tian Xiaojun smiled. You're still young. It's understandable that you don't know much about the business world. I'm willing to share my opinion with you. Tian Xiaojuan's greedy eyes fell on Ling Qingxue's face as he continued. Xiao Ling took out 1 million in cash and wanted to take 51% of the shares. It might seem unreasonable, but please don't ignore the intangible assets. I think that this is the important bargaining chip for us to become a shareholder. Cooperating with us means that the Paradise Corporation will have resources that you can't imagine. Its expansion will be 10 times, or even 100 times larger than it is now. In the process of expansion, we will be responsible for solving all problems, big and small. Aren't these worth 51% of the shares? Tian Xiaojun paused, then glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, President Xia, working with us means that Paradise Corporation will be on a smooth path from now on. On the other hand, I think a smart person like President Xia should be aware of the consequences. Xia Ruofei finally couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Tian Xiaojun and asked, is Deputy Director Tian threatening me? Tian Xiaojun confidently pointed at Xiao Ling and Zhong Zixin and said, Xiao Ling's father is the leader of the Price Administration. I think Uncle Xia has a say in whether your company's jaded skin cream is suspected of false pricing or malicious speculation. The elders in Zixin's family are the leaders of the important departments in the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. They only need to say a word, and no one in your most important e-commerce channels will dare to sell your products. In addition, we have many friends in other ministries. It can be said that any unit can decide the life and death of the Paradise Company with a word. Tian Xiaojun deliberately said this unhurriedly, thinking that he had scored full marks in his acting. He could not help but glance at Ling Qingxue proudly, then said to Xia Ruofei, "That's why I'm only stating the facts. As for whether it's a threat or not, it's up to you to decide, logo." Xia Ruofei squinted his eyes and looked at Tian Xiaojun. A faint smile hung on Tian Xiaojun's face. He did not avoid Xia Ruofei's gaze at all, as if he had Xia Ruofei in the palm of his hand. From Tian Xiaojun's point of view, after his explanation, the village boss in front of him should be able to understand the situation very well, and the following conversation would enter the rhythm that he had set. Tian Xiaojun even thought that he might have a chance to flirt with the long-legged beauty next to Xia Ruofei. He felt that if he showed his strength, the other party would at least doubt Xia Ruofei's ability, if not throw herself into his arms. Then, he would have a chance to win her over with a little trick. Especially when they showed their fangs and kicked Xia Ruofei out of Paradise Corporation, he didn't believe that this beauty would still follow Xia Ruofei, who had nothing. As Tian Xiaojun thought about it, he glanced at Ling Qingxue, and his mind was filled with thoughts. At this moment, Xia Ruofei said, "I understand the truth you're talking about." "My answer is, no way." Tian Xiaojun was a little absent-minded, but he replied, "That's the way. He who understands the times will act." At this point, he realized that Xia Ruofei's answer was not what he wanted. His face darkened, and he stared coldly into Xia Ruofei's eyes. "What did you just say?" Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said to Ling Qingxue, "Look at him, not only is there something wrong with his brain, but there's also something wrong with his ears. What's even rarer is that he's physically disabled but still so determined. Even in this state, he still doesn't forget to take money from home." Ling Qingxue was originally filled with anger, but after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. This alluring smile seemed to raise the temperature of the cold winter by a little, and it was also like a flower blooming on her face. However, Tian Xiaojun was no longer in the mood to admire the beauty. He could feel his anger rising rapidly. When he saw Xia Ruofei's lips curl up into a sneer, he was even more furious. Tian Xiaojun stared into Xia Ruofei's eyes, gritted his teeth, and said, "You're playing with me?" Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, "You're the ones who sent yourself to me. I'm free anyway." When Ling Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but laugh again. The hot-tempered Xiaoling stood up and pointed at Xia Ruofei's nose. "Grandson, are you tired of living? You dare to make fun of us?" Xia Ling's murderous look made Ling Qingxue's expression change slightly. Xia Ruofei calmly grabbed Ling Qingxue's hand and gently patted the back of her hand. Then, he said calmly, "I hate it when people point at my nose. I'll let you off this time since it's your first offense. If you point at me again." Xiao Ling was so angry that she laughed out loud. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Xia Ruofei. Then, he reached out and pointed at Xia Ruofei's nose. This time, his nose was almost touching Xia Ruofei's, but Xia Ruofei did not even blink and just looked at Xiao Ling quietly. "Grandson," Xiao Ling said arrogantly. "So what if he pointed again? He's just a village boss, why is he acting like a big-tailed wolf?" Xia Ruofei knocked on the armrest of the chair with one hand and held Ling Qingshua's hand with the other. He said indifferently, I can't do anything, just, as Xia Ruofei spoke, Xiao Ling was still looking at Xia Ruofei with a disdainful expression. But suddenly, he felt his vision blur. Xia Ruofei was sitting there without moving, but he was shocked to find that his finger had been grabbed by Xia Ruofei. Then, he felt a sharp pain and couldn't help but scream. The whole process was very troublesome to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. Xia Ruofei quickly retracted his hand and gently grabbed Ling Qingshua's soft hand. Even his posture was exactly the same as before. This scene was even stranger in the eyes of Tian Xiaojun and Zhong Zixin. They could clearly see Xia Ruofei stand up, grab Xiao Ling's finger, pinch it gently, and then sit back down. The process seemed slow in their eyes, but in reality, it was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei had completed all the movements. One was fast and the other was slow, forming a strong contrast. Tian Xiaojun and the others could only watch helplessly, but they did not have the time to help. By the time they came to their senses, Xiao Ling was already holding her finger and screaming in pain. Xia Ruofei then continued what he had been saying, it's just to make you remember. This time, I'll give you a light punishment. If you dare to point your finger at my nose again, I'll break your finger. Whoever wants to try, you can come over. Tian Xiaojun quickly walked to Xiao Ling's side and saw that her index finger was already swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if her bone was not injured, this injury was still very serious. Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. He had clearly seen Xia Ruofei lightly pinch Xiao Ling's finger just now, but it actually caused such an obvious swelling. How much strength did he have to use? Could it be that this guy was also a martial arts expert? Tian Xiaojun muttered in his heart. However, he was not too afraid. What era was this? One would never be able to defeat the powerful state apparatus if they were aggressive. No matter how good Xia Ruofei was, could he be better than the fully armed police? Could they be more powerful than an army equipped with heavy firearms? Logo. Thus, Tian Xiaojun quickly calmed himself down. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, isn't this a little too much? Xiao Ling's tone was just a little harsh, and you hurt him like this? Is there still any law? Xia Ruofei sneered. When I was talking to you about the law, you were being shameless. Now that I've taught a piece of trash a lesson, you're talking to me about the law? So the law is your house's trash. Can open it whenever you want to use it? General Manager, Xia, aren't you afraid that we'll call the police and sue you for intentional assault? Tian Xiaojun said with a dark expression. Xia Ruofei smiled brightly and said, Deputy Director Tian, this is San Shan. Tian Xiaojun coldly snorted and said, this is indeed the three mountains, but the three mountains are not outside the law. These are the three mountains of Huaxia. When Tian Xiaojun heard Xia Ruofei's words, he was even more certain that he was relying on Song Qiming's daughter, Song Wei. He was furious. If Song Wei really wanted to protect Xia Ruofei, he could not do anything to Xia Ruofei with Xiao Ling's injuries. As for the three mountains of China, he was just saying it for show. Xia Ruofei did not even bother to respond to such childish words. He just smiled and shrugged. Tian Xiaojun knew that there was no point in staying any longer. He could not do anything to Xia Ruofei at Sanshan, but when he returned to the capital, he would have a way to deal with a small company in the local area. After making up his mind, Tian Xiaojun looked deeply at Xia Ruofei and said, President Xia, in that case, we'll take our leave first. I hope that Tao Yuan Company will always be so smooth sailing. Don't worry, Deputy Director Tian, I will. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Tian Xiaojun coldly snorted and said with a dark face, I'm sure CEO Xia will take the initiative to talk to us about financing soon, but by then, 51% of the shares will not be enough. He didn't wait for Xia Ruofei's reply and said to Zhong Zixin and Xia Tian, let's go. Tian Xiaojun strode out of the private room. Zhong Zixin and Xiao Ling glared at Xia Ruofei hatefully before quickly following him. Lu Zhi cupped his hands at Xia Ruofei and smiled apologetically. He did not say much and turned to chase after Tian Xiaojun. No matter what, he had to receive Tian Xiaojun well. Otherwise, with Tian Xiaojun's vengeful personality, he might cause some trouble. The lively private room was suddenly empty, leaving only Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. Are you Fei, will these people cause you trouble? Ling Qingxue asked, a little worried. Xia Ruofei laughed, silly girl, do you think I'm someone who can be bullied by others? It's already good enough that I didn't find trouble with them, and they still dare to find trouble with me? In fact, Xia Ruofei would not let the three of them go so easily. However, Lu Zhi had sent him a very detailed message with their names and backgrounds. They could run, but not their temple. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would not have let them go. Ling Qingxue was still a little worried. She said, these people all have powerful backgrounds in Beijing. If they really want to cause trouble for the Paradise Corporation, I'm afraid. Xia Ruofei put his arm around Ling Qingxue's shoulder and said, wife, you don't have to worry about this. I know what to do. A few little brats can't turn the world upside down. It's not like we don't know anyone in Beijing, right? Stronger than them? Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. We're not on the same level at all. So, don't worry. Oh. Then I don't care. It's good that you're confident, Ling Qingxue said, sticking out her tongue. Tian Xiaojun and the other two walked through the courtyard angrily and left, ignoring Lu Zhi, who was following them. At this moment, a lady from the opposite side led three people over. The Ling's private kitchen's backyard was designed to be a winding path, and the roads were relatively narrow. If someone were to walk in front of them, they would have to turn slightly to avoid each other. Tian Xiaojun's heart was burning with anger, and he could not help but raise his head and glare at the hostess. However, when he saw the person behind the welcoming lady, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and the bitter hatred on his face instantly turned into an almost flattering smile. Young Master Ho. What a coincidence. You've come to the Three Mountains as well. Tian Xiaojun quickly stepped to the side. He wished he could stand in the middle of the flower bed and make way for them. The person opposite him was Ho Liang. Beside him was Wei Jun, the son of Wei Jianming from Tongren Hall. Ho Liang looked at Tian Xiaojun with a puzzled expression. He felt that this guy looked somewhat familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Tian Xiaojun quickly introduced himself, young Master Ho. I'm Tian Xiaojun, from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. My father is Tian Sudong, from the Housing and Construction Department. Ho Liang was still a little confused. If it was a leader from a large ministry, Ho Liang would at least know his name. However, Tian Xiaojun's father was only a secretary. Ho Liang only felt that the name sounded familiar, but he still couldn't match it with the person. Liang Bro, Tian Xiaojuan's father is the secretary of the XXX division in the Ministry of Housing and Construction, Wei Jun said. Yes, yes, yes. Tian Xiaojun quickly said, young Master Wei, we even drank together the last time. Tian Xiaojun was quite envious of Wei Jun. One had to know that Wei Jun had been in a similar circle to him in the past, and they had often crossed paths. However, Wei Jun had managed to cling on to a powerful backer. Everyone knew that. He was close to Ho Liang. Even when Ho Liang went out to the capital to do business, he brought Wei Jun along. It was obvious that Wei Jun had already gradually mixed into Ho Liang's circle. What Tian Xiaojun did not know was that Wei Jun had been able to be accepted by Ho Liang and the others so quickly because he had helped Xia Ruofei. At this moment, another young man beside Ho Liang chuckled and said, Liangzi, you need to learn more. Director Tian has quite a bit of influence in the Ministry of Housing and Construction. This young man had been standing behind Ho Liang the entire time, blocking Tian Xiaojuan's line of sight. When he saw him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly said, so young Master Su is here too. Today was really a good day. All of you influential people from the capital have come to the Three Mountains. The young man, who was called Young Master Su by Tian Xiaojun, was called Su Zishuan. He was also on good terms with Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui. Unlike Ho Liang, Su Zishuan was a standard third generation. He was famous and professional. His grandfather had made great contributions in the army and was promoted to lieutenant general before retirement. With such a family background, Su Zishuan was naturally an influential figure in the circle of rich playboys, and Tian Xiaojun could not even fawn on him. Only then did Ho Liang understand Tian Xiaojuan's situation. He nodded slightly and said, so your secretary. Tian's son, how are you? Young Master doesn't dare to accept such an honor. Hello, young Master Ho. Hello, young Master Su. Tian Xiaojun said as he nodded and bowed. He was no longer as arrogant as he had been. In the private room. As for Zhong Zixin and Xia Tian, they didn't even have the right to speak in front of a good, for nothing like Ho Liang, these two wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly. Young Master Su, young Master Ho, it's rare for us to meet each other in the capital, but today, we've met by chance in the Three Mountains. This is definitely fate. Tian Xiaojun asked carefully. Why don't I treat everyone to a gathering tonight? I'm sorry, Ho Liang said with an indifferent expression. We're meeting a friend tonight. Let's talk again next time. Tian Xiaojun was disappointed, but he quickly replied, okay, then we won't disturb you any longer. I'll be staying at the Three Mountains for a few more days. If you're free, you can come and have a drink with me. Young Master Wei has my number. Let's see what the arrangements are. Ho Liang said non-committally. We'll go in first. Tian Xiaojun quickly bowed and made an inviting gesture, saying, young Master Ho, young Master Su, be careful. The road isn't smooth. Only when Ho Liang and the other two walked past him did Tian Xiaojun straighten his body. He looked at the backs of the three people with a hint of yearning in his eyes. Zhong Zixin and Xiao Ling also had the same expression. Especially Zhong Zixin. When she saw Ho Liang and Su Zishuan, she couldn't wait to get close to them. However, she didn't have the courage and wasn't confident in her own looks. Let's go, Tian Xiaojun said. He had only taken a step when Tian Xiaojun suddenly stopped. He turned his head back and muttered to himself, "I remember that there was only one private room in that courtyard. Could it be?" Logo.